Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after the apocalypse, betrayed and harmed by my family, I reborn and turned the villa into paradise. We mentioned that President Ji was worried about Xiao Mingyue's safety, so he specially sent a crew-cut soldier to escort her home. On the way, Brother Pang and Lili suddenly appeared and tried to threaten and coerce Xiao Mingyue. At the critical moment, the soldier with a crew-cut stood up without hesitation and responded with weapons in hand. However, in order to survive, Pang Ge and Lili attempted to use moral blackmail on the crew-cut soldier. What is the use of talking about morality in this last days? So, the crew-haired soldier handed the gun to Xiao Mingyue and decided to let her make the decision herself. So, will Xiao Mingyue choose to take over the weapon and put an end to the threat from Brother Pang and Lili herself? How will her inner balance tilt? For more exciting plot developments, please visit After the Apocalypse. Betrayed and harmed by my family, I reborn and turned the villa into paradise. Part 3 is exciting and not to be missed. When Lili saw the crew-cut soldier handing the gun to Xiao Mingyue, she almost couldn't breathe. Her eyes widened in disbelief like copper bells. Xiao Mingyue took the gun, smiled coldly, and before Lili could beg for mercy, she fired the gun and ended her life cleanly. She always acted decisively and never dragged her feet. Lili blamed all her misfortunes on Xiao Mingyue. But in her previous life, their family enjoyed wealth and glory. Relying on her son's influence, Lili was treated like the empress dowager at home. And at that time, who cared about her, Xiao Mingyue's life or death? They took away the puzzle space that should have belonged to her, but were unwilling to give her even a grain of rice. Xiao Mingyue, alone, froze to death in the extreme cold of the third year. Lili was not unaware of all this. If she had had even a hint of compassion at the time, or even mentioned it to her uncle, Xiao Mingyue's fate might not have been so miserable. But now, everything is settled. Don't blame anyone else, Xiao Mingyue murmured in a low voice, defending herself to herself. Just then, the crew-haired soldier came over and said calmly, "Don't worry about the body, we will take care of it." "Then thank you very much." Xiao Mingyue thanked them and turned to leave. Now, finally no one could stand in her way, and she returned home smoothly. At home, Wei Jun was supervising the renovation of the Xiao family's sunroom. He stood aside, looking up at 3 workers busy at work. They were employees of the government repair department, who were installing a new ceiling. Xiao Mingyue walked into the yard and saw this scene. She asked in surprise, "The materials arrived so quickly?" Wei Jun turned around and smiled. "Of course. This batch of materials is specially formulated according to your requirements. They are all the latest high-tech nanomaterials, strong and durable. And most importantly, this material is transparent. It is very clear to see outside from the inside, but it is blurry like fog when you look in from the outside. This is much better than my previous sunroof." Xiao Mingyue smiled from ear to ear. Although there is no sunshine now and it is cloudy and rainy all day, it is still convenient to grow vegetables by using the transparent roof to illuminate the solar lamps. Wei Jun nodded and added, "More importantly, this material is bulletproof. As long as there is no concentrated fire attack, ordinary bullets can't penetrate it at all." When Xiao Mingyue heard this, her eyes lit up even more. This was the real point. Protecting her family was what she cared about most. "By the way, you went to the wild wolf training ground today, right? How was the coach there?" Wei Jun couldn't help but ask, obviously very interested in the situation at the training ground. Xiao Mingyue said calmly, "It's okay, the coach is very professional." She decided to keep Ji Wenxi's identity secret for the time being and there was no need to tell anyone. Wei Jun was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's good." Just then, Zhao's mother heard the noise and hurried back. When Xiao saw Wei Jun, she said enthusiastically, "Director Wei, oh, thank you so much. Mingyue said before that she had found a solution, but I didn't expect that she would come to you. Thank you so much." As Mrs. Xiao spoke, she glared at Xiao Mingyue, obviously blaming her for not telling her in advance that Director Wei would be coming, which caught her off guard. Xiao Mingyue smiled and said nothing. She almost forgot that Wei Jun was not an ordinary person, but a big shot who was more powerful than Director Su. Wei Jun whispered, "These are all trivial matters. Your family has made great contributions to the government, so it is only right that you should get some materials in exchange." When Zhao's mother heard this, she immediately understood that the meritorious service that Director Wei mentioned was obviously referring to Xiao Mingyue killing the two terrorists. "Oh, that's what we should do," Zhao's mother quickly replied. "Director Wei, don't leave at noon, stay and have a simple meal." As soon as Xiaoma finished speaking, her aunt also followed her in, looked at Wei Jun, and then turned and went into the house. Wei Jun quickly waved his hand and refused. No, I have other things to do later, let's talk about it another day." As she was talking, Grandma came over with a cup of hot tea. "Director Wei, have another cup of tea." Wei Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since he came in, Grandma had already poured him 4 cups of tea, and now he was just thinking about how to find an excuse to go to the toilet. At this time, my eldest uncle, second uncle, and Jiang Yuan and their group also came. They were carrying 3 large black bags full of mushrooms. The eldest uncle was frowning. "Mom, we can't finish eating all the mushrooms. They grow a lot every day. Come and help us use them up." Grandma also looked embarrassed. "We can't finish it. Mingyue feels sick when she sees mushrooms now. She is about to vomit after eating so much." Ever since my uncle and his family started growing mushrooms in the house, Xiao Mingyue's family has never lacked mushrooms to eat. In order to avoid waste, Grandma always cooks in different ways, such as stewing chicken with mushrooms, stir-frying vegetables with mushrooms, deep-frying mushrooms. Xiao Mingyue has been eating so much mushrooms these days that she is almost sick of it. Now the only feeling she has towards mushrooms is that she wants to run away when she sees them. "What should we do? We really can't finish eating them all." My second uncle looked worried and didn't want to see the mushrooms he grew at home again. My eldest aunt and second aunt have now become the cooks who prepare meals. They always get some rice, flour, and vegetables every week. Although it's not much, it's enough if you save a little. But when they came to Xiao Mingyue's house for a meal, they had even less room to eat the mushrooms in their stomachs. Wei Jun noticed the black bags in their hands and couldn't help asking, "Are these all mushrooms grown by you? You actually know how to grow mushrooms?" My uncle nodded, his face full of pride. "Yes, I planted this." Zhao's mother quickly introduced. "This is Director Wei from our community. He is here to replace the sun roof for us. It turns out to be the leader." "Hello, leader, thank you for replacing the courtyard roof for my sister's house," the uncle greeted warmly. Then my uncle excitedly said, "Boss, do you want to try the mushrooms I grow? They are growing very well, very plump, and absolutely no pesticides are used, they are all natural." After saying that, the eldest uncle handed the mushrooms to Wei Jun, and even took the mushrooms from the second uncle and Jiang Yuan, and stuffed them all into him, as if he had solved a big problem, with a proud look on his face. "I know this." Wei Jun was caught off guard by the pile of mushrooms. He opened the bag and saw that the mushrooms inside were indeed good. They were all artificially grown, with no traces of pesticides at all. Wei Jun thought about it and came up with an idea. "How about this? I just heard you say that you can't finish eating the mushrooms, so let's send them to the kitchen of the government building. We'll send them every few days, and the reward will be exchanged for other food. I guarantee that you won't suffer any loss. How do you think?" After hearing this, my uncle was so happy that he danced with joy. "That's great! You are so kind, boss. I don't want any reward for these 3 bags of mushrooms, just take them back and try them." Second uncle and Jiang Yuan were also ecstatic. Being able to exchange mushrooms for other food felt like a dream to them. Wei Jun smiled slightly. "Okay, then I won't be polite." Grandma was watching from the side and felt even more relieved, seeing that the family was living better and better. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help your leader put the mushrooms in the car?" the uncle urged Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan reacted, walked forward immediately, and started picking up mushrooms. Soon, the replacement work of the sunroom roof was completed. Grandma suddenly brought out a big bag of freshly fried cakes, which were hot and fragrant. "Good children, thank you for your hard work. Since you are not staying for dinner, just have some cakes and oranges as snacks on the road," Grandma said as she distributed 5 bags of oranges to them, 1 bag for each person, including Wei Jun, the workers and the driver. These young people are all government employees and often get fruits, so they are not greedy when they see oranges. Grandma also got Xiao Mingyue's consent to use oranges as gifts. Not to mention sugar cakes, which are rare. Xiao Mingyue is now the backbone of the family, and Grandma is very happy. One of the workers couldn't help but pick up a piece of sugar cake with a childlike smile on his face. Thank you, Auntie. My mother used to make sugar cake for me. This sugar cake smells so good, and the oranges look so fresh. Auntie, you're so kind. He ate the sugar cake with a look of enjoyment on his face. He didn't expect that he could eat such delicious food after coming out to work. If it's delicious, eat more. Oranges are very sweet. Go slowly on the road, kids. Grandma smiled kindly. She worked hard to replace the sunroof for them. How could she not even give them food? The oranges are of course fresh. They are all from our own fruit trees. The fruit trees in the yard have been grafted, and they produce a lot of apples, tangerines, oranges and pears. Xiao Mingyue often secretly used the water from the space to irrigate the fruits, otherwise how could the fruits grow so big and numerous? Moreover, Xiao Mingyue never intended to tell the truth. She also secretly watered the soil with water from the space when growing mushrooms with her uncle and his family. Unexpectedly, the mushrooms grew wildly. It was simply a harvest season. After Wei Jun and his men left, Xiao Mingyue admired the brand new sunroof and felt even happier. My uncle was so happy that he almost spun in circles, dancing and celebrating a victory. Oh my! We are going to be the mushroom supplier for the government cafeteria. The leader just now was really good. He was not arrogant at all. I like him. Jian Yuan echoed. That's right. The fact that our mushrooms are favored by the leaders shows that we grow them well. Of course, this is our ability. My uncle raised his chin proudly. Although my second uncle was not good at talking, he just smiled foolishly, feeling very proud in his heart. Grandma couldn't help but tease. Look how happy you are. You are in your 60s, but you are acting like kids. What did you cook for lunch? Do you want to eat here? Although she said this, Grandma couldn't hide the smile on her face. Jian Yuan suddenly remembered his wife's instructions and quickly said, No, Grandma, my wife has already cooked. Yes, we have to go back to eat, let's go. After saying this, my uncle and the others did not stay and hurried home. Mingyue, come and eat! Zhao's mother shouted in the kitchen. I'm here! Xiao Mingyue responded and went to sit at the dining table. She found that today's dishes were quite rich: fried pork intestines with green peppers, pan-fried tofu, pepper and salt chicken wings, celery and pork shreds, braised eggplant, a pot of fragrant rice, and a plate of freshly fried sugar cakes. These 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes are just right for 5 people, and are more than enough for Grandma, Grandpa, Zhao's mother, aunt, and Xiao Mingyue. Just when Xiao Mingyue was enjoying her meal, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sister! Come and make the decision for me. I'll go open the door. Xiao Mingyue put down her chopsticks, walked quickly, opened the door, and saw that it was Jiang Zhuang. He was dirty and holding an iron basin in his hand. How did you get into this state? Come in quickly! Seeing Jiang Zhuang's appearance, Xiao Mingyue's heart tightened. As soon as Jiang Zhuang saw Xiao Mingyue, he immediately started to complain. Sister, I just caught a lot of toothworms to exchange, but that person disliked my toothworms because they were black, so he didn't want them and picked them all out for me. I quarreled with him, and he pushed me to the ground and covered me in mud. Grandma and other family members quickly gathered around and said distressfully, Really? How can an adult argue with a child? Grandma will take you to change your clothes. Let's eat here first. Jiang Zhuang said angrily. I won't change, I'll go home soon. Sister, look at my toothworm, is he targeting me on purpose? I'm just angry. Xiao Mingyue noticed the toothworms in the iron basin, and his expression became solemn, and he felt uneasy. In her previous life, Xiao Mingyue had painful memories of this kind of insect. The black rot insect actually appeared. He is not targeting you. This kind of toothworm is really not edible, Xiao Mingyue said as he broke off a branch from the tree and split it into 2. Come and see. She picked up a black toothworm and placed it on the concrete floor. The worm was still twisting. Xiao Mingyue used a branch to hold down the toothworm and used another branch to tear open its belly. In an instant, the toothworm's belly was ripped open, and a pungent stench of decay hit the face. A slender black worm slid out, wriggling wildly. Jiang Zhuang wrinkled his face, covered his nose, and screamed, Ugh! How disgusting! What is this? Parasites are parasites that specifically live on other animals and feed on the blood and flesh of the host, Xiao Mingyue explained. This is the black rot beetle, which is as thin and long as a thread. The length of an adult black rot beetle can reach a man's middle finger. It has a pungent and foul smell on its body, so the official name is the black rot beetle, also known as the black rot nematode. However, the official announcement has not yet been made, so Xiao Mingyue cannot say its name and can only call it a parasite. The black rot beetle has a sharp head that can easily drill into the body of an animal and gnaw away the flesh and blood of the host bit by bit. The host's internal organs are thus eaten away bit by bit, causing the host to die in pain. What's even more terrifying is that the black rot beetle can lay eggs inside the host's body. The larvae will continue to feed on the host until the internal organs are completely eaten, then break out of the body and look for a new host, repeating the cycle over and over again. After the host dies, these black rot worms will manipulate the host's corpse, lure other animals to approach, and then wait for an opportunity to change hosts. They are extremely cruel and disgusting creatures. Therefore, the toothed worm that was squirming just now was not alive, but because it was parasitic on black rot worms. Jian Zhuang had a look of disgust on his face, and Zhao's mother and grandmother were also very disgusted. No wonder the toothed worms turned black, it turns out there are parasites inside. My aunt frowned and said. In the iron basin that Jian Zhuang brought, there were still a dozen black toothed worms wriggling desperately. The black rot beetles that successfully parasitize will grow in the body of the toothed worm, while the failed ones will be torn to pieces by the toothed worm. Obviously, these are the successful ones. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly and said seriously, Jian Zhuang, don't go to catch toothed worms anymore, and tell your friends not to go either. This parasite will not only drill into the body of the toothed worm, but it may also drill into the human body and suck your flesh and blood. Do you understand? Jian Zhuang's eyes widened in fear, and he immediately moved away from the iron basin, looking very nervous. I will never go there again. I won't go there even if you kill me. Xiao Mingyue used a wooden stick to cut the black rot worms on the ground into two. The black rot worms stopped twisting, and the dead worms made her feel a little relieved. But Xiao Mingyue was secretly worried. Since the black rot insects had already appeared, the appearance of leeches was imminent. Black rot worms are parasitic and can easily drill into the bodies of other creatures once they seize an opportunity. Toothed worms have a mouth full of teeth and are very aggressive. Leeches have Y-shaped jaws in their mouths, which can easily bite through the skin of other animals and suck. The three kinds of insects restrain each other and fight fiercely. When the black rot beetles and leeches are completely rampant, the scene before us will be that the insects are entangled in circles and fighting for territory, forming a cruel ecological war. At this time, as the government was collecting toothed worms, more and more people caught black-toothed worms. Among these black-toothed insects, there was a new species parasitic. The government finally realized the seriousness of the situation and issued an emergency notice. After expert research, the characteristics and survival mode of this parasite were confirmed, and it was eventually named the black rot insect. For convenience, everyone generally calls it the black rot insect. The government announcement warned the public to stay away from the black rot beetle and kill it immediately if found, otherwise it will wait for an opportunity to drill into the human body and drill deep into the body. If it is not removed immediately, it will soon become completely embedded in the body and can only be removed by surgery. Moreover, the black rot insect lays eggs very quickly, so even if it is dug out of the body, it may have already laid eggs inside. Some people who don't believe in superstition pinch the black rot worm to play with it, not even caring about the stench. How can this little thing be so powerful? Who are you trying to scare? I can kill it with just a pinch. However, the next second, the black rot worm actually crawled into his palm. Ah! The man cried out in pain and quickly pulled the black rot worm out, only to find that in just 1 second, the black rot worm had drilled in 2 centimeters. He grimaced in pain and cursed loudly. He also threw the black rot worm to the ground and crushed it with his feet, as if he wanted to vent his pain. Xiao Mingyue passed by him with an expressionless face, thinking to herself, some people are really mean, they will never listen to advice unless they learn a lesson themselves. After the black rot nematodes swept through Pingjing City, leeches followed closely behind, quickly occupying 1/3 of the underwater territory. The three fed on each other, and the fight was extremely brutal. The hidden dangers under the water can be imagined, and the victims in the south of the city also suffered. These three types of insects can be seen in ditches of all sizes and anywhere there is water. The endless rainy season makes people irritable, and the insects that can be seen everywhere on the roadside are even more disgusting, especially the black rotten nematodes and leeches. One emits a disgusting smell and the other looks terrifying. Those who used to think tooth worms were disgusting now miss them very much, thinking that the plump white tooth worms are much cuter and that fried tooth worms taste very delicious. In comparison, the black rotten nematodes and leeches wriggling with their slender bodies on the ground give people goosebumps just by looking at them. What's worse is that black rotten nematodes and leeches not only live in small gutters, but will even crawl to the doorsteps of homes, quietly enter homes, and crawl into shoes. Even children dare not go out easily, for fear of accidentally stepping on black rotten nematodes or leeches. As a result, they would bring the worms home, where they would suddenly pop up and bite them, causing them to jump in pain. Even if you don't go out, uninvited guests will come to your door, and residents living in underground garages and low-rise buildings are even more unlucky. Inside the Xiao family villa. Damn it, how did these things get in? It's so disgusting! Dad Xiao frowned and cursed while sprinkling salt on the ground. As a villa, the Xiao family obviously could not avoid the invasion of these uninvited guests. There were already many black rotten nematodes and scattered leeches wriggling in the corners of the house. These soft-bodied insects are most afraid of salt. When they are sprinkled with salt, they begin to twist violently, struggle for a long time, and are slowly killed by the salt. Zhao's mother reminded. Sprinkle more. It's all expired salt anyway. We bought 3 boxes during the salt rush that year. We only have 2 boxes left. Sprinkle them all over the door and under the wall. Father Xiao responded. Got it. I'll spread a salt wall between the gate and the vegetable field, so the bugs won't be able to get in. Don't worry. After sprinkling salt at the door, Dad Xiao tore open 2 bags of salt and formed a straight line on the ground as a barrier. Even if the insects really crawled into the door, they would not be able to cross this salt wall, ensuring that there would be no accidents. Xiao Mingyue was also busy. She was mopping the floor with disinfectant. There were a lot of insects at the moment, and she didn't know what kind of bacteria they were carrying, so it was better to be more careful. Before the end of the world, Xiao Mingyue stockpiled a lot of disinfectants, such as hypochlorous acid disinfectant, alcohol, 84 disinfectant, portable disinfectant wipes and disinfectant spray, etc. There were many boxes piled up in the warehouse in the space. Now, the Xiao family uses dealer's clothing disinfectant when washing clothes to thoroughly disinfect the dirty clothes worn outside. After all, it would be bad if they were contaminated with bacteria or viruses. In order to make the yard smell better and cover up the smell of vegetables and chicken coops, I always use fenjujing, which can also act as an insect repellent. While mopping the floor, Xiao Mingyue reminded her mother. Mom, don't forget to use the disinfectant wipes I gave you. Also, remember to spray your clothes frequently, especially your shoes and trouser legs. I heard that a child wore both socks and went out, and a black rot bug got into his calf. He had to use a knife to get it out. It was such a pain. Mother Xiao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I wear high rain boots now, and my trouser legs are tied tightly. I just filled a small spray bottle with salt water, and I can spray my boots at any time. Bugs will never dare to climb onto my shoes. Then Zhao's mother continued. Also, I like the bulletproof vest you brought back earlier very much. Our police bulletproof vests are really comfortable to wear, warm and light. And the new pistol is a little bigger than my previous one. Now I wear the police gun every day when I go out, and I feel like a policeman. After hearing this, Zhao's father couldn't help but chuckle and said jokingly, Officer Jiang is so impressive, she is the policewoman of our Xiao family. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing at these words. She had already gone to Director Yan to exchange her gun, completed the registration, and successfully obtained the guns and ammunition, as well as 10 bulletproof vests. Now everyone in my family has one, and wearing them is both warm and safe, which really gives me peace of mind. At this moment, Zhao's mother suddenly remembered something and her expression darkened. Oh right, the insect plague is serious now. More and more people are dying in the community every day. Director Su is so anxious that he is getting angry. He has been holding meetings every day but can't come up with any good solutions. Disasters happen one after another. What on earth is God trying to do? Watching so many corpses being carried away every day, Xiao Ma's mood has changed from initial fear to numbness, and now she is no longer surprised. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. An insect plague has broken out, and the water is full of insect eggs, especially the eggs of black rod insects. Some people still dare to drink raw water. Isn't this courting death? Nowadays, many people die from drinking raw water. Insects try every means to get into the human body and eat the flesh and blood, but some people are too lazy to boil the water and drink it directly, resulting in all the insect eggs being drunk into the stomach. Now it's like the insect eggs have come to an amusement park, growing and multiplying rapidly in the human body, eating away at the flesh and blood, and torturing people to death. In just half a month, a person's hunger can be eaten out. This way of dying is too horrible, comparable to the death by slicing. It would be better to end it quickly. Father Xiao was a little confused. I just passed by the place where people lined up to get food and saw people getting boiled water. Why didn't those people go to get boiled water? Mother Xiao sighed. I'm just lazy. The conditions in the building are relatively good, and there is a way to boil water to drink, but the conditions in the underground garage are poor. Taking into account the fact that the victims in the underground garage had no hot water to drink, the government had already arranged for boiled water to be available every day. A kettle of hot water was enough for 2 days and was located next to the relief grain distribution area. But there are still many people who are too lazy to queue up and would rather go to public areas to get tap water to drink. After Xiao Mingyue finished mopping the floor, she rinsed the mop clean, sprayed some disinfectant on it, and then threw it in the corner. She finally completed the task. The air conditioner is still on dehumidification mode, and with the dehumidifier working continuously, the floor will be dried out quickly. Xiao Mingyue fell onto the sofa, grabbed a handful of buttered melon seeds, and began to eat them slowly. At this moment, Xiao Ma's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Director Su calling. Meeting? Now? Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhao's mother hung up the phone and muttered. We're all off work, why do we suddenly have a meeting? Let me take you there, Zhao's father suggested. No need. I'll be back after a meeting. It won't take long, said Zhao's mother. Father Xiao didn't say anything more. Okay, then be careful on the road. Mother Xiao nodded, put on her bag, put on her raincoat, picked up a small spray bottle, sprayed her boots, and went out. In the conference room, Director Su sat in the leadership seat with a blank expression and a heavy look on his face. As soon as Zhao's mother came in, she noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and quietly found a seat to sit down. Li Wenjing and Sister Yan also hurried over and sat next to Zhao's mother. Li Wenjing lowered her voice and said, Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Director Su looks so ugly. Mother Xiao shook her head. I don't know either, let's see what happens. People gradually arrived. Director Su took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and finally spoke. Are you all here? I just came back from a city meeting. The higher-ups counted the death rates in each community last month. Our community has 236 deaths, which is very high and shocking. Others have only double-digit numbers at the lowest. I can't even hold my head up in front of the leaders. Director Su paused, frowning. Moreover, if this trend continues, the number of people dying from insect pests will only increase this month. I called everyone here to listen to your opinions and find a solution. The population of Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Huahan community is larger than that of other communities. Isn't this unfair? Someone murmured. Director Su frowned. Who is talking? Speak loudly, speak openly, don't whisper below. The man immediately shrank his shoulders and dared not speak again. At this time, Sister Yan spoke up. The solutions we thought of before were only temporary solutions. Why did the victims die one after another? The fundamental reason is that on the one hand, public security management is difficult to improve. After all, there are too many people. We can't arrange a policeman for every household, right? Sister Yan paused and continued. On the other hand, the victims feel no hope in life and feel that living is just suffering. In such a situation, their anxiety and temper will become extremely bad, and at worst they will commit suicide. Later, Sister Yan continued to add. So there are two extreme situations. One is to have the courage to argue with others, resulting in fights and troubles, and the other is to become depressed and choose to end one's life. Sister Yan used to be a small leader in the Education Bureau. After the end of the world, she was assigned here. She has clear ideas and speaks in an orderly manner. Director Su was silent for a moment, obviously agreeing with what Sister Yan said. Zhao's mother also said, "Yes, no matter what, the poor quality of life is the root cause. If everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, who would give up their good life to make trouble or commit suicide? People with families and ties can endure, but people without ties will do whatever they want." Director Su nodded. "That's true, but it's a disaster year now. Floods are raging and everyone is crowded in the south of the city. And insect plagues are coming. How can we improve the quality of life of the victims? It's good enough to maintain the status quo. How can we improve it? It's simply a fantasy." After he finished speaking, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Director Su was right. The quality of life of the victims could not be improved at all, so there was no way to solve the problem from the root. Director Su put the glass of water on the table and said, "So, since we can't control the mortality rate, we can only start from other aspects." "What?" someone asked. "Director Su, what do you mean by this?" When this was said, everyone in the conference room was surprised. Could it be that Director Su meant? Director Su looked solemn. During the meeting this afternoon, the superiors mentioned a statistic. Compared to before the high temperature, China's population is less than half, and this is the data from 2 months ago. Now many people die every day, and the population is only decreasing and not increasing. If this continues, China will be like other countries and go down the road of national destruction. Director Su glanced at everyone and said, "So, the population problem cannot be delayed. Of course, the higher-ups haven't issued a document yet, but from what I've heard, it will be soon. You all can tell us what methods you have to lower the death rate. We must let the people see hope. For the sake of the people, we must spare no effort. When the disaster year is over, the future will definitely be better," Director Su said lightly. Director Su's words caused a huge stir and immediately sparked a heated discussion in the conference room. "But resources are indeed limited now." Some people began to worry. "Let alone the disaster victims, even we ourselves have to tighten our belts and live frugally. It's really exhausting day by day," said a man. "Director Su, I believe that children are the hope of the future. We must take good care of children and pregnant women in order to have a future. After all, children are the flowers of the motherland. Without children, where is the future?" A young female employee stood up to express her opinion. Sister Yan nodded and said, "Pregnant women do need to be taken good care of. They cannot be allowed to live in high-rise buildings, and their diet also needs to be taken care of." Director Su agreed. "That's right. Thank you for your hard work. If there are any newly discovered pregnant women, we must send them warmth. There shouldn't be many pregnant women. Now is a disaster year. In order to avoid pregnancy, my husband and I haven't had sex for a long time for fear of getting pregnant." The speaker is Wang Shishi, a young girl who has been married for only 1 year. She and her husband have decided to go dink and will consider having children after the disaster year is over. Director Su coughed and said, "Why are you talking about taking care of a pregnant woman? Why are you talking about your husband?" Wang Shishi muttered softly. "I was just talking about the issue of pregnant women, almost." Nowadays, the production of condoms has long been discontinued and birth control pills are no longer available, so couples' contraceptive methods have become old-fashioned, and the timid ones simply stop doing that. At this time, another male employee objected. "You are so hypocritical. In my opinion, women should have children. Why marry a woman who can't have children? Why wait until the disaster is over? You should have a baby now." Li Wenjing rolled her eyes. "It's easy to say, if you want to have a baby, then just give birth." "I'm not a woman," the man said disdainfully. Li Wenjing mocked him. "Then let your mother give birth to more brothers and sisters for you, and then go back and discuss it carefully." The man slammed the table and angrily said, "Say it again. Li Wenjing, you should be glad that you are a woman, otherwise I would have beaten you a long time ago." "Okay, stop arguing. Luchun, if you have some manners and are a real man, why do you bother with a girl? You're making a fool of yourself." Director Su's voice was full of intimidation, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Oh, you're angry because of shame," Li Wenjing said in a deliberately sarcastic tone. Director Su glared at Li Wenjing and said, "You should stop talking too." Li Wenjing pouted and shut her mouth obediently. Director Su sighed helplessly and returned to the topic. "Preferential treatment for pregnant women is a must. This is just my personal guess, and it's just my personal opinion. Don't talk nonsense when you go out." Director Su's guess was correct. The relevant documents were indeed issued, clearly proposing to give preferential treatment to pregnant women and protect children. Due to the high mortality rate and the almost zero fertility rate, there is no future without children. The population of China has declined sharply. If this continues, the consequences will be disastrous. Children are not only the treasure of the family, but also the hope of the future. They are good things for the long-term development of the country and the continuation of the family. However, it is useless to just shout slogans, and there must be practical plans. People nowadays are not stupid, who will just listen to empty words. The document clearly stipulates that working families with pregnant women will have their welfare benefits and food quotas increased. Secondly, pregnancy and childbirth will be considered honorable, and couples with pregnant women at home will have an advantage when running for jobs. Finally, all prenatal checkups are free, and specialized hospitals are responsible for the care of pregnant women and children after birth, including milk powder and other daily necessities, to ensure that parents have no worries. At the Xiao family's dinner table, Zhao's mother put a piece of chicken into her bowl and said, "Director Su really guessed it right. The slogans and related benefits have come out, and they are talking to everyone one by one. It seems that they are serious about it." Grandma was surprised and said, "Oh my God, why don't you wait until the disaster is over?" Mother Xiao sighed. "Who knows when the disaster will end? Many countries on Earth have been flooded or destroyed. Only 1/5 of the world's population remains. Our country is already doing well, but it's still not optimistic. Population has become a big problem." Father Xiao took a sip of water and interrupted. "The planting department has also issued a notice. I heard that they will hold a large-scale blind date event for unmarried single men and women. If they succeed in holding hands, there will be prizes." Xiao Mingyue almost choked. "Well, it's not a pairing of cows and sheep, it's too exaggerated." As soon as Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, everyone at the table, except her grandmother, turned their eyes to her. The meaning was self-evident. "Or?" Dad Xiao spoke hesitantly. Xiao Mingyue interrupted immediately. "Stop! Don't say anything, I know what you want to say, don't even think about it." Dad Xiao swallowed his words and seemed a little disappointed. Mother Xiao chuckled. "When Director Su talked to me yesterday, he also mentioned Mingyue. He said he wanted to introduce a date to Mingyue. I didn't dare to mention it to her, and you brought it up again." Xiao Mingyue grumbled in dissatisfaction. "When did Director Su start to act as a matchmaker?" Grandma picked up some meat for Xiao Mingyue to eat and said, "Forget it, Mingyue doesn't want to do it. Tell Director Su not to have any ideas about our family. This matter has nothing to do with our family." Indeed, Zhao's mother's body cannot bear children, let alone Xiao Mingyue. She just wants to survive well, and men will only cause trouble. Zhao's mother nodded in agreement. "Mom is right, it has nothing to do with our family." Because of the appearance of black rot beetles and leeches, catching tooth beetles is no longer an easy task. It is rare to see places where there are only tooth beetles. Most of the time, the three types of insects are entangled together, making it difficult to know where to start. In addition, everyone is afraid of black rot beetles and leeches, so it seems not worth risking one's life to catch tooth beetles for a small piece of sweet potato, so few people catch them anymore. If no one catches them, the government will naturally not be able to collect tooth worms. At this time, many people began to worry whether they would still have tooth worms to eat in the future, and some imaginative people began to speculate that future food might be black rot beetles and leeches. As a result, the community group chat started to quarrel again, even alarming Director Su. In group chat, "Beautiful girl, there seem to be fewer tooth worms in the vegetables today, have you noticed? Hua Kai Fu Gui, how come I didn't notice that the quantity is indeed less? Now I'm used to eating tooth worms. Don't change to something else. Tooth worms are still delicious and rich in protein. I'm craving for fried tooth worms again." "Jijrovling, are you talking about this?" He sent a picture to the group, which was full of leeches. The scene in the iron bucket was chilling. You girl, just talk, why post pictures?" Little white flower, that's right, it's so disgusting. I was so scared that I dropped my phone. Compensate for my phone. Jidrovling, is it that exaggerated? They are just leeches. When I was a kid, the fields were full of them when I was planting rice. Leeches are known as the soft gold in water. They used to cost hundreds of yuan per pound. Yu Mei Xiao, why are you like this? Then you should eat more. Ji Ru Lv Ling, beauty, maybe the disaster relief food in the future will be leeches. I advise everyone to be mentally prepared. His words attracted many people who were lurking in the group and sparked a heated discussion. Let yourself go, are you kidding me? How can you eat this? A happy family of 4, can you please stop talking? I really want to vomit. Across the Pacific Ocean, you might as well kill me with a knife or jump off a building than let me eat this. Sister Yang, I won't eat this disgusting stuff. Yumi girl, I don't eat it either. Ji Ru Lv Ling, TSK, we are people who have even eaten mosquitoes, and now we eat toothworms. Can't you see that the country will give us food based on what is rampant, and we have no chance to choose? Ji Ru Lv Ling, and braised leeches is a dish that people in the South love to eat. Haven't you heard of it, picking nose? A real tough guy is fearless. The toe-picking man, nonsense, we in the South don't eat this stuff. Zhuge Xiaopeng, I have seen it on the internet before. It seems that in some countries in Southeast Asia, people really eat leeches. Also in the South, people eat everything there. Braised leeches should be a southern dish. The foot-picking man, bullshit, I have a friend who is from the South, and she said she is not. If you keep talking nonsense, I will grab a basin and stuff it all into your asshole, believe it or not? Zhuge Xiaopeng, I have tolerated you for a long time. Stop biting people in the group every day. I don't want to bother with you. The toe-picking man, come on, I've disliked you for a long time. If we meet in real life, I will not only bite you, but I can also let my dog bite you. When we are one, I can bite you to death. Yumi girl, I don't believe it either. Is this food for human consumption? You are just talking nonsense. At Director Su, please speak up. Everyone at Director Su, and Director Su was quite helpless about this and finally spoke out. Director Su, don't believe rumors. The National Reserve of leeches is enough to last for a long time, not to mention mushrooms and fungus. Whoever wants to eat leeches can eat them, don't talk nonsense in the group. Director Su, let me say it again, the government has never intended to feed people with leeches. Now black rot nematodes are rampant, and many leeches also have black rot nematodes in their bodies. Everyone should stay away from leeches and protect their own safety. As soon as Director Su spoke, Ji Ru Lv Ling and Zhuge Xiaopeng instantly disappeared in the group and stopped talking. There was a cheer in the group. With Director Su's words, they felt relieved. Everyone began to blame Ji Ru Lv Ling, thinking that he had to make up rumors about something that didn't happen, making everyone panic and disturbing the people. It can be seen that rumors are as fierce as tigers. Since toothworms are white, they are easy to spot once they are parasitized by black rot nematodes. But it is different for leeches. Who knows if there are black rot nematodes in them? Eating leeches? Isn't that courting death? On this day, the person who was originally scheduled to work at Mayman's supermarket asked for leave for some urgent matter. Director soon notified Xiao Ma to be responsible for coordinating all matters of the supermarket to ensure smooth progress of work. Mother Xiao happened to be on vacation today, but the leader's order had already been given, so she had to work overtime. Because my aunt went to my second uncle's house to see Zai Zai, she couldn't accompany Zhao's mother. At noon, Grandma couldn't help but ask with concern. Mingyue, why hasn't your mother come back yet? Ask her if she will come back for dinner? Xiao Mingyue thought for a moment and said, she went to take over at Mayman's supermarket. It's the busiest time at noon, so she definitely won't be back. I'll go bring her some food. Okay, I'll go get the lunchbox. How can I not eat after being tired all morning? Grandma wiped her hands and went to get the lunchbox. Xiao Mingyue reminded, Grandma, don't put in dishes with strong flavors. I know, Grandma said loudly. As soon as Xiao Mingyue arrived at Mayman's supermarket, she saw Dao's mother busying around. Xiao Mingyue walked to Zhao's mother and shook the bag containing the lunchbox. Mother Xiao understood and smiled gently. My sweetheart is here. Let's go to the office upstairs. There's no one in the office. As the two were walking towards the office, a man came running over and said anxiously, Sister Jiang, Xiao Yu didn't come today again. He hasn't been to work for a week. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Yu is the chef in charge of serving meals at Mayman Supermarket. He is less than 30 years old and was assigned to the company through connections, as he is the brother-in-law of a certain leader. However, Xiao Yu was arrogant and capricious. He often looked at the victims coldly when getting meals and had quarreled with them several times. Moreover, Xiao Yu likes to play and often asks for leave to visit his girlfriend, or even skips work without asking for leave. Everyone has long been accustomed to it. The person in charge of Mayman Supermarket turned a blind eye out of consideration for his brother-in-law. However, if Xiao Yu is not here, the workload of other employees will increase. Although they don't say it, they must be dissatisfied in their hearts, so Xiao Yu is not popular. Zhao's mother was used to it. Didn't Xiao Yu often ask for leave from work before? He must have gone to see his girlfriend again. But he used to be absent from work for 2 or 3 days at most, but this time it's been a week, and we can't get in touch with him at all, the employee said anxiously. Mother Xiao pondered for a moment and decided, Then I will contact his family and ask about the situation. Mother Xiao picked up the phone, asked Director Su for Xiao Yu's home contact information, and then dialed. That useless guy is absent from work again? I'm so mad. He's almost 30 years old and still so rebellious. I asked his brother-in-law to find him a job, but he doesn't know how to appreciate it at all. The voice of Xiao Yu's sister came from the other end of the phone. She was really troubled by this younger brother. Xiao Ma and Xiao Mingyue had already arrived at the office. While opening her lunchbox, Xiao Ma asked, Can you contact him? A complaining voice came from the phone. Who knows where he is now? I really owe him in my previous life. He is not home every day, he must have gone to find a lover again. He only contacts me when he wants money or things, he is like a dead person at other times. Oh, I am sorry to tell you this, I will call him to ask. Xiao Yu's sister was full of resentment, obviously irritated by this unreliable brother. Mother Xiao said politely, It's okay, then you ask, we are also worried about his safety. After that, she hung up the phone. Xiao Mingyue held her chin with one hand and said mischievously, Mom, try the egg fried rice I made. Then I have to try it. Mother Xiao picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat when she accidentally knocked over the water cup next to her, spilling water all over the floor. Oh, you are so clumsy. I'll go to the utility room and get a mop to wipe it, Zhao's mother said helplessly. I'll go, Xiao Mingyue said immediately, ready to help. Mother Xiao had already stood up and walked out. You don't know where the utility room is, I'll go there. Xiao Mingyue thought so too, and took out a piece of paper to wipe the water stains on the table, when she suddenly heard a shrill scream. It was Zhao's mother's voice. Something happened. Xiao Mingyue suddenly looked up and ran towards the direction where the sound came from. She was anxious and wondered where the utility room on the second floor was. Mother Xiao looked at the scene in the utility room with horror, her hair standing on end and her legs so weak that she could hardly stand. In the utility room, Xiao Yu was lying there with his eyes wide open and his body motionless. A closer look revealed that there were worms moving under Xiao Yu's skin. The flesh in his thighs had almost completely disappeared, leaving only a few groups of black rot nematodes entangled and wriggling inside his thighs, seemingly about to break out of the skin. Not only were there black rot nematodes, but Xiao Yu's body was also covered with leeches, and many leeches even drilled into his body, competing for living space. Xiao Yu, a 180-pound strong young man, is no longer in human form. He is not dead yet, and his faint breathing shows that he still has a glimmer of life, but his consciousness has long been blurred and he is experiencing long and painful torture. The instigator of all this was Tian Liangshan, who was squatting next to Xiao Yu. Tian Liangshan slowly withdrew his hand that was putting leeches on Xiao Yu, raised his head and stared at Xiao Ma with dark eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing an extremely evil smile. I was discovered again. Tian Liangshan's voice was hoarse and sharp, like a ghost crying. It turned out that Tian Liangshan was not dead yet. He somehow escaped from the police and had been hiding in the storage room of Mayman Supermarket, taking food when no one was there. The moment the door opened, Zhao's mother suffered a huge psychological shock. She suppressed the fear in her heart, kept backing away, turned around and ran away. The utility room was too small, and the distance made Xiao Ma feel extremely uneasy. She didn't have enough time to draw her gun, so she had to run and get away from him first. Tian Liangshan chased after her slowly and threw a broom at Xiao Ma's feet. Xiao Ma was tripped after running a few steps and fell heavily to the ground. Tian Liangshan held a bloody knife in his hand, looking crazy and excited. "Do you think you can run away? Come on, little cat, you will be punished for running away. Be good, cut off your legs, and you won't run away anymore." Mother Xiao endured the severe pain and immediately pulled out her gun. It would be too late if she delayed any further. Tian Liangshan narrowed his eyes. This action was too familiar. It seemed like those policemen. "I wanted to let you slowly enjoy the joy of death, but you don't know what's good for you. Then go die." Tian Liangshan pounced on him viciously. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Tian Liangshan fell beside Xiao Ma, struggling in pain. Mother Xiao was horrified and shocked. Before she could load the gun, she turned around and saw that it was Xiao Mingyue. "Mingyue!" Zhao's mother called out subconsciously. Xiao Mingyue held the gun in her hand and stared coldly at Tian Liangshan on the ground, feeling a little scared. If she hadn't arrived in time, Zhao's mother would have been in danger. Mother Xiao quickly crawled back, fearing that Tian Liangshan would come and kill her again. Mother Xiao tried to stand up several times, but she had no strength. The series of shocks made her feel extremely weak, and she almost collapsed. Xiao Mingyue went over and helped Xiao Ma up. Xiao Ma leaned against the wall and felt a little better. She calmed herself down and tried to sort out her thoughts. "Mingyue, am I okay?" Mother Zhao's voice was weak, but there was a firmness in her eyes. Xiao Mingyue slowly walked to Tian Liangshan's side, her heart filled with anger and fear. "Long time no see, senior." Tian Liangshan covered his shoulder and laughed sinisterly. His mouth was full of blood. He looked like a madman. He smiled grimly. "Didn't we just meet a while ago, junior sister?" Chapter 290. Xiao Mingyue gave a fake smile, shot him in the other arm, and then stepped hard on his ankle. With a snap, a breaking sound was heard. Mission accomplished. Now, as long as he can't resist, Xiao Mingyue will feel safe and can chat with him with peace of mind. Tian Liangshan groaned in pain, veins popping up on his face, and it took him a long time to recover, panting heavily and saying, "The schoolgirl is really cruel." Xiao Mingyue took a look at the situation in the utility room. It was simply horrific. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked and closed her eyes, unwilling to look. Xiao Mingyue turned around and stared coldly at Tian Liangshan. "Not as cruel as you." Tian Liangshan collapsed on the ground, unable to move due to the severe pain. "You could just kill me, why not?" Xiao Mingyue sneered. "Didn't you just say that you wanted to enjoy the pleasure of a slow death? How can I let you die quickly?" Tian Liangshan was startled, then laughed out loud. "When I saw you that day, I was reminded of the good times in college." He seemed to have thought of something. "College is great, it makes me feel like I'm no longer an animal, I'm finally a human being, it's great to be a human being. But I've only been a human being for 3 years, and I still have 1 year left before graduation, and you've ruined me." Xiao Mingyue frowned. "What are you talking about? You were expelled from school for abusing cats, you can't blame anyone else." Tian Liangshan suddenly glared and screamed. "I didn't abuse the cat. Stray cats are so pitiful, they have no home, no relatives, nothing to eat or drink, and everyone can kick them. I feel sorry for them, so I want to send them into reincarnation as soon as possible and let them be reborn as humans. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Mingyue just felt annoyed. "No, you tortured the dead cat with all kinds of means just to satisfy your perverted desires." His eyes became sad. "You don't understand. You all don't understand. I'm the same as a cat. There's no difference. My dad said the more suffering you suffer in this life. I just want them to have a good life in their next life. How can this be considered abuse? This is love. I love them." Zhao's mother pointed at him, furious. "Pervert, you are a pervert! Love is tolerance, encouragement, care, and not wanting the other person to get hurt. What you are doing is not love at all, it's abusing animals." Tian Liangshan was stunned for a long time and murmured, "But my father treated me like this when I was little. He said that beating me was for my own good, so that I could be reborn in a good way in my next life. I remember that day I was starving, so I stole 50 cents from home to buy steamed buns. He used a kitchen knife to chop off my fingers. Look at my hand, there is one finger missing. He said that he loved me too much, and the more he tortured me, the more I would be reborn into a wealthy family in my next life, isn't that right? Xiao Mingyue and Xiao Ma looked at each other, both in shock. It turned out that he was not accidentally injured by the sickle, that was probably just an excuse he made up before. Tian Liangshan knew that he would not live long, so he kept talking to himself. From childhood to adulthood, my status in the family was even lower than that of the pigs in the pig pen. Pigs can eat twice a day and will not be beaten. They are much better than me. Later, I was admitted to university and finally left that village. But I was expelled. How ridiculous. Chapter 291. Tian Liangshan's expression suddenly became crazy. Do you know where I went after I was fired? I went home to find my father. But why did he beg me for mercy? I was loving him. Tian Liangshan can still recall how pitiful his father looked when he was lying in bed. However, the suffering he endured was not even 1/10 of what he endured. His father was an alcoholic, and would beat his wife and children when he was drunk. Tian Liangshan's mother could no longer bear it, and committed suicide by jumping into the river when he was 3 years old, leaving Tian Liangshan alone. From then on, Tian Liangshan became his father's only outlet for his bad emotions, and he would be beaten and scolded at any time. If she gets angry outside, she will scold her children when she gets home. If she suffers a loss outside, she will beat her children when she gets home. When she is happy, she will give a smiling face like she is teasing a cat or a dog. When she is unhappy, she will pick up a belt and beat the person to death. In addition to being beaten, he also had to take care of the family's pigs because they were his only source of income. If it weren't for the policy of free tuition for poor students, he wouldn't even be able to go to school. Tian Liangshan knew that he would not live long, but he kept talking. It seemed as if he wanted to say out everything he had been holding back in his life, as if he would feel relieved once he said it out. Xiao Mingyue was unable to calm the violent shock in her heart, and was speechless for a long time. Mother Xiao covered her chest, unable to believe her ears. But what did the people you killed do wrong? You tortured Xian Yu in such a cruel way, and they didn't offend you. Zhao's mother couldn't help but ask. Tian Liangshan smiled sinisterly. It's their bad luck. There's no difference between humans and pigs and dogs. As for the guy in the utility room, it's his fault for always looking down on others. I'm just doing justice for the heavens. Am I wrong? Xiao Mingyue just felt a splitting headache. She rubbed her eyebrows and didn't want to argue with Tian Liangshan. It was useless and meaningless. She was too lazy to say a word. This kind of person is already a mentally abnormal person. He has his own set of twisted ideas and believes in them completely. No matter what others say, it is useless as they are just talking at cross purposes. He is pitiful, but are the cats he tortured to death not pitiful? Are the people he killed not pitiful? And the people he boiled, are they not pitiful? At this time, the people downstairs finally rushed up. The police saw the scene. Zhao's mother briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, the police called other policemen over on the pager. A curious chef wanted to go to the utility room to check the situation, but was stopped by Xiao Ma. Hey, if you don't want to have nightmares at night, don't watch it. Go down and do your work. The police are here. Okay. The employees left. The policeman took a look at the scene in the utility room, immediately stepped out, and sighed. Contact his family. Mother Xiao was in mixed emotions, but she still called Xiang Yu's sister. Ms. Xiang, please come over. Xiang Yu has been found at the Mainman supermarket in Huahan community. He can go wherever he wants, I don't care about him. Tell him to do it if he can, and not do it if he can't. He's idle all day long, and I'm annoyed when I see him. Zhao's mother was a little impatient. Ms. Xiang, please come here quickly. He is now no different from dead. Come and see him for the last time. The voice on the other end was obviously anxious. What did you say? What happened to my brother? I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhao's mother looked unhappy. The policeman walked up to Tian Liangshan and said, I didn't expect you to come here. Do you think a beast like you deserves to live? Tian Liangshan laughed. I lived my life worse than pigs and dogs, until I went to college and saw my classmates being sent to school by their parents and treated like babies. Only then did I know how normal people live and what normal parents are like. It's really boring. I thought they were all the same as me. Schoolgirl, please torture me quickly, the more miserable the better, so that I can be reborn into a good family in the next life. Please, there are some black rot worms and leeches in there that I caught, put them on me, come on. Tian Liangshan stared at Xiao Mingyue so hard that his eyes seemed to pop out. Chapter 292. Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything. The police were already here, so there was nothing she could do. The police were so disgusted that they shot him dead to prevent any further trouble or accidents, fearing that he would cause more trouble. Xian Yu's sister and brother-in-law finally arrived at Mayman's supermarket. When his sister saw Xian Yu's current appearance, she fainted out of fright. His brother-in-law was a leader and had seen some of the world. He was silent for a long time and then said to the police, "Give him a quick death, but don't let his sister know." Xian Yu's body was cleaned out, and Tian Liangshan's body was taken away by the police. The matter was finally settled. In the office, Xiao Ma's food had already gone cold, but she had no appetite at all. Xiao's mother murmured, "Not everyone is qualified to be a parent." Xiao Mingyue knew who his mother was talking about. Tian Liangshan was the knife that killed people, but the person who actually used the knife to kill people was his father. On the way home, Mother Xiao was still scared. When she thought about how Tian Liangshan had been hiding in Mayman's supermarket for so long, she felt a chill. She often went to Mayman's supermarket and was really lucky. Xiao Mingyue suddenly saw a familiar face, but the person was wearing a raincoat and could not be seen clearly. "Mom, does that person in the blue raincoat look familiar to you?" Following the direction indicated by Xiao Mingyue, Hao's mother looked carefully and said, "Who is it? I can't see clearly." The dozen or so men stood together, and no one knew what they were talking about. While Xiao Ma was talking, the man in the blue raincoat had turned his back and his face could no longer be seen. Xiao Mingyue was a little unsure after only glancing at his profile from a distance. "Why do I look so much like Sun Han?" Sun Han is Xiao Huanhuan's husband, Sun Nanan's father, and the culprit who killed Grandpa. "Sun Han? Are you dazzled? Why don't we go over and take a look? If it really is him, we can settle the score with him now and make him pay with his life," Zhao's mother suggested. Xiao Mingyue was about to say something when she saw that the group of people had already left. There were many people on the road in the community, and they disappeared from her sight in a few seconds. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and decided to chase after him. What if it was him? She couldn't let him go. "Unfortunately, I didn't catch up with them, the group had already left." Xiao Mingyue came back again. "Forget it, maybe I'm dazzled. I heard from Sun Nan and that Sun Han was afraid of being dragged down by his uncle's family, so he ran away a long time ago and didn't even care about his wife and children." Mother Xiao sighed. "Nanan's father doesn't love her mother. Luckily she didn't grow up crooked, but she's still pitiful. Let's go home." The group of people returned to the resettlement house and took off their raincoats. Xiao Mingyue was not mistaken. The person wearing the blue raincoat was Sun Han. "Boss, you're back." The person who spoke was Xiao Yu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He poured a glass of water and brought it to the boss, very attentively. "Boss, when do we start?" Sun Han asked. The man called the boss took a sip of water and said, "No hurry. We just arrived in this neighborhood. Let's get familiar with the terrain first and find out the police patrol schedule before we can choose our prey carefully." Xiao Yu spoke in a hurry. "Boss, what's there to be picky about? The people in Villa 05 are very rich, and they have no shortage of food. If we kill the people inside, we will definitely be able to live a good life." Last time at his aunt's house, he managed to save his life by lying on a wooden board. Later, by chance, he joined this group of people. Unexpectedly, Sun Han was also among them. Xiao Yu joined everyone in fighting, killing and robbing to fill his stomach, and his life was pretty good. It is said to be a gang, but in fact it is composed of a group of thugs, about 50 people, who specialize in hanging out in various communities. There are a total of 16 people who came to Huahan community this time. Chapter 293. They target rich people, eat, drink and have fun in their houses, and when they are no longer of any use to them, they kill them and move on to another family. As for why they only roamed around civilian areas and didn't go to the real upper class and wealthy areas, it was because the security there was too strict, and they would shoot any suspicious person they saw directly. They didn't have guns, only cold weapons like machetes and steel sticks, so they didn't dare to go there. Moreover, there are not many people who are truly qualified to live in the upper-class wealthy area. It is better for them to try their luck in the civilian area. After all, there are many rich people here. Although they are not as rich as those in the wealthy area, they are also fat sheep for them. It was Xiao Yu who strongly advocated coming to Huahan community. Originally, the eldest brother thought it was too far, but Xiao Yu insisted that there were many rich people here, so they came here. It was not difficult to sneak into the community. They robbed a house, killed the victims who originally lived in the house in the middle of the night, and quietly threw them to a deserted place. Then he used the ID cards of the victims to get food and water, and has been living quietly in Huahan community for 2 days. The boss looked up at him and said coldly, "I know you have a grudge against that family, but you also said that there are traps and surveillance cameras around his house. Do you want your brothers to die?" "No, boss," Xiao Yu retorted unwillingly. When he thought of the cold-bloodedness and selfishness of Xiao Mingyue's family, he wanted to rush into Villa number 05 immediately and torture them all to death. Especially Xiao Mingyue. Sun Han smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Boss, don't be angry. Xiao Yu is young and impulsive. He does have a grudge against that family, but he didn't lie. That family is his second uncle's family. They are indeed rich, otherwise how could they live in a big villa? And they don't lack food at all." "Really?" The boss stared at Xiao Yu with disbelief. Xiao Yu nodded his head quickly. "Really? When it was hot, I went to his house. His house was brightly lit, with air conditioning on, and full of food. My second uncle works in the planting company. Even the nanny at home is fat, but my grandmother is so skinny that she is just a bag of bones. Shouldn't such an unfilial, ungrateful person die?" Xiao Yu exaggerated a bit. In fact, he didn't know whether Zhao's father worked in the planting department. He just saw him once in the planting department, and said that on purpose. He just wanted to make the boss greedy, but the more he spoke, the more he gnashed his teeth, and it was obvious that he was extremely resentful. When the boss heard this, his face was full of greed. "Damn it, this is really unfair. We are all human beings. It was a disaster year. Why can they live a good life while we have to suffer and hide from the police all day long? Pan him!" "Yes, plate him!" The eldest brother grinned. "Brothers, you have to fight for a good life by yourself. Follow me and I will ensure that you will have a good life. Just listen to Xiao Yu and take over Villa number 5 first. If we make a big deal, we will be able to live a life without worries about food and drink." "Okay, I'll listen to the boss. I'm tired of eating toothed worms. It's time to eat some human food." Xiao Yu was delighted. "Boss, don't worry. Villa number 05 will definitely not let you down. Besides, I have a cousin who is very beautiful. And my second aunt is still charming. You can do whatever you want when the time comes." Xiao Yu's meaning was self-evident, and the men around him burst into lewd laughter. The boss' eyes lit up and he patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. "Boy, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier that there was a beauty, I would have done it even without the food. Boss is blessed. The boss eats the meat, and we just drink the soup. I sleep with the old one, and leave the young one to the boss." There was another round of laughter, and the words those men said were unbearable to hear. Seeing that everyone was very happy and even eager to take over Villa number 05, Xiao Yu grinned wickedly, as if he had already felt the pleasure of revenge. Xiao Yu looked out the window. Things have changed. "Xiao Mingyue, you didn't expect this, did you? Since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. This time, I will make you wish you were dead." Chapter 294. Sun Han frowned and spat on the ground. "Bah! Only the fried tooth worms are edible, the rest are what? They are so damn disgusting. Did the boss say when we will start?" After saying that, he dumped the relief food he had just harvested on the side of the road, looking very disgusted. Xiao Yu shook his head and said grimly, "Not yet. The boss sent people to investigate around my second uncle's house twice. He said that his house is not easy to take down. The wall is too high and there is an electric fence. The gate is not made of ordinary materials. There are also many police officers in Huahan community. We can't attack it by force. We can only use our wits to take it down. Outsmart them? How do you outsmart them? Your two families have been enemies for a long time. Do you think they will open the door for you if you knock on it? Xiao Yu looked at him. Brother-in-law, don't forget that your son died at the hands of Xiao Mingyue, who is also your enemy. Sun Han sneered. As long as I can eat and drink well, I don't care about anyone else. I don't even want my daughter, so why would I care about my son? Xiao Yu didn't say anything. Sun Han rolled his eyes and suggested, Oh, brother, your uncle's family is doing well now. Why don't you just bow your heads, admit your mistakes, and beg your uncle? After all, he was really good to you in the past. To be honest, even as an outsider, I feel that your second uncle's family is very sincere to you. If your second uncle is soft-hearted, we won't have to live on the edge of a knife. At least we won't have to worry about food and drink. As Xiao Huanhuan's husband, Sun Han naturally knew something about the Xiao family's affairs. He knew that whenever there was any problem in his uncle's family, especially when money was needed, they would have to go to Zhao's father. If you don't give it to me, Grandma will cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide. She will turn the whole world upside down, and no one will have a good life. Father Xiao also loves his two nephews and nieces very much, and has always been good to Xiao Yu and Xiao Huanhuan. Sun Han is of course happy. How can he not be happy when his family can get free money? Anyway, he would eventually get Xiao Huanhuan's money, but he didn't expect that this family would fall out with his second uncle's family. What a pity. If it was him, he would not fall out, and would not rush to curry favor. How much is face worth? What is the most important thing is to get real benefits. A family of idiots. Sun Han looked around and said in a low voice. It's good to follow the boss, but you never know when he might die. Do you think he really treats us as brothers? He's just using us as pawns. Brother, let me be honest, who doesn't want to live a stable and good life? We're all family, so how can there be any overnight hatred? Your second uncle's villa is so big, I can move in and benefit from it when the time comes. Xiao Yu looked at Sun Han in disbelief and said angrily. I apologize? They don't deserve it. Bullshit, if second uncle is good to me, he should always be good to me. He said he would give me the house as a wedding house, but he turned around and asked Xiao Mingyue to sell the house. He didn't care about my life or death at all. Does he treat me as his nephew? He only has eyes for that bitch Xiao Mingyue. He condones everything Xiao Mingyue does. I really want to kill him with my own hands. Xiao Yu's expression was distorted. Besides, it was not like he had not been there before. In the end, he was severely humiliated and threatened by Xiao Mingyue, who also stepped on his ankle and broke it. Since then, he has been lame. Isn't the lesson from that time enough? Go again? Go again to seek revenge. Just wait, this time, he will hold his head high, break down the gate of the Xiao family, go in openly, step on Xiao Mingyue's head, and avenge that day. Sun Han clicked his tongue and disagreed. Why are you so stubborn? A real man can bend and stretch. Besides, if you apologize, you will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of your life. You are so stupid. You don't have a sharp mind at all. Xiao Yu became impatient. All right. Stop talking and go back. Seeing that he didn't listen to his advice, Sun Han turned around and showed a mocking expression. What a brainless fool. He wanted such a relative but didn't have one. He didn't know how to flatter people. He was just a fool. When the day came, he would have to be the first to rush to the front. Just as he was about to go back, Sun Han accidentally glanced at the people queuing for food next to him. His eyes met with one of them, and his eyes widened immediately. Sun Nan immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Sun Han. She hunched her shoulders and her eyes were panic-stricken. It's Dad, why is he here? Nan, what's wrong? The young man behind her asked with concern. Chapter 295. The boy's name was Mo Zian. In the resettlement house where Sun Nan lived, Mo Zian and his family lived in the living room. That family was kind and honest. After hearing about her experience, they felt sorry for her being alone and helpless, and often took care of her. After Xiao Mingyue and Xiao Ma took her to have an abortion, seeing that the Mo family was kind, Xiao Ma took advantage of her position to give them some benefits, and asked them to take good care of Sun Nan as a trust. Unexpectedly, the Mo family did not want any benefits and felt very sorry for Sun Nan, saying that the disaster years were difficult to endure and that they should take care of each other, let alone a poor little girl. No matter what, Xiao's mother still secretly gave them some food. The Mo family didn't eat a single bite and left it all for Sun Nan to supplement her nutrition during the postpartum period. Mo Zian is the couple's son, 16 years old this year. Sun Nan shook her head. No. I'm fine. At this time, Sun Han grabbed Sun Nan's arm and said in surprise, Nan, it's really you, I thought I saw it wrong. Mo Zian immediately pushed Sun Han away and said warily, Who are you? Why are you touching me right away? Sun Han narrowed his eyes. Who are you? I'm her father, and you're her boyfriend, right? Nan has good taste. Mo Zian frowned, turned around and asked Sun Nan, Is he really your father? Mo Zian knew Sun Nan's background. If they were really her family members, then she would be in danger. Sun Nan couldn't help but tremble. What are you doing here? Are you still not willing to let me go? Sun Han smiled hypocritically, pretending to be a kind father, with a face full of worry and concern. People who didn't know him would really think he was a good father. Nan, what are you talking about? I am your father and I love you the most. Seeing you standing here safely with someone protecting you, I feel much more relieved. You don't know how much I worry about you. I can't sleep every night. Seeing his smile, Sun Nan felt sick and wanted to vomit. At this time, Xiao Yu also followed and said in surprise, Nan, why are you here? Where are Li Dania and Li Ernia? As soon as she heard Xiao Yu's voice, Sun Nan held her head and screamed, Get out! Get out! Sun Nan stared at Xiao Yu with disgust. He even dared to mention Li Dania and Li Ernia. It was these devils who sold herself to the two brothers for a barrel of gasoline, and it was all because of them that she lived a life worse than death. Xiao Yu's face instantly turned cold and ugly. This bitch actually dared to talk to him like that. She really deserved a beating. Don't be afraid, let's go back. Mo Zian was about to leave with Sun Nan, but Sun Han stepped forward and stopped them. Don't leave yet. Sun Han had a good plan that would allow him to easily take over Villa number 05. He suddenly became fierce, turned around and punched Xiao Yu. How dare you mention that in front of my daughter? I really want to kill you. You beast sold my daughter without telling me. I have been searching for her so hard. Get out of here! Xiao Yu looked at Sun Han in astonishment and roared. What the hell are you crazy about? You know that. He pretended to fight back, but Sun Han winked at him, signaling him to cooperate and leave quickly. How would I know? If I had known earlier, I would have killed all of you beasts and fed you to the dogs. Sun Han roared again. You wait. Xiao Yu didn't know what he wanted to do, so he left cursing. When he came back, he insisted that he give an explanation, otherwise he would kill him. Chapter 296. After Sun Han beat Xiao Yu away, he turned to look at Sun Nan, his guilt evident in his expression. Nan, it's Daddy who's sorry for you. Daddy was unreliable in the past, but he would never sell out his own daughter. People are made of flesh and blood. I couldn't bear it. Who knew your mom was such a bad person and could do such a thing? I will never forgive her in my life. As he spoke, Sun Han wiped his tears and pleaded. Nan, my Nan, can you forgive Daddy? Daddy will definitely take good care of you in the future and take on the responsibility of being a father. Please give me a chance, okay? Sun Nan was completely stunned and at a loss. Dad, you. In the past, my father only knew how to play mahjong, and was only concerned with eating, drinking and joking. He had a bunch of bad friends, and he drank and enjoyed himself every day. He never cared about family affairs, and didn't care much about himself. Although Sun Nan has parents, it is better for them not to exist. Could it be that he really changed? Seeing his daughter softened, Sun Han continued. Dad has done too many ridiculous things in the past. He is not a good father. Dad is sorry for you. Your mother is not good to you either. I should have cared more about you. I regret it. Tears sparkled in Sun Nan's eyes. Dad, do you really think so? Sun Han quickly responded. Yes, Dad will make it up to you in the future and make you the happiest little princess, okay? Sun Nanan nodded. Dad, don't blame yourself too much. I forgive you. Seeing Sun Nanan say this, Sun Han smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of cunning. A little girl is a little girl, and she can be coaxed with a few nice words. Nanan, I want to say a few words to you alone. Sun Han finally got to the point. Mo Xian was not too reassured. Sun Nanan raised the corners of her mouth and put on a harmless smile. Wait for me for a while. I'll be back soon after I talk to my dad. Don't worry. Mo Xian then nodded and watched Sun Nanan and Sun Han walk away. Sun Han pulled Sun Nanan's arm and asked impatiently. Nanan, did you know that your second uncle's family also lives in this neighborhood? That's your mother's second uncle's family. Sun Nanan shook her head. I don't know. Sun Han's eyes sparkled, and he coaxed softly. They live here, in a villa. They are rich and have a lot of delicious food. Your second uncle loved you very much, and he misses you. In a couple of days, go to his house and knock on the door and ask for some food, okay? Sun Nanan raised her head and asked. Dad, why don't you go? Sun Han was stunned. Dad is going too. We are all relatives, so of course we have to go and reminisce about the past. Dad will follow you, along with a few friends. We will go together then. Is Uncle going too? Where are Mom and Grandma and Grandpa? Are they here? Go, your uncle will go too, of course, but your mother and the others are not here. Sun Nanan looked innocent. Where is Mom? Why don't you come with us? Sun Han was a little annoyed by the question, but he still suppressed his temper and said patiently. Your mother and her family live far away and can't come for the time being. They will come after a while. Just listen to your father, okay? Sun Nanan looked into Sun Han's eyes and suddenly smiled. Okay, I'll go. I miss my second uncle too. Sun Han hugged Sun Nanan excitedly. You are really my good daughter. Give me your phone number. I will contact you when the time comes. Sun Nanan is very well behaved and she agrees to whatever Sun Han says. Sun Han was so overjoyed that after hurriedly saying goodbye, he couldn't help but go back and tell everyone that he had come up with a brilliant idea. After Sun Han left, the bright smile on Sun Nanan's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a frosty look. What a pity! Why didn't Mom come? She murmured. Come on, we can die here together. Mo Xian asked worriedly. What did he tell you? Do you really believe your father? Don't forget how he treated you before. Sun Nanan was silent for a long time, and said in disgust. No one would believe him. Xian, you go back first, I have something to do. Chapter 297. How about I accompany you? Can you do it alone? Mo Xian said. It's okay, don't worry about me. In an office in the property department. What else did he say? Xiao Mingyue's expression showed no emotion. Sitting opposite Xiao Mingyue was Sun Nanan. She came to the property department specially to find Zhao's mother, but she only met Director Su. However, she did not have Xiao Mingyue's contact information, only Zhao's mother's, and Zhao's mother was busy with work. So she asked Director Su to help contact Xiao Mingyue, and then she met Xiao Mingyue in this office. Sun Nanan told the truth. They asked me to go to your house to ask for food, and they followed me. I guess they must want to use me to open your door, then go in and rob and kill people. Xiao Mingyue sneered. Xiao Yu is really brave, he actually dares to come here. She was not mistaken that day. It was indeed Sun Han. Sun Han was a cunning and slippery person, a sophisticated egoist. He was very good at talking, but he had a crooked mind and was full of evil intentions. But it was that mouth that made Xiao Huanhuan so infatuated that she insisted on marrying him. Sun Han finally saw his daughter, but he only thought about how to use her. No wonder Sun Nanan was desperate about him and had no expectations of him. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyes. When he said he regretted it, did you hesitate for a moment? Sun Nanan shook her head. I've seen enough of his lies and selfishness. Do you really think I can forgive him with a few hypocritical apologies? And you saved me. No matter how stupid I am, I will never repay kindness with evil. This is all I know for now. I'll get back to you after I get some more information from him. Sun Nanan's eyes were sincere. Xiao Mingyue smiled and nodded. She originally thought that Sun Nanan was just a simple girl, but she didn't expect that she was very smart. Not only was she not fooled by Sun Han, but she also came to tell her. Well, after being betrayed by one's loved ones, who can be so naive? If you don't have a bit of wit, you will be skinned and torn apart by the evil people of the last days. Sun Nanan added. I don't dare to go to your house. He said he has a few friends who are probably accomplices. They must have been to your house before, so I don't dare to go. I'm afraid of being recognized. Let's keep in touch by phone in the future. If we really want to meet, come here. Okay, you're smart to think of that. Xiao Mingyue meant this as a sincere compliment. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and asked. But when you told me this, have you ever thought about the consequences? You know, if they fall into my hands, I will definitely kill them. Sun Han is your father, will you? Before Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, Sun Nanan hurriedly shook her head. I won't. What you are going to do is what I want to do, but unfortunately I don't have the ability to take revenge. In fact, I am telling you that I also want to use you to avenge myself. Sun Nanan is very frank, she said bitterly. It's just that my mom and the others didn't come. They treated me like that and never treated me like a human being since I was a child. I wish they would die. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. I feel relieved when you say that. She was really afraid that this girl would suddenly soften her heart and act like a saint, crying and forgiving everything, and telling on both sides. After all, human hearts are hard to predict. It is right to distinguish between love and hate. Xiao Mingyue did not save her in vain. Xiao Mingyue tapped the table with her fingers. How many people are there in total? Where do they live? What weapons do they have? When do they plan to attack? Also, find a chance to find out where Xiao Huanhuan and the others live now. Find out as much as you can, especially where they live now. Okay. Sun Nanan nodded heavily. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were dark and unclear. Xiao Yu, oh Xiao Yu, now that you are here, just stay here forever and provide some nutrition for the toothworms in Huahan community. Xiao Mingyue changed the subject. By the way, how is it living there now? Is anyone bullying you? Sun Nanan smiled and said, No one bullies me. The Mo family treats me very well. They are now my family, real family. That's good. If you need anything, just find my mother. You go back first and be careful on the road. Xiao Mingyue instructed. After Sun Nanan left, Xiao Mingyue played with the cup in her hand. Xiao Yu, just wait and see. Let's see whether you kill me first or I kill you first. Chapter 298. Xiao Mingyue immediately informed her mother about Xiao Yu and Sun Han's arrival in Huahan community. Since her father went to work in the planting department, she wanted to wait until the matter was settled before telling him. As for other people, it's better not to know so as not to scare them. So Mom, be careful when you go out these days, Xiao Mingyue warned. Zhao's mother frowned slightly. I really didn't expect that Xiao Yu would have such a vicious mind, teaming up with outsiders to rob his second uncle's house. Has he forgotten how much his second uncle loved him in the past? He is such an ungrateful person. Xiao Mingyue's face was calm. Great favors are great hatreds. The person who had been letting him suck blood suddenly stopped letting him suck blood one day. From that moment on, they became enemies who could not tolerate each other. It's not just Xiao Yu, the whole uncle's family is like this. They take it for granted to enjoy Xiao Dad's kindness, as if Xiao Dad was born to serve them and to feed these vampires with his bones and blood. As long as there is something that does not suit their taste, they will completely forget their previous kindness and grace, and stand on the moral high ground to accuse you of being unkind, unjust, disloyal, and unfilial. Why don't you treat me well? Why do you think about yourself? If you don't treat me well, you are bad and you deserve to die. It's nothing, just selfishness. There is never a shortage of selfish people in this world. Therefore, Zhao's father in the past could be regarded as a vampire in another sense. The best way is to stop the loss in time and stay away from vampires. Moreover, Xiao Yu not only wants to rob, he is here for revenge. He wants to kill me, kill us, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Zhao's mother was furious and slammed the table. What a wicked man with such a heart and a ruthless heart. That house was originally bought for my daughter. How dare he want to occupy it? He even hates us for not giving him the house. Who the hell is he? Xiao Yu's hatred did come from that house, while Xiao Huanhuan's hatred was because Xiao Mingyue refused to donate blood to her, which killed the baby boy she had been thinking about. Xiao Ma's eyes were firm. Mingyue, we can't let them go, they must die, otherwise there will only be more trouble in the future. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment. We need to let them die, but the key is how to let them die. Zhao's mother didn't quite understand what her daughter meant. What do you think? Xiao Mingyue said meaningfully. They can live in our community, eat and get water normally. They must have occupied the resettlement houses and identities of other disaster victims. I guess those disaster victims are in great danger now. They are just a bunch of sewer rats. They are capable of doing such things. This is definitely not the first time. Don't forget that our new law stipulates that those who rob and kill people will be put to death. Mother Xiao finally came to her senses and asked quickly. You mean calling the police? That's a good idea. It saves us from getting our hands dirty. Xiao Mingyue nodded and said, I'll go ask Captain Song for help. Should I wait for Xiao Yu to come to my house? Instead of letting them destroy the villa and then having to clean up the mess after killing them, it is better to move to another place to avoid dirtying the villa floor. Sun Nan really got what Sun Han said, Building 18, Room 902, a total of 16 people. I'm afraid Sun Han never dreamed that his daughter, who had always been well-behaved and sensible, and who had always been submissive, would one day become rebellious, pretending to be nice to him and waiting for an opportunity to bite him hard. Xiao Mingyue acted quickly. As soon as she got the address and number of people, she went to find Captain Song. After all, delay would lead to unexpected events. For such things, it is better to act early to avoid any complications. Are you sure? Captain Song asked. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Of course, and they are coming for me. Captain Song, help me. I am an unarmed civilian, you have to help me. Captain Song was amused. You? Unarmed? Who would believe that? Tell me the truth, you came after me because you don't want to waste bullets? You have so many tricks in your head, I'll kill you. Chapter 299. Xiao Mingyue. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be so stingy? There are so many of them, and they are all men. I am a weak woman, I really can't beat them. Xiao Mingyue didn't feel guilty at all. In fact, she was just too lazy to do it herself. It would be best if she could save time and bullets. Captain Song pretended to be enlightened and did not expose her. I see. Okay, but I have to tell you in advance that we can't kill innocent people. Are you sure they have committed a crime? Xiao Mingyue was quite confident about this. It's almost certain. My mother checked the system for the disaster victims of that house. On a certain day, none of them went to collect the relief food. The next day, 16 of them went to collect it. But the remaining 10 people never received any. There is only one possibility. They killed all the original victims and dumped their bodies, then occupied the resettlement houses and used other people's ID cards. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, Captain Song put away his joking thoughts and said seriously, If that's the case, they really deserve to die. Let me take a small team with me. We'll go in under the pretext of a routine inspection, detain the people first, and then after verification if the situation is true, we'll shoot them on the spot. Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her lips. Thank you very much, Captain Song. Captain Song waved his hand and said, You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you for providing useful information again. If we allow people like that to stay in Huahan community, more innocent people will die. He changed the subject. But I'm very curious, what deep hatred does Xiao Yu have against you that he wants to kill you? Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. Family shame. In a few words she told him the story of the house. Captain Song's eyes widened in disbelief. I have never seen such a shameless person. You are his cousin after all. He is too shameless. As a man, I look down on him. When I catch him, I will beat him up and let you vent your anger. No, I'll beat you up first, and then kill you to vent your anger. Captain Song was in a state of complete rage. He would roar when he saw injustice and would take action when necessary. Xiao Mingyue even comforted him. Calm down, I won't get angry at this kind of person anymore, it's not worth it. If she had known that playing the victim could win sympathy, she should have said it at the beginning. Xiao Mingyue wiped the invisible tears from the corners of her eyes sadly. There is also a guy named Sun Han, my cousin's husband. You don't know, He is simply not a human being. His whole family fought for a barrel of gasoline. You don't know how pitiful that little girl was when I saw her. Captain Song slammed the table and exclaimed. What? Bastard, bastard! I have to kill him, tonight. So soon, tonight? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. Captain Song stood up and said, Of course. It's better to deal with this kind of thing sooner rather than later. Letting them live one more day is a waste of air, water, and disaster relief food. By the way, what's the name of that little girl? Where is she now? She's so pitiful. Don't worry, I've settled her down. Don't make her feel bad by mentioning the past. She has a new life now. Captain Song was very touched. Comrade Xiao Mingyue, you are such a kind person who doesn't hold grudges against others. Their family treated you so well, yet you still took good care of that little girl. You are such a kind-hearted person. Ahem. Xiao Mingyue almost choked to death on her own saliva, but someone actually praised her for having a kind heart like a bodhisattva. This was unprecedented. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Mingyue laughed dryly. Chapter 300. After coming out from Captain Song, it was already dark and Xiao Mingyue was on her way home. She is now used to wearing a mask outside and using a loose raincoat to protect herself, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. As soon as she arrived near her home, Xiao Mingyue noticed a sneaky figure wandering not far from villa number 05. It's Xiao Yu. A cold light flashed in Xiao Mingyue's eyes. She hadn't gone to find him yet, but he came to her instead? See what he wants to do. Xiao Yu didn't dare to get close to villa number 05. He was still frightened by the trap incident last time. At that time, Xiao Mingyue said that there were many traps around, so Xiao Yu didn't dare to get too close and could only take a look. Finding that villa 05 was impregnable and safe, Xiao Yu spat on the ground viciously and said jealously. It must be safe to live in here, right? You guys live comfortably here, but I live like neither a human nor a ghost. You are really my good second uncle. Xiao Yu looked crazy. Just wait, tomorrow I will tear apart your turtle shells and torture you to death. He suddenly thought of something and sneered triumphantly. When the eldest brother arrives, I wonder how the second uncle feels when he sees his wife and daughter being humiliated. Will he regret treating him like that in the past? It's too late to regret, my dear second uncle, just wait and see. And my dear cousin. Aren't you arrogant? Don't you look down on me? You're pretending to be noble, just wait and see. I really want to see you crying and begging for mercy. Xiao Yu's eyes were full of hostility. He licked his dry lips and couldn't help imagining how refreshing the scene would be tomorrow night. Xiao Mingyue looked at him silently in the corner. She didn't know what he was thinking, but it was definitely not something good. After looking around carefully, I found that Xiao Yu came here alone. In that case, then don't leave. Xiao Yu turned around and was about to go back when he suddenly felt a pain on the back of his head. His vision went dark, and he fainted. Xiao Mingyue brought Xiao Yu back home, walked into the gate, threw him next to the gate, and slapped him twice. Xiao Yu's face swelled up instantly. After knocking Ji Wenxi unconscious last time, she was able to control the strength. Even if she used a little more force and killed Xiao Yu, it didn't matter. If he died, he died. Xiao Mingyue's action scared her grandmother, who was picking vegetables in the yard. Grandma squatted in the vegetable garden, staring at Xiao Mingyue without blinking, and the vegetables in her hands fell to the ground. Xiao Mingyue said, Grandma, go get some rope and some tape. Grandma came back to her senses. Ah? Oh, I'll get it right away. Grandma brought a rope, and Xiao Mingyue tied Xiao Yu up tightly like a pig, tying his hands and feet upside down, and then wrapped his mouth with tape, circle after circle. Not to mention Xiao Yu, even Captain Song couldn't break free because Xiao Mingyue tied him up tightly, and the more he struggled, the tighter the rope became. After she had caught them all in the evening, she would come back and interrogate him. Xiao Mingyue planned to find out where her uncle's family was now, how they were living, and whether they were worse off than she was in her previous life. She is really curious. Grandma stared at Xiao Yu, and the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Isn't this the man who almost fell into the trap that time? He's your father's, what was it? Nephew. After Xiao Mingyue tied up Xiao Yu, he kicked him down. Xiao Yu lay on the ground like a dead dog. Grandma then remembered. Yes, this boy is not a good person, No wonder you beat him just now. After the task was completed, Xiao Mingyue clapped her hands. Don't worry about him, Grandma. I'll come back and talk to him, and then kill him. Go do your thing. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something very ordinary, as if she was talking about what she wanted to eat tonight. Grandma nodded blankly. Oh. After saying that, Grandma continued to go to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, and occasionally glanced in Xiao Yu's direction. After receiving the notice from Captain Song, Xiao Mingyue also went to the direction of Building 18. The hunting time officially began. Boss, then shall we start tomorrow night? Chapter 301. Sun Han can hardly wait any longer. He is fed up with the days of eating toothed worms and just wants to take over Villa number 05 as soon as possible so that he can live a delicious life. The boss stroked his chin and said, We'll start tomorrow evening. The victims will be asleep at night, and any noise we make will attract the attention of the police. Sun Han flattered. Boss, you are worthy of being the boss. You think very comprehensively. With your intelligence and talent, you can be the mayor. Don't you think so, brothers? Yes, Brother Sun is absolutely right. If you follow our boss, you can live a life of luxury. Boss is awesome. The boss almost lost himself in the flattery. He laughed and said, Okay, Sun Han, have you told your daughter? I told you. Tomorrow we will follow her. As soon as she opens the door, we will rush in and block it. After we go in, we will have the final say on what to do, right? The boss laughed and said, Kill the men and keep the women for yourself. Sun Han smiled evilly. Okay, listen to the boss. The mother and daughter are indeed beautiful, especially the daughter. That kind of stuff is not common, and it can't be compared with the prostitutes in the nightclubs. The eldest brother nodded with satisfaction. This is all thanks to your daughter. Her name is Nan Nan, right? Give her some meat as a reward tomorrow. Sun Han waved his hand and said casually, She is just a cheap girl. It would be a waste to give her meat. She doesn't deserve it. The boss's smile was full of meaning. That's your daughter, you're not willing to give her up? Sun Han acted like a lackey. I only have the boss in my heart, what's a daughter? If the boss likes her, I'll give her to you. The little girl is pretty and young. The boss didn't say anything. Although he was smiling, the smile didn't reach his eyes. After so many years of working outside, he still had some insight into people. A person who can even push his parents, wife and children out to take the blame cannot be trusted. How can such a heartless and ungrateful person have brotherhood? You can't keep this kind of person around you, otherwise, sooner or later, he will reach out and stab you in the back. This operation is all thanks to Brother Sun Han. I will definitely reward you well after it's done, the boss said meaningfully. Sun Han was overjoyed and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Who? Is that Xiao Yu? It's so late and he hasn't come back yet. I'll go open the door, Sun Han said. The boss said in a deep voice. No! The knocks on the door are not right, not 3 short and 1 long. Sun Han stood still, not daring to move forward. Who could that be? Should we open the door? Maybe it's a neighbor? There was a kid knocking on the door a few days ago, someone said. Just when everyone in the room didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. Open the door, routine inspection. The eldest brother was very cautious. He blew out the candle and whispered. The police are here for inspection. Everyone go to different rooms and lie down to sleep. Just fool them. Act more realistically and don't give me away. After opening the door, Sun Han pretended to be sleepy and yawned. Who is it so late at night? Captain Song looked like a demon and said coldly. It's just a routine inspection. Why did it take so long to open the door? Sleeping, Sun Han replied, rubbing his eyes. Captain Song waved his hand and told the police behind him to go in and check. The police illuminated the room with flashlights. Give me your ID card. Taking advantage of the light of the flashlight, Captain Song was able to see Sun Han's appearance clearly. He had done his homework before coming and had retrieved Sun Han's information from the system in advance. Captain Song asked coldly, What's your name? Sun Han lowered his head. Zhang Chang. Captain Song's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. When did you change your name, Sun Han? Sun Han suddenly looked up and widened his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 302. Sun Han was already panicking. What? I don't know who you are talking about. I am Zhang Chang. Captain Song sneered. Capture them. Everyone, submit to inspection, and those who resist will be shot on the spot. In an instant, Sun Han was pinned to the ground by a policeman, unable to move. Everyone in each room was under control of the police. There were 2 policemen with guns ready at all times in each room, and another policeman was checking everyone's ID card one by one. Sun Han was so frightened that he spoke incoherently. Uncle Police, what are you doing? Let's talk it over nicely. Captain Song stepped right over his hand without paying any attention to him, and Sun Han spasmed in pain. Check their ID cards carefully to see if they match their real identities. Captain Song casually put his hands on his waist. Although this group of rabble had killed people before, they had never seen a scene like this. They had never even used guns, and when they saw the guns pointed at them, they were scared out of their wits. Some of the timid ones haven't even found their ID cards yet, and they are visibly guilty and panicked. What are you hesitating about? Your ID card? A policeman asked fiercely. I forgot where I put it. Here it is. The boss was strong and calm. He did not take out the victim's ID card, but took out his own. The police narrowed his eyes. It's me, yes, but you're not a disaster victim in Huahan community. And Lu Longgang, you committed a burglary 8 years ago. How come you're here? The boss was really panicked this time. He wanted to use his ID card to get away with it, but he didn't expect the police to check so carefully that they even found out his criminal record. The boss' eyes were evasive. The policeman said impatiently, What do you mean by me? Speak. The eldest pointed in the direction of the bedroom and said, Look there. The police turned around and saw the boss quickly got up and rushed to the door. It was obvious that this group of police came prepared and probably knew their details a long time ago. If you don't escape now, when will you escape? But before the boss could run 2 steps, a gunshot rang out. The boss looked at his chest in disbelief. There was a bloody hole there. He tried to struggle, but finally fell to the ground powerlessly, declared dead. A policeman sneered from behind. You still dare to run? The death of their boss completely made this group of rabble lose their backbone. Everyone, who were already afraid, was now even more terrified. Those who still wanted to take the opportunity to escape also completely gave up the idea. Sun Han, lying on the ground, had his legs shaking like a frightened bird and cried out in fear. Don't kill me! At this time, a young policeman came over and reported. Captain Song, there are 15 people in total. Except for the one who was shot dead, all of them do not match the information on the ID card. Hearing this, Captain Song understood everything. He stepped on the boss's body and said loudly, Confess and I will give you leniency, resist and I will give you severity. Where are you from? What crimes have you committed? Tell me everything, and I will give you a chance to live, otherwise this will be his fate. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Those who confess will live, but those who refuse to talk will be sorry. Let's keep each other company on the road to the underworld. The countdown begins now. 5, 4. Captain Song is very good at psychological tactics, and he scared them out of their wits with just a few words. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Sun Han cried. Chapter 303. With Sun Han taking the lead, those people rushed to confess, fearing that they would be late for even a second. Captain Song waved his hand and signaled the police to go and count. Because everyone was rushing to confess, the room was filled with chatter, and the noise was particularly loud. Captain Song dug his ears. It's so noisy! After the statistics were completed, the little policeman came to report again. Captain Song, they are a gang that specializes in robbery and murder. It's called Xiongba Tianxia Gang. The leader is Lu Longgang, the one who died. There are 58 of them in total, 16 of whom are here. They are good at committing crimes in groups. In other words, each of them has a life on their hands. The original resident of this resettlement house was killed and his body was dumped by them. Captain Song looked disdainful. What a non-mainstream name. It sounds uncultured. The country has its own laws and the family has its own rules. Since you have lives on your hands, just kill them all. Be quick. I don't know how long you will have to deal with the bodies. I am already sleepy. Okay, Captain Song. The young policeman nodded. Seeing this scene, the survivors finally reacted. They wanted to run, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the bullets. One by one, they fell down. The brothers who were full of energy just now turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. Sun Han was stunned. Sun Han covered his head and huddled in the corner. The blood in his body seemed to coagulate together, and his brain lost the ability to think. Captain Song kicked him and asked, "Guess why I didn't kill you?" Sun Han said tremblingly, "I confessed. I was the first to say it. Please forgive me." Captain Song seemed to have heard a joke. "They confessed, but you are the only one who is so shameless?" Sun Han's face turned even paler. "Why is that?" "Xiao Mingyue, come in," Captain Song shouted to the outside of the door. As Sun Han stared in amazement, Xiao Mingyue slowly walked in and said leisurely, "Long time no see, brother-in-law." Why are you here?" Sun Han asked. Xiao Mingyue smiled wryly. "Guess." Sun Han looked at Captain Song, then at Xiao Mingyue, and found that they seemed to be very familiar with each other. The police were brought by Xiao Mingyue. He suddenly thought of Sun Nanan and roared, "It was that bitch, she told you, right?" No wonder the police came to their house and killed all the brothers. It must be Sun Nanan. She agreed on the surface but informed on the inside. That damn bitch should have been killed long ago. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were cold. "You hurt her so badly, do you really think she would believe your lies? She wishes you would die. You and Xiao Huan both missed out on a good daughter. You don't deserve it." She looked at Captain Song and thanked him. "Captain Song, thank you for today. You guys go ahead and do your work. I still have something to ask him. Given our relationship, there's no need to be polite. Just ask." Captain Song went to arrange for people to deal with the body. After hearing the conversation between the two, Sun Han suddenly changed his attitude and begged. "I was wrong. I didn't mean it, Mingyue. We are relatives after all. I was deceived by Xiao Yu and he insisted on robbing your house. I didn't know the target of this trip was you before I came. Think about it, I have no grudge against you, why would I want to harm you? It's all because of Xiao Yu. He's the one who kept saying in front of the boss that your family is very rich. I'm just a follower, and I wanted to stop him, but I couldn't do anything. Let me ask you, where are Xiao Huan and the others?" Xiao Mingyue asked. In order to curry favor with Xiao Mingyue, Sun Han quickly told her the current address of his uncle's family. I know. They are in Yalan community. Xiao Huan, her parents, and your grandmother all live in the underground garage there." Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. They had been a scourge for thousands of years, yet they were still alive. Chapter 304. She also lived in an underground garage in her previous life, but was rescued after the Huahan community suffered a terrorist attack and later had resettlement housing. There is an insect plague going on right now, especially in underground garages, which are the hardest hit areas. Black rot bugs are crawling everywhere, so we have to be vigilant at all times, so their lives are really miserable. Xiao Mingyue was happy because they were living a miserable life. However, they didn't get rid of Grandma, which is not in line with their style. Yalan community is very far from here, one in the south and one in the north. I heard that the control there is stricter and the victims are not allowed to leave the community at will. Of course, no one would know if they left. However, if you don't collect relief food for 2 days, you won't be able to collect it for a week. If you don't collect relief food for 3 days, you won't be able to collect it for a month. So no one dared to run around, and everyone went to collect food obediently. This method can indeed effectively control the flow of people and reduce conflicts. Everyone should just stay in their own resettlement area and not go to other places to cause trouble. I heard that many communities are following suit, but Huahan community is still waiting and watching. I've already said it, can you let me go? Sun Han asked expectantly. Xiao Mingyue just wanted to laugh. Do you think I will believe your lies? Oh, you killed my grandfather, right? And you still say we have no grudges against each other? Sun Han was so shocked that his throat seemed to be strangled. How do you know? Xiao Mingyue looked down at him and said, So, you should also experience the feeling of suffocation and death. She stepped on Sun Han's neck and gradually applied force. Sun Han's face turned red and his eyes bulged. He struggled desperately, but because his hands were handcuffed, he was unable to resist. With a crack and a breaking sound, Sun Han's neck was broken. A large dent was made on his neck and he died instantly. Xiao Mingyue withdrew her foot, without a trace of emotion on her face. Captain Song had been looking over here. He silently gave a thumbs up. That's cruel. Xiao Mingyue smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Captain Song blinked and said, You go back first. After all, there is another one at home. I will take care of the aftermath here. Thank you for your help. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Captain Song waved his hand. It's my duty. After talking to Captain Song, Xiao Mingyue went home. There was a Xiao Yu at home, and she hadn't entertained him properly yet. After Xiao Mingyue left, Captain Song said to one of the police team leaders, Thank you for your hard work today, brothers. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Please give my regards to Director Yen. Captain Song leads a field force in the military, and community security is under the jurisdiction of the police, so today's incident is a collaboration between the military and the police, and he is the leader, but the matter is handled by the police. The team leader smiled and said, Oh, Captain Song is so polite. The military and the police are one family. There is no need to distinguish between you and me. But you can have dinner. What time is it? Captain Song smiled happily. You kid! After Xiao Yu woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar yard, trapped tightly. His body was strangled, and the tape tightly wrapped around his mouth also caused him pain. He struggled desperately, whimpering in pain, but still couldn't move. At home, Grandma and Nao's mother ignored his existence, and waited for Xiao Mingyue to come back to deal with it. Zhao's mother didn't want to see Xiao Yu at all and felt sick at the sight of him. Grandma was eating melon seeds. Why hasn't Mingyue come back yet? I'll wait until she comes back before going to bed. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest assured. Mother Xiao was lying on the sofa applying a facial mask. She went with Captain Song. Don't worry, nothing will happen to her. By the way, are the blackout curtains drawn? Asked Mrs. Xiao. Grandma nodded and said, Yes, I have to draw the curtains when I turn on the lights at night. I have developed the habit of doing so. I cannot let outsiders see that our house has lights on. The blackout curtains were custom made by Xiao Mingyue. They are very thick and have 2 layers. Even when the room is brightly lit, nothing can be seen outside the window, which ensures privacy. On the inside of the gate, Xiao Yu was still struggling like a caterpillar, but he soon couldn't move because the rope was getting closer and closer, and his wrists were almost cut off. He didn't dare to move anymore. Xiao Yu stared and began to observe everything around him. There was no light in the yard, but there was light coming through the house. Is this my second uncle's house? Chapter 305. Xiao Yu looked at the yard full of vegetables, fruit trees, chicken coop and so on. He also noticed that the lights were still on in the house even at this late hour. His expression was distorted with jealousy, and he almost lost his mind. A surge of nameless anger surged from my heart. Why do they have the right to live such a good life? How could they have a villa all to themselves? My second uncle must have taken more than 3 million yuan from him to buy this villa. So this villa should have been his. Xiao Yu's hatred for his second uncle had reached its peak. The intense hatred blurred his eyes and made him somewhat unconscious. In his anger, he thought again, why was he here? Was it his second uncle or Xiao Mingyue? How would they deal with him? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had not forgotten what Xiao Mingyue had done to him last time. That bitch was really cruel. Xiao Yu's brain was working fast, and he was suddenly not afraid anymore. They could only scare him, just like last time. Could it be that his second uncle could still kill him? He would have killed him last time. Can he bear with it? Xiao Yu was raised by him since he was a child, and he didn't believe that his second uncle could be so cold-blooded. What's more, I am in the right and my second uncle is in the wrong. Even if we argue, I will have the upper hand. They have done something wrong, so are they afraid of what others say? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu became more confident. They would let him go sooner or later. When that time came, he would take the opportunity to kill his second uncle first, and then kill that bitch Xiao Mingyue. Now that they are all dead, the villa can be returned to its original owner. It was his anyway. Xiao Yu had already planned everything in his mind and was extremely confident. At this time, Grandpa was lying on a recliner at the entrance of the living room with the help of a crutch. Next to him was a small table with a plate of washed strawberries on it. This is Grandpa's territory. He likes to sit on the recliner, eating strawberries and daydreaming. Grandpa ate the strawberries slowly, one after another. At the other end of the yard, Xiao Yu swallowed hard, his eyes full of desire. He was hungry and wanted to eat strawberries too. I haven't seen strawberries for almost 2 years, and I almost forgot what they look like. Such a precious fruit, yet they let this old man eat it at will. It is conceivable how good life is at his second uncle's house. Xiao Yu had just calmed down, but now he is angry again. So hungry, so thirsty, every minute and every second is torture. Xiao Yu felt that he could not hold on any longer. He stared at his grandfather without blinking, watching him eat strawberries one bite after another. The juice splashed out with every bite. It must be delicious. Xiao Yu seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of strawberries. Grandma took the strawberries away and grumbled. "Old man, you can't eat so many strawberries at night. I wasn't watching you for a while and you ate half a bowl. You're so old, what should I do if your blood sugar is high?" The strawberries were taken away, and Grandpa smacked his lips and just sat there quietly. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Yu in the dark, and the two of them looked at each other. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Grandpa stood up with the help of a cane, walked slowly across the yard, came in front of Xiao Yu, and stared at him expressionlessly. Xiao Yu glared and asked, "What are you looking at, old man?" Grandpa still had no expression and no movement. Xiao Yu simply closed his eyes to rest and ignored his grandfather. Suddenly, Grandpa raised his cane and hit Xiao Yu's head hard. "It's impolite not to greet your elders when you see them." Xiao Yu's ears rang with pain and he almost fainted. Grandpa held his cane with both hands, and the wrinkles on his face showed a hint of majesty. But Xiao Yu's mouth was tied up, so he couldn't speak. Grandpa raised his cane again and hit him with a club. "Still not telling me? You have no manners." Xiao Yu rolled his eyes in pain and squirmed backwards frantically. Chapter 306. Xiao Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he talk with tape on his mouth? This old man must be sick. Grandpa was leaning on a crutch, quietly waiting for him to speak. Xiao Yu was scared when he saw the wooden crutch and curled up like a shrimp. "I don't know when this old man will have another attack. I'll give him another blow." Xiao Yu curled up, and his grandfather stood beside him motionless with a solemn expression. Seeing that the old man was no longer moving, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He stuck his head out to take a quick look, and was caught off guard by another stick coming down, hitting him right on the top of the head. This time, Grandpa didn't say anything. Xiao Yu was so angry that his eyes turned red, and his rage was sealed by the transparent tape on his mouth, almost suffocating him to death. He wanted to roar like crazy, and kill this old immortal thing. Because it hurts so much, his head feels like it's going to explode. Grandpa shook his head in disappointment. "This child is hopeless." After hearing this, Xiao Yu went crazy. "This old man is sick, he is definitely sick." At this time, Xiao Mingyue finally came back. When she entered, she saw her grandfather standing at the door and felt very strange. The moment Xiao Yu on the ground saw Xiao Mingyue, he tried desperately to crawl towards this side, staring at Xiao Mingyue with bloodshot eyes as if he wanted to eat her alive. Xiao Mingyue kicked the silkworm pupa on the ground aside and said, "Get lost." Xiao Yu groaned in pain and collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Xiao Mingyue asked. Grandpa pulled Xiao Mingyue aside mysteriously and whispered, "Be good, don't play with him. He is not a good kid." Xiao Mingyue couldn't help wanting to laugh secretly. "I won't play with him, Grandpa, go to bed, it's getting late." Grandpa nodded with satisfaction and went back to the house slowly, leaning on his crutches. Xiao Mingyue came back and said hello to her family. Grandma was finally relieved and helped Grandpa to rest. Zhao's mother had a day off tomorrow anyway, so she wanted to deal with Xiao Yu with Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue took out a dagger and cut the tape on Xiao Yu's face. Because she didn't have the patience to remove it one layer at a time, she chose to use the fastest way. The tape was torn off suddenly and the skin was pulled violently. Xiao Yu was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Xiao Mingyue and Xiao Ma exchanged glances, and Xiao Ma said, "Xiao Yu, we have something to ask you." Xiao Yu finally recovered. He had a lot to say. "Bitch! How dare you, such heartless and cold-blooded monsters, do this to me? I want to call the police. I want to call the police. I'm going to ask the police to kill all of you, including that old man just now. You all can go to hell!" Xiao Yu roared. Xiao Mingyue stabbed his thigh with a knife. "If you keep talking dirty, I will kill you now." "Ah!" Xiao Yu cried out in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans streaming down his forehead. "Did you hear that? Answer me." Xiao Mingyue swung the knife again. Mother Xiao stood aside and watched coldly, feeling extremely happy. She had been married into the Xiao family for so many years and had suffered a lot from her uncle's family. Now she felt really happy. She went to bring 2 stools, one for Xiao Mingyue and one for herself. Xiao Yu nodded immediately, his eyes full of fear. He forgot that Xiao Mingyue was not his second uncle. She really dared to kill people, this cruel bitch. Chapter 307. Xiao Yu panted. "Where's second uncle? Why doesn't he come out? Is he feeling guilty?" Xiao Mingyue seemed to have heard a joke. "Why should my dad feel guilty?" Xiao Yu snorted coldly. "You have harmed my family so badly, but you use my family's money to live such a good life. There is even a vegetable garden at home. Shouldn't he feel guilty? Where is he? Xiao Qianxing, come out!" Xiao Mingyue sat on the stool with an impatient look on her face. She was too lazy to argue with Xiao Yu about the right and wrong. Stupid people always have an unreasonable sense of right and wrong, and think that the whole world is unfair to them. Could Xiao Mingyue still not see the little tricks in his heart? She sneered. "My dad is not at home, and no one will protect you. Do you think my dad will feel sorry for you, so you insist on asking him to come out and speak for you?" Xiao Yu's thoughts were exposed. He looked around, but he really didn't see Zhao's father. Could he be so cruel? Did he really not care about his nephew? Xiao Mingyue got straight to the point. "What do you want to do in Huahan community? To kill me? To kill my whole family?" Xiao Yu swallowed and said, "No, I just happened to come here." To be honest, Xiao Mingyue would definitely kill him at this moment, but he was not stupid enough to do that. Xiao Mingyue sneered. "Sun Han is dead. I killed him with my own hands. And that rubbish little gang is also dead. They are probably thrown into the toothworm pit and are being eaten by toothworms." Xiao Yu's eyes widened. "What? How do you know that you killed them all?" He backed away desperately, looking at Xiao Mingyue as if she were a ghost. "You obviously know everything, why are you asking me? What do you want to do to me?" Xiao Mingyue played with the knife in her hand. "I asked you just for fun, to see if you would tell the truth. What a pity you lied." As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed Xiao Yu's thigh with another knife. "If you tell me a lie, I'll get stabbed. The night is long, and I have plenty of time to play with you." "Ugh!" Xiao Yu couldn't help but let out a painful groan. His whole face was distorted. "Bitch, you want to torture me to death, you are so vicious!" Xiao Mingyue smiled maliciously. "Congratulations, you guessed it right. How interesting it is to play with the enemy you have hated for 2 lifetimes, and watch him become helpless and furious, beg for mercy and pain, and collapse into schizophrenia. If your action really succeeds, you and I know exactly what my fate will be, so we are similar and no one should accuse anyone of being vicious." Xiao Mingyue's voice was cold. "You!" Xiao Yu shrank back, a strong fear welling up from deep in his heart. If he had just appeared to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside, he now truly felt fear and helplessness. "She is a pervert." Zhao's mother was watching from behind, her face calm. She had seen the world, and for a man like Xiao Yu, no matter how she tortured him, it would not be excessive. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. "Oh, by the way, I have good news for you. I met Lili, your ex-wife who abandoned her husband and children and cheated on her. She followed a fat man and tried to please him, calling him a good brother all the time." Xiao Yu's face looked extremely bad. Lili was the pain of his life. It was the first time he was open-hearted to someone, but that woman abandoned him and aborted their child. The deeper the love, the more hatred. Seeing that he was angry, Xiao Mingyue continued. Her belly is getting bigger again, but it's a pity that it's not yours. If your child was still here, he would be running and calling daddy by now, right? Killing people and destroying their hearts is nothing more than this. Chapter 308. Xiao Yu's defense finally broke down. He whimpered, banged his head against the wall, and completely collapsed. In the last days, dying quickly is a relief, but psychological torture will make people live a life worse than death. Does it hurt? Does it break down? But for Xiao Mingyue in her previous life, these pains were only 1/10,000th of what they felt. Did they feel the slightest bit guilty when they forced Xiao Mingyue to donate blood, leaving her isolated and helpless, and causing Zhao's father and mother to die tragically in a foreign country? Did you feel a bit of guilt when you snatched away her last ration of food? Their family lived a life without worries about food and clothing, but they had to watch themselves being bullied. Did they ever feel guilty? No, none at all. They laughed, sneered, and laughed at the joke, but never offered a helping hand. Every time in the middle of the night, Xiao Mingyue woke up from her dream, afraid that her rebirth was just a dream, afraid that she would wake up and return to that cramped and crowded basement, and return to that desperate doomsday. Hatred was surging in Xiao Mingyue's eyes, but she suppressed it forcefully. Let's make a deal. Tell me your parents' current address and I'll help you kill Lili. How about that? Xiao Yu cried heartbreakingly, with tears and snot all over her face. You want to trick me, why should I believe you? Xiao Mingyue shrugged. Whatever, believe it or not, except me, no one knows Lili's address. You are also dying, I am soft-hearted, I will help you realize a wish before you die. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. 3, 2. I say! They are in Yalan community. Go kill that bitch Lili and her adulterer. Die, all of you! Xiao Yu said impatiently. Humiliation and hatred clouded his mind. Which man could endure the shame of being betrayed by his wife? Xiao Mingyue laughed softly. In fact, I already knew their address. As for Lili, she is living a good life with her lover. You can't experience the happiness of having children around you. Just go with peace of mind. You lied to me. Xiao Yu opened his eyes wide in unwillingness. After being stimulated repeatedly, he became completely crazy. What's wrong with lying to you, idiot? Xiao Mingyue felt that it was enough. Xiao Yu had been subjected to both physical and mental torture, which was almost driving him crazy. Talking further would not have any better effect. Xiao Mingyue raised the dagger and stabbed it into his chest, ending his life. In the pain of anger and despair, Xiao Yu struggled for a few times and finally died. I wonder how my uncle and aunt would react when they learn of Xiao Yu's death. How would they react when they know that it was Xiao Yu who exposed their address in order to seek revenge? They must be very sad. It's ridiculous that the safety of his family is not as important as a woman who abandoned him. He only had his own hatred in his heart, and didn't consider at all whether Xiao Mingyue would come to seek revenge after knowing the address, and what situation his family would fall into. Selfish people always only think about themselves. What an ugly human nature. Dead? Asked Zhao's mother. Well, dead. Xiao Mingyue pulled out the dagger. This knife was really good. The dagger on the terrorist's body could cut through iron like mud. Even hard ribs could be cut easily. Dao's mother had a complicated expression. If he dies, he dies. He deserves to die. He even teamed up with the bad guys to plot against our family. He must go to hell after he dies. By the way, what you said just now about Lili, is it true? Is she really pregnant with someone else's child? Xiao Mingyue wiped the dagger. Half true, half false, Lili died a long time ago. Mother Xiao was shocked and didn't know what to say. Xiao Mingyue took out Xiao Yu's cell phone and said to Zhao's mother, Go and have some rest. I'll go take care of the body and be back soon. Chapter 309. After throwing Xiao Yu's body into the toothworm pit at the foot of the wasteland, Xiao Mingyue went home, took a bath, and then lay comfortably on the bed, feeling very good. She took out Xiao Yu's cell phone. Because she was a germaphobe, she had already wiped it with disinfectant wipes. The password has never changed. It is Lili's due date, which Xiao Mingyue saw by accident. She entered her uncle's family group and looked through the chat history out of boredom. Half of them were insulting her. If you don't know, You might think that Zhao's family are vicious villains and have done many things to wrong them. I just don't want to spoil them, but I've been scolded so much. Look at how much hatred they have for each and every one of them, cursing Zhao's father to death, cursing Xiao Mingyue to death. Xiao Mingyue said in the group. Xiao Yu is dead. Next time, it will be your turn. Don't sleep too deeply at night. After saying that, she turned off Xiao Yu's cell phone and threw it into the drawer. Let them be scared, I can't scare you to death. Okay, go to bed. The next day, Xiao Mingyue had a dreamless night and woke up feeling refreshed. She ate a few bites of food, took a walk in the space, picked a basket of lychees, and ate them as she walked. When she reached the pig pen, she threw all the lychee shells in her hand into the pig pen and found that the 36 pigs had grown up and were almost ready to be slaughtered. Xiao Mingyue did it right away. She put on a plastic bag to prevent the blood from splashing on her and causing a terrible stink. Fugue was so excited that when Xiao Mingyue was leading a pig to the slaughterhouse, Fugue was urging the pig to move faster. The pig, who was originally lazy and uncooperative, let Xiao Mingyue lead the ear and run towards the slaughter room in small steps, not daring to delay for a second. Before slaughtering the pig, Xiao Mingyue opened the Moon Farm store and clicked to put the goods on the shelves. Now slaughtering domestic non-feed pigs, large pig heads, priced at 200,000 yuan. Now slaughter domestic non-feed pigs, pig thighs, priced at 300,000 yuan. Freshly slaughtered domestic non-feed pigs, half a rib, priced at 300,000 yuan. Now slaughtering domestic non-feed pigs, 4 pig trotters, priced at 150,000 yuan. Freshly slaughtered domestic non-feed pigs, 4 gene of pig blood, priced at 100,000 yuan. After setting the prices, Xiao Mingyue set the remaining quantity of all goods between 25 and 40, with a limit of 1 for each product, and stocks would be sold out while supplies lasted. The rest would be left for Fugue as reserve food. She did not set up a model where people had to wait in line for the next batch of pigs after prepayment, because she didn't know when the next batch of pigs would be ready, so she didn't want to let people wait. The pork has just been put on the shelves and people have already started placing orders. Xiao Mingyue sharpened her knife and headed for the pig. Come on, the livestock killer showed up again. Kill the pig, bleed it, dismember it, ship it. It was a one-stop service. Xiao Mingyue was very busy. I just took off a pig's hind leg and immediately put it into the shipping box and clicked to ship. The live pigs that are slaughtered freshly are raised on a diet of grains and fruits. Considering the current price, the price is not expensive. While Xiao Mingyue was slaughtering pigs, the news that Moon Farm had new pork spread like wildfire, and the upper class in Pingjing City went crazy trying to get it. Who doesn't know that the vegetables and fruits from Moon Farm are of top quality? Now they are actually selling pork, and no one would doubt the 8 words freshly slaughtered, domesticated, non-feed pigs, because the reputation of Moon Farm has spread by word of mouth, and everyone who has eaten it says it is good. Rich people have money and can buy some to try and see how it tastes different from pork from plantations. If there are children and elderly people at home, they will buy several kinds of food at a time. Since the purchase of the same product is limited to one, they will buy more kinds, such as a pig thigh, a pig head, a portion of ribs, and pig's trotters. Pig's trotters stewed with soybeans are so delicious. Because they know that things at Moon Farm are hard to get, like carp, once they're sold out, and you can't pay and wait in line first. You must buy more while the stock is available. Anyone who doesn't buy is a fool. Xiao Mingyue had just slaughtered half of the pigs when she found that everything she had just put on the shelves had been sold out. These people are so quick. It seems that there are still many wealthy people in Pingjing City, and they are all well off. Chapter 310. The pork was sold out soon after it was put on the shelves. Xiao Mingyue didn't even have time to check how many puzzle coins he had before continuing to slaughter the pigs. After all the pigs were slaughtered and packaged for shipment, the remaining ones were put into the refrigerator in the warehouse. Xiao Mingyue was so tired that she ate 2 bags of beef jerky and half a watermelon before she recovered. Fugue was whining and craving for beef jerky, so Xiao Mingyue tore open 5 packets of it and let it eat them as snacks. After Xiao Mingyue massacred the space, there were only 4 pigs left in the space. Before the end of the world, I bought a total of 10 piglets. Last time, when there was no more meat left, I killed 6 of them. The pigs being slaughtered now are the second batch of new pigs. The 4 old pigs are all pregnant sows. They can be slaughtered again after they all give birth. As for the cows, the 3 pregnant cows have already given birth to 3 newborn calves, 2 males and 1 female, who still need milk. I bought 6 cows before the end of the world, and killed 3 of them last time to reserve meat. All of them were bulls because we needed the cow's milk to feed the calves. So the bull and the calf together still make 6. The first batch of lambs delivered have grown up and are now adult sheep. There are 6 sheep in total, for ewes and 2 rams. Let them mate freely, maybe they will already have lambs. As for their old mother, she was also slaughtered by Xiao Mingyue last time. If the 2 female goats are not killed for meat, they will become too old. Now let's summarize the number of space animals: 4 pigs, 6 cows, and 6 sheep. The originally crowded new pig pen was suddenly empty. Xiao Mingyue felt that there were fewer animals, and she was a little uncomfortable with it. There were also chickens in the chicken coop. There were about a dozen adult chickens, but too many chicks to count. They were running around everywhere. Xiao Mingyue was dazzled by the sight, and it was difficult to count them. In the livestock world, females are more valuable than males because females can give birth to offspring, while males can only be killed for meat, so roosters are not valuable, but hens are valuable. Xiao Mingyue only kills roosters. If any rooster dares to bully a hen, she will kick it and say, "You worthless thing, how dare you bully the noble hen? If you dare to bully me, I will chop off your head, pluck your hair, cut your body into pieces, and pour oil into the wok to make a delicious big plate of chicken to nourish Fugui's body." After Xiao Mingyue had eaten and drunk her fill, she went to the creek to see how the carp were growing and whether any of them had grown into big ones. She actually found a few. Xiao Mingyue picked up the scoop net and caught 4 big carps. She kept one for herself and asked her grandmother to stew it in the evening. She put the other 3 on the shelf. As soon as she clicked the add button and set the remaining quantity to 3, they were immediately snatched up. Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. The rich people in Pingjing City were so quick with their hands. Did they have nothing to do? What she didn't know was that some people would arrange a few nannies or bodyguards at home to keep an eye on the Moon Farm software at all times. It's because the owner of Moon Farm is so willful that he never announces or notifies anyone before the launch of new products. He just releases them as he says he will. They want to eat the fish from the Moon Farm, so how can they not let someone keep an eye on them? Xiao Mingyue put her hands on her waist and looked at the schools of small fish in the stream. Some of them were already half an arm's length long, but they were still not big enough. When she sells fish, she only sells big fish, about the length of an adult's arm. They are so delicious when stewed, enough for several meals, and well worth the price. The long-lost system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the owner, you have accumulated 20,000 puzzle coins and successfully activated the puzzle store. I wish you a happy shopping. After all the pork is sold, the RMB is automatically converted into puzzle coins. The amount of puzzle coins has reached 20,000, and the puzzle store icon finally lights up. Xiao Mingyue was very excited. After waiting for so long, the puzzle shop was finally activated. She couldn't wait to open the puzzle shop to see what was inside. Only one item was lit up, the others were unlocked, and I had no idea what they were selling. And the only product was called Stretch Your Legs and Stare Your Eyes pills. The selling price is exactly 20,000 puzzle coins. Chapter 311. Xiao Mingyue was speechless. What the hell is this? Why is this pill so expensive? It costs 20,000 puzzle coins. You should know that 1,000 renminbi can only be exchanged for 1 puzzle coin. These 20,000 puzzle coins are the result of her hard work these days. However, the name, Stretching Legs and Staring Eyes pill, looks so familiar. Isn't this Qigong's skill? Xiao Mingyue raised her head and shouted. System, are you kidding me? What can a leg stretching, eye glaring pill do? Master, you can eat the stretch legs and glare pills. I want to ask, what are the benefits of taking it? Master, the effect of the Stretch Your Legs and Stare Your Eyes pill is exactly the effect of the Stretch Your Legs and Stare Your Eyes pill. Xiao Mingyue. Nonsense, she said angrily. Although she was angry, she still clicked to purchase it. She bought it first, and then thought about it later. Her hands were shaking when she was paying. It hurt so much. This was 20,000 puzzle coins. 20,000. Purchase successful. Whoosh. A wooden box fell from the sky. Xiao Mingyue picked it up. The wooden box had a faint medicinal fragrance and was warm to the touch. Even the box containing the pills was not an ordinary item. Xiao Mingyue became even more curious about the efficacy of the stretching legs and staring eyes pill. Could it be really like what was shown in the TV series, Jigong, that it could cure all diseases, stretch your legs and stare, and even bring the dead back to life? This is too fantastic, but since it is produced in this space, it must be a masterpiece, maybe. After opening the box, 5 black pills were lying quietly inside. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted to her face. Xiao Mingyue took a deep breath and felt relaxed all over. The medicinal fragrance penetrated into her meridians, and every part of her body was filled with strength. There are 8 words engraved inside the box. It can cure all diseases and all illnesses will be cured immediately. Xiao Mingyue's eyes lit up, and the pain she had just felt disappeared instantly. The 20,000 puzzle coins were well spent. If Grandpa takes one, will his Alzheimer's disease be cured? Xiao Mingyue believes in space and also believes in the system. This medicine is definitely a good medicine. Even if it is not that magical, it will definitely not do any harm to take it, and it will definitely be good for the body. Xiao Mingyue couldn't wait to leave the space and saw many more messages on her phone, all from customers of Moon Farm. Rainbow Unicorn. Why are the fish suddenly available for sale without any notice? Why are there only 3? I couldn't get one. I want to eat it so much. I've never eaten such delicious fish. I've been wanting it for a long time. I was overjoyed, I was shocked. Doesn't Moon Farm sell fruits and vegetables? Why is it selling pork? My hands were slow and I only grabbed a pig's head, laughing and crying. Boss, can you tell me, how do you eat a pig's head? Jing, I got a pig's trotter. Boss, give me a bigger one, a pen refill. Live in Nanny Fong, boss, when will you have eggs? My wife loves to eat your eggs and has been asking me for them for days. Taishan Lychee, I was introducing Moon Farm to my grandpa, but I didn't expect that there would be new products. I got one of each, ha ha ha. Xiao Mingyue noticed the idea of Shanshan Lychee. She often bought fruits at the Moon Farm, and her address was in a mountain villa not far from the planting company, with the 2 mountains adjacent to each other. Who else could live in the mountains? Plus her name was Shanshan Lychee, so Xiao Mingyue suspected that she was Ji Shanshan, Ji Wenxi's sister. Xiao Mingyue glanced a few more times and then turned off the phone. Who cares? She had to do something very important now. That was to give Grandpa. Stretch your legs and stare. Pill. Chapter 312. While Grandma was cooking in the kitchen, Xiao Mingyue came to Grandpa's side. Grandpa was dressed neatly and was sitting on a recliner in a daze. 24 hours a day, except for sleeping, eating and going to the toilet, he spends the rest of the time in a daze. Compared to those difficult Alzheimer's patients, Grandpa is very well behaved. Grandpa, open your mouth. Xiao Mingyue took out a pill that made her legs stretch and eyes widen and placed it next to her grandfather's mouth. Grandpa opened his mouth obediently, chewed a few times and swallowed. It doesn't taste good, he said faintly. Xiao Mingyue watched her grandfather swallow it with her own eyes. Medicine is not delicious, so just eat it. Grandpa yawned. Fen, I'm sleepy. Grandma didn't hear, so Grandpa kept shouting. Fen, sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Grandma ran over with a spatula in her hand. Stop shouting, you're calling your soul. It's not even time for your nap yet, why are you so sleepy? I'm sleepy, Grandpa said again. Okay, go upstairs and go to bed. You're the one who has so much to do. You keep giving me a lot of worry every day. Grandma helped Grandpa upstairs. Ever since Grandpa suddenly suffered from Alzheimer's, he has been very attached to Grandma. No matter what he does, he must have Grandma accompany him. Xiao Mingyue's eyebrows were curved and she was smiling. She was looking forward to what would happen when her grandfather woke up. By the way, Grandma, I bought a carp from Moon Farm and will stew it for dinner. Grandma helped Grandpa up the stairs and said, Okay, I'll stew it for you. That farm is really expensive. The owner is really mean. It was selling for 10,000 before, but now the price has increased to 80,000. Why doesn't he go and grab it? Xiao Mingyue. My grandma scolded me. It was sold for 10,000 before, because it was the beginning of the end of the world, and the price of fish was not over 10,000 at that time. Now it is sold for 80,000, although it is still much more expensive than the price of fresh fish from the planting company, but it is expensive for a reason. Moreover, how can the prices at the beginning of the apocalypse be compared with those now? The planting company has also raised its prices, and the fish sold by the planting company are not as big as those sold by the moon farm. It's a big carp that's nearly 1 meter long, and it's produced in the space. Eating it can strengthen your body and prolong your life, and it's not expensive. Compared to meat, fish is already much cheaper. If there had not been floods this year and water shortage, the price of fish would definitely be much higher than that of meat. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Xiao Mingyue lay on the sofa, watching the TV series she had saved before, eating snacks, and enjoying the leisurely time. The carp in the pot was already stewing. Because the fish was too big, Grandma cut it into 2 halves and only ate 1 half today. Grandma wiped her hands on her apron and asked, "The old man has been sleeping for the whole afternoon, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Why don't I go and take a look?" said Zhao's mother. "You watch the pot, I'll go check it out." After saying that, Grandma was about to go upstairs when she saw Grandpa walking down slowly from the 2nd floor in high spirits. He didn't have a cane, but his steps were steady. Grandma slapped her thigh and rushed over to meet him. "How did you get down by yourself? Don't fall!" Grandpa's eyes are bright and sharp, completely different from the dull eyes of Alzheimer's disease. "Old lady, what delicious food did you cook? I came down just by smelling it." Grandpa's voice was full of energy. Zhao's mother stared at her father in a daze. She felt that something was different about him. His every move, expression, and way of speaking were all different. "You don't even have a cane, and your legs are not in good condition. If you fall and get hurt, I will definitely." Chapter 313. Grandma's words stopped abruptly, and she gradually realized, why does this old man look so abnormal? Normally he would utter a few words at a time, but now he can speak complete sentences. "What did you say just now?" "Qingwan, something big has happened. Look at your father, he is no longer asleep." Grandma was a little incoherent. Grandpa stretched his limbs and said, "My legs and feet are fine. If you don't believe me, I'll do the splits for you." Grandpa pretended to do the splits, so Grandma quickly grabbed him. Zhao's mother was also scared and ran over to stop him. Grandma was shocked. "Your dad is not stupid anymore, he is crazy?" Mother Xiao waved her hands in front of Grandpa and said incredulously, "Dad, look at me, do you recognize me? Are you cured?" Grandpa smiled kindly. "Qingwan, my dear daughter, it's okay, everything is okay. Old woman, I have had Alzheimer's disease in the past few years, and I need you to take care of everything. Thank you for your hard work." Grandma exclaimed. "Oh my! Are you cured? How come you got better so suddenly? Are you really cured? Then look and see who she is." Grandma pointed at Xiao Mingyue, and Xiao Mingyue smiled. "Who am I?" Grandpa ran over and rubbed Xiao Mingyue's face, laughing like a bell. "My dear granddaughter, so pretty!" Xiao Mingyue couldn't hide her excitement. Her grandfather's recovery was a great joy to everyone in the family. Before my grandfather fell ill, he was the backbone of the family, and the patriarch who had the final say. He was very intimidating just by having a stern face, and everyone in the family was afraid of him getting angry. Even though my uncle and aunt were a little bit absurd and not united with the family at that time, they did not dare to say or do anything excessive due to my grandfather's majesty. But after my grandfather fell ill, my uncle and aunt no longer had any taboos and became more aggressive in their behavior, and a lot of changes took place in the Jiang family. Now that the normal grandpa is back, things will definitely get better and better for our family. Mother Zhao's eyes became hot, and she burst into tears instantly. Grandma also couldn't control her tears and cried while laughing. That's great. Xiao Ma wiped her tears and said, "We must tell the good news to my elder brother and the second brother as soon as possible. They must be very happy." Yes, call them all over to help cook. Let's have dinner together tonight and celebrate." Grandma spoke with tears in her voice. She was so happy in her heart. Grandpa snorted. "Although I was ill these years, I still remember everything. How could I forgive the boss for what he did? Where is my belt?" Grandma hesitated to speak. "The eldest has become better, he. Now is now, and the past is the past. He thought I was sick and confused, and said a lot of things to plot against my family in front of me. He got bolder, and I must beat him up. Before the others could react, Grandpa rushed up the stairs in 2 or 3 steps, came down with a cowhide belt in his hand, and rushed towards the door aggressively. This is not the pace that an old man with gray hair and beard can take. He is even stronger than Zhao's father. Xiao Mingyue jumped up and said, "Grandpa, you have to wear boots and a raincoat when you go out. It's raining outside." Grandpa looked down at the slippers on his feet and said, "Good boy, bring me my boots." "Good." Xiao Mingyue readily agreed and immediately took out a pair of Zhao's father's boots and handed it over. "She just wants to watch the fun and enjoy the fun. My uncle will definitely have a very funny expression on his face later, haha." Zhao's mother kept winking at Xiao Mingyue, but Xiao Mingyue pretended not to see it, gave Grandpa a raincoat, and put it on herself. "I'm going too." "Go and watch the fun." Chapter 314. Under the worried looks of Zhao's mother and grandmother, Xiao Mingyue happily followed her grandfather out. She has been her grandfather's little follower since she just learned to run. She could not even walk steadily, but she still followed her grandfather every day. "Grandpa, do you know where my uncle lives?" Xiao Mingyue asked. Grandpa walked out with a majestic step. "I know, although I am demented, I still remember everything that happened in the past few years. My dear, you have worked hard in the past 2 years of natural disasters. You have taken good care of our family. I hope you will grow up." Xiao Mingyue asked tentatively, "Grandpa, do you still remember that jigsaw puzzle? It was the gift you gave me." She wasn't sure if her grandfather knew the secret of the puzzle space. "Do you like it? Grandpa will give you another set later to exercise your intelligence and hands-on ability," Grandpa answered casually. Xiao Mingyue was a little hesitant. She couldn't see anything unusual on her grandfather's face. Could it be that he really didn't know? She opened her mouth and finally said only one word. "Good." At this time, Grandpa had already arrived downstairs at my uncle's house. Without any pause, he took 2 steps at a time and rushed up to the top of the stairs. I went up to the 4th floor and banged on the door. "Open the door!" Jian Zhuang in the room heard the noise and shouted. "Who are you?" Grandpa's voice was deep and deep. "I am your grandpa." The uncle and aunt exchanged glances. "That really sounds like Dad's voice." "Zhuang, open the door." Jian Zhuang opened the door. "Grandpa, cousin, you are here." Grandpa touched Jiang Zhuang's head and said, "Be good." The uncle was surprised. "Mingyue, why did you bring Grandpa here? He has difficulty walking, and this is the 4th floor." Xiao Mingyue was about to speak when her grandfather yelled and swung his belt loudly. "You deserve a beating. You've been so arrogant these past few years, now you dare to pee on your family's neck. I'll beat you up." After Xiao Mingyue went in, she closed the door quietly. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. My uncle was so frightened that he jumped up like a monkey and hid everywhere. He didn't even know what was going on when he was hit with the belt several times. He screamed in pain and begged for mercy. "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Stop it, stop it." My aunt and Jiang Lijiao and her brother were all so frightened that they were completely stunned. Xiao Mingyue sat on the sofa without any hesitation and did not stop him. My aunt was quick to react. She quickly noticed that there was something unusual about my grandfather. "Dad, are you cured? You don't have Alzheimer's anymore?" Grandpa snorted coldly. "Nonsense." This time it was my uncle's turn to be stunned. He didn't care about the pain in his body and hugged my grandfather tightly, looking him left and right, up and down, and even touching him. "Dad, are you really okay?" My uncle's voice was trembling. Grandpa pushed him away in disgust. "Don't dirty my clothes." The eldest uncle hugged him again and started to cry at the top of his voice. "Dad, you are not stupid anymore, my dad, I am happy. I will be happy no matter how many times you hit me, hit me hard." The uncle looked at Xiao Mingyue with tears in his eyes. "Mingyue, am I dreaming?" Grandpa hit him on the butt with a belt and asked, "Are you dreaming?" "Ouch, it hurts." "I'm not dreaming, no." My uncle covered his butt and laughed foolishly. Grandpa rolled his eyes at him and said, "I remember everything you said and did during my illness these years. You selfish bastard, don't call me dad, I'm not your dad." My uncle and aunt looked at each other and lowered their heads guiltily, especially my aunt, whose face turned red with embarrassment. She had taken advantage of my grandfather's dementia and often said calculating words to his face. This time, Grandpa came to beat Dehai to warn her and let her put away her evil thoughts, for fear that she would bring harm to the family. My aunt stepped forward shyly and said, "Dad, it was my daughter-in-law's fault before. I was confused and stupid. My family treated my husband and me so well, but I was still not satisfied and could not tell good from bad. Those nonsense I said before are really damnable. Dad, you can beat me too. Now that you are well, even if you beat me and Dehai to death, we will have no complaints and will only be happy." Chapter 3:15. My uncle also said, "Dad, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Now I am the mushroom supplier for the government building. Your son has not brought shame to you." Although Grandpa still looked cold on the outside, his heart had softened. "It's all thanks to Mingyue, otherwise you wouldn't be able to live the good life you have now. People should learn to be grateful." My uncle and aunt nodded quickly. Yes, we know in our hearts that if it weren't for Mingyue, we would have died long ago." Xiao Mingyue said slowly, "Grandpa, I can prove that my uncle and aunt are really different from before. But it was really annoying in the past, so he deserved the beating." Of course, Xiao Mingyue didn't stop her grandfather. Not only for this reason, she also wanted her eldest uncle and second uncle to see with their own eyes her grandfather, who was now full of energy. "Even if my uncle got beaten, it doesn't matter. Would Grandpa really be willing to kill him?" Grandpa put away the belt. "Look, Mingyue is more sensible. I am going to hit you just now. She still stops me from letting me come, and I will follow me. There is such a good niece, you can hurt her." The uncle looked at Xiao Mingyue gratefully and said, "Dad is right. Our family is blessed with Mingyue." Xiao Mingyue smiled slightly and accepted her grandfather's compliment without feeling guilty at all. My aunt was so excited, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. My father-in-law is a decisive and capable patriarch, and he is also the head of the family. Now that he has recovered from his illness, the family has a central figure with a say. The Jiang family will surely live better and better in the future. You too, come and call Grandpa, so that Grandpa can take a good look at you." My aunt's face was full of smiles. "Grandfather. Grandpa, you were really powerful just now," Jiang Lijiao and Jiang Chuang said. Grandpa laughed. "Be good, Grandpa loves you well." At this time, there was a knock on the door and someone came to the door again. "Brother, sister-in-law, what happened in your family? I heard a strange noise downstairs." It was the voice of my second aunt. My aunt hurried over to open the door and said, "Sister, good news, our father is cured. Please call them all over, quickly." Second aunt nodded quickly and went downstairs to call people. Within half a minute, second uncle and second aunt, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuan's wife, and Zai Zai, who could already walk, were all gathered together. They surrounded Grandpa as if they were in a zoo, watching him like a gorilla. "Dad?" My second uncle's voice was choked. "Dad, you're so well?" My second aunt couldn't believe it either. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say. "Grandpa, this is great, the Bodhisattva appeared, Jesus came to the world." "Great-grandpa, this is great-grandpa, come and call me, son." Jiang Yuan's wife smiled gently. Zai Zai was waving his hands and spitting. "Yi ya ya, aba. Grandpa picked up Zai Zai and said, "My dear, go and have some delicious food with Grandpa. Don't all hang around me. I'm not a monkey. Let's go to Qingwan's house for dinner." The old woman said so. After saying this, Grandpa held Zai Zai in his arms, wrapped him tightly in a raincoat, and left. The uncle quickly put on his shoes and said, let's go to Mingyue's house and celebrate Dad's recovery." Everybody was so happy that they all went home to put on their equipment. "Bring the vegetables and the chicken. The government building gave us half a chicken yesterday," my aunt said and went to get it. Jiang Lijia went over to help and took all the things given by the government in her hands. After seeing this, Xiao Mingyue said, "Don't take it. It's not a big deal. We don't need it at home." After saying that, Xiao Mingyue also hurried away to catch up with her grandfather. The aunt looked at Xiao Mingyue as departing back, feeling a little at a loss. Her eyes suddenly turned red and her mood was indescribably complicated. "Mom!" Jiang Lijiao hesitated to speak. My aunt wiped her face with her sleeve and said, "Your cousin is a cold-faced person with a warm heart. Let's go and cook." You too should be considerate and help with the chores. If there is a mess in her house, help clean it up. Don't just wait to eat. I got it, Mom. Jiang Zhuang put on his shoes and ran away quickly. Chapter 316. Tonight, the Xiao family is extremely lively. Grandma and Aunt are busy in the kitchen, and Grandpa also made one of his specialties, braised eggplant in oil. The braised eggplant made by my grandpa is especially delicious with rice. I can eat a big bowl of white rice just with the soup. My uncle is already a middle-aged man in his 60s. He walks back and forth beside my grandfather. I don't know what he wants to do, but he just wants to be closer to my grandfather. It was not until his grandfather kicked him and thought he was in the way that he reluctantly left the kitchen. When Grandma saw it, she smiled so wide that she couldn't close her mouth. Come on, it's time to eat. Jiang Yuan brought the last plate of hard dish. Jiang Zhuang came over with a stack of bowls. Jiang Lijiao took the bowls and served rice to everyone. The dishes are all here, come to the table. Today is a great day, and the old man is finally well. As Grandma spoke, she started to cry and couldn't continue. Mother! When Grandma started crying, no one else could hold back. Grandpa picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Why are you crying? Eat. Zhao's mother smiled and said, Yes, eat. This is a good thing. Don't cry. Xiao Mingyue stood up and went to the refrigerator to get some ice juice. It was so satisfying to pair the hot dishes with the ice juice. She felt extremely refreshed after taking a sip. Dad has always been in good health and never had any illness. He even went to the river to fish the day before. How could he suddenly get Alzheimer's? Now he's finally recovered. God is watching over us. My second uncle sighed. Grandpa was savoring the fresh, tender and smooth fish meat in his mouth, and suddenly said, Luckily it's me. The second uncle didn't hear clearly. Dad, what did you say? Grandpa coughed and said, It's nothing, eat yours. At this time, Xiao Mingyue came back with a large bottle of juice. Grandpa smiled and said, Dear, pour a cup for Grandpa too? Grandma nags, You are old, you can't drink cold water, drink water. Grandpa's smile immediately disappeared, and Xiao Mingyue was amused by his sudden change in expression. Drink less, it's okay. Besides, judging from his agile posture when climbing the stairs just now, Grandpa's physical fitness is very good now. Xiao Mingyue poured a cup for Grandpa, who took a sip and looked satisfied. Yes, why didn't I see Lao Si? Where did Fong Fong go? Yes, where did my aunt go? Only then did everyone notice that there was one person missing at the table. Xiao Ma swallowed the food in her mouth and said, She follows me to work every day. Director Su saw that she was diligent and recommended her to work as a cleaner in the government building. Who knew that she was recognized by an official's wife just 2 days after she went there? Wasn't she a beauty blogger before? Now she does makeup for others. I heard from her that the wife of the official really likes her makeup skills and has introduced her to many people. Grandma nodded. Yes, she said she wanted to wait until she gets paid and take all the benefits home, then she'll tell you. Xiao Mingyue also knew about this. It might not be a bad thing for her aunt to go back to her old job. She was proficient in skin care and makeup techniques, and was also good at clothing matching. The beauty industry was her hobby. Now doing what I like to do must be like a fish in water, which is better than following Xiao Ma to do chores every day. Moreover, even in the end times, it is easy to make money from women. Women in upper society often have parties and afternoon teas, so excellent female makeup artists are a scarce resource. Once those rich ladies are happy, my aunt's treatment will not be worse than Zhao's father's. She will be picked up and dropped off by car, and if necessary, she will stay at the employer's home for a few days. In the end times, this is already a very good job. It's good to have a skill. You don't have to do physical work and you can earn a lot of money, my aunt said enviously. Chapter 317. For several days, the family was immersed in joy. Grandpa was busy growing vegetables and raising chickens all day long. Uncle and aunt brought food to the Xiao family from time to time, and Grandpa's attitude towards them also became much more moderate. Xiao Mingyue's life was getting better and better, but her uncle's family was still miserable. Is something really wrong with my brother? Will that man come to kill us? Xiao Huan curled up in the sour and smelly quilt. The quilt was black and moldy, and had an unpleasant smell. The old lady's dull eyes finally moved. No, definitely not. My son will be fine. He said he was going to do something big this time. Xiao Huanhuan showed a frightened expression. But who is that person? Why did he take my brother's phone and threaten us? Mom, I'm scared. Before Xiao Yu left, he did not tell his family about causing trouble for Xiao Mingyue. Firstly, his eldest brother asked them to keep it a secret as it was an illegal activity and could not be revealed. Secondly, he wanted to announce this big surprise when he came back, so his uncle and the others did not know about it. The uncle suddenly got angry. If you're afraid, go die. You just lie there all day, you useless thing, what's the use of you? The big man on the next bed woke up, cursing, and slapped my uncle. What the hell are you making so much noise for? Can't you see I'm sleeping? The uncle immediately backed off and said, I'm sorry. Fuck. The big man cursed again before turning around and going back to sleep. Xiao Huanhuan shuddered, wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, and dared not speak anymore. After they saved their lives from the flood, they came to this community, but because they arrived late, they could only live in the underground garage. The underground garage is damp and cold, much lower than the temperature upstairs. When I first arrived, there were no beddings, but the ones I picked up from dead bodies. As soon as they saw someone dead somewhere, they ran over like vultures smelling a corpse and divided up the remaining things of the dead person, because if they were late, they would be snatched away by others. Life was already difficult, but we suddenly encountered an insect plague, with black rot nematodes everywhere. Black rot nematodes can't climb up high-rise buildings, so how can they not crawl into underground garages? Therefore, they usually wrap themselves tightly with quilts and clothes so that nothing is exposed. When they sleep, they even cover their heads so that they can breathe. Even so, many people have been attacked by black rot nematodes, which have drilled into their bodies. Their painful cries can be heard throughout the entire underground garage. Ah! Bugs! A scream rang out. The old lady's eyes were greedy. Another person was bitten by the black rot nematode. Why didn't they bite him to death? His down jacket is not bad. If he dies, it will be mine. Bite them to death, bite them all to death, bite my second uncle's family and my aunt's family to death. Xiao Huanhuan's eyes were filled with resentment, and he cursed in his heart. At this time, Grandma came back with meals for 4 people and 2 pots of hot water. The kettles were also picked up. One of the handles was broken, so Grandma could only hold them. Grandma has become thinner now. She is very skinny, with a hunched back and a dirty body, as if she was wearing a layer of skin on a skeleton. Xiao Huanhuan kicked the quilt away and said unhappily, Why are you so slow? I'm starving. She skillfully took the 2 fried tooth worms from her grandmother's bowl and stuffed them into her mouth. The dying old thing was not worthy of eating fried tooth worms. Grandma looked at the uncle timidly and said, Eat, big brother. Do you want some water? I'll pour it for you. The uncle spat and said with disgust, I get annoyed when I see you, shut up and get out of here. My uncle took the meal and started to eat it voraciously. They could eat the unpalatable worms mixed with mushrooms with great relish, and the fried worms were the most delicious of all. Grandma lowered her head deeply, gave them the food, and poured a glass of water for each of them before returning to her own little corner and eating her meal in silence. After luckily surviving the flood by relying on wooden door panels, Grandma's status became even lower. She was subjected to a lot of abuse every day. She comforted herself in her heart that it was because the eldest brother and the others were in a bad mood that they treated her like this. Grandma's only value now is to use their temporary ID cards to get them food and water. Although Grandma's quilt was the thinnest and her sleeping space was the most cramped, so that she couldn't even stretch her legs, she didn't dare to complain. Because she was afraid of being abandoned. If she was abandoned by her eldest son, she would really not be able to survive. While shoveling the rice in the bowl, Grandma suddenly thought of the last time she went to the second brother's home. Her in-laws lived really well there. They had no worries about food and drink, and they even gained weight and became a lot whiter. The second son is an ungrateful and heartless person. He supports other people's mothers but not his own. He has no conscience. Why did I give birth to such a bad boy? It's all his fault. Why didn't he go out and get hit by a car and die? Chapter 318. Bang! Xiao Mingyue hit the bullseye and scored a perfect 10 rings. Yes, your marksmanship has improved a lot, and you're making rapid progress. Jiwensi raised his right eyebrow slightly. Xiao Mingyue took off her goggles with a smile on her face. Thank you, coach. Jiwensi glanced at the time and said, Let's stop here for today. By the way, I can't come next Saturday because I have something to do. You can come here to practice your shooting skills when you have time. You don't have to come on Saturday. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay, I understand. Coach, you don't need to send someone to follow me to protect me today. I have some personal matters to attend to and will not be going home. Jiwensi was stunned for a moment. Okay, be careful on the road. Bye. Xiao Mingyue rubbed his sore arms. He had been holding the gun for the whole morning and felt quite tired. What she had to do today was to go to the north. Don't forget that Xiao Mingyue still had a boat. Judging from the time, it was time to use the boat. Xiao Mingyue drove towards the north. In this small piece of land in the south of the city, the Huahan community was located very far south, and several mountains were basically concentrated in the south. Because the terrain in the south is higher than that in the north, and the cliffs are steeper further south, if you want to enter the water, you have to drive to the north. The Yalan community where my uncle and his family live now is just to the north, but Xiao Mingyue has no intention of seeking revenge on them. Wouldn't it be better to let them suffer in the end times? Why dirty his own hands? If Xiao Yu hadn't come to her house to provoke trouble, she really wouldn't have wanted to kill him. There will be much more suffering in the last days. This is just the beginning, just endure it slowly. The journey was relatively smooth and there were no obstacles, but the road conditions were a bit poor and there were always debris. Fortunately, she was driving an off-road vehicle, so she arrived at the north of the city smoothly. In order to find a hidden place that was convenient for entering the water, Xiao Mingyue drove around for a long time and finally found a place where the ground and the flood met. Very few people come to the critical point, it can be said to be deserted. Because this place is too dangerous, the closer to the water, the more insects there are, and toothed worms, black rot beetles and leeches are very dense. The ground was densely covered with bugs, so no one would have the time to stroll around the border, not even the police. No one comes, which means it is safe. This was originally a square, but it has long been abandoned. A few steps down is a flood, and the flood is endless with no end in sight. Xiao Mingyue put the off-road vehicle into the space. She found a suitable area to enter the water, and when she checked again to see that there was no one around and no cameras, she took the boat out of the space. She tried it first. Mr. Zhou had asked someone to teach her how to drive a boat before. It was Xiao Mingyue's first time driving a boat, and she got the hang of it quickly. She stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the endless deep water area. She came here today for two purposes. One was to try out the boat in the water, and the other was to look for any red-bone fish. Simply put, she came here to fish. As the saying goes, where there is danger there is opportunity, poison and treasure go hand in hand. In the place where three poisonous creatures, toothed worms, black rot worms and leeches, often entangle and fight each other, a new fish will appear, the red-bone fish. The appearance of the red-thorn fish is bright red, even the meat and bones inside are red. The fish skin is very hard, like a layer of armor, and the surface is covered with densely packed red spines. The spines on the fish's head are long and hard, and it is ferocious and very strong, making it extremely difficult to catch. Chapter 319. Because the red-thorn fish has a hard shell and densely packed with spikes, it provides all-round protection. The three insects are helpless against it, and can only be eaten. Yes, the red spur fish feeds on three kinds of insects. It has 4 rows of fangs in its mouth, and the fangs are arranged in a disorderly manner. The fish can shred all the insects in its mouth with just one opening and closing of its mouth. No matter whether it is a toothed worm or a black rot worm, even a leech with a tough skin can be easily bitten into pieces by the red-bone fish. It likes to run to the place where the 3 worms are fighting because it can eat a bunch of worms in one bite. Therefore, the red-bone thornfish is the nemesis of the 3 insects, and the only natural enemy of the red-bone thornfish is, of course, humans. Xiao Mingyue remembered that in her previous life, a fish called red-bone fish suddenly appeared and was very popular on the tables of the upper class. Experts say that red spiny fish has extremely high nutritional value and has regenerative and repair capabilities. Eating it will automatically repair lesions in your body, such as cancer. It is said that the child of a high-ranking official suffered from heart valve defect, and his disease was cured after eating red thorn fish for a long time. Even those who are not sick can strengthen their bodies and purify their blood. As a result, red bone fish is even more popular. Moreover, the brain of the red spiny fish has rare medicinal value. It is a tonic that is 10 times stronger than ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Even fish bones, if ground into powder and swallowed, can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, reduce inflammation, and regulate menstruation. In short, the red bone thornfish is a treasure from head to toe. In the previous life, even Xiao Mingyue, who lived in the slums, had heard a lot about the red bone thornfish. Red bone fish is very popular in the upper class. The auction price of an adult red bone fish is even as high as 5,000 kilograms of rice. Some people even want to exchange it for a luxury RV. By the way, the auction model of red bone fish is unique. It adopts a barter model. The rich people offer favorable conditions that ordinary people can hardly imagine in exchange for a red bone fish. This is a matter of mutual consent. Rich people all want to taste the red bone fish. In previous lives, there were many poor people who wanted to change their fate by catching red bone fish. In order to catch the red bone fish, people have even gone crazy. A fish can change their destiny, get food, and even get a job. They can live a good life in the doomsday, and no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold. However, red-bone fish are rarely seen and only live in deep waters, making them extremely difficult to catch, so too many people have died in the water. They were buried at the bottom of the water and no trace was left of their bodies, but some people still held on to their chances and continued to come. How ironic, a fish can change the fate of a poor person. Xiao Mingyue estimated that after some time, the matter of the red-bone fish would be discovered by experts and widely publicized. Although no one knows it yet, there should be red-bone fish in the water. We can't go any further. If we go any further, we'll lose our way. Xiao Mingyue stopped. She looked particularly small against the endless water. She looked towards the shore. The buildings over there seemed very small in her eyes. She had to be where she could see the land, otherwise she would easily get lost. Xiao Mingyue took out a fishing rod from the space, as well as some pig offal, liver and other things that were left over from the last pig slaughter that had not been processed. And a plate of ground chicken. She knew that the red spur fish was a carnivorous fish, but she didn't know if it liked to eat anything else besides the 3 worms. It would be best if you like it. If not, you can also use these things to attract the 3 insects. Once the 3 insects gather, the red-boned fish might also be attracted. Just give it a try anyway. Chapter 320. Xiao Mingyue has been fishing with her father since she was a child, but this was her first time fishing for redfin bream. In order to increase the chances of catching fish, she also prepared a fishing net. It was called a fishing net, but it was actually just a wooden stick with a tin bucket tied to the top with wire. She had drilled many holes in the tin bucket with a screwdriver. This is her fishing net. It is specially used to catch red-boned fish. If you use an ordinary scoop net, the sharp spines on the red-boned fish will definitely break the net, so you must use an iron bucket with holes to ensure it is strong and durable. On the vast water, a solitary boat was quietly sailing. The woman on the boat was wearing a raincoat and a hat, and was diving into the water. Xiao Mingyue sprinkled chopped pork offal into the water in large areas. Then, she sat on a small stool and hung the chicken on the fish hook. She waited quietly, not in a hurry to cast the rod. One cannot be impatient when it comes to fishing. This is what Xiao's father taught her. While waiting, she evenly sprayed insecticide on the hull that was exposed above the water. The pesticide smelled bad, but it was effective in preventing insects from crawling up. The boat is now stationary, and it would be troublesome if they climb up, especially the black rot beetles and leeches. Not long after, there was movement beneath the calm water surface. The 3 insects were attracted by the smell of blood and came to eat the pig offal with relish, fighting over it. Xiao Mingyue threw in some pancreas fragments at the right time, and the 3 worms rushed to grab them, eating them with great pleasure. From Xiao Mingyue's perspective, the scene under the water was still very scary. Countless insects were swimming quickly in the water, competing for food. Leeches, in particular, can stretch their soft bodies and swim very fast. However, Xiao Mingyue was not afraid. She was on the boat. What was there to be afraid of? The hull was made of fiberglass, not wood, so it was very strong. Xiao Mingyue threw pigs into the water regularly, just like feeding fish. Unknowingly, more and more 3 insects gathered around the hull. Suddenly, she noticed that 3 insects somewhere under the water quickly dispersed, as if they had seen something terrible, and a red figure flashed by. Xiao Mingyue's eyes lit up. She finally waited for you. She calmly cast the fishing rod and threw the hook with the chicken tied to it into the water area just now. The chicken entered the water, but none of the 3 insects went over to fight for it. Obviously, they were afraid of something. The fish hasn't taken the bait yet, and Xiao Mingyue is not in a hurry. Instead, the 3 insects under the water have become even more restless, and even rolled out of the water. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened and it was hooked. Xiao Mingyue clearly felt a powerful force underwater, pulling the fishing line downward. Xiao Mingyue did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly gripped the fishing rod, starting a tug-of-war with the red-boned fish underwater. It was so strong, it seemed that it was not small in size. She caught a big one. The fish has taken the bite, but whether it can be caught is still a question. Xiao Mingyue silently prays that the fishing line will not break. This fishing line is the best fishing line in Dao's father's fishing tackle shop. If it breaks, she really won't be able to catch red-boned fish. The red-boned fish is very strong, and Xiao Mingyue is also strong. She played with the fish for a while until the fish was tired, then she pulled up the rod suddenly. A huge red-boned fish broke out of the water. It was as long as an adult's arm and had a round belly. It seemed that it had just had a full meal. Xiao Mingyue caught the fish with a special scoop net and poured it directly into an iron bucket that had been prepared long ago. The red-boned fish was still flapping its wings frantically, its eyes staring coldly at Xiao Mingyue, with full of attack power, as if it would jump out in the next second and pierce Xiao Mingyue full of holes. This was the first time that Xiao Mingyue had seen a red-boned thornfish in her 2 lifetimes. When she looked at it up close, she found it strange, scary, and really ugly. The fish is caught, but how do I take the hook off? The red thornfish was covered with sharp spines, and the ones on its head were long and sharp, making it impossible to catch them. This made Xiao Mingyue very troubled. Xiao Mingyue flashed into the space with a bucket and a fishing rod. She found a thick wooden board, took out a rag, and put on thick gloves. The red-boned fish was poured out, its body was pressed down with a thick wooden board, and its eyes were covered with a rag. After the red-boned fish could no longer see, it gradually stopped struggling. Xiao Mingyue took the opportunity to pry open the fish's mouth with a screwdriver and pulled the fish hook out with force. The fishing line was stuck in the gap between its teeth. Xiao Mingyue pulled it out with force and found that the fishing line had been deformed. TSK, such a strong fishing line was almost bitten off. The bite force of the red-boned fish is really scary. Xiao Mingyue threw the red-boned fish into the water tank. This large water tank was an old one from the countryside. It had a large capacity and very thick walls, so there was no need to worry about the red-boned fish making a fuss inside. The water tank had been lying idle in the yard of the wooden house, but I didn't expect it to be used today. Chapter 321. After closing the lid, Xiao Mingyue left the space and continued fishing. She came here today just to fish, so 1 fish would not be enough. Xiao Mingyue planned to catch a few more fish, give one to her family to try, and keep the rest in the space to raise and sell when they grow bigger. Judging from the market price of red-boned fish, isn't it more profitable than what she earns from killing dozens of pigs? Xiao Mingyue is now only interested in making money. She wants to earn enough puzzle coins because she is so curious about what other products the puzzle shop sells. After the stretching legs and staring eyes pills cured her grandfather's Alzheimer's disease, Xiao Mingyue was eager to know what other magical functions the other products in the puzzle shop had. But it can only be unlocked if you earn enough puzzle coins. Xiao Mingyue has been influenced by her father since she was a child. She can sit for a whole day fishing without moving. She is very patient. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of drizzle falling into the water, creating ripples. Xiao Mingyue felt very comfortable. Next time she would bring her father to go fishing together, he would definitely be very happy. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyue heard a strange noise in the distance. She looked back and saw a private yacht moving slowly on the water and heading towards her. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Who is it? She looked cautiously at the approaching private yacht, not knowing who it was or what its purpose was. Was it just passing by? Or was it trying to rob her? Anyone who can drive a private yacht should have money, so he must have just happened to pass by. Although Xiao Mingyue thought so in her heart, she did not dare to let her guard down. Brother Meng, that's really a boat. There seems to be a woman fishing on the boat. Mingyue leaned his hands on the railing and said fiercely. Fishing? Who has the brains to come here to fish? Are they the police here to get us? Damn, she can't even feel at ease after coming out of the water. Kill her. Should we tell Viper? If he really is from the police, we might as well tie him up and interrogate him. Maybe we can get something useful out of him. If we really kill him, Viper will know. The subordinate wanted to say something but stopped himself. Ever since Mingyue had acted on his own and blew up the Ziwei garden, Viper almost killed him. It's not that he feels sorry for those lives, but what Viper hates most is that his subordinates are too smart for their own good, act on their own and disobey orders. His methods of torturing people were even more severe, and his subordinates all obeyed his orders. Mingyue glared at him, and finally said, Then I'll go and ask whether to kill him or not. You just stay here and watch. Woman? Fishing? Viper leaned on the sofa, shaking the wine glass in his hand carelessly. His shirt was only buttoned a few times and his collar was wide open, but he didn't care. Since he was seriously injured last time, he has been recuperating and is almost recovered now. I'm afraid that if it's a police officer, should I kill him? Mingyue stood respectfully and asked tentatively. Viper put down his glass and said, What does it look like? I'll go take a look. Brother Meng hurriedly followed. To kill or not to kill is just a matter of one sentence. What does it have to do with appearance? At this time, the private yacht had collided with Xiao Mingyue's small fishing boat. She looked up at the people on the private yacht, but because of the angle, she couldn't see clearly because the other boat was too high. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked one of the men. Xiao Mingyue was unhappy and shouted. I was just wondering what you wanted to do. The water is so vast, why did you have to ram my boat? I was fishing peacefully, but you scared away all the fish after I set up a bait here. When Viper heard the familiar voice, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, with a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. He looked down, and it was really her. She has such a great taste that she comes fishing alone. She's quite brave. Chapter 322. Ask her about her identity, Brother Meng said to the younger brother next to him. The younger brother leaned over the railing and said, Who are you, what's your name, and what are you doing here? Tell me the truth. Are you police officers? Xiao Mingyue asked. The younger brother and the younger brother looked at each other and replied, No, we are having a party. Xiao Mingyue added, You are not a police officer. Why should I answer you when you asked me so many questions? You have your party and I fish for mine. We should not interfere with each other. Mingyue said in a bad tone, You are a woman, what kind of fish are you fishing for here? You are talking nonsense. When Xiao Mingyue heard this, she immediately got angry. Is this guy sick? What's wrong with being a woman? You are a sexist. Women can't fish? If not for fishing, why am I here with a fishing rod? To fish for you? Mingyue leaned on the railing and pointed at Xiao Mingyue, cursing loudly. How dare you talk to me like that, UF? His shoulders were suddenly held down. That's enough. Why bother with a woman? Let's go, Viper said calmly. Mingyue was very unwilling. This woman's mouth is too. Viper glared at him coldly. Are you questioning me? No, I dare not. Mengji's face turned red. The moment Mingyue stretched his head to look down, Xiao Mingyue recognized this man. She had seen him in the woods at the back mountain. He was the Mingyue mentioned by others, the one who blew up the Ziwei garden. Xiao Mingyue's nerves tensed up instantly. She pretended to be calm, not daring to show it on her face. She was isolated and helpless on the vast expanse of water, and it would only take a moment for the other party to decide what to do. Moreover, the other party's yacht is very tall and big, so they have an advantage. Who knows how many people are on the boat, and they must have weapons. Even if she had a space plug-in, she couldn't guarantee that she could kill them all. Once a fight broke out, even if the other party didn't hit her and made her boat leak, she wouldn't be able to return to the shore. Falling into the water would only mean death. Therefore, we cannot fight on the water because there are too many restrictions and the risks are too great. It is best to keep peace. Unless the other party takes action first, if it really comes to that, he will have no choice but to fight to the death. She is not someone to be trifled with. I wonder if she can smash his yacht with a huge rock? Xiao Mingyue's brain worked quickly and she quickly lowered her head and stopped looking up. She saw the faces of Minga and another minion, and Minga also saw her face. This was the most troublesome thing. As for the other person, he seemed to have more say than Minga, but I only saw half of his figure and not his face. The noise from the yacht was too loud and the man's voice was so soft that it was completely covered by the noise, so Xiao Mingyue couldn't hear clearly. Viper glanced at her casually and went back to the cabin, followed by Minga. "Drive the boat, what are you standing there for?" Brother Meng always had a hot temper, and he took his anger out on his younger brother. As the private yacht gradually went away, Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. "You guys run fast." Looking at the private yacht getting smaller and smaller, Xiao Mingyue turned and went into the boat shed, fearing that the other party would turn around and grab him. After all, they were armed. "I was rude in my words just now. He seems to have left, but what should I do if he shoots me from a distance? They are brutal terrorists, they have no moral principles." Xiao Mingyue no longer had the heart to continue fishing, and it would be best to leave here quickly. She started the boat and headed towards the land. Viper looked at the figure on the boat through the porthole, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Although she was wearing a mask last time, her eyes were unforgettable, and her voice was indeed different when I see it now. Manga was feeling aggrieved for a long time. "Viper, are you just going to let her go like this?" "What else?" Viper asked in a cold voice. Chapter 323. "She saw me," said Minga. Viper crossed his legs and said lazily, "What's wrong with you? Does your face look good?" Minga was choked by his words, and the scar at the end of his eyebrow trembled violently. Obviously he was holding it in very tightly. The venomous snake spoke slowly. "Ameng, you have committed too many sins of killing. He is just an ordinary person, don't be too sensitive." Minga nodded reluctantly, muttering in his heart, "How dare you talk about me? You have committed a heavier sin of killing than I have." But he didn't dare say it. In one afternoon, Xiao Mingyue caught 2 red-boned fish, one big and one small. The small one was as long as his forearm. Xiao Mingyue put 2 red-boned fish in a water tank. If she hadn't encountered terrorists, she could have continued fishing. What a pity. After putting the boat into the space, a lot of leeches and black rot worms were attracted to the bottom of the boat. Xiao Mingyue threw all these worms into the water tank as fish feed. If she really wants to raise red spur fish, a water tank alone is not enough, she has to think of other ways. Xiao Mingyue was driving on the way home, thinking about how to breed red-boned fish, and gradually became distracted. While driving and passing by a residential area with unfinished buildings, Xiao Mingyue's attention was attracted. She knew this community, which was very famous in the south of the city. It was a big project in the beginning. It attracted a lot of attention with its luxurious villas with swimming pools, and the housing prices were ridiculously expensive. At that time, Zhao's father almost bought a house here, but he didn't buy it because Zhao's mother liked the back mountain of Huahan community, and thought that the mountain was full of trees and the air was fresh. Now that I think about it, it was a close call. If I had bought this place, I would be homeless. Xiao Mingyue looked twice more, and suddenly a middle-aged woman holding a baby jumped out in front of her and blocked her car. Xiao Mingyue slammed on the brakes, which frightened her greatly. "You're going to die!" The middle-aged woman looked haggard and knelt on the ground with a plop. "Kind-hearted person, please save me and give me something to eat. My child is starving to death." Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes. In this desolate area, the refugees should be managed centrally in resettlement communities. Why were they running to an unfinished building? There was no disaster relief food here. "Why don't you go and get the relief food? Besides, how do you know I have food?" "I'm just passing by." Xiao Mingyue looked at her. The middle-aged woman was startled and said pitifully, "My husband abused me. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I fled with my children. Even if I starved to death, it was better than being beaten to death." The middle-aged woman kept kowtowing, looking extremely miserable. "You have a car, so you must have food. Please give me some. I can die, but my child can't. We are all women, so please have mercy on me." Xiao Mingyue still sat steadily in the car and said suddenly, "Why isn't your child crying?" The middle-aged woman looked up in surprise and explained, "The child is asleep." Xiao Mingyue's expression remained unchanged. "I have a pack of biscuits here. If you don't mind, take them and have some." The middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Mingyue crying. "Kind man, please come down to me. My legs are numb from kneeling. Can you give me a hand?" Chapter 324. Xiao Mingyue smiled sarcastically. She had deliberately said there were cookies, but she was not surprised at all. Logically, she should have come over impatiently to get the cookies, but it was obvious that she looked down on the cookies. He knelt in front of the car to block the road, and his words and deeds all seemed to want Xiao Mingyue to get out of the car. Once she got out of the car, it would be difficult for her to get back in. If she guessed correctly, there must be a lot of people hiding in the invisible corners nearby, waiting for her to get off the bus. "Get out of the way," Xiao Mingyue said coldly. The middle-aged woman seemed not to hear him and continued to beg. "Please, kind person, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Mingyue's eyes. She stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, not caring who she was, just kill her. The middle-aged woman's face changed drastically. She quickly rolled to the side and the bag in her hand fell to the ground. There was no child in it, only a plastic doll. "She's trying to run, stop her!" The middle-aged woman shouted loudly, her face distorted by anger, completely different from her pitiful appearance just now. Suddenly, many men ran out from both sides of the road. They were all ferocious-looking, tall, and especially strong, with flesh all over their bodies. They threw wooden sticks with long iron nails on the ground, intending to block Xiao Mingyue's way. Xiao Mingyue saw the ferocious faces of these people. Their eyes were cold, as if they were not looking at people but pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Mingyue stepped on the brakes again, then quickly backed up and rushed towards the middle-aged woman. "Ah!" The middle-aged woman was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground. Her right leg was crushed by the wheel and she cried out in pain. The men looked at each other and rushed over with knives in their hands. "You bitch! Cut her into pieces and avenge Sister Hua!" Xiao Mingyue opened the door and got out of the car, staring at those people expressionlessly. It was time to use the boulder. Bang! 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 Four muffled sounds were heard, and several huge rocks fell from the sky, hitting the men accurately. The largest rock killed 5 people at once, and the smallest one killed 2 people. Blood spread on the ground. The group of people who were so violent just now were now pressed under the rocks and had no breath of life. There were 2 more people who were lucky enough not to be hit, so they turned around and ran. There happened to be 2 boulders left in the space, so each of them took one. Bang! Bang! They didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed to death by the huge rocks. There were a total of 6 huge stones, all of which were used. Xiao Mingyue was very satisfied with the effect. She walked over and put the huge stones back into the space for reuse. Xiao Mingyue just took a glance and walked back to the car. She couldn't do anything in the water, so what did she have to worry about on land? "If you dare to block her way, I will kill you." The middle-aged woman was so frightened that she rolled and crawled on her crippled leg, saying in horror, "Are you a human or a ghost? Who are you? Those stones." Xiao Mingyue approached slowly. "Didn't you ask me to get off the car? Why don't you look so happy? Tell me, what are you going to do to me?" Chapter 325. "No, I don't plan to do anything. Please spare me and don't kill me." The middle-aged woman was about to faint from the pain. Xiao Mingyue said again, "Sister Hua, don't want to say it. Then let me guess, murder and robbery, right?" The middle-aged woman nodded, then shook her head desperately. "No, don't kill me." Xiao Mingyue looked down at her and said, "How many of you are there? Where are you hiding? Tell me and I won't kill you." "No, we're all here. We always act together, otherwise it's hard to divide the loot. Can you not kill me?" Sister Hua said tremblingly. Xiao Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth slightly. "No, I'm lying to you." In Sister Hua's shocked eyes, Xiao Mingyue killed Sister Hua in the same way she killed Sun Han. If she could use other means, she would try not to use a gun to avoid trouble. After clearing the roadblocks, Xiao Mingyue was about to leave when she suddenly remembered that there were quite a few villas in this unfinished building, and all of them had their own swimming pools. Can the swimming pool be dug out and placed in the space? This way she won't have to worry about where to raise the red-bone fish. Raising red-bone fish requires a large amount of 3 kinds of worms as feed. If we just dig a big hole, what will we do if the 3 kinds of worms crawl to other places and harm the animals in the space? Moreover, black rot insects will burrow into the soil. If they crawl along the soil into the stream, the water in the stream and the carp in it will all be affected. So it is better to build a swimming pool made of cement and stone. The 3 insects cannot get in. Moreover, the swimming pool wall is smooth, so they cannot climb up. Sprinkle salt around it to be foolproof. After Xiao Mingyue had this idea, she drove directly to the unfinished building. The road in the unfinished building was not easy to drive on, so she parked the car outside and went in alone. Xiao Mingyue pushed open a rusty iron door. The villa here didn't even have windows. It was left unfinished before it was completed. Fortunately, a swimming pool had been built. The swimming pool was full of rainwater and looked dirty. She now found a remote open space in the space, not far from the stream, and moved the soil out to create a pit shape, making it convenient to embed the swimming pool in it. With a thought, she dug out the complete swimming pool. The swimming pool disappeared instantly and appeared in a pit that had been dug in advance in the space. The swimming pool is 1 calf's height higher than the surrounding grass, which is a perfect height for her to feed the fish while being completely isolated from the soil in the space. The pond is 1.5 meters deep, which is very suitable for raising red-bone fish. The swimming pool has been built, and I will clean it up carefully when I get home. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Xiao Mingyue took the soil that she had just transferred back into the space and threw it into an open space somewhere else. The soil in the space was a good thing, so she was reluctant to throw it away. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood, which seemed to be coming from the villa next door. Xiao Mingyue's face changed slightly. She walked towards the villa next door. As soon as she entered the door and saw the scene inside, she almost vomited. The house was littered with bones. There was blood on the chopping board and 2 butcher knives were flashing cold light. Xiao Mingyue's pupils trembled violently. The purpose of those people just now was not to kill or rob. Because the unfinished building had no doors or windows, Xiao Mingyue had a clear view of the scene inside. It seemed that this was their base camp. What Sister Hua said was right, all of their staff were out, and the number of bedding also matched. The loss of human nature is evident from this. Xiao Mingyue frowned and left quickly, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. Chapter 326. After returning home, Xiao Mingyue entered the space, cleaned the swimming pool, and put the water from the stream into the swimming pool, filling it 6/10 full. Xiao Mingyue opened the water tank and saw 2 red-boned fish swimming quietly inside. The black rot worms and leeches thrown in the afternoon had been eaten up by them. These 2 things have a big appetite. Xiao Mingyue threw the 2 red-boned fish into the swimming pool and moved them to a larger space. The 2 of them were quite active and swam back and forth in the swimming pool. I just don't know whether these 2 fish are male or female. Xiao Mingyue looked at them several times but couldn't see where the reproductive organs were. It was difficult to judge, so she simply kept both of them. When she caught a few more, the chance of finding both a male and a female would be greater. Fugui lay by the swimming pool, looking at the fish inside curiously. His expression seemed to be saying, "Why do they look different from the fish in the creek?" Fugui used his claws to reach the red-boned fish. Before Xiao Mingyue could stop him, the small red-boned fish swam quickly, flicked its tail, and stabbed Fugui's front paw. Fugui jumped 3 meters high in fright, then ran several meters away in horror, covering his paws and roaring. The little red spiny fish seemed to be very proud and swam briskly in the water. Xiao Mingyue slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "Fugui, these 2 fish have thorns on their bodies. They are very dangerous. If you have nothing to do, don't come here. Don't let the cattle and sheep come here either." Fugui was angry. All the animals in the space were obedient to him, but now 2 troublemakers came. How could he tolerate this? It's outrageous. Fugui growled and walked over angrily, staring coldly at the red-boned fish in the water with his tiger eyes. After looking for 2 seconds, he realized that his master was right. These 2 ugly fish were not easy to mess with. Fugui turned around and ran, running very fast. Xiao Mingyue thought it was scared, but unexpectedly, Fugui came back soon with the machete she used to kill pigs in its mouth. With a click, the knife fell at Xiao Mingyue's feet. Fugui pushed the knife forward with his claws, signaling Xiao Mingyue that she could start. Chop them up, chop them into small pieces. Xiao Mingyue immediately understood what Fugui meant, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Fugui felt that he could not do anything to the red-boned fish, so he asked her for help. This rich guy is so cunning. Xiao Mingyue smiled and patted Fugui's head, coaxing him softly. My dear Fugui, these two red-boned fish cannot be killed yet. Let them give birth to baby fish. When they give birth to baby fish, I will definitely kill them to vent your anger, okay? Fugui tilted his head and was stunned for a few seconds, then licked Xiao Mingyue's hand, which meant he agreed. You are so good. I will stew some pork belly for you. Xiao Mingyue rubbed Fugui's big head again. Fugui was happy, and instantly forgot about the unpleasantness just now, and went out to play happily. Xiao Mingyue came to the creek, picked up a palm-sized carp and threw it into the swimming pool. She wanted to try and see if the red-boned fish loved all kinds of meat except the three worms. The little carp suddenly changed its place, still confused. The two red-boned fish immediately targeted the little carp. They gradually approached, their eyes were cold, and they suddenly exerted force and rushed over quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the little carp was torn into pieces by two red-boned fish, and blood spread in the water. Most of the small carps went into the belly of the larger red-thorn fish. Although she was mentally prepared, Xiao Mingyue was still quite surprised. She didn't expect the red-boned fish to be so ferocious. It turned out that they not only eat 3 kinds of insects, but also eat all kinds of meat. What would happen if a person fell? That's simply unimaginable. Chapter 327. Xiao Mingyue threw the leftover pork offal and chopped chicken from today's fishing into the space, then went to stew meat for Fugui and picked some fruits at the same time. She was busy for 2 hours before she finally left the space. It was already very late at night. She simply washed up and finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiao Mingyue got up and opened the curtains, and was surprised to find that the rain had stopped. It had actually stopped. After raining for more than half a year, it finally stopped. Although it is still cloudy, it is a good sign for everyone. Once the rain stops, it means that sunny days are not far away and the flood will gradually recede. Once the flood recedes and homes are rebuilt, everyone can slowly return to their pre-apocalyptic lives. The community group was buzzing with excitement, and the entire Huahan community was immersed in the joy of the rain stopping. Some smiles finally appeared on those dull faces. It seems like the dark days have finally seen the light of day, and everyone is about to get through it. But is it really the end? No. Only Xiao Mingyue knew that after the flood receded, an unprecedented drop in temperature would suddenly come. It would be cold, very cold, and countless people would freeze to death in that extreme cold. People fell from one despair to another. Xiao Mingyue went out to deliver something to Xiao Ma. No one on the way wore a raincoat. Even though Xiao Mingyue was just passing by, she could feel their ecstatic mood. Lord Dragon King, you bastard, you finally have a conscience, and it has finally stopped raining. I've had enough. Someone cursed, pointing at the sky. Some people even cried. The rain has finally stopped. When will the sun come out? When the flood recedes, we can go home, we can go home. But some people are worried. Go home? Can we still go back? Our entire neighborhood has been flooded, and the house has been soaked and rotten. It's no longer habitable. I spent 2 million to buy this house. That's better than being crowded here. At least we can have our own room. As long as the flood recedes, we can return to our previous life. Someone expectedly asked. Then we don't have to eat toothworms anymore? We will have food to eat in the future, right? I want to eat big steamed buns, chicken legs, and ice cream. Xiao Mingyue quickly walked through the crowd. She was so naive in her previous life, but how could God let the world go so easily? No one knew what would happen after the extreme cold, not even she knew, because Xiao Mingyue had not survived the extreme cold. Will the end of the world really pass? Xiao Mingyue was also confused. The only thing she could do was to be prepared to face the new natural disaster. Mom, is this the file? Xiao Mingyue came to the property department and handed her the documents that Xiao Ma needed. Zhao's mother flipped it open and took a look. Yes, that's it. How could I have forgotten it? At this time, Director Su walked over with a cup of hot tea and said enthusiastically, Mingyue is here. I was just about to ask you for help. Come and sit down. Director Su also smiled. It's a great thing that the rain has stopped. It means we are not far from light. The natural disaster will soon be over. Once the rain stops, it will be much easier to promote the fertility rate. Not only was Xiao Mingyue stunned, even Zhao's mother didn't quite understand what Director Su meant. What does the cessation of rain have to do with fertility rates? Chapter 328. Director Su saw the doubts of the two and said, Once the natural disaster is over, people will be able to resume their normal lives. Our country has a small population and a vast territory, so we need fresh blood. Children are the hope of the future. We just had a meeting this morning, and they said we need to step up our efforts, calling on everyone to actively pursue marriage and love, and calling on couples to actively have children, and we should start with those who have the conditions. Xiao Mingyue had a bad feeling. Director Su, you don't mean to say... Director Su smiled mysteriously. There is a matchmaking event on the Saturday after next. It's organized by the government and held by several communities. The attendees are all young talents with decent jobs, such as those in the system, soldiers, etc. I'll sign you up, you must go. Director Su, I don't want to go. Xiao Mingyue's expression was one of despair. Director Su really wanted to be a matchmaker. Director Su sighed in dissatisfaction and said, Your father works in the planting department, and your mother is an excellent employee of our community. You must not refuse. What would it look like if no one went to the government-organized event? Just think of it as helping me, helping our community, and holding up the scene for me, so that people from other communities can see that there are beautiful women like you in our community. Crush them. Xiao Mingyue. She regretted coming here. She didn't check the almanac before going out and shouldn't have gone out today. Actually, I have something to do the Saturday after next. Director Su quickly interrupted Xiao Mingyue and said with a smile, It's settled, you guys chat, don't forget to go when the time comes. Director Su ran quickly with the cup of water in his hand, fearing that Xiao Mingyue would speak again. Xiao Mingyue's mouth twitched, and she looked at Zhao's mother speechlessly. Director Su is possessed by the matchmaker? In fact, she also understood the government's decision. The population was declining sharply, with only a few 100 million people left, and the death toll was increasing every day, but the number of newborns was very small. If this continues, how can the country not be anxious? And now the rain has stopped, which is a good sign. The flood will recede soon, and it is only a matter of time before we return to life before the natural disaster. Everyone agrees on this. Newborns are the hope of the future, and a country needs productivity to achieve long-term sustainable development. Some people may not understand, but if you change your perspective and stand on the country's side, you will understand. However, Xiao Mingyue was a little confused as to why Director Su had set his sights on her. There were obviously many outstanding single men and women in the system. Zhao's mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It just so happens that you're here. I heard there are free desserts and gifts. Anyway, you have nothing to do, why don't you go and have a look? Mother Xiao was also afraid that Xiao Mingyue would react violently, so her tone was full of temptation. Xiao Mingyue shrugged. Well, seeing Director Su's attitude, I can't refuse even if I want to. If you go to him again to refuse, he will just have to use his eloquence. Director Su, a veteran in the system, is the most adept at talking. Zhao's mother showed surprise. Then when you get home, I'll pick out some clothes for you. Pick out something nice and let other communities see it. Xiao Mingyue was very honest. I mainly want to eat dessert. No one in their family knows how to make dessert. Grandma can't, Zhao's mom can't, and Xiao Mingyue, who is a clumsy person, can't make dessert either. It's true that they haven't had dessert for a long time. Zhao's mother smoothed Xiao Mingyue's hair and smiled gently. Okay, if there's a nice young man, we can make friends with him. Mom! Xiao Mingyue sighed helplessly. Zhao's mother quickly said, Mom, I won't say it. Isn't it okay if I don't say it? You can also make friends with girls. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, Then you go ahead and do your work. I'm going home first. She really couldn't understand why parents always wanted to arrange blind dates for their children. Is it illegal not to get married? It's no wonder she feels resistant, mainly because it's the end of the world now. There's no point in getting married in the end of the world, not to mention that there are too few good men in this world. Two people will have to face a lot of troubles when they are together. If they happen to meet a bastard like Lu Nanshan again, it would be better to live alone for the rest of their lives. Xiao Mingyue got a headache whenever she thought about this, so it was better not to think about it. By the way, she also had to tell Ji Wenxi not to go to the wild wolf training ground next Saturday. He has something to do next Saturday, and I have something to do the Saturday after that. Both of them are very busy people. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and decided to call directly. The phone was connected after 2 rings. "Hello, who is this?" A sweet female voice came from the other side. Chapter 329. Xiao Mingyue's body trembled. I'm going to find Mr. Ji. I have something to tell him." "Just tell me, Brother Ji is busy." The female voice on the other side was lazy and casual. "Okay, then please tell him not to go to the Wild Wolf training ground next Saturday." "Thank you." "You are a staff member of the Wild Wolf training ground, right? I will tell Brother Ji that in the future, you can just contact the secretary for such trivial matters." "Why did you specifically call Brother Ji's private number?" "Don't think I don't know what people like you are thinking. Stop daydreaming. Brother Ji has a girlfriend. You really don't know your own status." The other party's voice sounded a little dissatisfied, and he hung up the phone. Xiao Mingyue held the phone blankly, her expression as if she had eaten a fly. Is this woman sick? From the possessive tone, is she Ji Wenxi's girlfriend? It turns out Ji Wenxi likes this kind of thing. What a bad taste. Xiao Mingyue imitated her voice. Brother Ji, who cares, tisk? She went home in a huff. Ji Wenxi is also the same. He has a girlfriend who is jealous. He is also the president of Ji Group, in charge of such a large industry as the planting department. He should be a very busy man, but he got bored and became his own coach? It's abnormal. These rich people's brains are abnormal. I don't know what they are thinking. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Mingyue planned to find an excuse to stop Ji Wenxi from teaching her how to shoot, since she had already learned the basics anyway. If you want to practice again, go by yourself at another time and avoid Saturday. Mingyue is back. Why do you look so bad? What happened? Grandma asked with concern. I was bitten by a dog. Xiao Mingyue walked to the fruit tree with a dark face, picked an orange, broke it open and stuffed it into his mouth, then spat it all out on the ground. It's so sour! Her face was twisted, and she felt so sour. Grandma said quietly, The one you picked is not ripe yet. Xiao Mingyue took a look and found that it was indeed not cooked yet. She threw it into the chicken coop and went upstairs. Whose dog dares to bite this child? Grandma was confused. What are you doing? Ji Wenxi frowned and looked at the young girl holding her cell phone. Wan Moli quickly stood up from the sofa, her eyes rolling around as she said carefully. Brother Ji, I just saw your phone kept ringing. I was afraid someone might need your help, so I answered it for you. That person said that you should not go to the Wild Wolf training ground next Saturday. Ji Wenxi's eyes were cold. Who asked you to answer my call? Don't the Wan family have this little bit of family education? Wan Moli pinched the corner of her clothes, her eyes were red, and she was almost crying. I'm sorry, Brother Ji. I took the call for you because I was afraid that it would delay your work. I didn't mean it. At this time, Ji Shanshan came over humming a song, looking at the scene with some confusion. Jasmine, why are you crying? Brother, what happened? Ji Wenxi didn't want to waste any more words. Keep an eye on your friends. After saying that, he took his phone and left. Wan Moli felt extremely aggrieved, tears streaming down her face. She really just wanted to help him. Shanshan, does your brother dislike me? Wan Moli looked at Ji Shanshan for help. Her expression was so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. Ji Shanshan quickly comforted her best friend. Don't get me wrong, my brother treats everyone like that, it's not against you. Really? Wan Moli looked in the direction where Ji Wenxi left, with admiration flashing in her eyes. Ji Shanshan took Wan Moli's hand and said, Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have a wife at such an old age. This is my brother's personality. Don't worry about him. Come to my room and play. I'll show you my new dress. Wan Moli burst into laughter and said, Okay, I heard that the colder a man is to outsiders, the better he treats his wife. Ji Shanshan shrugged. I don't believe it. If there is a woman who can control my brother, I will walk upside down in the future. Wan Moli smiled meaningfully. She was determined to win. Chapter 330. During this period, Xiao Mingyue went to the north several times, but her luck was not very good. She only caught 5 red-boned fish in total. Including the original 2, Xiao Mingyue now has a total of 7 red-boned fish, all of which she keeps in the swimming pool. She is quite satisfied with it. If after a while, when the red-boned spurfish becomes popular, and people find out that she has 7 red-boned spurfish, many people will be jealous. 1 red-boned spurfish will make people go crazy, let alone 7. It's a huge sum of money. So she had to take advantage of the fact that others didn't know about the existence of red-boned fish. Red-boned fish were already difficult to catch, and it would only become more and more difficult in the future. Before I knew it, half a month had passed and the day of the blind date meeting had arrived. At the Xiao family dinner table. Dear Miss Xiao Mingyue, please gather at 2:30 p.m. and go to the blind date meeting. Please don't be late. Remember, don't be late. The moment Xiao Mingyue saw Director Su's message, the ends of her eyebrows twitched. She was so afraid that he would stand her up that he even used the word, respect, and added 2 big exclamation marks. Mom, look at Director Su. He has sent me several messages. Can I still run away? Xiao Mingyue said helplessly. Zhao's mother chuckled. This Director Su, he thinks you are the face of our community. Of course he's afraid you'll run away. Look, the news has been sent to me. Director Su asked me to dress you up nicely and personally send you to the assembly bus, and even gave me 2 hours off. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, I'm done eating. Is that all you're going to eat? Grandma asked in surprise. Xiao Mingyue waved her hand and went upstairs. No more eating. I'll save my stomach for dessert in the afternoon. Mother Xiao also put down her chopsticks and said worriedly, I'll go pick out some clothes for her and wake up my little sister to put makeup on her. My daughter must be pretty. My aunt is back. She is a night owl and usually sleeps until the afternoon. While my aunt was still in a daze, she was forcibly dragged up by Zhao's mother to put makeup on Xiao Mingyue. At the strong request of Zhao's mother, Xiao Mingyue was dressed up by the 2 of them. She put on a skirt that she hadn't worn for a long time. Her whole style changed drastically, from being casual before to being bright and elegant now. Xiao Mingyue looked at herself in the mirror. Her aunt was indeed a person who made a living by doing this. No wonder she could become a wealthy woman with her knowledge of beauty and makeup. Her makeup skills were amazing. Let's go. Xiao Mingyue put on a French cashmere coat. Although the rain had stopped, the temperature was still autumn. When we arrived at the meeting point, there were 2 buses and Director Su was already waiting there. When he saw Xiao Mingyue, his eyes lit up. Mingyue is here, this outfit is really beautiful. I was just about to call you, hurry up and get in the car. Zhao's mother teased. Director Su, I sent someone to you. Director Su smiled shyly and said expectantly, Oh, I'm very happy to have your daughter go. Now our community can show off its reputation. Believe it or not, when your daughter comes back, there must be a lot of people who will contact me to inquire about Mingyue's news. You will see, with so many young talents, how can she not like any of them? You can rest assured in the future. Mother Xiao glanced at Xiao Mingyue, who had already gotten in the car, and said in a low voice, Director Su, please keep your voice down. Don't tell me anything, especially don't let Mingyue know. In fact, she didn't forget any important documents that day. She just wanted Xiao Mingyue to come and let Director Su persuade her to go to the blind date conference. The government has finally organized a blind date conference. It would be a pity to miss it. Because Zhao's mother knew that if she said that, Xiao Mingyue would definitely refuse, and she didn't dare to mention blind dates in front of her daughter, so she could only use this method. What else can I do? Can a good man come to me if I just stay at home? Of course I have to go out and meet more people. Director Su made an okay gesture and said with emotion, I understand. It's the love of a parent. Mother Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. What girl wouldn't get married? If Mingyue could really marry a good man, she would thank God and ancestors. Chapter 331. The moment Xiao Mingyue stepped onto the bus, the people on the bus stopped chatting and all looked at Xiao Mingyue, with eyes filled with surprise, inquiry, scrutiny, and jealousy. Mingyue, come and sit with me. Li Wenjing waved happily. Xiao Mingyue walked over with a smile and sat in the seat next to her. The car had already started. Sister Wenjing, are you going too? Li Wenjing spread her hands and said, under Director Su's coercion and inducement, I can only compromise. Who made me single? Don't worry, we will go together. I will take good care of you for Sister Jiang. Her tone was as if she was talking to a junior. Xiao Mingyue really likes Li Wenjing's carefree personality. You are not much older than me. Li Wenjing blinked and said playfully. Your mother and I are colleagues, and I call her sister. In terms of seniority, I am indeed a little older than you. Mingyue, you usually go without makeup. This is the first time I see you with makeup on. You look really good, not exaggerated but very delicate. Your willow-shaped eyebrows suit you very well. Li Wenjing stared at Xiao Mingyue's face. Xiao Mingyue straightened her coat and said, Thank you. You look great too. The lipstick color suits you very well. Li Wenjing held her face in surprise. Really? Really? This is my favorite color. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and patted Xiao Mingyue on the shoulder. It's Luchun. Luchun smiled flatteringly, his eyes squinting. Hello, beautiful lady, listening to you guys talking, are you Sister Jiang's daughter? I didn't know Sister Jiang actually had such a beautiful daughter. This most beautiful person in the world is actually Sister Jiang's daughter. How come he has never seen her before? Xiao Mingyue looked at him in confusion. What's the matter? Luchun quickly added. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luchun. I'm a colleague of your mother's. We both work under Director Su. Please add my contact information so we can chat when we have nothing to do. Before Xiao Mingyue could speak, Li Wenjing rolled her eyes. Luchun, do you have any sense? Didn't you see we were chatting? Why are you butting in? Since the last time Li Wenjing and he had an argument at a meeting over the fertility rate issue, the two have never spoken to each other since then, and they dislike each other. You! Luchun gritted his teeth, but because Xiao Mingyue was here, he held it back because he didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue said indifferently, Sorry, I don't have any contact information. There were slight giggles and men's voices all around. Who doesn't have contact information these days? It was obvious that the other party didn't want to give it. There were two men who couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. They were too embarrassed to go, but Luchun went there with a flattering face, and was rejected. He deserved it. Luchun felt embarrassed, but he said unwillingly, Add one. Xiao Mingyue frowned and said, I can't add it. Li Wenjing chuckled. How can this guy be so shameless? Mingyue, please don't add him. I'm telling you. Luchun shouted angrily. Li Wenjing! Do you want to die? What are you shouting about? Are you angry and embarrassed? Li Wenjing's voice was also very loud. Luchun's face flushed red. Of course he noticed the funny looks from the people around him. He felt very ashamed and had to save face. Chapter 332. Luchun smiled maliciously and said loudly, Li Wenjing, I just rejected your confession, so you are targeting me everywhere. I apologize for my rejection, but I really don't like a dirty woman like you. You are a rotten bitch with a messy private life and a fickle nature. No normal man would want you. I don't know how many children you have aborted. I don't want to raise a bastard for someone else. He had long since had enough of Li Wenjing. As soon as the words fell, the car fell silent, leaving only the sound of running vehicles. Even the driver was listening with his ears perked up. Luchun was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He raised his head with a gloating look, his eyes full of malice. Li Wenjing stood up suddenly. Are you sick? Who confessed to you? I must be blind to like you. Exactly. Don't we know who Wenjing is? Luchun's words are really rude. How can a man slander others with such a thing? That's really despicable. Two girls were whispering. You can only know a person's appearance but not his heart. You think she is nice, but who knows what she is like in private? It takes two to tango. Maybe Luchun just said that because he couldn't stand it anymore. After all, some women, right? Li Wenjing was speechless and almost cried, Her eyes were like rabbits. You are talking nonsense. I didn't do that at all. He deliberately slandered me. Luchun curled his lips maliciously. The public's eyes are sharp. You say I am slandering you, so why don't I slander others? This shows that you are still dishonest. Luchun felt extremely happy. If a cheap woman dared to fight with him, he could ruin her reputation with just a few words. Xiao Mingyue pinched her brows and felt uneasy even sitting in the car. She stared at someone who was making sarcastic remarks. Who said it takes two to tango? Why don't you put your face over here? The man wanted to refute, but Xiao Mingyue glared at him and the man was frightened by Xiao Mingyue's powerful aura. Xiao Mingyue sneered. I thought that those who could ride in this car must be well-known people, at least they must have the most basic qualities. It seems that I thought too much. She paused for a moment and continued. Some people are so angry that they throw dirty water on women in an attempt to regain their worthless face. There are also people who don't know right from wrong and have a foul mouth. What, did you eat shit for lunch? Li Wenjing looked at Xiao Mingyue with gratitude, tears falling down her face. The faces of those people who made sarcastic remarks were very ugly. They didn't know Xiao Mingyue, and they didn't hear the conversation between Li Wenjing and the other person just now. They wanted to refute but were afraid to do so because they had no idea who Xiao Mingyue was or what kind of background her family had. Xiao Mingyue has a bright appearance and is well-dressed. She doesn't look like she comes from an ordinary family. If she offends someone she shouldn't, her job will be in jeopardy. They thought about it for a long time and were frightened by the imagined background behind Xiao Mingyue. Finally, they decided to shut up. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. Luchun became anxious when he saw no one was talking. I'm telling the truth. You can't protect her just because you have a good relationship with her. You are too naive, beautiful girl. You don't know how disgusting she is. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows and curved her lips and said, Do you know why I didn't want to talk to you just now? Because I heard from your ex-girlfriend that you are stunted and not good enough. Is Wei Xiongxian your ancestor? Xiao Mingyue looked her up and down, and the meaning was self-evident. Lu Chen's eyes widened, his face livid as he said, What nonsense are you talking about? How could you possibly know my ex-girlfriend? I think you're pretty, so I'll give you some face. Don't. Your ex-girlfriend said that you have a bad character and often go to prostitutes. I'm really curious, do you have the nerve to take off your pants when you go to prostitutes? Isn't it embarrassing? Xiao Mingyue seemed not to hear him and spoke contemptuously again. There was a burst of laughter all around, which could not be held back. What Luchun said just now was no longer important. Now what Xiao Mingyue said was the biggest shock. They were all adults, and although Xiao Mingyue's words were rather obscure, everyone could understand what she meant. Several girls showed admiration in their eyes. If it were them, they would definitely be embarrassed to say these words in public. Although it's tit for tat, girls are still thin-skinned after all, and sometimes they can only suffer in silence. Xiao Mingyue really doesn't care about these things. Tasteless men like to discredit women in this way and try to humiliate women with dirty jokes. Why can't women fight back? The fastest way to drag a woman into a quagmire is to spread rumors that her private life is in chaos, because it is very difficult to prove it herself. Lu Chen was furious. You are talking nonsense. You are targeting me just to protect Li Wenjing. Xiao Mingyue did not give him a chance to speak, and continued. Don't be so stubborn. Your ex-girlfriend's words are very convincing. TSK, are you mentally twisted? Any normal man would not associate with you. What do you think? Xiao Mingyue looked at the other men around her with an extremely gentle smile. Chapter 333. Those people were frightened by Xiao Mingyue's wild remarks and nodded quickly. If they disagreed with Xiao Mingyue, wouldn't that mean they were admitting that they were not normal men? Only an idiot would admit this. Why don't you quickly cut off your relationship with Luchun? Luchun was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Mingyue. See, they all feel sorry for you. They are all so kind. Xiao Mingyue's smile was harmless. Those people straightened their backs a little. Who would refuse the compliment of a beautiful woman? Their expressions seemed to say, I am a normal man and I am proud of it. At the same time, everyone looked at Luchun with ridicule and contempt. Luchun was so angry that he almost suffocated. He wanted to use the same trick on Xiao Mingyue again, but she always blocked him back and he had no chance to say anything. This feeling of being unable to defend himself was driving him crazy. To humiliate a man for being small and not okay is almost more painful than killing him. Li Wenjing rolled her eyes and said deliberately, "Your ex-girlfriend spread this everywhere. It was not me who spread it. Why are you throwing dirty water on me? It was not me who said it. It was not me who said it." After saying this, Li Wenjing sobbed aggrievedly, looking particularly pitiful. Li Wenjing unexpectedly received a wave of sympathetic looks, and several people handed her tissues and comforted her to stop crying. She didn't need to prove herself. Just this one sentence was enough to refute what Luchun had just said. Li Wenjing's words further confirmed the fact that Luchun was not capable. Who cares if it works or not? Rumors are as ferocious as tigers. No one cares what the truth is. They only believe what they hear with their own ears. Xiao Mingyue's smile was full of evil taste. How did it feel to be backfired by her own despicable trick? Luchun pointed at Li Wenjing and said, "Bitch, how dare you slander me?" Finally someone couldn't stand it anymore. "Stop arguing. Men should be broad-minded. How can you be so petty? You are not ashamed to argue with a girl." It was the driver's voice. It turned out he had been listening. There was actually someone who comforted Xiao Mingyue. It was one of the boys Xiao Mingyue had just praised. "Don't be angry, don't worry, we are here and won't let you be bullied." Xiao Mingyue smiled back. "Thank you everyone, there are still many good people." Lu Chen's chest heaved violently, and he almost vomited blood. He was completely mad. He suddenly stood up and roared. "Don't you have any brains? You just take what she says and you can't judge for yourself. Can't you tell that she is deliberately disgusting me?" A female voice floated from somewhere. "I heard it, we are not stupid, but didn't you do the same to others just now? Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." Someone else sighed. Xiao Mingyue remained calm. It turned out that someone could still hear it. "When you quarrel, you can't be led by the other party, nor can you fall into the trap of self-proof," Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Li Wenjing sniffed. "I know, luckily I have you today." Xiao Mingyue sighed. "Sister Wenjing, you should be more careful with your words in the future. If it doesn't irritate you, just ignore it. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, then being quick with words will only hurt you. You are a villain with no moral bottom line. Especially a narrow-minded person like Luchun." "Sister Jiang also taught me what you said." Li Wenjing nodded, agreeing deeply. She was a quick-tongued person who couldn't help but speak out when she saw someone or something she didn't like, without considering the consequences at all. And because she is outspoken, she is often used as a target by others. She really needs to change this habit, otherwise she will die without knowing how she died. Seeing the contemptuous looks all around him, Luchun had never endured such humiliation before. He roared in anger and grabbed towards Xiao Mingyue. "Bitch, I'll slap your mouth!" The driver slammed on the brakes, and before Luchun could touch the corner of Xiao Mingyue's clothes, he was thrown out by inertia and rolled to the side of the driver. The driver glanced at him and said, "Why are you yelling instead of sitting still? We have arrived. Get off the bus, everyone." Chapter 334. Luchun got up in a panic. He was really embarrassed now. He rolled from the back of the car to the front, and became a complete laughingstock. "Why did you brake suddenly?" Luchun roared at the driver. The driver looked innocent and said, "We're here." Li Wenjing suppressed a smile and got out from the middle door of the car. Of course, Xiao Mingyue also got out. The people in the car got out one after another. Luchun glared at the driver and got out of the car with his bag. He didn't dare to look at the way other people were looking at him. He walked towards Li Wenjing and Xiao Mingyue angrily. His eager look made everyone worry for the two girls. "The only way to save my face now is to beat these two bitches up severely so that I can hold my head high." Li Wenjing couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "He's not going to hit us, in broad daylight, ah!" The moment Luchun swung his fist, Xiao Mingyue easily grasped his arm and secretly exerted strength with his hand. "I despise men who hit women the most. You were the first one to do it, so don't blame me," Xiao Mingyue said coldly. Luchun was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to break free but couldn't, and he kept cursing, using all kinds of dirty words. It hurts, let me go." He finally couldn't help begging for mercy, and looked at Xiao Mingyue with fear in his eyes. Why was she so strong? Xiao Mingyue sneered, let go of his arm, and slapped him with her backhand. Luchun fell to the ground immediately, his head buzzing, and his left cheek swelled up quickly with blood. There were cries of surprise all around, and the timid ones even covered their mouths. Everyone wanted to stop the fight, but they forgot what to say. Xiao Mingyue slowly walked in front of Luchun and said condescendingly, Everyone saw what happened today. We all know who started it first. If you dare to mess with me again, I will break your arms and legs and make you crawl back to Huahan community. Do you believe it? The best way to deal with a villain is to make him afraid of you and dare not offend you. You! Luchun was shaking with fear. Women are weaker, so they can just hit you at will, right? But Xiao Mingyue's strength just now told him that she could really break his arms and legs. She was really brave. At this time, a boy stood up. His name was Dong Shanchuan. Dong Shanchuan looked at Luchun on the ground with disdain and said, Luchun, we will report today's incident to the leader truthfully. If you don't want to lose your job, apologize immediately. Luchun looked at the people around him in disbelief and found that everyone looked at him with contempt. No, he couldn't lose his iron rice bowl. If he lost this job, he would be finished. How would he be different from those dirty disaster victims? He gritted his teeth and said shamefully, No, don't tell the leader I was wrong. Xiao Mingyue had a blank expression on her face. How could such a person know that he was wrong? He was just forced by the situation. Now you know how to apologize. I saw him just now. He looked like he was going to hit someone. He was really fierce. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. He gets scared when he sees he can't beat someone. If you ask him to hit a man, he definitely won't dare. Who is this? Why are we in the same car with this guy? Which department is he from? There were whispers all around. Luchun felt embarrassed and very scared. He was afraid that what happened today would affect his work, and he was also afraid of Xiao Mingyue's methods. Are you okay? Dong Shanchuan came over and asked with concern. Xiao Mingyue shook her head. It's okay. Two girls came over and admired him. You were so cool just now, have you practiced it? Yes, and you reacted so quickly in the car just now. You were really good at talking. If it were me, my mind would have gone blank at that time, and I wouldn't have known how to refute you. Then when I went back to review it at night, I would have been so upset. Xiao Mingyue was amused by her words. My name is Li Miao Miao. Her name is Xiao Xing. We work in the archives department. Let's go in together? Li Miao Miao said enthusiastically. Chapter 335. My surname is also Li, and my name is Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing said. Xiao Mingyue said. Xiao Mingyue. Come on, everyone gather here and wear wristbands to enter, a staff member shouted. The community where Huahan community is located is called Qingshan community. The wrist flowers in Qingshan community are all light yellow. When Xiao Mingyue entered the venue of the blind date conference, she was really shocked. She thought it would be an old-fashioned arrangement and process, with girls standing in a row and boys giving them roses, and some awkward declarations when they first met. Xiao Mingyue had originally planned to hide in a corner and not participate, but she didn't expect that things would be completely different from what she imagined. The lights in the banquet hall were dim, accompanied by elegant music, champagne and drinks were neatly arranged, and even the pastries and desserts were surprisingly exquisite. The venue was also elegantly and beautifully decorated, as if this was not a blind date conference but a high-end dinner party, and the air conditioning temperature was also very suitable. Under the dim light, the person opposite you has a built-in filter. The dim environment can stimulate people's emotions and release their deepest desires. Melodious music floats in the air, the tipsy men and women develop feelings for each other, stimulating the secretion of hormones, and everything comes naturally. The government has really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but sigh. Li Miao Miao said, I heard that this was contracted by the G Group, and many employees from the planting department have also come. Because of the air conditioning, it was quite hot wearing a coat, so Xiao Mingyue took off her coat and put it in a special storage place. At this time, Luchun, with red and swollen cheeks, walked by and glanced at Xiao Mingyue cautiously. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. Luchun shrank his shoulders, tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. Xiao Mingyue would not take such a person seriously. Luchun is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is timid and afraid of things. He will be soft if you are tough on him. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wenjing was a woman and had no background, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Li Wenjing, because he couldn't afford the consequences, and didn't want to lose his job. Li Wenjing and Li Miaomiao were chattering away, and everything they saw was new to them. They couldn't sit still and went for a stroll hand in hand. Xiao Mingyue preferred quietness, so she held a glass of champagne, picked 2 exquisite desserts, found a seat and sat down to eat slowly. It is sweet but not greasy and melts in your mouth. It is really good. Lady, are you here alone? Can I sit here? Dong Shanchuan walked over with a smile. Xiao Mingyue said politely. Sit down, why do you call me a heroine? Dong Shanchuan sat down. Because you just saw injustice and helped others. You are very kind-hearted and a good girl. You dared to help Li Wenjing to fight against men. Most girls don't have the courage to do so. Xiao Mingyue's red lips curled slightly. Warm-hearted? You're talking about me, I'm not. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing out loud. Someone actually praised her for being kind. No, she is very cold-blooded and won't help everyone. If he had seen how she killed people, his filter would probably be shattered. Dong Shanchuan shrugged. Anyway, I believe what I saw. By the way, my name is Dong Shanchuan and I work in the civilian department of the police station. Which department are you in? Why have I never seen you before? A vagrant. Xiao Mingyue told the truth. Dong Shanchuan was stunned. A homeless person? How could a homeless person appear here? Suddenly, Xiao Mingyue noticed a familiar figure, and she teased. Hey, isn't this Captain Song? Captain Song is single and looking for a partner too? Captain Song blushed with embarrassment. You are here too, we are the same, so don't laugh at each other. He was forced to come here by his leader, and he really had no choice. Xiao Mingyue spread her hands and said, I'm young, I'm here to play. Captain Song. This little girl actually implied that he was old. He is only in his 30s and still young. Chapter 336. Captain Song sat down next to Xiao Mingyue, crossed his legs and said, I don't argue with kids. Dong Shanchuan looked at the 2 familiar people and felt a little awkward for a moment. Hello, Captain Song. Captain Song was a little surprised. Isn't this Xiao Dong? You are here too. Dong Shanchuan nodded politely and the 2 exchanged a few words. Captain Song sighed. It's so boring. I hate chatting with women the most. I don't even know them, so what's there to talk about? I am a woman too, Xiao Mingyue said softly. Captain Song drank a glass of wine and said, I treat you as a brother. Go to hell. Xiao Mingyue was speechless. Captain Song said seriously, To be honest, I admire you very much. It's a pity that you don't work in our field. We need people who are bold and careful. Killing people is like killing chickens. We are very ruthless. That's how war is, you can't be afraid, most male soldiers can't be as calm as you were born to be on the battlefield. But the people above don't agree, a bunch of old fools, it's a pity to waste such a good seedling like you. Captain Song really wanted to get Xiao Mingyue into his field force, and he told his superiors about it, but he was scolded by his superiors, so Captain Song could only shut up in disappointment. Xiao Mingyue took another bite of the dessert and said, Thank you for giving me such a high evaluation. Dong Shanchuan was stunned when he heard this. Kill people? He took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Mingyue in disbelief. How could such a gentle, beautiful and kind girl actually kill someone? Captain Song would not lie, so this was true. Dong Shanchuan thought of the slap Xiao Mingyue had just given him, and his expression suddenly changed. By the way, how is your shooting practice going? Captain Song said again. Xiao Mingyue poked the cake with a fork out of boredom. Very good, 1 shot to the head, do you want to try it? Dong Shanchuan looked terrified and was so scared that he almost fell down. You guys chat, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. Dong Shanchuan found an excuse to leave. There were many outstanding girls here. Although Xiao Mingyue was very beautiful, he didn't like tough women, and he couldn't marry and live with such a woman. Captain Song sighed. Xiao Dong is so timid, he ran away just like that. No wonder he can only do civilian work, young men are not good enough. Xiao Mingyue saw through everything and said calmly. He is really here to find a date, unlike us who are here for fun. Seeing that I don't meet his requirements, why don't you just find the next target? Why stay here and waste time? Captain Song raised a glass of champagne to Xiao Mingyue and said generously. Brother, you are really smart. We can get along well. Let's have a drink. He liked Xiao Mingyue's personality very much and admired the way she dealt with people. If Xiao Mingyue was a man, Captain Song would definitely become sworn brothers with her. Xiao Mingyue also raised her glass, clinked it with his, and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Mingyue and Captain Song did get along well. Captain Song kept talking about his previous combat experiences, how he lurked and destroyed the enemy in the wild, and how many dangerous moments he had experienced. He spoke vividly, and Xiao Mingyue listened with great interest. The two brothers had a very good chat. At this time, a sneaky figure was looking towards Xiao Mingyue. The friend next to him bumped Lu Kang's shoulder and said, Lu Kang, who are you looking at? Lu Kang came back to his senses and said in a complicated tone, Seeing an old classmate. The man followed Lu Kang's gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 337. Damn, that beauty is your old classmate, Lu Kang, you are so mean, introduce her to me, I'm obsessed with her. Lu Kang snorted coldly. He has high standards and doesn't look down on the employees of the planting department. He had not forgotten how Xiao Mingyue humiliated him at the last class reunion. Isn't she aloof? Didn't she say she wasn't looking for a partner? Yet she turned around and came to the blind date conference, having a very happy chat with an old man. That's impossible. What kind of background does she have? She can't even look down on the employees of the planting department. The friend didn't quite believe it. When the name of the planting company is spread out, it is sought after everywhere. Is there anyone who dares to look down on the planting company? Lu Kang said bitterly. What a shitty background. Her father only works in the planting department. This kind of woman, relying on her youth and beauty, doesn't know her own weight and thinks she is worthy of the president of a country. After a few years, she will become an old woman and even a dog won't want her. My friend sighed and joked. What's wrong with being young and pretty? I just like young and pretty girls. I understand. Did you pursue her before and get rejected, so you hold a grudge? Lu Kang seemed to have been stepped on the tail, and immediately retorted loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? I would fall in love with her. My friend said with a grin. Keep your voice down, I'm just joking. Be more tolerant of beautiful women. Come over and say a few words to her, and help me make a connection. If it works, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go. After saying that, he ignored Lu Kang's obstruction and walked toward Xiao Mingyue and Captain Song with a glass of wine. Lu Kang failed to stop his friend, but was dragged over by him. He could only bite the bullet and follow him. Although he said harsh words, he was just talking to satisfy his desire. He didn't dare to say it to his face. At the door, Ji Wenxi and Deputy Mayor Wan walked in slowly. Deputy Mayor Wan smiled and said, Boss Ji, thanks to you, otherwise I really couldn't find a suitable place to hold this blind date conference. Even the venue is decorated so exquisitely. You've put so much thought into it, Boss Ji. You're welcome. Ji Wenxi's attitude was polite yet distant. Deputy Mayor Wan's eyes gleamed with a gleam of light. Boss Ji is young and promising. I heard that he had some unpleasantness with those old guys because of the Entertainment City project. How about I make a connection and have a meal together? We should still be in harmony and work together to build the future of Pingjing City. Ji Wenxi smiled inconspicuously. Ever since the rain stopped, those old guys became even more restless, dreaming of intervening in the Entertainment City and getting a share of the pie from the south of the city in the future. And Deputy Mayor Wan came just to test his attitude. Don't bother. I will withdraw from the Entertainment City project. Let them fight for it. I can also provide the land. Ji Wenxi's voice was cold. Deputy Mayor Wan looked at Ji Wenxi in surprise. Boss Ji, you are not kidding me, are you? Everyone knows that Ji Wenxi is a person who will never suffer any loss, so how could he be so generous? Ji Wenxi frowned and noticed a familiar figure. It was her. Why was she here? Excuse me, I have something to take care of. Ji Wenxi raised her hand, interrupted Deputy Mayor Wan, and walked straight towards Xiao Mingyue. Deputy Mayor Wan wanted to say something but finally held it back. This kid is really arrogant, but he also has the ability to be arrogant. Half of the credit for Pingjing City's current development goes to him. After all, he was the one who built the planting bureau. Although it was a government project, it was he who advocated its construction, and later other places followed suit. Otherwise, everyone would have starved to death. His grandfather is the old general, and no one can make things difficult for him in the business world unless he gives him some face. Deputy Mayor Wan sighed. Thinking of her daughter's request, Deputy Mayor Wan had a headache. She thought her father was not a matchmaker, so how could she bring them together? Deputy Mayor Wan called his daughter and said, "Hey Jasmine, Mr. G is here, why aren't you here yet? If Mr. G leaves later, don't cry and say I won't help you." I know, I'll be there soon." Wan Moli's voice came from the phone, and this voice was the same one who had ridiculed Xiao Mingyue before. Chapter 338. "Hello, beautiful lady. We are chatting. Lu Kang just said he saw an old friend and insisted on coming to say hello. I saw that she is such a beautiful lady, so I had to come. Hi, my name is Yui Hao, I work in the planting department, and I am a colleague of Lu Kang." Yui Hao was grinning and insisted on pulling Lu Kang over. Lu Kang's expression was extremely unnatural and his smile was very forced. "What a coincidence, Xiao Mingyue, we meet again," Lu Kang stammered. The smile on Xiao Mingyue's face had not yet faded, and she nodded coldly and distantly. She was not impolite, she just felt bad when she saw Lu Kang, and how could Lu Kang's friends be any better? Seeing that Xiao Mingyue didn't mention the last incident, Lu Kang was relieved, but he also felt ashamed and embarrassed. Seeing Xiao Mingyue smiling at him, Yui Hao sat down next to Xiao Mingyue, put his arm on the back of Xiao Mingyue's chair, and said enthusiastically, "Beauty, I heard from Lu Kang that you two are old classmates. How long have you been classmates? Lu Kang, you should sit down too. Let's chat and have a drink." As he spoke, he moved closer to Xiao Mingyue, looking very thick-skinned. Captain Song's face gradually darkened. As a man, couldn't he see it? However, he soon revealed an expression of gloating. Obviously this idiot doesn't understand Xiao Mingyue, he is in trouble. Xiao Mingyue was very disgusted with this kind of greasy guy who flirted with her, and said coldly, "Take your dirty hands off me, and get out of here." Yui Hao was stunned, and said meanly, "I didn't put it on you, I just put it on the back of your chair. Look, I took it away, and then I put it back. I took it away again, and then I put it back. What can you do to me? Hee hee." Captain Song touched his nose to hide his smile. Where did this idiot come from? Xiao Mingyue glanced at Lu Kang meaningfully, then slowly raised the corners of her mouth, a smile that made people shudder. Lu Kang swallowed and didn't dare to speak. Yui Hao likes to tease women like this the most, and he also teases female employees in the planting division in this way. Men, they just want to have fun. I'll say it again, get lost. In such an elegant occasion, Xiao Mingyue just wanted to be a lady. She didn't want to take action, but some people were stubborn and always wanted to be beaten to loosen up their skin. Yui Hao let out a cry and said with an exaggerated expression, "Why are you really angry? It's just a joke, beautiful lady, you are so beautiful." As he spoke, Yui Hao's hand was still on the back of Xiao Mingyue's chair, and his smile was extremely ambiguous. He blinked confidently, waiting for Xiao Mingyue to blush and punch him in the chest with her fist. This is how he flirted with female employees in the planting department. No matter if they were young girls or middle-aged ladies, they all fell for his tricks. Yui Hao is a smooth talker, and women like to be teased to appear more attractive, so most women will not get angry, but will happily play with him, including many married young women. This trick has been tried and tested. Xiao Mingyue couldn't stand it any longer and slapped him to the ground. "Your mouth is like a septic tank. I told you to stay away from me, right? Go home and get horny with your mom." Yui Hao fell to the ground in a mess, his head was buzzing, and the noise he made was quite loud, attracting a lot of people's attention. Captain Song was delighted, his laughter was so hearty that he couldn't stop. "You're really good at talking." He gave a thumbs up. Yui Hao covered his aching head, his face flushed with shame. He quickly got up from the ground and said angrily, "Bitch, no wonder Lu Kang scolded you like that just now, he was absolutely right, I'm the one speaking up for you, violent girl, You don't even want a dog. You have no shame, bah! Lu Kang's face turned pale instantly when he heard Yui Hao's words. Xiao Mingyue looked at him with a half-smile. Lu Kang felt uneasy when she stared at him, and he denied it repeatedly. Chapter 339. I didn't say that, he just made it up. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were filled with anger. Oh? Really? What did you say just now? Lu Kang was sweating profusely. No. Yui Hao said disdainfully. Why are you so afraid of her? She's just a shrew. We can say whatever we want. I'm telling you, because you're a woman, I'll let you go today. It's not that I can't beat you, it's just my bad luck. Lu Kang glanced at Yui Hao angrily. Shut up, are you done yet? Who said he was afraid of Xiao Mingyue? He was just afraid that Xiao Mingyue would ruin his iron rice bowl, that's all. Yui Hao, this idiot, actually said it to my face. How could I be friends with such an idiot? Who are you talking about? Yui Hao was stunned. Captain Song licked his back teeth, stood up and walked in front of Yui Hao, and said with a dark face. I don't think I exist, right? Come on, fight me. Yui Hao looked at Captain Song, who was covered in muscles, and stuttered. This matter has nothing to do with you. Captain Song smirked and slapped Yui Hao's face again and again. You want to bully a woman, right? Let me tell you, if you fight me you can still survive, but if you fight her, she can kill you. Yui Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. He must be scaring himself. I'm not going to fight you. I'm here for a blind date. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the people watching the excitement and said softly, Don't make trouble here, let's go out and solve it. I'm also curious about what you said to me just now. Xiao Mingyue's gaze stopped on Lu Kang. Lu Kang was embarrassed and very afraid of offending Xiao Mingyue. I really didn't say anything, Xiao Mingyue. After all, we are old classmates. Captain Song grabbed them by the back of their necks, one in each hand, like pinching chickens. Come on, you two, let's go out and talk. Yui Hao and Lu Kang tried to struggle, but they couldn't get free and were shaking in pain. Every 2 steps, I saw a man in a suit slowly walking towards me. Captain Song, what is this about? Although Ji Wenxi was talking to Captain Song, her eyes were on Xiao Mingyue. Is this what she meant by having something to do on Saturday? You're great to dress up and attend the blind date meeting. Isn't this Mr. Ji? Mr. Ji is here for a blind date too? You came at the right time. Manage your employees well. You have no manners. Captain Song threw the 2 men to the ground. Yui Hao saw Ji Wenxi as if he had found a backer. He rolled over like a carp and said with a red face and thick neck. Boss Ji, don't listen to their nonsense. They first cursed and then beat me. This couple is too much, especially the woman. She said she looked down on the employees of our planting division. How can I tolerate this? It makes me so angry. Ji Wenxi's expression was as cold as ice. Bastard? Seeing that President Ji seemed angry, Yui Hao became even more excited. My colleagues can testify to this, Mr. Ji. They look down on our planting division, which means they look down on you. The matchmaking conference is hosted by the group. Ask the security guards to kick them out. After saying that, he pulled Lu Kang over and glared at Xiao Mingyue arrogantly. Lu Kang was very nervous. This was the ruthless and impartial President Ji, and Zhu Zhe had no control over President Ji. Anyway, it was Xiao Mingyue who caused trouble first, so President Ji would definitely punish her fairly, right? Chapter 340. Thinking of this, Lu Kang was no longer afraid, and even his back straightened a little. So what if you have a friendship with Zhu Zhe? If you have the guts, call Zhu Zhe over now and see if he dares to contradict President Ji. There was quite a commotion here. Many people knew Ji Wenxi and looked over here. Several small leaders in charge of the venue also hurried over when they heard the news. Boss Ji, I'm sorry, this is our negligence. The security will be here soon to drive the troublemakers out. Secretary Han also asked tentatively. President Ji? Yui Hao felt extremely happy. The boss came at the right time. He could show his face in front of the boss and vent his anger. If you don't give me face, I will make you lose face. He couldn't wait to see Xiao Mingyue's embarrassed look after being kicked out. Ji Wenxi frowned slightly. Is this what you said about having something to do on Saturday and coming for a blind date? Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes, let's go on a blind date. Ji Wensi pursed her lips and her expression became even uglier. What is your relationship? We are good brothers. Captain Song said this with a smile, but he soon couldn't smile anymore. He felt a chill all over his body. What was that look in President Ji's eyes? Yui Hao was totally confused. Shouldn't he kick her out? Why was President Ji still chatting with her? Mr. Ji? They are a couple of bastards, kick them out quickly. Yui Hao was like a bootlicker. Captain Song glared at him. Say it again, you're getting excited, right? The surveillance cameras here captured it. You were the one who started spewing shit, and then you confuse right and wrong and talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll chop off your tongue. Yui Hao shrank back in fear. I have something to tell you. Ji Wensi's voice was hoarse. Without waiting for her to speak, he grabbed her wrist and led her away. Why? Xiao Mingyue was still waiting for him to do justice, but was suddenly dragged away, leaving her a little confused. When leaving, Ji Wensi gave Secretary Han a look, and Secretary Han understood. You two are employees of the planting department? Yui Hao and Lu Kang were still stunned. President Ji actually took Xiao Mingyue away? Do they know each other? Then, Secretary Han asked impatiently. Is that so? Yes, we are porters. Lu Kang nodded repeatedly. Yui Hao spoke carefully. What did Mr. Ji do? Does he know that woman? Secretary Han glanced at him and said coldly. You two are fired. You have until tonight to pack up your things and leave the planting department. Expel? Yui Hao and Lu Kang's brains exploded. In the end times, without their jobs in the plantation department, they had no way to survive, no food or water, no comfortable or clean place to live, and could only collect relief food together with those dirty disaster victims. Falling from the sky into the mud is no different from death. They can no longer show off in front of relatives and friends, and can even imagine those gloating eyes. It would be better to just kill them. Lu Kang fell to his knees, his voice trembling and crying. Secretary Han, I had no involvement in this matter. He was the one who said it. I didn't say anything. Please don't fire me. I have a family to support. If I am fired, what will happen to my parents? He regretted it, really regretted it, regretted offending Xiao Mingyue. It turned out that her background was not Zhu Zhe, but President Ji. Chapter 341. Lu Kang was completely panicked. His mind went blank and his legs felt weak. Don't fire me, it was Lu Kang who said that first, I was just joking. Secretary Han waved his hand expressionlessly, and several strong security guards came over, covered the two men's mouths, and dragged them out. Captain Song was confused. He looked at the direction where Ji Wensi and Xiao Mingyue left. These two people looked quite familiar. Could it be that they didn't know each other until they fought last time? Not only Captain Song was shocked, many people were stunned. No one wanted to go on a blind date anymore, and they were all gossiping about who was the woman that President Ji had just taken away. Could it be Mr. Ji's girlfriend? Is this true? Is there no hope for me? I just wanted to strike up a conversation, but I accidentally spilled wine all over him. He looked at me differently, and after getting drunk he went into the wrong room. We had a one-night stand, and then I ran away and he chased me. I couldn't get away even if I had wings. Pfft. Are you drunk? Don't tell me, they look quite a good match from the back. Did you see the waist-to-hip ratio of that woman just now? I heard that Mr. Ji is single. Who is that woman? She is wearing a yellow wrist flower. Is she from Qinshan community? Li Miaomia was not sure. That person just now seemed to be Xiao Mingyue, right? Qiao Xing nodded. Xiao Mingyue was also wearing a black velvet skirt, but we just met today, so it's possible that we wore the same clothes. Li Wenjing, you are familiar with Xiao Mingyue. Did you see it clearly just now? Li Wenjing dropped the cake spoon on the ground with a thud. She looked dazed and muttered to herself. Mom, I accidentally became friends with Madame Ji? Will I be promoted? Does this count as one person's success bringing prosperity to the whole family? She was already fantasizing that, at Xiao Mingyue's command, she would take the position of Director Su. Director Su would serve her tea and water, massage her back and legs, and she felt happy just thinking about it. After hearing what Li Wenjing said, Li Miaomiao and Qiao Xing looked at each other and said in unison, It's really Xiao Mingyue. At this time, Wan Moli, who had arrived late, hurried over. She was wearing exquisite makeup and a golden luxury dress, and was obviously dressed up for the occasion. As soon as Wan Moli entered the venue, she searched for Ji Wensi, but did not see her. Where is Brother Ji? Where is Brother Ji? Wan Moli bit her lip and was about to call her father when she saw Secretary Han. Her eyes lit up and she ran over, lifting her skirt. Secretary Han, is Brother Ji here? Where is he? Secretary Han said respectfully. Miss Wan, President Ji has something to take care of. He's gone? Wan Moli asked. Secretary Han smiled ambiguously, as a tacit agreement. Of course, he couldn't say that he hadn't left yet, as President Ji hated being disturbed the most. Wan Moli was visibly disappointed. It was all that crappy makeup artist's fault. She was so slow. She would fire her when she got home. All right. Wan Moli left in a daze, but after taking a few steps, she heard people chatting, and they were talking about Ji Wensi. Wan Moli grabbed the man's wrist and said, What are you talking about? What woman? Brother Ji left with a woman? The girls were chatting happily when they were startled by Wan Moli. Seeing that Wan Moli was dressed gorgeously and must be of an extraordinary status, they did not dare to be perfunctory. Yes, everyone saw it. President Ji held the girl's hand and left together. Wan Moli's cute face suddenly turned cold. Woman, there is a woman next to Brother Ji. Doesn't he always dislike people getting close to him? Wan Moli walked aside and hurriedly called Ji Shanshan. The two of them wanted to form a united front and drive away the bad woman. Yes, she and Shanshan are together, and Shanshan will definitely help her. Wan Moli's voice was filled with tears. Shanshan, your brother left with a bad woman. I don't think that woman is a good person. She flirts with other people. If she were your sister-in-law, she would definitely bully you. Your brother wouldn't be fooled by her sweet words, would he? Chapter 342. After Xiao Mingyue and Ji Wensi walked away together, everyone was using their imagination to guess the relationship between the two, how romantic, how ambiguous, how charming, and how romantic it was. No one knew that the two had already started fighting. In an empty office. Let me go, will you? I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Xiao Mingyue's hands were clamped by Ji Wensi, and her legs could not move. She stared at him and could only speak harshly. Ji Wensi raised her eyebrows and said playfully, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what can you do? Xiao Mingyue gritted her teeth and said, Ji Wensi, you are a hypocrite with a beast in human form. Ji Wensi's eyes were deep. Actually, it seems that we didn't touch each other just now. Calm down a little. I can let you go, but you have to promise not to do it again. Xiao Mingyue's cheeks flushed red. She sneered and slammed her head into him. Their foreheads collided with each other, making a dull sound. If you hurt the enemy by 1,000, you will also hurt yourself by 1,500. The young girl is still not as tough as the man. Ji Wensi took a few steps back in pain. Xiao Mingyue was freed, but also covered her head, in excruciating pain. The story goes back to 20 minutes ago. Xiao Mingyue was brought to this office by Ji Wensi. She took this opportunity to tell him that he would no longer be a coach in the future. She thought he would agree immediately, but unexpectedly Ji Wensi's face became even darker. He said some confusing words, which made Xiao Mingyue very confused. Xiao Mingyue didn't like getting along with the stern-faced man. Thinking of the woman on the phone, she lost her good temper. Xiao Mingyue turned around and didn't want to listen to him, but who would have thought that this man was standing behind her, leaning forward? She wanted to save some face for him, but he seemed to have no idea about her. Xiao Mingyue couldn't stand it anymore and turned around, wanting to talk to him about how someone who already had a girlfriend didn't know how to behave, so why did he have to be her coach? Their faces brushed past each other at a very close distance. Xiao Mingyue's eyes instantly changed from impatience to horror, and Ji Wensi was also stunned for a few seconds. What made Xiao Mingyue blush even more was that the nose was definitely touched, but the lips seemed to have been touched, but also seemed not to have been touched. Xiao Mingyue's mind was a mess. She was not sure herself. In anger and embarrassment, she started fighting, which led to the scene just now. It was said that they were fighting, but it was actually Xiao Mingyue's unilateral attack. Ji Wensi explained and defended at the same time, and finally trapped her against the wall. Ji Wensi had a red forehead and said helplessly, "Why did you suddenly change your attitude towards me? And what phone call, what did you want to say just now?" Xiao Mingyue leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. She couldn't say anything. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but want to curse. How could things turn out like this? She actually fought with Ji Wensi. He wouldn't be taking revenge on her, would he? He was indeed a little impulsive just now. When she practiced shooting with him before, she had a very good impression of this coach. After all, he was professional and patient. Xiao Mingyue quickly regained her senses and cleared her throat. "Well, I just don't want to trouble you. As a married man, you should be more careful. It's better to let others do things like coaching. I think this hint is clear enough." Ji Wensi was startled at first, and a hint of anger appeared on her indifferent face. "Who told you that I'm a married man? Who else is it, Captain Song?" Xiao Mingyue spread her hands and confessed. "The last time I called you, a woman was very sarcastic and said something that meant I shouldn't have any ideas about you." "Isn't she your girlfriend? You have a girlfriend and you come to coach me. Have you ever thought about what she will think? You are hurting me by doing this." She didn't want to say it at first, wanting to save face for someone, but he insisted on asking, so she couldn't blame her. A man who insists on digging into things is shameless. After finishing speaking, Xiao Mingyue turned around and left, but Ji Wensi grabbed her wrist. Ji Wensi had a complicated expression. "She is not my girlfriend. She is Shanshan's friend. She answered my call by mistake." He finally understood why Xiao Mingyue changed her attitude, and what was wrong with her. It turned out that she thought he was a scumbag. Thinking of Wan Moli, a hint of coldness flashed across Ji Wensi's eyes. Xiao Mingyue didn't care much. What does it have to do with her? "Whatever, President Ji, we are not from the same world. If it's for your sister to repay me, it's enough now. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." Chapter 343. Ji Wensi's face darkened again in an instant. This woman felt that she had delayed her blind date, right? He just wouldn't let her do what she wanted. Ji Wensi squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "Together." After saying that, he took Xiao Mingyue's wrist again, and they walked out of the office and went to the venue together. Xiao Mingyue wanted to break free. "Boss Ji, others will misunderstand me. It was wrong to come out just now. You don't know the way. It's my duty to be kind to my benefactor." Ji Wensi had a blank expression on her face, with no intention of loosening her hand. Xiao Mingyue. She finally realized that this man was not very reasonable. Seeing someone in front, Ji Wensi let her go. Xiao Mingyue rubbed his wrist and glanced at him. "As soon as I entered the venue, I ran into Ji Shanshan and Wan Moli." Ji Shanshan pointed at the person at the door and said, "I said my brother hasn't left yet. I just called the driver and he hasn't left yet. How can he fly away?" The smile that Wan Moli had just raised froze on her face in an instant. "There really is a woman next to Brother Ji, is it her?" Wan Moli stared at Xiao Mingyue, as if she wanted to stare a hole in her body. She looked. You could tell at first glance that she was not a good woman. How could a good woman look like this, so seductive? She bumped Ji Shanshan's shoulder and hinted. "Shanshan, what is this?" Ji Shanshan also saw Xiao Mingyue and said hesitantly, You look so familiar." That day in the Black Dragon Gang, Xiao Mingyue was wearing a mask, but her eyes were surprisingly beautiful. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. "We meet again." Ji Shanshan covered her mouth and exclaimed, "That's the voice, my benefactor, I finally found you." After Ji Shanshan finished speaking, she came over and gave Xiao Mingyue a bear hug, hugging her tightly. Xiao Mingyue staggered and almost fell. Ji Shanshan was so excited that she hugged Xiao Mingyue tightly and said, "I'm doomed without you. What's your name, benefactor?" Xiao Mingyue felt a little breathless. "Xiao Mingyue." "Sister Mingyue, you are my white moonlight. You still look the same as you did back then. You haven't changed at all." Ji Shanshan wiped away her tears. "Xiao Mingyue. It's been less than 2 years, but it feels like we haven't seen each other for decades." Ji Wensi pulled the corner of her mouth helplessly. "Don't scare your benefactor." Wan Moli was stunned. "Benefactor? What benefactor? Isn't this a bitch?" "The bitch who seduced Brother Ji." "Moli, this is the person I told you about, my savior. It's been almost 2 years and I finally found him. Ji Shanshan introduced him to Wan Moli enthusiastically. Wan Moli forced a smile. I remember now, you are the one who saved Shanshan. Thank you for saving Shanshan. As soon as she heard the familiar voice, Xiao Mingyue recognized it. This must be the jealous lady, right? But she didn't seem to recognize her own voice. She is dressed so formally, with a very nice bust, and the golden dress has a long slit. She must be well prepared. Ji Shanshan obviously didn't notice that the atmosphere was a little strange, and said with a smile, Brother, I see you still remember, and have been helping me find my savior. Now I am the one who will take care of my savior. Wan Moli then realized that she had misunderstood. What girlfriend? She was the one who saved Ji Shanshan. The reason why Brother Ji took care of her was because of Ji Shanshan. It's all the fault of those gossips. They talked nonsense and made themselves wrong. It's up to you, Ji Wenxi said lightly. Ji Shanshan looked at their foreheads in confusion. Brother, what's wrong with your forehead? It's so red. Chapter 344. Ji Wenxi touched her nose and said, Nothing. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. Your brother was not paying attention when he was walking just now and bumped into the door. She pretended not to notice the glare from someone next to her. Hey, you have it on your forehead too, Ji Shanshan said to Xiao Mingyue. Ji Wenxi snorted softly. She walked unsteadily. Her left foot tripped over her right foot, and she fell to the ground. Xiao Mingyue. I don't often wear high heels, she explained with a dry laugh. Ji Wenxi looked at her meaningfully. Why are you all so careless? By the way, Jasmine, didn't you just say that my brother is with a bad woman? Where is she? Ji Shanshan suddenly remembered something. Wan Moli looked up in surprise, feeling extremely embarrassed. This idiot, how could he say anything? I also heard it from others. What those sisters said sounded very convincing, so I believed it. It's all my fault for trusting others too easily. Wan Moli looked like she had done something wrong. Xiao Mingyue glanced at Wan Moli with a half-smile. What a possessive and scheming little green tea girl. She was almost hurt by her accidentally. It seems that Mr. Ji was telling the truth, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Wan Moli didn't dare to look at Ji Wenxi, and hurried over to hold Xiao Mingyue's arm, saying affectionately, You are Shanshan's savior, and also my savior. You don't know, I was terrified when I heard Shanshan say that. Yeah. Why don't I scare you to death? Ji Shanshan thought hard and came up with a brilliant idea to repay her gratitude. Sister benefactor, please come to my house for dinner. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Have a meal? Xiao Mingyue was about to decline, but Ji Shanshan said mysteriously, Don't refuse me. What I'm treating you to is definitely not ordinary food. It's a freshly caught fish with extremely high nutritional value. It's very valuable. Come to my house and try it. Xiao Mingyue seemed to know. What kind of fish is so expensive? What is it called? Ji Shanshan blinked and said, It's called red-boned fish. You haven't heard of it, right? Let's eat it together. Xiao Mingyue was thoughtful. It seemed that the secret of the red-boned fish had been discovered by the upper class, but it had not yet been announced to the public. As expected, people of this level are the most well-informed, and the day when the secret of the red spine fish is revealed is not far away. Luchun tagged Xiao Mingyue crazily in the high school classmates group, confusing all the high school classmates. Seeing that Xiao Mingyue ignored him, he apologized desperately in the verification message, just hoping that Xiao Mingyue could say a few good words for him. Xiao Mingyue, I beg you, please don't let Mr. Ji fire me. Without this job, I'm done for. My whole family depends on me for support, and my parents are in poor health. I am a bad mouth, and I don't know the real man. I kowtow to you, even 100 times, please, can you please reply after seeing this? The planting department fired me, I really can't live anymore. As long as President Ji doesn't fire me, you can ask me to do whatever I want. Yui Hao said all that. I didn't say anything. I feel so wrong. Xiao Mingyue, please speak up. Please speak up, okay? I don't want to live in a resettlement house with the disaster victims. I don't want to eat bugs. I don't want to live a life without dignity, please. I really beg you. At the Ji family's dining table, Xiao Mingyue received a verification message from Lu Kang. Only then did she realize that both Yui Hao and Lu Kang had been fired. Xiao Mingyue looked up at Ji Wenxi with mixed feelings. Sister Mingyue, please eat it. This is my first time eating red-boned fish too. It tastes pretty good. Chapter 345. Ji Shanshan enthusiastically picked up a piece of bright red fish meat for Xiao Mingyue, which looked like arterial blood. The red-boned fish was cooked and could not be more cooked. Xiao Mingyue also knew now that the meat of the red-boned fish was also red after being cooked. Thank you. It's delicious. Xiao Mingyue picked up a piece and put it into her mouth, chewing slowly. It tasted really good, the meat was tender and chewy, and her mouth was filled with the unique fragrance of fish. This further strengthened her determination to breed red spur fish. Sister Mingyue, you don't seem surprised that the fish meat is this color. This fish is a new species. Ji Shanshan asked curiously. After hearing Ji Shanshan's words, Ji Wenxi also looked at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue said calmly, I was indeed a little surprised, but I didn't show it. I don't show my emotions on my face. Ji Shanshan liked Xiao Mingyue so much that she admired him. Then try this lychee shrimp ball. This is my favorite dish. It's a pity that I can never buy lychees. The queue at Moon Farm is too long. Otherwise, I would eat it every day. Xiao Mingyue was startled. It is very difficult to queue up. It often takes a long time. As they chatted casually, Xiao Mingyue received messages from many classmates, all of whom were asking what Luchun was doing and why he kept spamming the group chat. Xiao Mingyue, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Xiao Mingyue frowned. Is he crazy? Suddenly, Xiao Mingyue received another unfamiliar verification message. Luchun called you a bitch, a slutty bitch, and said that you had been messing around with people in high school, and he often scolded you. The person who sent this message was none other than Yu Yihao. Yu Yihao was covered in wounds and his eyes were bruised into panda eyes. It was obvious that he had just had a fight with someone. When Luchun was frantically begging Xiao Mingyue for mercy, he secretly looked at Xiao Mingyue's message account, edited this text with a distorted expression and sent it to her. After sending it, he laughed crazily. No one should think too much. It was not his fault that he was expelled, but Luchun went to beg for mercy instead. He was dreaming. Yu Yihao shook his phone proudly. She won't speak for you. Just accept your fate. If you want to be fired, let's be fired together. Luchun was also badly beaten. The two of them had just had a fight with each other. Luchun hurriedly snatched the phone away. After seeing the content, he was furious and roared with bloodshot eyes. I killed you! It's all because of you! Yu Yihao was filled with anger. You were the one who hurt me first. Why didn't you say that woman had someone behind her? No wonder you kept silent, you just wanted to laugh at me, didn't you? Go to hell. The two wrestled again. Xiao Mingyue read all the messages and then turned off the phone as if nothing had happened. When she saw Lu King's message, she did feel a little sympathetic, until she saw the other one, and now all her soft-heartedness had disappeared. You can tell with your toes that it must have been sent by Yu Yihao. At night, Xiao Mingyue sat in a moving car, staring out the window in a daze. It was a car sent by the Ji family to take her home. This car looks very ordinary from the outside, just a black sedan, but it is very special inside and the interior is extremely luxurious. Nowadays, wealthy people all know that they should keep a low profile. Just driving a car is enough to make ordinary people jealous. If they drive a luxury car openly, it will probably arouse even more jealousy, and the windows will be smashed when they drive on the road. Xiao Mingyue was in a daze. She was very tired today. She just hoped to get home early, take a good bath and have a good sleep. Little did she know that there was a storm waiting for her at home. Chapter 346. Back at the doorstep. Before Xiao Mingyue got out of the car, she saw her family standing in a row at the door, as if they were welcoming the president of a country, and everyone looked nervous and expectant. Director Su is here too. What happened? Mingyue, I heard that your blind date was successful? As soon as Xiao Mingyue got off the car, Zhao's mother came over and asked impatiently. Xiao Mingyue interrupted her quickly. Mom, who told you that? That's not true. Zhao's mother was startled. When Jing saw it all. She said you two were holding hands, and Director Su also knew about it. Director Su nodded rapidly. This matter has spread. Many people have sent me messages asking who you are. I was almost scared to death when I heard about it, you are really good, Mingyue. You have such high standards. Grandma nodded in agreement. Who did you say that man was? The president of G's group, and the top leader of the planting division, Mr. G. Director Su was so excited, as if he was going to marry G Wensi. Xiao Mingyue's mouth twitched. Stop, don't believe everything you hear. I'm not holding hands with anyone. Yes, we didn't hold hands, my wrist was just held, which doesn't count as holding hands. But many people saw it, and described it as if it were true. Director Su didn't believe it. He thought Xiao Mingyue was just embarrassed. Zhao's mother also asked. Yes, didn't you go to that person's house for dinner tonight? Was it the Ji family? Xiao Mingyue held her forehead helplessly. That's because I accidentally saved Mr. G's sister before, and he invited me to dinner to thank me. Director Su hissed. This was different from what he thought. He thought that the Xiao family had the support of the Ji family, so he and the Xiao family also had a relationship. Maybe with the connection with the Xiao family, he could take the position of Director Wei, with Wei Jun serving him tea and water, massaging his back and legs. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It seems the dream is shattered. My cell phone almost exploded this afternoon. There was news that a very beautiful girl in our community was holding hands with General Manager Ji. Director Su still had one last hope. Xiao Mingyue stroked the hair beside her ears and said with a guilty conscience. He held me up, just touched my wrist. How could it be holding hands? That's nonsense. Director Su was visibly disappointed. It turned out that they were not in a relationship. Zhao's mother slapped her thigh and said, Wen Jing, that girl, is just talking nonsense. She said something about two people snuggling together and being affectionate. She made me excited for a long time. Xiao Mingyue was speechless for a moment. Li Wenjing had a very rich imagination. If she had come back a few days later, who knows what would have happened? Rumors are as fierce as tigers. She looked at Director Su. Director Su, you have to help me clarify this. Director Su readily agreed. Okay, those community leaders are still gossiping about me. I have to clarify it, otherwise it will be bad for your reputation, and I don't know how those gossipers will spread it. Maybe even an illegitimate child could be made up. However, considering the friendship of saving President Ji's sister, the Xiao family has a bright future. Director Su glanced at Zhao's mother unnoticeably. Fortunately, he treated his subordinates well and did not offend anyone. Xiao Mingyue suddenly remembered what happened in the car during the day. By the way, has Li Wenjing reported Lu Chen's matter? I think he is narrow-minded and might take revenge. Director Su looked serious. I've heard about it. He has bad intentions and average workability. I've seen it all. Luchun was transferred from the former Vehicle Administration Bureau. If it weren't for the fact that he has parents to support, I wouldn't have kept him. Don't worry, I will talk to him, and if he still wants to stay, he will know what to do. After the end of the world, the Vehicle Management Bureau is no longer of much use because ordinary people can no longer afford to drive a car. Therefore, the civil servants in office who need to be transferred have been arranged to various communities. Xiao Mingyue nodded and chatted for a few more words before Director Su left, and the Xiao family returned home. Zhao's mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, but she didn't expect it to be such a big misunderstanding. Now she is a little disappointed. Chapter 347. Grandpa sat on the sofa and said coldly, Why are you being so upset? If you asked me, that boss is no good at all. He is rich and powerful, but his heart is blackened by money. How many of them are good? How can they take our Mingyue seriously? Zhao's mother sighed. I'm not happy because of her status. I'm happy because Mingyue finally has a partner. Now think about it carefully. It is indeed not suitable. When looking for a partner, you should find someone who is of equal status and not inferior to others. Only in this way can Mingyue hold her head high in her husband's family. Grandpa snorted. Not the best. It's scary to be with someone like that. How many wealthy families care about family affection? Fortunately, Mingyue doesn't like him, otherwise I would break them up. Xiao Mingyue. She really wanted to say, Grandpa, you have so much confidence in me, it's overwhelming confidence. Grandma sighed. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. I thought Mingyue was a single guy. How could she find a partner so soon? This rubbish matchmaking conference is useless. Okay, everyone go to bed. Xiao Mingyue was speechless again. What does The ironclad single dog. Mean? After washing up at night, Xiao Mingyue tossed and turned in bed. The quilt was rolled up into a knot. Was it touched or not? She herself is not sure, maybe not. Suddenly, she received a message. Next Saturday, don't be late. It was sent by Ji Wenxi. Xiao Mingyue rolled over on the bed, thought for a moment, and said, I don't want to just practice shooting anymore. I'd basically learned all of that. I want to practice close combat. Can you teach me, or help me find a reliable coach? Why do you suddenly want to practice fighting? Xiao Mingyue tapped the phone hard. I want to defeat you. The kind that will beat you until you are pissing and shitting and you kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Xiao Mingyue didn't dare to send the latter sentence to him, so she just imagined it in her mind. She doesn't like the feeling of being restrained and unable to move, she likes to be in control. The other party responded quickly. If I practice for another 50 years, I should be able to do it. After seeing this, Xiao Mingyue almost vomited blood. I can kill you with a huge rock, okay, you ordinary man. 50 years later, you have made the number 6 with your left hand and drawn a circle with your right leg. You have to be fed even when you eat. If you don't obey, you will be beaten by the nurse. In the Ji family villa, when Ji Wenxi saw these words, a smile appeared between her brows. After Director Su's clarification, the scandal between Xiao Mingyue and President Ji was finally cleared up. Everyone was very disappointed. It turned out that it was not a big melon. They would rather believe that it was a big melon. How boring. After they knew the truth, they began to envy Xiao Mingyue again. The Ji family must have repaid her for saving their lives, and she would rise to prominence. Why does she always get all the good things? At the dinner table that day, Ji Shanshan did say a lot of words to express her gratitude, such as offering to buy a bigger villa for the Xiao family, and even wanted to send Xiao Mingyue to work as an official in the planting department, but she rejected them all. Xiao Mingyue is unruly and freedom-loving by nature. She has long been accustomed to such a pace of life and cannot stand the 996 days. Although our family's life was not very rich, but in the last days, we had enough food and clothing. She is not being pretentious or trying to appear noble. I just don't want to overdraw the Ji family's gratitude. These promises may be a great gift to others, and an opportunity to change their destiny, but they are not tempting to Xiao Mingyue. Rich people are not fools, on the contrary, they are very smart. Favors have a price and a limit. It is impossible for you to have whatever you want for your whole life. Xiao Mingyue wants to maximize her own interests. If she really needs help from the Ji family in the future, and it happens to be a troublesome matter that she cannot solve, she will not refuse to ask for help. Not needed right now. Chapter 348. Within a few days, the red-boned fish had become known to the public and swept across the entire Pingjing city at a very fast speed. Based on its own characteristics, experts named it red-boned fish. After learning about the unique nutritional value of red-boned fish, the upper-class people flocked to it, and everyone wanted to taste this legendary living medicinal herb. Those who have boats sailed to deep waters to fish for the legendary red spinehead fish. The disaster victims also know about the red-boned fish. In the past 2 days, people in Huahan community have been discussing it. When you go out, you can hear many people talking about the magic of the red-boned fish. Moreover, the rumors became more and more outrageous. Many people regarded the red-boned fish as a gift from God, thinking that God was saving the world and that eating a bite would allow one to ascend to heaven and become a god. Today is Zhao's father's day off. Dad Xiao gulped down a whole glass of water. People in our planting department are talking about red-boned fish. Experts say that eating red-boned fish can automatically repair diseased parts of the body. It sounds so mysterious, I don't know if it's true. Not only that, now everyone says that the red-boned fish can cure all diseases and even bring the dead back to life. This is not just a fish, it is clearly the magic medicine of Taishang Laojun. Zhao's mother sighed. Since it's so good, why don't we go catch a few and try? We haven't fished in a long time. Grandpa was eager to try. Father Xiao shook his head and said, It's not easy to catch. I've heard from colleagues that red-boned fish are covered with spines and are very ferocious. They can only be found in deep waters, and we don't have a boat. I heard that a leader from our planting department went fishing by boat, but he didn't catch anything. The boat was full of bugs, and he almost didn't come back. It was too dangerous. Dad Xiao already knew that Grandpa had recovered from his illness, and he was very happy. In the past, the two of them loved playing chess and often went fishing together in the rivers and lakes in the countryside. Grandpa was a little disappointed. It is indeed dangerous. No wonder it is called red spine fish. Xiao Mingyue cleared her throat and said faintly, I have a boat. Not only does she have a boat, but she also keeps 7 of them in her space. If she could tell the difference between male and female and wait for them to mate and lay eggs, Xiao Mingyue would have to take one out for everyone to try. What if there is only one female among the 7 fish? It would be a huge loss to eat that one. You have a boat? Where did you get the boat? Zhao's father, mother, and grandparents all looked at Xiao Mingyue with surprise on their faces. I bought it when it rained heavily before. I was afraid of floods, said Xiao Mingyue. Where is the boat? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Mother Xiao asked hurriedly. Grandpa suddenly said, How can you see it? It must be hidden in a place where no one is around, right? Xiao Mingyue nodded. The boat is not here, it's in the north. I went there 2 days ago and wanted to go fishing, but I didn't catch anything. Grandpa's eyes were appreciative. You are a visionary boy. It's good to have a boat. Let's go fishing. Father Xiao said excitedly. Great! After the fishing tackle store closed down, there are a lot of good things left. I feel bad for the fishing tackle sitting in the warehouse and gathering dust. That's great. Let's go, let's go! Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing. She knew that once she told them that she had a boat, these 2 fishing fanatics would definitely not be able to hold back. Mother Xiao and grandmother looked at each other, both feeling helpless. The man in the family loved fishing too much, and they had often had conflicts over this in the past. Dad and Grandpa Xiao couldn't wait to prepare the things they needed, and they were as happy as 2 little kids. Zhao's mother hesitated to speak. I haven't told your father about Xiao Yu yet, what should I tell him? After all, Zhao's father used to treat Xiao Yu as his own son, and his love for him could be described as wholehearted. Xiao Yu was bitten back by the person he had truly loved. He even wanted to kill his father. One can imagine how his father felt. It's chilling and even more heartbreaking. Xiao Mingyue looked at her father's back and said, On the way, I said that Dad is not that fragile. Besides, Xiao Yu deserved to die. Mother Xiao nodded. This was all she could do. Chapter 349. Grandpa made a basin of chicken offal mixed with intestines, chopped them up and used them for cooking. This was what was left over from Grandma killing a chicken in the morning. As Grandpa cooked, he muttered, This is the first time I've heard of a fish that can be eaten as meat. It's quite precious. These are all good things that people can't eat. Xiao Mingyue cut half a chicken as bait, which made her grandmother very upset. The victims used something they could never dream of eating to fish. If this were to get out, people would hate them. Grandma, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Red-boned fish just love to eat meat. Xiao Mingyue comforted her. Dad Xiao carried fishing rods, floats, and other fishing gear and placed them in the trunk of the car. He also took a lot of food and water to save for when he was hungry. Dad Xiao and Grandpa were already sitting in the car obediently, urging, Mingyue, get in the car quickly. Here I come. Xiao Mingyue sat in the driver's seat. Zhao's mother and grandmother stood at the door, worriedly saying, Slow down on the road. The 2 of them disagreed, as the north was so far away and the journey was extremely dangerous. But what was the use of disagreeing? The 3 of them went there excitedly, and no one could stop them. Xiao Mingyue stepped on the accelerator and said, I know. Watching the car go farther and farther away, Grandma sighed. It's fine for a grown man to like fishing, but who did Mingyue take after? How can a girl be so happy to go fishing? What's the point of sitting there like an idiot all day? Zhao's mother laughed out loud. Who should she follow? Her father. On the way, Dad Xiao and Grandpa were discussing fishing techniques and how to fish later. This was their first time fishing for carnivorous fish, so they were excited and expectant, and they couldn't wait to fly over. Dad, these chicken intestines are not enough, right? Haven't you heard that red thornfish also like to eat 3 worms? If there aren't enough chicken intestines, just catch some 3 worms and chop them up. They can still make their nests. They will definitely come when they smell the meat. Dad Xiao suddenly realized. Yes. The two were chatting animatedly. Xiao Mingyue cleared her throat and interrupted. Dad, I have something to tell you. You say. Dad Xiao was still in high spirits. Xiao Yu is dead, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Father Xiao was surprised and asked. Dead? How did he die? Go on. Xiao Mingyue sorted out her thoughts. Xiao Yu joined a gang that specializes in robbery and murder. At his suggestion, the gang targeted our family and was brought here by Xiao Yu. He wants to kill us, our entire family? Dad Zhao's face turned cold instantly. Xiao Mingyue hummed. This is what he planned. Sun Han also came. They found Sun Nanan, and Sun Nanan found me and told me all their plans. So, I asked Captain Song for help. Sun Han also died. I killed him with my own hands. Father Xiao was silent for a long time before he spoke. Sun Han deserved to die, and so did Xiao Yu. Father Xiao sighed. I remember when he was little, he always followed me around, calling me uncle. We went fishing in the river, caught lobsters, and dug holes in the fields to roast sweet potatoes in winter. I can say that he was raised by me. I never thought that he would want to kill me. Father Xiao laughed sarcastically. Forget it, if he's dead then he's dead. Who made him want to harm others? Let's not talk about him. And my uncle and grandma, I know where they live now. Xiao Mingyue asked tentatively. Just treat them as dead, as if they didn't exist. Mingyue, luckily you are all okay. We as a family must be well and live a good life. Father Xiao said in a firm tone. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore, let's go fishing. I'm sure we can catch some big fish today. Chapter 350. When he reached the north, Xiao Mingyue drove towards the deserted square again, but the times had changed. The square was no longer the deserted place it used to be. Now there are quite a lot of people gathered around the square. It is very lively. They are all wearing high rain boots, and their eyes are shining with brilliance and greed. There are many boats on the water, big, small, luxurious, and simple. Everyone comes here for the same purpose, which is to catch red-bone fish. The opportunity to change your destiny lies underwater. There are so many people! Zhao's father sighed. Grandpa looked around and said, They are all here to catch fish. Father Xiao looked out over the water and said, I heard from a colleague in the planting department that a wealthy man has said that whoever can catch a red-bone fish for him will be given a job with food and lodging provided. Who wouldn't go crazy after hearing such an offer? Why don't these rich people send people to catch them themselves? Asked my grandfather. Xiao Mingyue tied her hair into a ponytail and said calmly. Because it's dangerous, and not every rich man has a boat. It only takes a small price to get others to work for you, so why not do it? The world is so cruel. For the victims, this is a chance to change their destiny, but for the rich, it is just a drop in the bucket. Grandpa sighed. It's all for a meal. You guys wait here for a while. I'll find a secluded place, park the car, and then drive the boat over. Xiao Mingyue said this and left. The car cannot be parked in a conspicuous place as it can be broken into and stolen. Even if there is nothing to steal, there are people who will not stand to see you do well. They can't afford to drive a car, so why should you? I have to smash it for you. Of course, there is no place safer than space, and a hidden place is just an excuse. Grandpa waved his hand and said, Go ahead. Can you find it? I'll go with you. Dad Xiao was worried. Grandpa sighed and said immediately, What's there to worry about? I trust Mingyue the most. You stay here with an old man like me. Let's see how others fish. Let's go. Dad Xiao was still a little worried, but was dragged away by Grandpa. Grandpa saw two strong young men pushing the boat into the water, so he walked over and said, Hey guys, can you handle this little wooden boat? You must be careful. This small wooden boat is only about 3 meters long and can accommodate 2 people at most. One of the dark-skinned guys turned around and said with a smile, Okay, Uncle, you guys are here to fish too, right? This is our first time here, and we want to see how others fish, said Zhao's father. The young man wiped his sweat and said, Uncle, I see you are dressed cleanly. You don't look like the hungry or waterless. The water here is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die in the water, and your family won't even be able to see the body. I advise you not to take the risk. Father Xiao added. As long as the boat doesn't capsize, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? The other guy had an indifferent expression and snorted coldly. Why don't you try it in the water and you'll know? It's not a big deal. That's easy for you to say. If there was no way out, who would come to fish? It's easy to say. Dad Xiao and Grandpa looked at each other, thinking that this young man had a bad temper. The dark-skinned guy looked apologetic and whispered, I'm sorry, he was in a bad mood. 2 of our teammates died yesterday, one of whom was his younger brother. Dad Xiao and Grandpa were both very surprised and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a detailed discussion, we learned that in order to increase the success rate of fishing, the disaster victims in the north spontaneously formed many fishing teams, all of which were composed of disaster victims. There are many fishing teams, but they only have 2 wooden boats. One was destroyed yesterday, leaving only this one. The dark-skinned young man sighed and continued, I don't know what happened to the swarm of insects yesterday. They crawled towards Lindy and his friend's boat like crazy. The insects bit a hole in the bottom of the boat and broke the wooden planks. Lindsay and his friends fell into the water. They watched from the shore as their teammates fell into the water, but they were powerless to do anything. However, they did not even have time to be sad as they had to come out to catch redbone fish the next day. They came every day, but never caught one. Since the end of the world, they have become accustomed to the separation of life and death between their loved ones and have become numb to it. Chapter 351. My condolences. Father Xiao looked heavy-hearted. He had fallen into the water and must have been eaten by bugs, leaving no bones behind. Grandpa was very puzzled. Why did the insects go crazy when they were just fine in the water? Maybe they smelled something. What did you use to make a nest? We have nothing. We don't lay any bait. We use threadworms and leeches strung together and rolled into a ball as bait. As long as we catch one redbone fish, just one, my family will have enough to eat. The dark-skinned young man became more and more worried as he spoke. Another guy said impatiently, Okay, stop talking nonsense with them and push the boat into the water. At this time, Xiao Mingyue came over in a boat. She placed all the fishing gear and other things in the boat under the awning so that no one else could see them. Before coming over, Xiao Mingyue had sprayed insect repellent around the hull, so no insects would crawl into the boat. Dad, Grandpa, come here quickly. Xiao Mingyue pulled the boat to the shore. The 2 guys also saw Xiao Mingyue's boat and were extremely envious for a moment. It turned out that they had such a good boat that even crazy bugs could not bite it, unlike their boat which was made of wood. The 2 could only pray that the bugs would not go crazy today. They were gambling with their lives. Here I come. Dad Xiao and Grandpa both got on the boat, and small stools were prepared on the boat. The 2 young men were also pushing the wooden boat into the water. The moment the wooden boat entered the water, the hull lifted up, revealing the red color of the bottom. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Although it was only a flash, she keenly noticed the strange red color at the bottom of the boat. Why is the bottom of a wooden boat red? She didn't think too much about it, maybe it was the waterproof paint. While sorting out the fishing rod and fishing line, Grandpa talked about the 2 young men just now. When he talked about their teammate's boat being bitten by insects, Grandpa sighed. That young man was a nice guy. He even advised us not to go into the water. It's really pitiful. If we fall into the water, how can we survive? Xiao Mingyue was driving the boat towards the deep water area. After hearing what her grandfather said, she gradually became suspicious. Although the 3 insects are ferocious and fight each other for food, they are just carnivorous insects, and will at most attach themselves to a ship when they see it. It is really strange that the 3 insects could attack the wooden boat since they don't eat wood. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to Xiao Mingyue's mind. The red color on the bottom of the boat was not waterproof paint. It's blood. As for what kind of blood it was, that was hard to say. It certainly wasn't poultry blood. Poultry was too precious and there wasn't enough to eat. Who would smear so much blood on the bottom of a ship? The shore was full of bugs, and the foul smell of the black rot beetles must have covered up the smell of blood, so they didn't notice it. Xiao Mingyue looked around for the 2 people. They were paddling the wooden boat with oars, and the speed was very slow, not as fast as Xiao Mingyue's diesel boat, so the 2 people were paddling hard not far from the shore. As he spoke, Xiao Mingyue turned the boat around and drove to the side of the wooden boat. Xiao Mingyue's tone left no room for doubt. This wooden boat is not safe. If you don't want to die, get ashore quickly. The two guys were stunned, and Zhao's father and grandfather were also a little confused. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue said again. Just now I heard from my family that your boat was ripped apart in the water yesterday. Someone wants to harm you. When you get ashore, turn the boat over and look at what's under the boat and you'll know. Their boat had just been in the water for a short time, and even though there were bugs biting it now, it would take some time for the planks to break. If they delay any longer, they will both be finished. My brother was murdered. How do you know? The cold-hearted young man asked anxiously. Don't talk nonsense, just go ashore and take a look and you will know. After saying that, Xiao Mingyue said no more, turned the boat around and continued heading towards the deep water area, no longer paying attention to the two men. Chapter 352. Considering that they had kindly advised Grandpa and Father Xiao, she had already kindly reminded them. Whether they listened or not was their business. After all, there are not many kind-hearted people these days, and most of them are cold-hearted and vicious. Let alone a kind reminder, he may not save you even if you die at his feet. Some people even hope that you will fall into the water and be bitten to death by insects. They enjoy watching you make a fool of yourself. Xiao Mingyue looked back and found that the two young men were already rowing towards the shore. Those who listened to the advice could still be saved. Father Xiao couldn't help but speak. Mingyue, is what you just said true? Why was their ship bitten by bugs? Bugs generally won't go crazy and bite boats suddenly, unless there's something on the bottom of their boat, like blood. The smell of blood will attract bugs to gather on the bottom of the boat and eat away at the bottom planks little by little. I just saw that the bottom of their boat was dark red, so I guessed this way. Grandpa slapped his thigh and said angrily. I was wondering why the bugs would go crazy and bite the boat for no reason. They are trying to take people's lives. What deep hatred! What a vicious heart! Father Zhao's face also turned dark. The water is not scary, but the human heart is scary. The bottom of the boat is quite large, so there must be a lot of blood on it. It really took a lot of effort to kill someone. It's okay to keep the blood for food. I wonder who those two guys offended. Dad Xiao murmured. Xiao Mingyue looked at Xiao's father and said, Of course it's not livestock blood like pig blood. Amid the puzzled looks of Zhao's father and grandfather, Xiao Mingyue spoke word by word. It's human blood. The least valuable blood nowadays is human blood. Who would waste animal blood? So it can only be human blood. Dad Zhao's eyes widened. Although Grandpa's reaction was not as big as Dad Zhao's, he was also shocked by the word, human blood. After a moment, Grandpa said solemnly, Mingyue, stay away from those ships. Keep your distance. Xiao Mingyue responded and stopped the boat in a remote place in the deep water, keeping a long distance from other fishing boats. She understood what her grandfather meant. If you get too close, you'll easily be targeted. Catching a fish is not a skill, the real skill is bringing it home safely. This place is not bad, let's stay here. With Father Xiao and Grandpa here, Xiao Mingyue naturally didn't need to do the troublesome things like preparing bait and setting the nest. She took the fishing rod that Father Xiao had prepared for her and even hung the fish food on it, which was a piece of chicken breast with skin. Seeing Dad and Grandpa busying around, Xiao Mingyue was quite free. She looked at the water and saw a fat-toothed worm swimming quickly. Who knows what kind of danger lurks beneath the calm surface of the water? You can't be impatient when fishing. After setting the nest twice, 3 insects under the water slowly gathered, but there were only 3 insects, and no red-boned fish was seen. Xiao Mingyue sprinkled some chicken blood mixed with chopped chicken intestines onto the water surface. There was a splash on the water surface and dense insects were surging. The smell of blood could better attract red-boned fish. Xiao Mingyue held the fishing rod but was hesitant to cast it. No red-boned fish was seen. It would be useless to cast the rod because the bait would be snatched away by the 3 insects immediately. However, if there is a red-boned fish, the 3 worms will not dare to approach the chicken breast, and the chance of the red-boned fish biting the hook will increase. This was the experience she gained from her first few fishing trips. Xiao Mingyue was carefully observing the water when she suddenly heard a noise coming from afar. Ha ha ha, the red ones are all spines, this is the red spine fish. I'm rich, I'm going to have a job, and I won't have to eat toothed worms anymore. Red spine fish, I caught a red spine fish. From afar, on a small boat, there was a middle-aged man shouting nonstop. If he was not on the boat, he would probably run 800 meters to express his joy. The people on the boats near him were also looking at him. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were full of jealousy and anger. "What's the noise over there?" asked Grandpa. Dad Xiao said. "It seems someone has caught a red-boned fish." Grandpa whispered. "What the hell is this fool? Why didn't he hide the fish he caught? Why is he shouting?" Xiao Mingyue shook her head gently. "Be careful not to be too happy and end up in sorrow." The man carefully placed the red-boned fish in the bucket. He didn't feel any pain from being pricked by the spines and just kept smiling foolishly. He paddled quickly towards the shore. After selling the fish, he would no longer have to live the life of a disaster victim. A bright future was waiting for him ahead. He was so excited that he didn't notice that the two boats were slowly approaching each other, and with a bang, they collided. "Fuck, you hit my boat! You have to pay for my boat!" The man on the boat was shirtless, had a full back of tattoos, and was glaring at him fiercely. "It was just a bump, but you bumped into me too," the middle-aged man said weakly. Chapter 353. The tattooed man had a murderous look on his face. "You were the one who was yelling just now. Everyone was fishing and my fish was almost hooked, but you scared the fish away with your yell. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you've crashed into my boat again. I think you don't want to live anymore, do you?" "Yes, it was him. He scared my fish away. You have to compensate me for my fish." "You have to compensate me too. I almost caught a big fish as long as your thigh, but the fish got away because of him. Make him compensate me." "Compensation, you must compensate." The people on the nearby boats stopped fishing and started clamoring for the middle-aged man to compensate for the fish. They looked at him as if he were an enemy, as if he had done something unforgivable. In fact, he just caught a fish, that's all. The middle-aged man had never seen such a scene before. He had been an honest man all his life and did not dare to have a conflict with others. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was so happy just now that I just shouted a few times." The tattooed man smirked. "What's the point of apologizing? Just give me your red-boned fish as compensation and I'll forgive you. Here you go." His eyes were greedy and he finally revealed his real purpose. The middle-aged man was stunned. You want to steal my fish? What do you mean by robbing? You should compensate me. If you know what's good for you, give me the fish. It's your choice whether you want the fish or your life," the tattooed man said as he stepped onto his boat and grabbed the bucket. "Give me!" The middle-aged man held the bucket tightly. "This is what I caught, this is mine." The tattooed man kicked him and said, "Fuck off, if you keep talking like that I'll throw you into the water." The middle-aged man fell down in the cabin, holding his chest and wailing, but no one on the nearby boat spoke for him. Instead, they all watched quietly, with extremely cold expressions. It would be better if he was thrown into the water and died. Who told him to show off? He deserved to die. Seeing the tattooed man about to leave with the bucket, the middle-aged man lost his mind. Without this red-boned fish, he would have no future. What was the point of living? The middle-aged man gasped and rushed over with a shout. "I'll fight you!" He suddenly jumped up and pounced on the tattooed man. The tattooed man was immersed in the joy of getting the red-boned fish and had no defense at all. They both fell into the water. There was a huge splash of water, and the two people were struggling in the water, and the bucket also fell into the water. The red-boned fish in the bucket flicked its tail and disappeared on the water. The tattooed man was terrified. "I can't swim! Help, help, pull me up! Gonzi, I can't swim either!" His accomplice stood on the other boat, at a loss as to what to do. In fact, he knew how to save the man, but he didn't dare to, for fear of being dragged down. The people on the nearby boats had no intention of rescuing anyone. Instead, they stretched their necks to look. They were watching a show. "Ouch, how come you all fell down? Is it that serious? Hurry, hurry! The red-boned fish has escaped. It must be over there. It can't run far." The middle-aged man was still riding on the tattooed man, pushing him under the water. "You still want to go up? I'll let you steal my fish, and we'll die together." The tattooed man took a few gulps of water, and it seemed that there were still bugs in it. He struggled desperately and, not willing to be outdone, tried to push the middle-aged man into the water as well. The two men fought in the water, wanting to kill each other. If they let each other go and quickly climbed onto the boat, they would have a chance to survive. But no one let anyone go, and as soon as one of them climbed onto the side of the boat, he would be dragged down again by the other. After struggling for a while, both of them choked on a lot of water, their consciousness became increasingly blurred, and they gradually lost their lives. Ganzi, Ganzi. The accomplices on the boat were terrified. Ganzi was dead? Both of them were dead? The accomplice cautiously looked underwater and saw that the tattooed man had his eyes wide open, as if he had died with his eyes open. The escaped red-boned fish came back at some point, its eyes cold as it gnawed at the tattooed man's cheek. It tore off a piece of flesh with one bite, and blood slowly diffused in the water. Ah! The accomplice fell down on the boat and said in a trembling voice, "Fish eat people, red-boned fish are eating people." Chapter 354. All the nearby fishing boats gathered around, intending to rush and catch the red-boned fish. However, when they saw the scene in the water, even the bravest ones were frightened and their calves were shaking. Some of the timid ones fainted from fright. "Ah! Don't look into the water, the red-boned fish are eating people. It's so scary. I don't want to catch fish anymore. Red-boned fish will eat people. I want to go home." Someone was scared and cried. So much blood. In just a short while, the tattooed man's face had been completely bitten, and the water was dyed red with blood. The teeth of the red spy-head fish are very sharp. Ugh! Someone vomited violently. Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the water surface, and several larger red-boned fish appeared around. The largest one was as long as an adult's leg. More and more red spy-head fish gathered together, and the red ones of all sizes were very conspicuous underwater. It's a school of fish, a really big school of fish. They were all red-boned spurfish. The red-boned spurfish smelled the human blood and swam over. The red-boned fish was extremely ferocious, fighting and tearing the two corpses apart. In just a few breaths, the two corpses were torn into pieces. The two people who were in conflict just now are now in the fish's stomach. The bright red blood dyed the water red, which was glaring and terrifying. The people on the surrounding fishing boats were stunned. They even forgot to breathe and forgot to be afraid, because they had never seen such a spectacular scene. A single red spiny mullet is a rare sight, let alone this huge school of fish. Oh my God, there are so many red thorn fish! Someone died in the water before, but it didn't attract such a large school of fish. I must be lucky today. The school of red-spurred fish has arrived. We are going to get rich. There are so many red spy-head fish. There are so many in the water, hurry up and catch them. Seeing the red-boned fish tumbling in the water, many people were blinded by desire, and their eyes were reddened by greed. They forgot the horrifying scene of the red-boned fish eating the corpse. They rowed over desperately, as if it was not fish but the rest of their lives without worries about food and drink. They were so excited that their hands holding the oars were shaking and they couldn't stop smiling. The people who were scolding the middle-aged man for being loud and noisy just now reacted even more violently than him. Some people lean over and use buckets to fish it out. If they are lucky enough to catch something, they must be more excited than winning tens of millions in lottery. But only a few were caught. Red-boned spurfish are alert by nature. These people shouted loudly and scared away many of them. Seeing that there was no human flesh to eat, more and more red-boned spurfish dived to the bottom of the water, and the school of fish gradually dissipated. Seeing that the fish were almost gone, they panicked. Why did all the fish escape? I haven't caught them yet. It's over, they all ran away. Someone was so anxious that he jumped into the water. Relying on his good swimming ability, he used his clothes to grab a small red-boned fish, which was about the size of an adult's palm. Catching a small one is better than nothing. After catching it, the man quickly climbed onto the boat. Fortunately, he had no wounds on his body and no fish bit him, otherwise it would be very dangerous. He is considered lucky, but others may not be so lucky. Chapter 355. There were fewer and fewer fish in the water, and everyone was anxious. A few people followed that man's example and jumped into the water, trying to catch the fish with their clothes. However, he was too greedy, and the fish he caught was a big one. The big fish was at least 1 meter long, strong and ferocious. It broke free from the shackles with a flick of its tail, then turned around and bit off 3 of his fingers. Ah! My hand! The man screamed loudly. His friend who was on the same boat said hurriedly, "Hurry, get on the boat, the fish will come back soon smelling the blood." But the red-boned fish that bit off 3 of his fingers had tasted the sweetness, so how could it let him go? A few fish also swam over after smelling the blood. By the time he climbed onto the boat with difficulty, his forearm had been bitten off and the man was almost dead from fear and pain. Seeing this, no one dared to jump into the water. The school of fish became smaller and smaller until no red-spined fish could be seen with the naked eye, and the chaotic fishing battle ended. Some people died, some were injured, but of course some people made the journey worthwhile. With the lesson of the middle-aged man before, the person who caught the fish didn't know when he had rowed away in the boat. The most sensible thing to do was to leave silently. Only fools would make such a fuss, fearing that their lives would be too long. Those who didn't catch any fish were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It was just their bad luck. They looked around and vaguely remembered the appearance of the man who had just caught the red-boned fish. Evil comes from the heart, yes, they want to rob. Being able to catch it is not a skill. Being able to take it home and sell it successfully is a skill. In the distance, Xiao Mingyue and the other 2 had a clear view of everything. They did not get involved, but just watched from afar. Xiao Mingyue murmured, "From today on, I don't know how many more people will be eaten by fish." Father Xiao nodded and said, "It's too dangerous to catch red-boned fish. We also have to be careful and watch out for others. Fortunately, we are far away from them." Grandpa glanced at Xiao Mingyue and said in a complicated tone, "The fish are not dangerous, but the people are. The bodies of the 2 men just now attracted such a large school of fish. This matter will definitely be known to everyone. Everyone knows that human blood and flesh can attract fish. At that time, living people become bait." Xiao Mingyue's eyes moved slightly. This was what she meant. Dad Xiao didn't hear it, but Grandpa did. After all, Grandpa is Grandpa. Using people as bait is a business that makes huge profits with no capital. Where there are huge profits, there will be crime. The death rate of disaster victims will rise again. Xiao Mingyue said again. Just now I heard those people talking. It was the first time for them to see a school of red-boned fish. It seems that this kind of thing is hard to come by. Throwing human corpses down will only increase the probability of attracting red-boned fish. If the red-boned fish discovers the body too late, the body will most likely be eaten up by the 3 worms. Don't forget that the 3 worms are also carnivorous worms. Countless worms will swarm over and quickly eat the body until nothing is left. Only when the red-boned fish is nearby will the 3 insects avoid its edge and dare not rush forward to compete for it. So the teammates of those 2 guys should have been eaten by 3 bugs. As for the middle-aged man and the tattooed man, they never imagined until their death that the red-boned fish they were fighting for would be their death warrant, summoning a school of fish to tear them into pieces and swallow them into their stomachs. The prey is also the hunter. People are catching fish, and fish are also catching people. It just depends on who has better skills. Father Xiao took a deep breath and couldn't help but gasp. "It's so cruel, it's like hell on earth." Chapter 356. Xiao Mingyue agreed very much with the words. Hell on earth. Using living people as bait was even more cruel than being killed and sold for their organs in Myanmar. Because the bad guys will definitely not throw the whole person down as bait, that would be too wasteful. If they chop the person into pieces and throw them down, wouldn't that attract more red-boned fish? Suddenly, Grandpa saw something unusual on the water surface and a red-boned fish flashed by. "Look, the red spur fish appears," Grandpa said in a low voice. The insects in that small area of water quickly scattered, and Xiao Mingyue and Zhao's father were quick-witted and threw their fishing rods into that area of water at the same time. After waiting patiently for more than 10 minutes, the 3 people did not dare to breathe. When Xiao Mingyue's patience was about to run out, and she thought that the red-boned fish had left, her fishing line suddenly moved. A force came from the other end of the fishing rod, pulling the fishing rod away. "The fish has taken the bait, hurry up and get the net." The fish was big and strong. Dad Xiao and Xiao Mingyue were fishing together. Dad Xiao had been fishing for decades, and the red-boned fish was exhausted after just a few fishings under his control. Much better than Xiao Mingyue's skills. At this time, Grandpa picked up the scoop net and was ready to go. When Xiao's father pulled the fishing line closer and closer, he threw an iron bucket down, and a red-boned fish nearly 1 meter long came out of the water. Half of the fish was flapping in the iron bucket, and the other half was hanging outside. The bucket was too small and could only hold half of it. This scoop net was specially made by Xiao Mingyue, and the iron bucket on the top is very sturdy. Grandpa was afraid that the fish would jump away, so he quickly fell on the boat. The big fish was flapping its wings and almost jumping out of the cabin, and it was very unwilling to give up. For fear of attracting the attention of other fishing boats, Xiao Mingyue took out a black rag and covered the red-boned spurfish's head. Once the red-boned spurfish could no longer be seen, it stopped struggling and only bounced a few times from time to time, but not as vigorously as before. "We are so lucky! Those two guys haven't caught any fish in days, but we caught one for the first time, and it's this big. How are we going to eat it?" There was a hint of pride in Xiao's father's tone, and there was a smile in his eyes. Grandpa hesitated to speak, his face looked extremely ugly. "Is this fish still edible? What if it has just eaten human flesh?" After hearing what his grandfather said, the smile on Xiao's father's face gradually disappeared. If the fish that had just eaten human flesh were to be eaten by his own family members, wouldn't that be no different from cannibalism? It's scary and disgusting to think about it. "You can't eat it. You can't eat it." The fish was caught, but these guys were in trouble. This was most likely a fish that had eaten human flesh, and they couldn't get over this hurdle in their hearts. "Then don't eat it. Just keep it at home for a while before eating it." Xiao Mingyue made a suggestion. "Okay, let's keep it." Zhao's father and grandfather nodded, agreeing with Xiao Mingyue's suggestion. Dad Xiao turned around and took out a large urea bag from the boat awning. It was placed under the fishing gear and was just right for holding the fish. "This fish is big, so let's put it in a urea bag." Dad Xiao opened his pocket. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and said, "Okay." Using urea bags can help avoid being seen and stared at by others, but it is also the only way to carry it. The bucket we brought is too small to hold it all. She couldn't put it into the space in front of Zhao's father and grandfather, right? It will scare them. Chapter 357. After sending them ashore, Xiao Mingyue used the excuse of stopping the boat, took the fish to a place where no one would notice, and then quickly threw it into the trunk of the car. In this way, you don't have to worry about the bones of the red-boned fish scratching the urea bag. It will definitely not work for a long time, but it is okay to hold it for a while. After putting the red-boned fish into the urea bag, Xiao Mingyue looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's go, it's time to go home. It will be dark if we stay any longer, and it will be unsafe." The three of them fished for most of the day before catching one fish, but it was already pretty good. This was all thanks to the minced chicken intestines and chicken nuggets. Otherwise, if they only relied on worms, they might not be able to catch one even if they fished for 10 days or half a month. There are bugs everywhere in this water. Why would the red spiny fish eat yours? Father Xiao dragged the fish into the boat awning. He was afraid that someone would see it, so he said as he dragged the fish, "This fish is not light, it's very powerful." Xiao Mingyue drove the boat closer to the shore. As she got closer, she saw a group of people acting suspiciously on the shore. They neither rowed the boat to fish nor left. They just stood on the shore and looked around, their eyes fixed on the people who came ashore. There were quite a few people in this group, at least more than 30, scattered in different places on the shore. The reason why Xiao Mingyue judged that they were in the same group was because their eyes and even their expressions were the same. Just like a hungry wolf glaring at you. They are looking for a target. Xiao Mingyue thought about it carefully and realized that there were no such people on the shore when she came in the morning, which showed that they came deliberately before dark. During this time period, most fishermen would go ashore. These people don't have boats, nor are they willing to take risks in the water to fish. They want to eat what's ready. If someone catches a red-boned fish and doesn't hide it well, these people will rush over to grab the fish. The location of the square is very suitable for launching into the water. Unlike other places where the terrain is high and slippery and difficult to dock, this is a good place, but also dangerous. They are a group of robbers. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. But who is the mantis and who is the oriole is not certain. Be careful of those people on the shore, they want to steal the red-boned fish, Xiao Mingyue warned carefully. Grandpa glanced at them inconspicuously and said, Put us on the shore and hide the boat. Their target is red-boned fish, and we don't have any. I'll hide with you. Dad Xiao looked at Xiao Mingyue. Grandpa scolded in a low voice. Why do you want to go anywhere? Stay here and protect me. Dad Xiao wanted to say something, but he held it back. Was it wrong for him to worry about his daughter's safety? His father-in-law was so fierce. Xiao Mingyue gradually approached the shore. Several men pretended to pass by casually, looking at Xiao Mingyue's boat intentionally or unintentionally to see if there were any red-boned fish. There was an iron barrel on the boat. They stretched their necks to look inside the awning and saw only a large urea bag. Those people exchanged glances. The iron barrel and urea bag were very suspicious. When Zhao's father and grandfather came ashore, Grandfather deliberately opened the lid of the iron bucket and poured the water in the bucket into the water, muttering, I came all this way for nothing. At this time, a man in black with a face full of flesh came over and said with a smile, Uncle, I just heard someone say there was a school of fish. This is the first time I've seen such a rare thing. Many people have caught red-boned fish. Did you catch any? Grandpa looked disappointed. What bad luck! We were too far away. When we got there, all the fish had run away. Oh, I thought we'd stay away, but who knew the fish would go there? I don't know what happened. It's really weird, you know? The man in black rolled his eyes and said, I heard that someone fell into the water and was eaten by red-boned fish, which attracted the fish. It turns out that red-boned fish also eat people. Grandpa was very surprised. Oh my! I was wondering what the people on those fishing boats were arguing about, so this is what happened. Chapter 358. The man in black was skeptical and asked tentatively, I heard about it too. Sir, your boat is quite nice. What's that big bag in the cabin? Speaking of this, Grandpa became even more upset. What else could it be? Fish food. My family used to run a fishing tackle store. Have you heard of 100% fishing tackle store? It was my family's store, but it closed down later. There is a lot of fish food left. I originally thought I could use it in the bait, but the red-boned fish don't eat it. It's a waste. I brought so much with me. The man in black kept staring at Grandpa and Father Xiao, trying to find out something from their expressions. I know the tackle shop 100%. There is no fisherman in Pingjing City who doesn't know about the 100% fishing tackle shop. It may also be expired. It's been there for more than a year. Just throw it away. Dad Xiao scratched his head in annoyance. While they were talking, Xiao Mingyue drove away on the boat, leaving Grandpa and Dad Xiao to deal with them. The man in black seemed to be thinking about something. He found an excuse to leave and go find the leader of their group. After the man in black left, Grandpa and Dad Xiao exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that those three guys didn't catch any fish. But their boat is pretty good. It's not a wooden boat, but an iron boat. Boss, do you want to take it away? Said the man in black. The boss narrowed his eyes and said, I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Take the boat. Can you afford to burn diesel? Do you have diesel? The man in black was stumped by the question and rubbed his hands, not knowing what to say. The boss had a gloomy face and said, Anyone who can still use a diesel boat at this time is definitely not an ordinary person. Either don't offend them, or kill them all. Don't let anyone know that it was us who did it. The man in black whispered, let them go then. The boss glared at him. What did you mean by should? Yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean by should? What's the use of me asking you for it? The man in black sweated profusely. We all looked. There was no red-boned fish in the bucket. But there was a big fertilizer bag on the boat. It was bulging. They said it was fish food, used for baiting. The eldest licked his back teeth and said, Did you see the fish food? The man in black was stunned. No. No. The boss kicked him and cursed. You idiot! If it was really fish food, you would have thrown it all into the water. How could there be anything left? You don't have half a brain. Where are they? The man in black got up and said, The two old men went over there, along with a young girl. They seemed to be going to stop the boat. Chase! Grandpa and Dad Xiao walked a long way in the opposite direction of the water and waited for Xiao Mingyue on the roadside. When Xiao Mingyue drove over, she saw her grandfather and father waiting for her. At the same time, she also saw a group of people approaching in a menacing manner not far away. Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that Grandpa and Dad Xiao were not able to fool these people. They still became suspicious and came after them. With the brake sound, Xiao Mingyue stopped the car steadily on the side of the road, and the group of people surrounded him with unfriendly faces. "And she's a girl who can drive," one person said with a wicked smile. The man in black stepped forward and said viciously, "Boss, it's them. You dare to fool me? Tell me. The thing in that fertilizer bag is red-boned fish, right?" Father Zhao's expression changed slightly. "I don't understand what you are talking about. Get out of the way. We want to go home." A burst of laughter rang out, as if the other party had heard a huge joke. Grandpa's expression also became much more serious. "What a bunch of robbers and bandits." He gave Zhao's father a look, and Zhao's father understood what he meant. The two of them touched the guns at their waists. It seemed that if they didn't kill someone today, they would not be able to leave. The boss walked out of the crowd slowly and said, "I won't beat around the bush with you. All the red spine fish here are mine. If you want to leave, you have to let us search. We won't make it difficult for you. If there are no red-boned fish in the car, you can leave. If there are, you must leave the red-boned fish behind." Chapter 359. "You say you want to search, so you search. What gives you the right?" Father Xiao said coldly. The boss smiled and said, "You don't want to be searched? You are guilty. It seems that there is really a red-boned fish in the car. Since you have such an attitude, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hand over the red-boned fish, and you three can still live. Otherwise, I will throw you into the water as fish food." Xiao Mingyue leaned against the car door and laughed sarcastically. "First of all, the car is mine. Secondly, who do you think you are? You want to search my car? Do you think you are guilty if I don't let you search it? You really think you are a big shot?" Hearing this, the boss instantly became angry and said sinisterly, "If you dare to talk to me like that, I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. Go!" They were all ready to teach these three ungrateful people a lesson. In a flash, Xiao Mingyue, his father and grandfather took out their pistols at the same time, loaded the guns, and pointed them at the robbers. "Let's see who dares!" Those people's faces changed drastically, and they stopped instantly, looking at each other, and no one dared to move forward. The boss's eyes were alert and full of hostility. He kept looking at the three people in front of him and spoke tentatively. "Girl, your plastic gun looks very realistic, right?" As he spoke, his feet were still moving forward. Xiao Mingyue put on a cold smile, moved his wrist down, and shot the boss at his feet. The sudden gunshot startled everyone, and the boss even took several steps back with a horrified expression. The eldest brother looked down at his shoe and saw a hole in the toe. If he had moved forward a little more, his toes would have been broken. Thinking of this, the boss swallowed hard and felt a lingering fear. "The gun is real." Seeing that the boss was almost hit by a gun, the others dared not move at all. They retreated as if they had seen a ghost, fearing that they would be shot to death. Although they were engaged in robbery and had killed people, they were all ordinary citizens. They all fought for a living and used knives and sticks but had never seen a gun. "Don't move or I'll shoot you," Grandpa threatened. Father Xiao and Grandpa kept their guns pointed at them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Facing the boss's shocked gaze, Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows provocatively. "Is my toy pistol powerful? Are you kidding? Did she think all her marksmanship training during this period was in vain?" The boss was stunned for a few seconds, then his expression suddenly changed, and he smiled dryly and flattered. "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We just didn't recognize the real talent." As he said that, he kicked the man in black on the waist and said, "It's all your fault, you bastard. There's no red-boned fish in the car, but you insisted there was. I'm going to kill you when I get home." The man in black felt bitter, but he didn't dare to refute. Xiao Mingyue smiled. "You're not going to search the car anymore?" "No search, no search. Just be careful on the road. We'll leave first," the boss said with an apologetic smile. Having said that, they were about to leave. Xiao Mingyue looked at him meaningfully. He was really adaptable and worthy of being the boss. He still had some brains. Wait, did I let you go? You were waiting on the shore and stole a lot of redfin fish. Give me the fish and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to hell. As soon as Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, the group of robbers were stunned, even Zhao's father and grandfather were stunned, and everyone looked at Xiao Mingyue in disbelief. My goodness, she is trying to rob her fellow thieves. Chapter 360. In their surprised and bewildered gazes, Xiao Mingyue spoke slowly. Since you are the boss, let's start with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2. Xiao Mingyue pointed her gun at the boss. Before one could finish his words, the boss hurriedly said, Don't shoot. I'll give it to you. Isn't it okay if I give it to you? The boss was extremely unwilling in his heart. He cursed in his heart and wished he could kill the woman immediately. But he was also really afraid of the gun in Xiao Mingyue's hand. After all, the bullet just now hit his shoe hard. The choice is between fish and life. Of course, it is life. You have been waiting on the shore for so long, you should have snatched at least 10 redfin breams. Go and get them all. Xiao Mingyue pointed the gun at the man in black and motioned him to get the fish. The man in black was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. The boss exclaimed instantly, 10! How can there be so many? Not only the boss, but everyone else couldn't help but be amazed. This woman has such a big appetite. Even if they killed them all, they couldn't get enough red-bone fish. Oh? No? Then how many are there? 8? Xiao Mingyue asked back. The eldest brother said with a pained look. There are only 2. Those people are so unlucky. Few people can catch red-bone fish. We can't grab them either. There was a school of fish today, so we only managed to grab 2. Xiao Mingyue raised the gun and asked, Let me ask you again, are there really only 2? The boss gritted his teeth and said, Only 2. Xiao Mingyue fired another shot, this time hitting the black-clothed man's feet. Tell me, how many red-bone fish did you steal? If you don't tell the truth, I'll shoot you. She could see that the man in black was timid and would tell the truth if threatened. The man in black wailed, fell to his knees on the ground, and cried bitterly. 4, 4, 4, don't kill me! Xiao Mingyue picked her ears. She didn't hit him, so why was he crying so loudly? The boss looked at him as if he wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to attack because of the guns in the hands of Xiao Mingyue and others. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the boss meaningfully and said to the man in black, Go and get the fish, and I won't kill you. Go now. The boss knew he was guilty and didn't dare to look at Xiao Mingyue's eyes. The man in black nodded quickly and ran away crawling. Xiao Mingyue said slowly, Don't run away alone. Their lives are in your hands. If you don't come back in 20 minutes, I will kill half of your accomplices. Do you think the remaining half will try every means to kill you? The man in black turned around in horror and saw the complicated looks from his accomplices, especially the boss. He didn't dare to look him in the eye. He agreed repeatedly. I dare not, I will go and get it right away. Please don't kill them, don't kill my boss. Less than 20 minutes later, the man in black came running over with 4 buckets. He was sweating profusely and panting. I've got them all. Can you let us go now? Dad Xiao went over and brought over the bucket, with 4 lively red-boned fish in it. Although they were all small and not as big as the one they caught, there were still 4 of them. Under their unwilling gazes, Dad Xiao put all the fish into the trunk of the car. Xiao Mingyue waved her hand, motioning for Zhao's father and grandfather to get in the car first. After Zhao's father and grandfather got in the car, they did not dare to relax their vigilance, and still pointed the guns at them. Mingyue, get in the car, let's go, said Zhao's father. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips and smiled, thanking nature for the gift. Chapter 361. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. She opened the car door, stepped into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away quickly. The boss stared at the SUV that was leaving, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Goodbye. He never wanted to see this woman again. He turned and punched the man in black, roaring. Those are 4 red-boned fish. Do you know how much food 4 red-boned fish can be exchanged for? They are all gone, idiot fool. The boss's eyes were red, and he wanted to hit him again, but was stopped by the people next to him. "Boss, calm down. He only said it out of fear. If it weren't for him, we would have died at the hands of that woman." The man in black curled up on the ground. "I'm sorry, boss." The boss took a deep breath and said, "I never thought that I would be defeated by a bitch. No one can tell anyone about what happened today, or I will chop him into pieces and throw him into the water." The others nodded quickly. "I understand, boss. It would be embarrassing if this were told to others." A group of robbers got everything they wanted and even got robbed in return. It would be so ridiculous if people told about it. The boss looked at the direction where the off-road vehicle left, his eyes deep, and said, "In the future, don't mess with people driving luxury boats or cars. You can only rob from those poor disaster victims. God knows what kind of background they have. Damn it! Do they actually have guns?" Compared to their impotent rage, Xiao Mingyue and the other two in the off-road vehicle had happy expressions on their faces and kept talking. "That's amazing. Mingyue, how could you think of stealing their red-boned fish? Those people's expressions are uglier than each other." Dad Ao's face turned red with excitement. Grandpa sighed. "We only have 5 of the things out there that are worth a fortune. Why do I feel like I have too much money and nowhere to spend it?" Xiao Mingyue smiled. "We don't lack anything at home, so we don't need to exchange it with red-boned fish. Why don't we keep it for ourselves? Didn't the experts say that the nutritional value of red-boned fish is very high, and it is more effective than ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum? Isn't this too extravagant? Can we also eat red-boned fish?" Dad Xiao couldn't believe it. This kind of top-notch food was only affordable for the rich people in the upper class. He didn't expect that he could also have a taste of it. Why does he feel that his family's life is getting better and better after the natural disaster? Grandpa said, "We are also human beings, why can't we eat? Health is the greatest wealth, eat." Dad Xiao agreed. "Okay, let's go home and keep the fish in a water tank first. From now on, let's not come to the north. The north will only become more and more unstable," Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Zhao's father agreed. "We have indeed seen it today. The water is dangerous. It is dangerous for the fishermen and for the people on the shore. There is no need for us to take this risk. We will not come here to fish in the future. Human nature is a scary thing." At this time, Xiao Mingyue drove past the unfinished high-end villa area, and the corpse on the ground had long disappeared. Father Xiao looked out the window and said, "I wanted to buy a house here at that time, but luckily I didn't. Look at how desolate it is now. I spent all my money to buy a house, but I don't even live in it. All the money is gone. Unfinished buildings are killing people." Xiao Mingyue did not comment. She remembered what happened when she passed by here last time. After hesitating for a moment, she still said it out loud. "If we are aware of how cruel human nature can be, we will be more vigilant and protect ourselves." Xiao Mingyue didn't want her family to be protected too well. They needed to know what they should know. She recounted the story of the last encounter with the cannibal gang, omitting the process of smashing people to death with boulders and only saying that they were shot to death. Father Xiao and grandfather were so shocked that they were speechless. After they came to their senses, they started cursing and felt a chill in their hearts. "Inhuman beast! We must be careful when we go out in the future. We must put our guns away and wear bulletproof vests every day. This world is too chaotic and people are scarier than ghosts. Isn't it true? Human nature is scarier than evil spirits." Chapter 362. When I got home, the smell of food was already wafting from the kitchen. Dad Xiao found a large bucket for storing water during high temperatures from the warehouse. After filling it with water, he threw all 5 red-boned fish into it. They planned to keep the fish in a room, the same room that Xiao Mingyue used to store mineral water when the temperature was high. Zhao's mother and grandmother came over to watch. "This is the red-boned fish, did you catch it? Don't touch this, it's dangerous and may bite people," Grandpa said as he closed the lid. Father Xiao smiled mysteriously. "Of course not, 4 of them were snatched by us. Is the meal ready? I'm almost starving. It was too thrilling today. I'll have a good chat with you guys while we eat." Mother Xiao and Grandma exchanged glances, feeling curious. At the dinner table, Xiao's father talked incessantly about how someone fell into the water, which attracted red-boned fish, and then everyone went to that area to grab the fish. Zhao's mother and grandmother listened attentively, covering their mouths and exclaiming from time to time. Oh my goodness, red-boned fish can eat people? Did they eat both of them? Father Xiao sighed. Isn't it? The water is very dangerous. Bugs eat people, fish eat people, and even people harm others. This is too dangerous. You'd better not go there in the future. It makes me scared, Mother Xiao said fearfully. Father Xiao swallowed the food in his mouth and said, This is just the beginning. It's not over yet. You know, we just got ashore and a group of robbers came to steal our fish. Then Mingyue shot him in the shoe and told him to hand over all the fish he had stolen. She tricked all 4 redfin bream out of him. Listening to Zhao's father's vivid description, Xiao Mingyue just ate the food, smiling without saying a word. She had been busy all day and was tired and hungry. Dad Xiao was a little proud. This is a brilliant trick of robbing thieves. My daughter is really smart. I was stunned at the time, thinking how could this be possible? Grandma laughed exaggeratedly. Oh, why did you snatch them away? They will be so angry that they will die. Who said it wasn't? Their expressions are uglier than each other, Zhao's father said again. Zhao's mother smiled gently. Look at you, you're just busy talking, why don't you eat? Just listening to you say this makes me feel it's too dangerous. The world is really too chaotic now, we must be alert to this. As if she had thought of something, Xiao Ma said in a complicated tone. After you left, another murder occurred in the community this afternoon. It was a murder of passion. Director Su said it was a young couple. The woman got crazy and hooked up with her father-in-law. I heard she was pregnant. Later, her husband found out. The young man, who was young and hot-tempered, killed the woman and her father in a rage, and then he jumped off the building and committed suicide. Don't you think it's outrageous? These days, anything can happen. Xiao Mingyue was still chewing some crispy chicken nuggets when she suddenly froze. Oh my God, this is a big ethical drama. It's already this late, and you still have the mind to cheat. Zhao's mother sighed. There are many more outrageous things. Real life is always more outrageous than what is shown in TV dramas. By the way, you said that the red-boned fish eats people, so how can we eat it? I don't eat it. Grandma looked embarrassed. Grandpa cleared his throat and said, Keep it for a month, then eat it. How to raise it? I have never raised a fish that eats people. Grandma asked again. Red spine fish eat bugs and also meat. Grandma's eyes widened. Where's the meat for them? We don't even have enough for ourselves. Grandpa put down his chopsticks and said, all right, don't worry about it, I'll feed you. You're so clumsy, I'll let you not bite me. I don't want to feed it yet. A man eating fish is so scary, Grandma muttered. Grandpa picked up the glass teacup and said, By the way, don't tell the eldest and second brothers about our fishing for redfin bream. They have big mouths and can't keep secrets. We won't give them any food. If they want to eat, let them go fishing on their own. Father Xiao and Mother Xiao looked at each other, and Father Xiao said, Dad, this isn't a good idea. We're all family, let's eat together. He has to say this. Grandpa snorted coldly. They won't starve to death if they eat less. The fish was caught by a few of us, especially Mingyue. The more you work, the more you get. Don't always let them take advantage. You are just too soft-hearted. Grandma looked at Grandpa and said nothing. She knew that the old man was doing this for the good of the family. If a family wants to be harmonious, one party cannot always make the sacrifices. Dad Xiao is the son-in-law and has given too much to the family. She is always generous in sharing the benefits he brings. Chapter 363. Moreover, the houses where the eldest and second eldest brothers live, and even the jobs of the eldest and second aunts, are all thanks to the Xiao family. It can be said that without the Xiao family, the Jiang family would not be able to live the good life they have now. The old man was also worried that the eldest and second son's families had become accustomed to the efforts of his fourth sister's family. Once they got used to it, they would not be grateful and would take it for granted. If this continues, people's hearts will eventually turn cold. The old man has good intentions, Mother Xiao said tactfully. Dad, my elder and second brothers often send us things. They are now delivering mushrooms to the government building and are doing well. And my elder and second sisters-in-law often come to our house to help with cleaning and cooking. That's what they should do. If they don't even have this intention, then why bother with them? Grandpa's tone left no room for doubt. It's settled then. After saying that, he stood up and went to see the red-boned fish. Zhao's father and mother looked at each other, but Grandma smiled. This old man is really cunning. Just listen to him. Seeing this, Zhao's father and mother stopped talking. Xiao Mingyue touched her belly. I'm stuffed. Xiao Mingyue returned to the room, locked the door, and then entered the space. As soon as he entered the space, Fugui ran over happily and kept throwing himself on Xiao Mingyue, extremely excited. Like a husky. Doesn't it know how big its body is? Why are you so happy today? Xiao Mingyue touched the tiger's head. Fugui bit Xiao Mingyue's sleeve and pulled her towards the swimming pool, his tiger eyes shining brightly. Xiao Mingyue didn't understand what was going on, so she followed Fugui to the swimming pool and looked out. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. In addition to 7 red spy-head fish in the swimming pool, there is also a group of small fish fry. Although they are very small and inconspicuous floating in the water, the small group of fish fry gathered together can be seen as alive and moving. The largest red-boned fish stayed right next to the fry, never leaving their side. This largest red-boned fish was caught by Xiao Mingyue on her first fishing trip. At that time, she thought the fish was quite fat. Now she thinks that it was pregnant. Xiao Mingyue stroked his chin. The red-boned fish even has a different way of giving birth. It doesn't lay eggs, but gives birth to fish directly. Wouldn't this provide some nutrition to the little fish? Xiao Mingyue touched Fugui's head and said, So this is what you wanted to tell me. Fugui tilted his head, turned around and ran away. No one knew what he was going to get. Xiao Mingyue took out a full bucket of toothworms that she had prepared long ago and poured it into the swimming pool. It must be said that the red-boned fish has a huge appetite. She only poured out a bucket yesterday, and it ate it all today. I originally thought that it was to feed the small fish fry, but I didn't expect the fry to gather together, and their mother instantly became alert, staring at the toothworms with a fierce look, fearing that the toothworms would hurt their children. The female red-boned fish bit a few toothworms in one bite and chewed them for a few times, but did not swallow them. Instead, she opened her mouth. Seeing this, the little fish fry rushed forward and scrambled for the food in their mother's mouth. Xiao Mingyue figured out the clue. It turned out that the newly born fish fry had no ability to protect themselves. It was very dangerous at this time. They could easily be eaten by the 3 insects. They needed to snuggle up to their mother for protection. As the small fish fry grow up, they are no longer afraid of the 3 insects. Xiao Mingyue was thoughtful. Nature was truly magical. The maternal instinct of animals seemed to be innate. As she was thinking, a knife suddenly fell at her feet with a clink, and a pair of tiger eyes full of expectation appeared before her. That look seemed to be saying, Master, you can start now. Chapter 364. Xiao Mingyue was at a loss for words. You want to eat fish? You're quite picky, you only eat the expensive ones. Fugui fell to the ground, his huge body crushing a large area of green grass. Xiao Mingyue had promised it, so she rolled up her sleeves and... Which one should I kill? During the time in the space, these 7 red-boned fish were well raised. With the nourishment of the stream water in the space, they grew faster and became fatter. The smallest one was originally only the length of an index finger, but now it has doubled in size. The largest one is even more terrifying, at 1.5 meters long, big enough for Fugui to eat. But it is a pregnant woman, and it is up to it to protect the young fish as they grow up. Moreover, the mother fish is precious and cannot be killed. After selecting for a long time, Xiao Mingyue picked out a red-boned fish of moderate size. She fished it out and dumped it on the grass. It's you. I can't tell whether you are a male or a female. You're out of luck. The red-boned fish was jumping desperately on the grass, but no matter how ferocious it was in the water, it couldn't look majestic when it landed on the grass. Xiao Mingyue picked up the knife given by Fugui, tried it twice, and found that the knife was not easy to use. The body of the red thorn fish is densely packed with spines. The knife blade broke before the fish was killed. The skin of the red thorn fish is like armor, too hard to use a knife. Xiao Mingyue brought the red-boned fish to her slaughterhouse, and Fugui followed happily behind. Xiao Mingyue took out a steel needle, a hammer, and bone scissors, and first inserted the steel needle into the mouth and stabbed the spine to kill the red-boned fish. Then he hammered the iron hammer to crack the solid armor on the red-boned fish. Finally, used the bone scissors to cut open the shell of the red-boned fish, revealing the bright red fish meat inside. Because the bones of red-boned fish are easy to remove, there is only one main bone and symmetrical spines. You can shave off the meat on both sides and the fish bones can be removed intact. After the hard armor on the fish head was cut off, the complete fish head came out. After Xiao Mingyue washed the fish head and fish meat, she decided to steam them. Such freshly killed ingredients must be steamed to preserve their original flavor. While the fish was steaming in the pot, Xiao Mingyue took the fish bones to dry in the sun. The bones of red-boned fish are good things. After drying and grinding, they can be used as rare medicinal materials. They are worth a fortune. As for the thorny armor that was cut off, Xiao Mingyue also planned to keep it and make the best use of it. It would come in handy sooner or later. Fugui lay on the grass, basking in the sun leisurely, and from time to time he glanced at the steamer in the yard, just waiting to eat. Xiao Mingyue is not as leisurely as it is. She still has a lot of work to do. The eggs in the chicken coop should be picked up, the chicken droppings should be cleaned up, and the 2 roosters who were tired of living dared to peck at her should be killed. The pigs in the pigsty also need to be fed. Fortunately, there are not many pigs now, so it is not tiring. The vegetables in the vegetable garden need to be picked, the fruits in the orchard also need to be picked, and there are still many orders that have not been processed in the moon farm. Xiao Mingyue was so busy that she had no time to spare. She really needed to recruit an employee urgently. Looking at the heartless Fugui, Xiao Mingyue sighed. This child is really disappointing. He doesn't even know how to help his mother with work. After finishing the work, Xiao Mingyue washed her hands and the steamed fish was ready. Xiao Mingyue took the plate of red-boned fish out of the pot. The steamed red-boned fish was still bright red, and Fugui was stunned. Xiao Mingyue simply broke the fish head open with her hands and ate the fish brain inside. The fish brain of red-boned fish is a very nutritious food. It is said that fish brain is a panacea, so she had to replenish it. Except for the fish brain, all the fish meat went into Fugui's stomach. After showing off, Fugui smacked his lips. Although the taste was a bit strange, he ate it for the sake of his host. I am not a tiger that is too picky about food. The work was almost done. Xiao Mingyue dragged her tired body out of the space. After quickly washing up, she fell asleep and had a dreamless night. Mingyue, there's a car at our door. It's here to look for you. Is it up, Mingyue? Xiao Mingyue was awakened by her grandmother knocking on the door. She looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 365. I'm awake, who's coming to see me? She quickly got up from the bed. Grandma said, If you don't know me, just say I'm looking for you. Go downstairs and take a look. Good. Xiao Mingyue quickly washed up, put on her clothes, ran downstairs and walked towards the door. I'll go see who it is. There was a small truck parked at the door of the Xiao family, and there were 2 neatly dressed strange men. When they saw Xiao Mingyue coming out, they asked, Are you Miss Xiao Mingyue? This small truck attracted a lot of attention, and many disaster victims around were stretching their heads to look, wanting to see what was inside the truck. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the 2 of them warily. What's the matter? One of them said respectfully. It's like this. Miss Ji Shanshan sent us to give you something. She said it's just a small gift. Please accept it. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue understood that it was Ji Shanshan who sent her something. Last time, she rejected all the ways she proposed to repay her, but Ji Shanshan still didn't give up. That little girl is really grateful. So that's how it is. What's in here? Xiao Mingyue looked at the cargo box of the truck. The 2 looked at each other and said, It's not convenient to talk here. We will move you in right away. Xiao Mingyue raised her hand. No, I don't need anything. Just tell Ji Shanshan that I don't want it, and thank her for her kindness. Xiao Mingyue guessed that it should be some food. The 2 of them were embarrassed. Please accept it. Miss Shanshan said that if you don't want it, she won't let us go back. We won't be able to report to the mission. Xiao Mingyue. Who said Ji Shanshan was naive? She even thought about the fact that she would refuse. Xiao Mingyue didn't want to embarrass the workers. Then you can move the things out of the car. My family can move into the house without any trouble for you. Even if they were Ji Shanshan's employees, she didn't want strangers to enter her yard. I'll do it. Dad Xiao and Grandpa were watching nearby. When they heard Xiao Mingyue say this, they hurried to move things. When we were moving the boxes, there were many disaster victims who were going out. They were all pretending to look over here casually, and more people were curious. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. She was very familiar with this look. It was curiosity, desire, and greed. Several large boxes were unloaded from a truck. In the eyes of these hungry victims, the boxes were definitely filled with delicacies from land and sea. This is very dangerous. Xiao Mingyue has to be vigilant. After the 6 large and very heavy boxes were moved into the house, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief and said politely with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Xiao Mingyue. Our mission is complete. We will leave now." Xiao Mingyue laughed. Did Ji Shanshan give them any strict orders? Just because she accepted the things, they were so happy? After the truck left, Xiao Mingyue did not stop, closed the door, and returned home to unpack the boxes. After the Xiao family's door was closed, some people were reluctant to leave and speculated about what was in the box. In a distant and inconspicuous corner, a middle-aged man was holding the hand of a short little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. The 2 of them looked in the same direction, both staring at the Xiao family's gate. The little girl said expressionlessly, "Yuangui, what do you think are in those big boxes?" "I guess it's food," the middle-aged man guessed. The little girl slowly raised the corners of her lips and smiled evilly. "I'm hungry." Chapter 366. Dad Xiao unpacked the 6 large boxes with swift hands and feet. Grandma and Grandpa were watching nearby. As the boxes were opened one by one, everyone was stunned. 1 box contained various fruits, 2 boxes contained various green vegetables, and 2 boxes were full of meat, including pork, beef, lamb, chicken, etc., all of which were the best parts of meat, such as ribs and thighs. The last box was filled with frozen fish, including river fish, sea fish, lobsters, and so on. "Wow, so much food, too much! Is this a thank you gift from the Ji family?" Grandma exclaimed. Father Xiao looked at the boxes and said, "Why do they look so familiar? Aren't these all vegetables and meat from the planting department? The binding belts are only available from the planting department." "You are so generous. You give away such precious things just like that," Grandma said again. "Of course, the planting company belongs to him. How can he not be generous?" said Zhao's father. Grandpa was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. "Since they want to thank Mingyue, let's accept it. If we accept it, the Ji family will be relieved. But we can't ask for it again in the future. We are not short of food, so don't let them think we want something from them." Grandpa paused for a moment and said to Zhao's father, "Also, you work in the planting department, so you should do your job well." Dad Xiao nodded heavily. Grandpa spoke cryptically, but he could understand it. "Of course, even if they want to promote me, I won't do it. I'll just do my job and feel at ease with the benefits." He certainly wouldn't take advantage of his daughter's status as the Ji family's savior to do anything sneaky. Dad Xiao has already made up his mind to work diligently and responsibly in this position and not bring shame to his daughter. Xiao Mingyue looked at the boxes thoughtfully. Just as she was about to speak, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Ji Shanshan. "Sister Mingyue, did you receive the things?" "Received, thank you." Ji Shanshan was lying on the sofa. "Don't be polite with me. I'll have someone deliver it to you every week. I'll support you." "Shanshan, I understand your good intentions, but just giving it once is enough. This is really too eye-catching." "Are you afraid of being targeted? Then I'll send a few bodyguards to guard your house. It will be absolutely safe." Seeing this message, Xiao Mingyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time she felt how difficult it was to reject someone's kindness. "No, don't do that, and don't send me food anymore, be obedient." Seeing this message, Ji Shanshan held her face with her eyes shaped like stars. "Sister Mingyue told me to be obedient. Her tone is so domineering. I like it so much." Ji Wenxi raised her eyes. "I always ask you to be obedient," Ji Shanshan said casually. "You are just nagging like an old mother, there is a big difference." Ji Wenxi. Double standards. After chatting with Ji Shanshan, Xiao Mingyue put away her phone and said, "Don't just stand there, clean up. I'll move the meat to the freezer in the basement. Let's use the vegetables from the planting department to cook lunch today. Your mother said she would come back for lunch today. The lotus root is really good, and there are also bamboo shoots. I haven't eaten them for a long time. Let's make this for lunch today." Grandma took 2 pieces of lotus root and 3 bamboo shoots. There were no lotus roots or bamboo shoots planted in Xiao Mingyue's space. The bamboo shoots grew too fast, and with the blessing of the space soil, they grew even faster. If you were not careful, they would turn from bamboo shoots into small bamboos and could not be eaten. Xiao Mingyue doesn't have time to keep an eye on the growth of the bamboo shoots all the time, and she doesn't want her space to turn into a bamboo forest. As for lotus roots, you can plant them in space streams. Even if you don't plant them for eating, it's pleasing to the eye to see lotus flowers and leaves growing in the stream. How beautiful! Xiao Mingyue picked up 2 pieces of lotus root, went upstairs and returned to the space, and buried them at the bottom of the stream. She believed that soon she would be able to see the beautiful scenery of lotus flowers in full bloom. Chapter 367. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dad Ao's vacation ended and he returned to the planting department. Because Zhao's mother went to work, Xiao Mingyue drove to pick him up as usual. "Have you taken the clothes for replacement?" Grandma asked as she ran out. Father Xiao carried the luggage bag and put it on the trunk. Here we go." Grandma looked around and said in a low voice, "Eat the buns while they are hot, share them with your colleagues, and maintain good relationships. We should not flatter others, but also not offend them." Grandma specially packed 2 pots of dumplings stuffed with pork and green onions for Dad Xiao, and gave most of them to Dad Xiao, a whole bag. It's like this every time Dad Xiao comes back from vacation. Grandma always makes delicious food for him to take away, and gives him a lot of instructions as if she were giving them to a child. Father Xiao smiled, feeling touched. "I know, Mother. He is not a child anymore." Since childhood, only his eldest brother had been treated like this, and he had never been treated like this. Even though he was more promising than his uncle and was admitted to university, his grandmother would only say indifferently, "Now that you have grown up, you should earn your own living expenses. Your elder brother will depend on you in the future." Dad Xiao relied on his own work-study program to pay for his college tuition. During the holidays he would work on construction sites to earn tuition. After graduation he saved money for several years before opening a fishing tackle store. Since then his financial situation has finally improved a lot. Now that I think about it, someone who doesn't love you just doesn't love you. No matter how much you do, she still won't love you. Dad Xiao has let it go. "Let's go." Xiao Mingyue waved her hand and drove away. Grandma watched from the doorway and said with a smile, "Qiangxing is such a good kid, he has a good character and personality, he's also filial, he's more promising than our son. How come the in-laws can't see the good qualities of their son?" Grandpa glanced at her and said, "My in-laws are not clear-headed. They have been confused all their lives. What we see as good points are shortcomings in her eyes. They are not as good as her eldest son in any way." Grandma snorted. "It's not like I haven't seen her eldest son before. To put it bluntly, he's a loser. How can he compare to Qiangxing? Your in-laws are really blind. Stop talking and lock the door." Grandpa took Grandma back and closed the door. After Grandma and Grandpa closed the door, a man and a woman walked out from the far corner. They were the middle-aged man and the little girl from the morning. "That woman who looked tough is gone. I guess only these 2 old people are left at home. Xiao may go." There was a faint light in the middle-aged man's eyes. The little girl had 2 ponytails and was looking at the Xiao family's gate. Her cold expression suddenly changed into an innocent child's face. But what she said was chilling. "Old people are the most soft-hearted. Grandpa and Grandma, please have pity on me, hee." As she said that, she skipped towards the Xiao family's gate and knocked on the door again and again. The little girl's face was dirty, and her eyes were innocent and timid, which made people feel pity for her at first sight. "Who is it?" When Grandma heard the knock on the door, she felt very strange. Didn't Mingyue just leave, and it wasn't time for Xiao Ma to get off work yet? Grandpa stood up from the sofa and said, "Who is it? They keep knocking on the door. Let's go and check." Both Grandma and Grandpa walked towards the door, but instead of opening it, They opened the peephole in the door. "Who is it?" The little girl took a few steps back to make sure the other person could see her through the doorway. She pinched the corner of her clothes nervously and pleaded in a low voice. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 3 days." As she spoke, her voice gradually choked, her eyes blinked, and she was almost crying. Chapter 368. Grandma and Grandpa looked at each other. They still had no intention of opening the door. "Little girl, whose child are you from? Where are your parents?" asked Grandma. "I guess it's someone's child who ran away and couldn't find the way back. He must be extremely hungry, so he looks so pitiful." The little girl pouted and said, "My parents don't want me anymore. They don't like me because I eat too much. Kind Grandma, can you give me something to eat?" The little girl raised her head, her eyes full of desire. Seeing how pitiful she was, Grandma couldn't help but feel sympathy for her, poor little girl, but even though she was kind-hearted, she couldn't give it to her. Grandma remembered what Xiao Mingyue said, that she could not open the door to anyone except family members, and could not feel pity for anyone. You must not give food to anyone out of kindness, otherwise it will only cause trouble. Grandma hesitated. "Child, we don't have anything to give you. Go get the relief food. Go forward, and when you get to the end, turn right. There are relief food distributed over there." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes suddenly turned cold. Damn old thing, he looked quite kind, but how could he be so cold-blooded? "You live in such a nice villa, and a truck delivers several boxes of food, and you still dare to say you have no food?" "Grandma, please, I can't walk anymore. I feel dizzy. I want to eat." The little girl cried aggrievedly. She held her head and slowly sat down on the ground. Grandma didn't know what to say. Whose child is this? If he was hungry, he could go get the relief food. Why was he sitting on the ground? Grandma looked at Grandpa in embarrassment and whispered, "What should I do? She's still so young. Is she trying to blackmail me? If I don't give her food, she won't leave." Grandpa hesitated for a moment. "I can't give it to her. There is clearly relief food in the community, but she chose to target our family. How can a child be so scheming? It must be her parents who taught her to do so. Just give it once, and you'll be damned. They'll blackmail us in the future. Old woman, you can't give me anything, understand?" Grandma's face changed. "Mingyue said that we can't give food to anyone who wants it, and we can't pity others. I will listen to Mingyue and not give it to anyone." The little girl was still sitting on the ground, looking pitiful as if she was about to faint from hunger. What were the two old guys whispering about? She rolled her eyes and said, "Wow, Mom and Dad, please don't leave me. I'm so hungry." Grandpa's face was covered with wrinkles and he said solemnly, "Child, it's no use crying here. Go get the relief food." After saying that, Grandpa closed the peephole. The little girl immediately stopped crying, stared at the door with a sinister look, and spat on the ground in an experienced manner. If Grandma and Grandpa saw it, they would be very surprised, because this is not an expression a child can have. It is weird and scary. The little girl licked her lips and coaxed, "Grandpa and Grandma, open the door, I'm so hungry, can you let me go to your house and play?" She hammered on the door, again and again. open the door for me, why don't you have mercy on me? Why don't you open the door for me? Give me something to eat, give it to me." The little girl gradually became irritable and her voice changed, from a soft and tender child's voice to a sharp and hoarse one. Grandma and Grandpa just closed the peephole and didn't leave. They listened to the little girl's banging on the door and her angry shouting. Grandma got goosebumps all over her body and looked at Grandpa in disbelief. "Is this kid crazy? He's scary." Grandpa's face was solemn. "Why does it sound like a child's voice to me?" As he was speaking, there was a sudden sharp sound. It was the sound of a knife scratching the door. Chapter 369. I don't know where the little girl took out a sharp knife from, and with a distorted expression, she stabbed at the Xiao family's door. The door was made of solid steel, and only a faint scratch was left. Seeing this, the little girl kept scratching the door with the knife. The harsh metal friction sound continued, making people's scalps numb. Grandma and Grandpa looked at each other, and were glad that they didn't give her anything to eat. This was not a little girl at all, she was clearly a little lunatic. A big door gave them enough sense of security. Grandpa's eyes were complicated. We were too careless just now. She even brought a knife. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have opened the door. Grandma nodded in agreement and said, Next time someone knocks on the door, just check the surveillance camera. If it's not a family member, just pretend you didn't hear it. After venting her anger, the little girl turned around with a grim face and walked towards the middle-aged man. Mingyue, those two old guys actually dared not open the door and didn't even give us food, the little girl said, gritting her teeth. The middle-aged man's expression was not very good either. Xiao, you have been wronged. I will help you get rid of this anger. Let's go to the next one. The little girl hummed, then put away the knife. After calming down, she put on her harmless child's face again. After sending her father off, Xiao Mingyue returned from the planting department. Because the community was densely populated, she drove very slowly. When passing by a villa, Xiao Mingyue saw a little girl knocking on the door. Uncle and Aunt, please have pity on me. I'm so hungry and my head is so dizzy. Can you give me something to eat? At this time, the door of the villa opened a crack. Little boy, whose child are you? Auntie, my parents don't want me anymore, and I haven't eaten for 3 days, the little girl said pitifully. The hostess touched the little girl's head with concern and said, Per child, how old are you this year? The little girl raised her head and answered obediently. Auntie, I am 7 years old. My daughter is 8 years old, about the same age as you, said the hostess. Then can I play with my sister? The little girl asked timidly. The hostess smiled gently. Sure, come and have something to eat. The man next to her bumped her shoulder and shook his head in disapproval. Food was so precious nowadays, how could they share it with outsiders? The hostess couldn't bear it. How much can a child eat? Look how pitiful she is. The little girl timidly said, I have a small appetite, so I only need to eat a little bit. I want to play with my sister. Look at you, you scared the child. The hostess glared at the host, took the little girl's hand and went into the house. From an angle where no one could see, the little girl raised the corners of her lips in a wicked way, with a hint of triumph flashing across her face. The male owner was helpless, thinking that since she was just a child, he could just give her something to eat and let her go quickly, and nothing would happen. Xiao Mingyue saw the little girl enter the villa with her own eyes. She just looked at her for a few seconds, and then looked away. The girl's voice sounded a little strange. But Xiao Mingyue didn't think much about it. As she was driving home, she casually glanced at the roadside and saw a middle-aged man staring coldly at the villa, the one the little girl had entered. The middle-aged man looked very strange, very excited, and very sinister. It was like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time and suddenly caught a hare. The bloodthirsty greed that could not wait made people feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 370. Xiao Mingyue had just arrived at the door of her house and was sending a message to her grandmothers asking them to open the door when she accidentally caught a glimpse of the scratches on the door. One after another, in all directions, it looks very strange. Although the scratch was not deep, it must have been made deliberately with a sharp object, and a lot of force was used, otherwise there would be no mark left on this solid steel door. At this time, Grandma and Grandpa came over to open the door, and Xiao Mingyue asked in confusion, What happened to our front door? Grandpa and Grandma looked at each other and said, Drive the car in first and let's talk inside. Xiao Mingyue didn't ask any more questions and drove the car into the parking space in the yard. After Xiao Mingyue drove into the house, Grandma and Grandpa immediately closed the door and locked it. In Xiao Mingyue's doubtful eyes, Grandma said cautiously, Just after you and your father left, a little girl came and kept knocking on the door asking for food. Your grandfather and I refused to give her any and told her to go get disaster relief food. Do you know how she reacted? She suddenly changed her attitude and kept yelling at us to open the door. She even scratched our door with a knife. It was so scary. When talking about that little girl, Grandma still feels scared. Xiao Mingyue's eyes moved slightly. The scratch on our door was made by a little girl. This little girl has a bad temper. She goes crazy if she's not given food? She suddenly remembered the scene she saw when she passed by another villa just now, where the little girl was brought into the house by the hostess. Is it a little girl with a ponytail and wearing yellow clothes about this tall? Xiao Mingyue gestured. Grandma nodded and said seriously, Yes, 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 did you see her? You have to stay away from her. She must be very hungry and mentally ill. There was a mental patient in our village before. But that idiot is already over 50, squatting outside the town's middle school every day, beating up anyone he sees. This is the first time I've seen such a young psychopath. Maybe it's hereditary. Grandpa pondered for a long time and suggested, Mingyue, why don't you go check the surveillance camera at the door and you will know. Neither of us could explain it. I always felt that there was something wrong with that child, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. It was just weird. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly and went to check the surveillance video. Her grandma and grandpa were watching beside her. The surveillance video was very clear, and it was recorded, so the little girl's voice could be heard clearly. My parents don't want me anymore. They don't like me because I eat too much. Kind grandma, can you give me something to eat? Can I come to your house to play? Open the door! Old man, I told you to open the door, open the door! Grandma sighed and said, Look at this child, his expression changed in an instant. When the little girl in the video saw that her grandparents didn't open the door, her pitiful expression suddenly changed and became extremely sinister. Xiao Mingyue glanced at her grandfather, who was also looking at her. Now she understood why her grandfather thought this little girl was strange. These expressions and actions don't seem like something a child could do. Even if they have mental illnesses, they are still children after all. It's impossible for them to behave like adults. Xiao Mingyue pressed the pause button. In the video, the little girl was scratching the door with a knife, and the smile on her face was extremely crazy. Grandma was so scared that she covered her chest and said, Oh, why did it stop right here? It's creepy. Grandpa pondered for a moment. You noticed it too? And if you listen carefully to her voice, you can't tell it at the beginning, but it changes later. It doesn't sound like a child's voice. Chapter 371. Before Grandpa finished speaking, Xiao Mingyue murmured, Like a middle-aged woman. As she spoke, she cancelled the pause and continued playing. Grandma's pupils trembled, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Middle-aged woman? Such a short middle-aged woman, she looks like a child. Xiao Mingyue took out her cell phone with a serious look, ready to call the police. There is a congenital disability called dwarfism. Of course, this is just our guess. Regardless of whether she is a dwarf or not, the key point is that she carries a knife with her. This is dangerous. The family just let her into their home. I don't know what's going on with her now. Then we have to call the police, make sure nothing happens, said Grandma. Each community has a dedicated police force in charge. Xiao Mingyue briefly explained what happened to the police, especially that it was a mentally ill person with a knife, and then hung up the phone. Grandpa paused for a long time and said, I have seen dwarfs before. Although those dwarfs looked short, you could tell they were adults when you looked at their faces. I couldn't tell the face of the one just now. Maybe we are overthinking it. So I just emphasized to the police that she was a mentally ill person with a knife, said Xiao Mingyue. The little girl in the surveillance video had left for a while. Xiao Mingyue was about to turn off the surveillance when she suddenly saw a middle-aged man walking past the door with a little girl. Xiao Mingyue widened her eyes. She had seen this middle-aged man before. He was the man who was standing not far from the house just now. His eerie and weird appearance left a deep impression on Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue pressed pause again and asked anxiously, Grandma and Grandpa, have you seen this man? Grandma and Grandpa took a closer look and said in unison, No. No. In the video, the middle-aged man and the little girl looked towards the door of the Xiao family at the same time, with the same unwilling and resentful expressions, which made Xiao Mingyue very uneasy. She roughly guessed the relationship between the two and their true purpose. Xiao Mingyue took a deep breath. It seems that they are in the same group. I hope the police can get here soon, otherwise that family will be in great danger. The man's expression definitely didn't show that he was just after food. It was clearly the look of a wolf, a typical antisocial personality. Hearing this, Grandma and Grandpa felt much more depressed. They were glad that they were cautious and did not fall for the devil's trick. That little girl, no, that dwarf, she wants to kill someone, Grandma said in disbelief. I was just talking to her, just a door away from her. At that time, my grandma felt a little sorry for her. Now I think about it, I am really lucky. I'll go take a look too. Xiao Mingyue said and left. Grandpa was worried. Why are you going? We have called the police. It's too dangerous. It's best not to go. Just take a look, it's okay. Maybe she was thinking too much. She always felt that these two people would take revenge. Their resentful eyes were really frightening. My home is here and I can't move away. My family members are coming in and out all the time. If I were to be targeted by this devil, it would be like a hanging bone, making me worried all the time. Xiao Mingyue wanted to see the two men being arrested with her own eyes so that she would feel at ease. Grandpa wanted to say something, but he held it back in the end. He knew that his granddaughter was capable, and it would be useless to nag her any further. Be careful. Xiao Mingyue put on her shoes and went out. I know, don't worry. Chapter 372. Xiao Mingyue walked towards the villa. The middle-aged man who was originally standing on the roadside had disappeared. It was possible that he had gone somewhere else or entered the villa. Just as they arrived at the door of villa number 11, the police were also coming in this direction. There were 6 policemen. Although they were all in plain clothes, Xiao Mingyue recognized them at a glance because one of them was an acquaintance. Hey, Officer Jing, why are you here in Huahan community? Officer Jing smiled brightly. I was just transferred here, and this is my first assignment. When you've been away for 3 days, you should look at you with new eyes. I've heard about your deeds. While the two were talking, a young policeman came knocking on the door. Xiao Mingyue crossed her hands in front of her chest and said meaningfully. Who told you that? Captain Song? Yes, you are friends, so it's normal for you to chat. She still holds a grudge. It was Officer Jing who told Captain Song about the guns she seized from the Black Dragon gang. Officer Jing scratched his head and changed the subject. Are your family still giving you trouble? They dare not, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Xiao Mingyue knew that he was referring to his uncle and aunt. The fat policeman next to him bumped into Officer Jing's shoulder and joked. Brother Jing, you actually know such a beautiful girl, why don't you introduce her to me? Officer Jing suddenly frowned. Stop fooling around, business is more important. Xiao Mingyue looked at him. It's fate. I called the police and you answered the call. That little girl is not simple. I guess she is not a child, but an adult. You mean dwarf? Officer Jing frowned. Xiao Mingyue nodded. And she has an accomplice, a middle-aged man in black clothes. I don't know if he has any sharp weapons. Upon hearing this, Officer Deng's expression became serious. Not only Officer Jing, but several other policemen also heard it. Obviously, this mission was more difficult than they thought. Officer Jing whispered, Be careful, if you find anything wrong, shoot them on the spot. At this time, the door was opened and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. Who is it? Why do you keep knocking on the door? Who are you looking for? The fat policeman smiled and said, Hello, I'm looking for Brother Lu. I have something to ask. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked him up and down and said, He's not at home. I'm his cousin. Please come back in a few days. Officer Jing and others were hiding in a place where the middle-aged man could not see, including Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue recognized him at a glance. It's him, an accomplice. Xiao Mingyue mouthed. Officer Jing made a gesture, and the remaining policemen rushed over. Seeing several people suddenly appear, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank and he was about to close the door immediately. But the fat policeman stretched out his foot and blocked the door, causing him to cry out in pain. The other people took the opportunity to push the door open. Police, don't move! The fat policeman limped and pointed his gun at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be deaf and ran desperately into the house. 2 policemen rushed over and finally subdued him after a while. They handcuffed him and pressed him to the ground. Once he was handcuffed, he couldn't do anything. Why are you, the police, arresting me? You are trespassing! The middle-aged man roared loudly. His voice was very loud. The fat policeman limped up to him and said with a grin, Can't you see my feet are stuck? How dare you use so much force? You are attacking a police officer. Do you believe I can kill you? The middle-aged man's eyes turned red, and he struggled and said, The police are amazing. Officer Jing glanced at him and said, Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want to alert your accomplices? Xiao Lu, you stay here and watch him. The others go in and search. At this time, Xiao Mingyue walked in from outside. Why waste police resources? I'll watch him. Chapter 373. Officer Jing thought about it and said, That's fine. After all, she is not an ordinary person. After saying that, they all went in to rescue people. The little girl had not appeared yet, so she must be hiding in some corner of the villa. Xiao Mingyue looked at the middle-aged man handcuffed and said casually, You guys scratched my front door, didn't you? There's a price to pay for destroying other people's property, don't you know that? The middle-aged man raised a strange smile. You called the police? You're quite smart, but you're too young. Before he could finish his words, he rushed towards Xiao Mingyue and tried to strangle her with handcuffs. Xiao Mingyue sneered and kicked his knee. With a click, the bone dislocated. The middle-aged man fell to the ground in pain, gasping for breath like a dying old ox. Xiao Mingyue looked down at him and said, Since I dare to ask to watch you alone, I am not afraid of you taking action. What have you done to this family? What is your purpose in coming to Huahan community? Get lost! I should have killed you long ago. The middle-aged man glared at her fiercely, then closed his eyes and ignored Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue shrugged indifferently, then stepped on his calf and broke it. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. There are more than 200 bones in the human body. Since you won't tell me, I will step on them one by one, just for fun. After that, Xiao Mingyue stepped on his other calf bone and broke it, and said in a cold tone, Say it or not! She hated the feeling of being targeted by a vicious dog the most. This touched her bottom line. If her grandparents opened the door, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiao Mingyue felt scared and angry at the same time. Since the vicious dog would bite people, she would pull out its teeth and see if it could still bark. Ah! The middle-aged man's wailing continued, one louder than the other, and it was chilling just to listen to it. Inside the house, Officer Jing, who was searching the rooms, stopped and said in a complicated tone, Do you still think she's just a pretty girl? The fat policeman swallowed and said, No. I don't think so. We haven't even tried her yet. Should we let her torture people like that? Should we stop her? Officer Jing, we have searched all the rooms, and there is no one there, except in the basement. Officer Jing pulled out his gun and said, Let's go to the basement. The middle-aged man lay on the ground like a dead dog, his face distorted in pain. Xiao Mingyue raised an eyebrow. Still not telling? You are quite courageous. I wonder if your wife is the same as you. The middle-aged man's expression froze instantly. He looked at Xiao Mingyue in disbelief and stammered. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Mingyue knew that she had guessed correctly. That little girl is your wife, right? You've been shouting here for so long, why doesn't she come out to see you? The middle-aged man suddenly went crazy and roared. I don't allow you to say that about Xiao Mei. He dragged his crippled leg and rushed over aggressively. Xiao Mingyue kicked him in the face and said sternly, I don't care about your name, Xiao Mei or Xiao Hua. You shouldn't target my family. Whether you are after money or life, I will take your life first. The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he felt a chill on his back. We didn't go to your house, what does it have to do with you? Said the middle-aged man angrily. At this time, Officer Jing and several other policemen came out with pale faces. All 3 members of the family were killed with one blow, straight to the heart. It was too cruel. Chapter 374. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue was silent for a long time, feeling very complicated, but it was too late. It seems that the little girl took action immediately after entering the villa. I guess when I was watching the surveillance video, the 3 members of the family had already died. And the dwarf? Officer Jing shook his head. We searched everywhere but couldn't find him. I guess he jumped out the window and ran away before we could search. Xiao Mingyue frowned. Ran away? How is this possible? She turned to look at the middle-aged man on the ground and said coldly, It has nothing to do with me? You want to kill my family, and you still say it has nothing to do with me? If I hadn't come today, you would have taken revenge on my family if you had the chance, right? The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nothing. Officer Jing came over and asked, Where did that dwarf go? If you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. The middle-aged man stared at Officer Jing sinisterly and laughed. You policemen are the ones who deserve to die. Xiao Mei, run as far away as possible, the farther the better, and avenge me later. Officer Deng's expression changed. Xiao Mingyue pinched her brows and said, It seems that this is not the first time they have committed a crime. You can try it again. Officer Zheng nodded. Thanks to your keen observation, otherwise I don't know how many more people they would have killed. Take him away. 2 police officers came over. One of them lifted up the middle-aged man's arm. His legs were disabled, so he could only walk by dragging himself. The 2 police officers looked at Xiao Mingyue with indescribably complicated eyes, as if they were saying, ruthless person. Xiao Mingyue seemed to have just remembered something, and said with a half-smile. By the way, you shouted so loudly just now, were you hinting that our Xiao Mei had already run away? Turns out Xiao Mei is still here. After hearing what Xiao Mingyue said, the middle-aged man went crazy, yelling at her crazily, wishing he could eat her. Officer Jing looked at Xiao Mingyue in confusion. We have searched everywhere just now, and we definitely didn't miss a single corner. Are you sure she is still here? Xiao Mingyue said slowly. You are not familiar with the structure of our villas. There is a small space in the basement, which is just big enough to put a safe. Usually there are some valuables placed inside, so for the sake of concealment, everyone will make a secret door. Isn't it just right for a little dwarf to hide inside? Then Xiao Mingyue added, It seems that this couple has been lurking in our community for a long time. They even know that there is a secret door in the villa. It is estimated that more than one family has been victimized. Thinking of this, she felt a little scared, because the villa area is more eye-catching than the high-rise buildings. It turned out that her family had been targeted by the devil in the dark for a long time. She only found out about it now. Zhao's mother went out to work every day. It was a blessing that nothing happened. Officer Deng's expression became more serious. Let's go to the basement. I want to see what that dwarf looks like. Xiao Mingyue and several policemen walked into the basement. The floor was covered in blood and 3 bodies were lying on the ground. They died in a very tragic way, especially the hostess, whose eyes were almost popping out. The chubby girl's white dress was dyed bright red. Xiao Mingyue sighed. This was a real child. What a pity, she died tragically at the hands of the devil. Xiao Mingyue and Officer Jing walked towards the direction of the secret compartment. At his signal, Xiao Mingyue opened the door of the secret compartment. The structure of the secret compartment door was basically the same, and she had one at home too, so she knew how to open it. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Officer Jing held his gun tensely. It was the first time he heard of a dwarf who killed people indiscriminately pretending to be a child to gain other people's trust. It was really scary. After opening the secret door, contrary to expectations, there was no one inside. Chapter 375. Xiao Mingyue was stunned for only a moment, then quickly reacted. Not good! No one noticed that a figure suddenly jumped out from behind a shelf. She was barefoot, so she didn't make any noise. The little girl, like a murderous ghost, raised a bloody knife and stabbed towards Xiao Mingyue. Be careful! The young policeman shouted. In a flash, Xiao Mingyue realized that the little girl was behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, Officer Xing stepped forward and kicked the little girl to the ground. Seeing this, the 2 policemen behind her immediately stepped forward, snatched her knife and subdued her. Hiss! Officer Xing covered his arm with his hands, feeling a stinging pain. He was accidentally cut by her knife. Are you okay? Xiao Mingyue said. Officer Xing gritted his teeth and said, It's okay, the wound is not deep. You are the one who called the police. You shouldn't have come in. If anything happened to you, it would be a serious mistake on my part. Thanks. Xiao Mingyue's eyes moved slightly. Even if Officer Jing didn't take action, she would not be hurt. But just now, when she had no time to react, Officer Jing actually came to protect her immediately. The 2 of them didn't have a deep friendship, so it's hard not to be moved. Officer Jing looked at the 2 policemen and scolded them. You 2 are standing there like pillars. Don't you know how to be on guard? What are you doing with your eyeballs? The 2 policemen did not dare to refute. They were indeed careless. If it were not for Officer Deng's quick reaction, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiao Mingyue looked at the little girl. No, it should be the middle-aged woman. The little girl stared at Xiao Mingyue hatefully and said in a sweet voice, "Sister, are you looking for me?" Xiao Mingyue couldn't hide her disgust. "Auntie, who are you calling sister?" Hearing this, the little girl's eyes became even more resentful, and she said in a hoarse and sharp voice, "You're going to die a miserable death, you nosy little bitch!" When they heard her original voice, the faces of several policemen changed drastically. This was definitely the voice of a middle-aged woman. Such a cute and childish face, coupled with such a voice, is really too scary, making one's hair stand on end. Xiao Mingyue raised the end of her eyebrows slightly. "I probably won't die a miserable death, but your husband will. You just heard his screams. I broke both of his legs. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to walk anymore. But he won't have a chance to rest, because he will be sentenced to death. Do you know how he will die? He will be thrown into a pool of toothworms and be bitten to death by toothworms. TSK, how painful it is, don't you think, Xiaomei?" Xiaomei smiled grimly. "Actually, when we first came here, we first set our sights on your house. I had been waiting for a long time, but your mother is so cold-blooded. I went to her twice, but she refused to take me home. Those two old women are so cold-blooded. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed your mother first. Your mother is also a hypocritical bitch." Xiao Mingyue's face suddenly darkened. "Have you looked for my mother?" Xiaomei challenged. "Yes, I stopped her twice on the road, but your mother, that bitch, pretended to be a good person and only took me to get relief food. She held my hand and kept calling me a little friend. It was disgusting. I asked her to take me home, but she just wouldn't listen to me. I really regret not killing her." Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips angrily. She was almost losing her mind with anger. She took out her gun and loaded it. "It's a pity you didn't get the chance." Chapter 376. When they saw Xiao Mingyue taking out a gun, Officer Xing and several other police officers were shocked. This woman actually carried a gun with her. Where did she get the gun? "Xiao Mingyue, calm down and put the gun down," Officer Xing said quickly. He noticed the way Xiao Mingyue held the gun. It was impossible for her to hold the gun in such a professional manner without systematic training. It seemed that she was not as simple as he had imagined. Xiao Mingyue said coldly, "You don't have to be so surprised. My gun was given to me by Director Yen. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Captain Song also knows about this, so you can ask him. You also heard what she said just now. It's only right for me to kill her." The policemen looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Calm down first. She is a murderer, and she can't get away. But we will deal with her after the interrogation. You have to trust us and the law," Officer Zheng advised. Hearing what Officer Zheng said, Xiaomei spat provocatively and said with a smile, "Little boy, Auntie is not afraid of death at all. You can't kill me. When I die and become a ghost, I will come back to take your life first. Haha." Xiao Mingyue calmed down her irritable mood and asked, "How are you going to interrogate him? Are you going to keep asking questions? That would be too easy for this scum. Why not torture him severely? We should inherit the good things our ancestors left behind." Officer Jum. He was sweating coldly. "Well, that's against the rules. And even if they were sentenced to death and thrown into the pit of toothworms, they would first kill them and then throw them in. How could they throw a living person in there to be bitten to death by toothworms, as Xiao Mingyue just said? This was too inhumane. Although many of them are extremely vicious villains, the law does not allow it." "It's okay. I'll do it." As he spoke, Xiao Mingyue grabbed Xiaomei's ponytail and dragged her outside. Xiaomei's hands were handcuffed, and she was dragged on the ground. Her scalp was torn so hard that it hurt. "I just learned a method. I used the human body as a petri dish and put black rotworms in it. I let the black rotworms reproduce in your body, eating blood and drinking flesh. The black rotworms crawled along your blood vessels, crawled into your internal organs, and ate you from the inside out. I heard that you won't die immediately, and you can survive for about a week. You are really lucky." Xiao Mingyue's voice was like the voice of a ghost judging someone from the underworld. Although she had no expression on her face when she spoke, everyone who heard it was horrified. Just listening to her description made them feel creepy. "I learned this from Tian Liangshan. Although he is also a pervert, this trick is really good for dealing with perverts." Xiaomei's expression gradually became terrified. No, no, give me a quick death and let me go. She just wants to torture me. Don't let her take me away. So you also know what fear is? Xiao Mingyue smiled. Xiaomei struggled desperately, but her dwarf body could not break free from Xiao Mingyue's restraints. The look in Xiaomei's eyes when she looked at Xiao Mingyue was no longer full of pride and provocation, but fear. Yes, fear. The only way to make evil people afraid is to see who is more evil. In this new life, Xiao Mingyue never planned to be a good person. No matter if it was a perverted murderer or a sociopath, if someone dared to mess with her, she would make that person pay the price. She, Xiao Mingyue, is also a bad person. Officer Jing quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. Xiao Mingyue, I understand how you feel, but the police also have procedures to handle the case. Now is not the time to kill her. Leave her to me. Chapter 377. Xiao Mingyue stopped. Xiaomei panted in embarrassment. Officer Zheng's words seemed to give her confidence. She cursed like a shrew. Let me go! You vicious little bitch, you must have used this trick on a lot of people. You police have heard it too. She must have killed someone too. She deserves to die. Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Officer Jing seemed to see her intention and spoke out to stop her. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Mingyue kicked Xiaomei hard and she flew several meters away. She hit the wall with a bang and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaomei collapsed to the ground in pain and couldn't get up. The force of this kick must have broken several ribs. He can't move, but it's a good thing he's not paralyzed. Officer Jing held his forehead helplessly and said, Why did you provoke her? You got beaten again. Xiaomei looked at Xiao Mingyue in astonishment. Just as she was about to say something, she vomited a lot of blood. She actually didn't listen to the police? Xiao Mingyue slowly curled her lips. I was just joking, the police officer is right, you can take the person away, I'm going home first. Hearing this, Xiaomei was so angry that she almost fainted. By the way, remember to tell me after the person dies. Xiao Mingyue shook her cell phone at Officer Jing. Officer Jing nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Mingyue left gracefully without taking away a cloud. After Xiao Mingyue left, the fat police officer couldn't help but sigh. This woman is so cruel. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Was her gun really given to her by Director Yen? Why would Director Yen give a gun to an ordinary citizen? The person next to him said, Ordinary? Do you think she is ordinary? Maybe she was secretly planted among the crowd by Director Yen. Look at the way she held the gun just now, and she was the one who called the police today. The fat police officer thought for a moment. Could she be from the military? Otherwise, how could she know Captain Song? The man next to him widened his eyes and said, I heard that the Women's Field Army has a wild rose. It is a flower of the field army. Do you think it will? All right, stop guessing. The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. She is just an ordinary citizen. Don't tell anyone about what happened just now. Go back and report back. Officer Jing said coldly. After coming out of the villa, Xiao Mingyue gathered her clothes and slowly walked back home. It has been almost 2 years since she was reborn. She has made a lot of plans, and the Xiao family is living a pretty good life. She thought they would live an ordinary life like this, but plans cannot keep up with changes, and there are always unexpected dangers approaching. She actually didn't know that the villa had been watched for a long time, and her mother had a close call with death without knowing it. If her grandparents hadn't been vigilant today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Mingyue took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. She couldn't foresee all the dangers that might occur, so now she could only ask her family to be more vigilant and be cautious in everything. I'm back. Xiao Mingyue returned home. As soon as she entered the house, Zhao's mother came to meet her in a hurry, grabbed Xiao Mingyue's hand, looked left and right, and said anxiously, Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're a weak little girl, you should just call the police. Why are you following them? What if you get hurt? What will we do? Chapter 378. Xiao Mingyue chuckled and shook her head. I'm fine, nothing happened. Zhao's mother breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's okay. I just watched the surveillance video. He's just a lunatic. Stay away from him. How is that family? Is anything wrong? Asked Grandpa. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. They are all dead. They were killed by a sharp knife stabbed into the heart. And it was the knife that scratched the Xiao family's gate. Hearing this, Mother Xiao and Grandma took a deep breath, Grandpa closed his eyes, and everyone felt very heavy. Come inside and tell me the details. I'm thirsty. After entering the house, Xiao Mingyue sat on the sofa and drank a glass of water in one breath. Zhao's mother and grandparents sat in a row, all looking at Xiao Mingyue with worried expressions. The little girl is indeed a dwarf, and she and the man are married. The dwarf disguised herself as a child to gain the victim's sympathy, and then entered the victim's home to kill him. After killing someone, she opened the door and let the man in. The two of them stayed in someone else's house until they finished eating the food, and then they looked for the next target. Xiao Mingyue finished speaking in one breath. Grandma patted her chest and said in fear, Fortunately, we didn't open the door. These bad guys took advantage of other people's kindness and did such unforgivable evil things. They must go to the 18 levels of hell after death. Let the black and white impermanents fry them in a frying pan to vent their anger. This was the closest my grandma had ever been to death. She couldn't help but curse and say all the curse words in the countryside. The wrinkles on Grandpa's forehead seemed to deepen, and he said solemnly, From now on, everyone in our family must be careful when they go out. We must be on guard against others and not pity anyone, otherwise it will harm the whole family, especially you, old woman. Grandma nodded. I understand. I'll remember this time. No one should be pitied. We need to tell the eldest and second oldest sons about this, and ask them to be careful as well, Grandpa murmured. Xiao Mingyue looked at her mother. Oh, by the way, Mom, that female dwarf has looked for you before. She said that she was the first one to target our family early in the morning, and she looked for you twice. Zhao's mother looked confused. Looking for me? I don't remember. Her voice suddenly stopped, and Xiao Ma looked thoughtful. She slapped her thigh and said, I remember now. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. About 10 days ago, a little girl stopped me on the road and said she was hungry. I was so busy at the time, so I took her to the place where I could get relief food. Then I left. I think there was another time later. I see a lot of people every day. I didn't really think of it just now. Now that you mention it, it seems to be the female dwarf in the surveillance video. Grandma was very surprised. More than 10 days ago? Oh my God, they wanted to kill people a long time ago. It's a blessing that nothing happened. You must be careful when you go out next time. Are you wearing a bulletproof vest? I wear it every day, said Zhao's mother. As she spoke, Mother Xiao seemed to have thought of something, but she was not quite sure and looked hesitant. Mom, what do you want to say? Xiao Mingyue asked. Xiao Ma pondered for a moment. You just said there is another man who is her husband. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes. Mother Xiao spoke slowly. I remember the second time I met her, she said she was lost and insisted that I bring her home. I didn't agree and planned to send her to the police station. Then a man came. He was the one in the surveillance video. He said this was his eldest daughter, but he was holding a little boy in his hand, saying he was his son. Xiao Mingyue stood up directly. You mean they are not two people who committed the crime together, but 3 people, and there is also a boy, who may also be a dwarf? Yes, I remember that middle-aged man. The way he looked at me made me feel very uncomfortable. He did say that. Mother Xiao nodded. She tried hard to recall and told everything she could. The little boy seemed to be half a head shorter than the female dwarf and looked quite introverted. I can't remember anything else, Zhao's mother added. Chapter 379. Xiao Mingyue took out her cell phone and immediately called Officer Jing, saying straight to the point. They have another accomplice, a little boy, who may also be a dwarf, half a head shorter than the female dwarf. Officer Jing on the other side was stunned. Well, they are very stubborn and don't say anything. They look like they are not afraid of death. Your news comes at the right time. That's it, hanging up. Xiao Mingyue hung up the phone. I thought all the bad guys had been caught, but I didn't expect there was still one. This news made the family very uneasy. No one knew what the little boy knew, how much he was involved, and whether he would take revenge on the Xiao family. Grandpa's beard trembled, and he said in a serious tone, Qingwan, please take a few days off. Zhao's mother agreed decisively. Okay, since tomorrow is a day off anyway, I'll ask Director Su for 2 more days off. Xiao Mingyue remained silent, her eyes deepened. She didn't like leaving any trouble behind, so she had to find the male dwarf. Cut the weeds at their roots. Jiang Lijiao and Jiang Zhuang each held a bowl, which contained the relief food they had just queued up to receive. Although they did not eat it, they had to receive it every day. This was what Xiao Mingyue had instructed them to do. They lived on a high floor and did not want to appear too special. Tian, it's getting dark, you should go home quickly. My sister and I want to go home too. Jiang Zhuang waved his hand. The little boy named Tian put his ID card into his pocket. On the ID card were written the 3 words, Lu Tian, but the 2 men looked slightly alike. However, children grow up fast and most people cannot tell the difference unless they look carefully. Brother Zhuang, can I go catch tooth worms with you tomorrow? My parents don't allow me to catch tooth bugs anymore because they're afraid I'll be bitten by black rot bugs, said Jiang Zhuang. Tian was a little disappointed. Okay then. But sometimes we will go there secretly. When the time comes, I will call you and introduce you to my friends. The more people we have, the more we can catch, Jiang Zhuang said again. Tian's eyes lit up. Okay. Jiang Lijiao put the fried worms in her bowl into Tian's bowl and said softly, Little boy, go home quickly or your parents will be worried. Tian held Jiang Lijiao's hand and whispered, Big sister, my parents haven't come home yet, I'm scared. Jiang Lijiao's heart melted. Don't be afraid. Tian stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Lijiao on the cheek, and said with deep eyes, Sister, you are so nice and beautiful. Jiang Lijiao was stunned for a moment. This child is so cute. She just thought that the child liked her very much, but she didn't see a hint of infatuation flashing in Tian's eyes, which was the love a man has for a woman. Jiang Zhuang patted his head and said, What are you afraid of? A real man is fearless. Go home now and see if your parents are home already. Every day, she holds her head high with an innocent smile. Then brother and sister, I'm leaving first. Bye. He reluctantly let go of Jiang Lijiao's hand and rubbed it before letting go. After saying goodbye, he ran in the opposite direction, but stopped after only a few steps. He ate the fried worms that Jiang Lijiao had just given him, and then poured all the relief food in the bowl into the ditch. There was an evil smile on Tian's lips, which disappeared in a flash. The boy savored the fried worm in his mouth with enjoyment, and his figure disappeared into the night. Chapter 380. 2 days later, the results of the interrogation of the dwarf couple came out. Officer Jing told them about the little boy and used some interrogation techniques to break down their psychological defenses. The 2 men suddenly panicked and confessed everything they had done, saying that everything was planned by the 2 of them, and that they were the ones who killed the people, and the little boy didn't know. However, when asked where the little boy lived now, they refused to tell anyone, and the female dwarf even bit her tongue to commit suicide. After the interrogation, it was discovered that they had been roaming around various neighborhoods and had committed nearly 10 crimes. They specifically targeted wealthy people, wiping out entire families without leaving anyone alive, even babies in swaddling clothes. A celebrity couple died at their hands, and even officials within the system died as well. No one expected that the perpetrator was a dwarf disguised as a little girl. The first trial of the case of the dwarf couple alarmed the leaders of Pingjing City. The leaders attached great importance to it, and used this case as an internal education model. They also contacted the relatives of all the victims, and Officer Jing and others were also commended. Of course, Xiao Mingyue didn't know all this. This was the decision made by the police. Later, Officer Jing called Xiao Mingyue and revealed some information. She then realized that the little boy was actually their son, Zhou, who was 20 years old. This is data retrieved from big data. Even if the dwarf couple didn't say it, they had to register the birth of their child. All of it is on the system, but unfortunately there are only photos of the child at birth. Unfortunately, Zhou inherited his mother's genes and was also a dwarf. At the age of 20, his body was still that of a child. The case of the dwarf couple was an explosive case for the police and was basically known to everyone, but the public did not know about it. In order not to cause panic, such cases had to be kept confidential from the public. The police began to look for Zhou in the dark, but there were so many disaster victims in Huahan community that they had not found him yet. Your uncle doesn't dare to let Zhuangzhuang and the others go out. There's still a dwarf that hasn't been found. Our whole family is in a panic. If the little boy hides anywhere, the police will find him. Mother Xiao said as she was picking vegetables. He needs to eat and drink. Can't we use his ID card to check him out when he collects the relief food? Asked Grandma. Zhao's mother raised her head and said, Do you think he is stupid? How could a criminal use his own ID card? He must have used someone else's. That's true. Grandma nodded. She took out the thawed sea fish and washed it in water. This was the one Ji Shanshan gave her last time. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Ma stood up and opened the door. It's my eldest brother. He just said he wanted to come over. The uncle brought Jiang Lijiao and Jiang Zhuang and rushed into the Xiao family. What did you just tell me on the phone? There's a dwarf who kills people in the neighborhood, and there's another dwarf who hasn't been caught yet, right? Zhao's mother continued to pick vegetables. Yes, why are you so anxious? Sit down and talk slowly. The uncle pointed at Jiang Zhuang and said, Did you hear me, you little bastard? I told you it was dangerous outside, but he thought I didn't want him to go out and lied to him. This kid even wanted to sneak out to catch toothworms. I'm really pissed off. Listen to what your fourth aunt said. Jiang Zhuang lowered his head, looking like he had done something wrong. I'm not going to school anymore. I'm almost sick from being idle. My uncle glared at me and said, How dare you talk back? Zhao's mother sighed softly. Zhuangzhuang, your father didn't coax you. This is scary. Listen to what your aunt tells you. Grandma was also there, saying a few words from time to time. After hearing this, Jiang Zhuang was almost frightened silly, and Jiang Lijiao was also very frightened, and both of them were speechless. Chapter 381. After listening to Xiao Ma's detailed account of what happened, my uncle was also shocked and his voice became even louder. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He was stabbed to death with just one knife. How dare you go out and play? Jiang Zhuang shook his head like a rattle. I won't go, even if you kill me. Grandma is still frightened. Child, you don't know. It's more scary to see it with your own eyes. If you don't like it, just watch the surveillance video. I have had nightmares for the past 2 days. I always dream of that female dwarf breaking into our house, holding a knife and killing people. I woke up in the middle of the night. Grandma paused for a moment and then continued. So, you must never feel sorry for others. Bad people are the best at taking advantage of the kindness of good people. Do you understand? I understand, Grandma, Jiang Lijia said. The uncle clenched his fist and said, Well, turn on the surveillance video for him and see if he dares to run around again. The little bastard is not as sensible as his sister. He just wants to irritate me all day long. Jiang Zhuang rolled his eyes and really wanted to see it. He was very curious and thought it would be very exciting. Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of something. By the way, Zhuangzhuang, you often play with the children in the community. Have you ever seen a little boy about this tall? Xiao Mingyue gestured. Jiang Zhuang scratched his head. There are many little boys this tall. I know many of them, Xiaoyang, Xian, Daocai, Xuanzi, Xiao Yu, Tian. Mother Xiao said. Zhuangzhuang only knows a few of them. The statistics are out. There are so many children in our community. There are more than 1,500 children aged 5 to 7 alone. How can he know them all? Xiao Mingyue thought about it and felt that it was right. Besides, Zhouheng was a 20-year-old adult, and it was unlikely for him to play with children. In short, there is still a male dwarf at large, so you'd better be careful, Xiao Mingyue said. Cousin, I want to see the surveillance footage, Jiang Zhuang said in a low voice. Xiao Mingyue laughed. Boys are boys. They are curious and brave. Come here, let's see if you dare to run around outside again, Xiao Mingyue said. Jiang Zhuang followed Xiao Mingyue like a follower. After watching the surveillance video, the uncle grabbed Jiang Zhuang's ear and gave him a lecture again. Jiang Zhuang kept begging for mercy, and Jiang Lijiao was laughing beside him. After leaving the Xiao family villa, the uncle took the 2 children and hurried home. They didn't notice that there was a small figure behind them, peeping at them. You're finally out. I miss you so much, but it's a pity that I have to leave now. Zhouheng hid in the corner, looking at Jiao's back with obsessed eyes. In order to protect him, his parents never told him anything when they went out, and only took him to different houses and ate delicious food. But even if they didn't say it, Zhou Heng could guess it. He didn't ask, and didn't want to ask. As they please. Who made them born as dwarfs? They owe it to themselves to give him a good life. Every time Zhou Heng thought of this, he felt resentful. He resented this body and why his parents made him a dwarf. A 20-year-old man couldn't even have a relationship. There were so many normal people in the world, why wasn't he one? There were suddenly more policemen in the neighborhood these past 2 days, and they were always keeping an eye on the children, so Zhou Heng guessed that something must have happened to his parents during an operation. He must leave this community as soon as possible and find a place to hide. He will come back when the storm is over. But he couldn't bear to leave Jiao. Meeting Jiao made him feel moved for the first time. Such a gentle girl must belong to him, she can only be his. Zhou Heng's mouth curled up into a weird smile. Wait for me, wife. Chapter 382. Half a month had passed since the murder of the dwarf couple. The police checked several times but still could not find Zhou Heng. From the initial high tension, the Xiao family gradually returned to normal life, and Zhao's mother also went to work as usual, but no one dared to take off their bulletproof vests. They were very cautious when going out and put up a high wall in their hearts to defend against all strangers except family members. Later, Xiao Mingyue talked to Officer Jing. Officer Jing said that in order to keep Zhou Heng out of the matter, the dwarf couple never told him about the murder. He could see during the interrogation that the two did not seem to be lying. Although they are all cold-blooded murderers, out of love for their children, it is also the nature of parents to not let their children wade in troubled waters. Therefore, Officer Jing advised Xiao Mingyue not to be too arrogant. Zhou Heng didn't know what happened that day, and he couldn't possibly know that it was Xiao Mingyue who called the police. What's more, his parents were arrested in a nearby villa, and the 3 members of the family were already dead. So he has no reason to resent going to the Xiao family. From a clear perspective, this has nothing to do with the Xiao family. Xiao Mingyue thought carefully about Officer Zheng's words, and felt that they made some sense. She was too worried, and care caused chaos. She was too afraid that something would happen to the Xiao family, and she always thought that Zhou Heng would come to take revenge. After thinking about it, Xiao Mingyue's nerves became much more relaxed. She usually had to eat and drink, and her life was very pleasant. On this day, Zhao's mother came home in a hurry. It's terrible, there's turmoil in the north. Xiao Mingyue was playing chess with her grandfather when her hand trembled and the soldier fell onto the chessboard. What, unrest in the north? Grandpa was no longer interested in playing chess. Tell me slowly. Xiao Ma organized her words and said, It's the red-boned fish that's causing the trouble. The north is low-lying and close to the water, so many people go there to catch fish, especially those who live in the north. They go to the water every day to try their luck. I heard that some people chopped up living people and threw them into the water to catch redfin mullets. People disappeared every day, making everyone feel insecure. Hundreds of violent incidents, big and small, occurred, and the government couldn't suppress them with force. They even smashed police cars. It was completely chaotic these 2 days. Hearing this, Grandpa sighed, his brows furrowed with worry. The last time I went fishing in the north, I guessed that someone would use his compatriots as bait. Fish eat meat, and nowadays, human life is not worth even half a chicken. Those unscrupulous devils are really capable of doing such a thing. Xiao Mingyue had a complicated expression. I just didn't expect that the north would be in chaos so soon. Will it affect us? Mother Xiao shook her head. That won't happen. We are far from the north. The public security is generally difficult to manage now. But in the big picture, the south is still under the control of the government. Unlike the north, the teams in several communities have withdrawn. It's so serious. It seems that there is really nothing we can do about it. Yes, the people are rioting. This is all the internal information that Director Su told me. It is kept secret and cannot be disclosed to the outside world. So I will only tell you 2. Mother Xiao took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a long time. How could it be? Even if there is unrest, it should take time. It's too fast. In this way, won't the gang be even more proud? No one will care about them. If they kill people, won't it be like killing chickens? It has only been over half a month and the chaos has reached this point. Xiao Mingyue would never believe that there is no hidden hand behind this. Who is stirring up trouble? I wonder how many people have died in the stomach of the red-boned fish, Grandpa murmured. No matter what, the people are the ones who suffer, Xiao Ma said in a serious tone. What I am going to tell you next is inside information. Innocent disaster victims in the north are already fleeing to the south. If you asked me to, I would flee too. After all, who wants to be fish food? Chapter 383. There are quite a few disaster victims after this great escape, and maybe our community will have quotas to accommodate them. The waterfront area in the north has become a living hell, even more terrifying than northern Myanmar. It will definitely cause widespread panic and eventually lead to a mass exodus of disaster victims. The elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled will have to rely on their own 2 feet for the entire journey. Not only will it be hard work, it will be extremely painful. Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of her grandmother and her family. My uncle and his family are also in the north. I wonder if they are still alive now. Maybe they are also on the way of the Great Migration. After all, bad guys have been around for thousands of years, so it is not easy for them to die. When Zhao's mother heard about her uncle's family, she was unhappy. Why do you care what they do? They did it themselves. What's the saying? You're eating for free, and you're getting your comeuppance. Xiao Mingyue leaned on the sofa. It was all the fault of the red-boned fish. The butterfly effect started and led to many unexpected events. Pingjing City will be in chaos for a while. Fortunately, Huahan community is in the south of the city, so there is no need to worry about being chopped into pieces and thrown into the water in the middle of the night. The distance from the south to the north of the city is not short. If you really want to get the bodies from the south of the city, it will cost too much, and they have to transport them by car. So based on the principle of proximity, those people will still start with the victims in the north of the city. After all, it is more convenient. Red-boned fish caught with human corpses will go through a series of shady means and appear on some people's tables. The exchange of interests always takes place in the dark and is stained with blood. I just wonder if those meat-eating gluttons can still eat the red-boned fish on their tables with peace of mind after learning that they are fed with human flesh? Maybe it can, otherwise why is red-spined fish becoming more and more popular? It can cure diseases and prolong life, so who wouldn't want to eat it? But the lifespan they extended was purchased at the cost of countless innocent people's lives. How ironic. Can we eat those red-boned fish we raised at home? Xiao Mingyue did not forget about them. Grandpa opened the glass cup, blew away the tea leaves, and took a sip of hot tea. I've been raising it for more than half a month, so it should be able to do it. At this time, Grandma came down from upstairs, yawning and saying, Are you all planning to eat red-boned fish? I've been craving for dumplings these past few days. I haven't had them for a long time. How about chopping the fish meat into dumpling fillings? Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Ma. Grandpa. The 3 of them looked at Grandma, and Grandma touched her face and asked, Why are you all looking at me? Xiao Mingyue's eyes were smiling. We are indeed talking about red-boned fish. I also want to eat dumplings. Make more and put them in the refrigerator. Or should I go kill the fish? These are all things caused by the red-boned fish, so we can also talk about the red-boned fish. Grandpa slowly put down the glass teacup. I'll kill them together with you. Let's kill them all. This fish is really hard to raise. It has a big appetite and I have to change the water all the time. It's troublesome. It has been wilting for the past 2 days. Kill it while it's still alive. It will be a big loss if it dies. Xiao Mingyue nodded. The bucket was too small and was not suitable for raising fish. It would be easy to kill the fish. Zhao's mother also stood up and said, Why don't you chop some more pork filling? I want to eat dumplings stuffed with pork and green onions. Grandma put on her apron with a smile on her face and said, Okay, I'll go and knead the dough. Let's get moving. The whole family got to work and started preparing for the dumpling banquet. Chapter 384. The delicious dumplings are served. When you take a bite, the juice of the dumplings explodes in your mouth, and the fish meat is chewy and very fragrant. Then have another one stuffed with pork and green onions, which is full of meaty aroma and makes you want to swallow your tongue. The dumplings made by Grandma and Zhao's mom were not big, so Xiao Mingyue ate one at a time and felt quite satisfied. The dumplings were full of the taste of home. A total of 2 red-boned fish were used to make dumplings. The bones of the remaining 3 red-boned fish have been deboned and put in the freezer for future use. Of course, the bones were not thrown away, they were kept. A total of 3 kilograms of pork was used, and so many dumplings definitely could not be finished in one meal. The rest were frozen in the refrigerator and can be cooked whenever I want to eat them. This package is for your eldest uncle's family, and this package is for your second uncle's family. Mingyue, you can deliver them to them. There was still some flour on Grandma's hands. She didn't even have time to wash them before she made dumplings for my eldest and second uncles. Grandpa looked at the 2 packets of dumplings and asked, "Are they all pork? The fish ones should be kept. My son-in-law will be on vacation soon." "Yes, of course it's pork." Grandma tied the bag up and put the food in the free handbag that the bank used to give out as part of its advertisements, so no one could tell there was food inside. Grandpa snorted. "The eldest shouldn't be given any pork. Giving them some rotten steamed buns is good enough." Grandma and Zhao's mother looked at each other, and Grandma pointed at Grandpa and mouthed, "Stingy old man." Mother Xiao couldn't help but laugh secretly. Dad still holds a grudge. "What are you mumbling about? Do you think I'm hard of hearing?" Grandpa's face darkened. Grandma glanced at him and said, "We said it's okay not to give it to the eldest son, but why don't you give it to your grandchildren?" Grandpa turned his face away and said nothing. "This bag of noodles was sent by Jiang Yuan. I thought it would last me a long time, but I finished it in just one day." As Zhao's mother spoke, she handed the bag to Xiao Mingyue, who took it. "Then I'll go." Xiao Mingyue swallowed the last bite, picked up the bag and walked out to deliver the dumplings. Looking at Xiao Mingyue's leaving back, Grandpa said earnestly, "No matter who in our family is wronged, we must not wrong Qiangxing and Mingyue, father and daughter. Do you understand?" Mother Xiao and grandmother were stunned. Grandpa sighed softly. "Especially Qiangxing, that child is so pitiful, growing up in such a family, he suffered so much grievance. Now he is the son-in-law of the Jiang family, no one loves him, we have to love him." Hearing this, Zhao's mother's eyes were red. She had seen how difficult Zhao's father had been through all these years. How could she not feel distressed for the couple who had been through this together? Zhao's father was too sentimental and soft-hearted, which is why he was sucked dry by his own brother. He is an honest man who will repay anyone who is kind to him. Grandma was also moved. "Don't worry, old man, a son-in-law is half a son. I've kept the fish brain. When Qiangxing comes home on vacation, I'll make soup for him." Xiao Mingyue was climbing the stairs. Before she reached her uncle's house, she saw 3 people kneeling at the door. A woman with 2 children. She looked familiar. Xiao Mingyue took a closer look and found that this was her aunt's sister-in-law. Her name seemed to be Zhang Feng. "What is going on?" Xiao Mingyue sent a message to her uncle, asking him to open the door. After a while, the uncle opened the door. As soon as the door was opened a crack, Zhang Feng rushed over and cried, "Brother-in-law, you finally opened the door. Brother-in-law, please have mercy on us and let me in." My uncle held the door tightly and said, "What are you doing? Let go." Zhang Feng cried with tears all over her face, complaining, "Wang Wei, come out here! How can a sister be so heartless? Your brother is dead, you can't just ignore us, an orphan and a widow. This is your Wang family's child. If you don't care, I will crash into your doorstep." The 2 children behind her were also crying at the top of their lungs. Chapter 385. Xiao Mingyue frowned. The devilish sound filled her ears and she felt like her eardrums were about to burst from crying. "Screw you!" The uncle kicked Zhang Feng out, then dragged Xiao Mingyue into the house and slammed the door. The world became much quieter. Xiao Mingyue was dragged into the house and found that everyone in the room had a bad expression, especially her aunt, who looked aggrieved, angry, and sad, with very complicated emotions. What happened? Do you want to eat some dumplings?" Xiao Mingyue raised the bag in her hand. Outside the door, Zhang Feng sat at the door and cried out to the heavens. "Wang Wei, you are not a human being. Your brother is dead, and you don't even care about his child. You are cold-blooded. You have no conscience. Is there any aunt like you? Aren't you afraid of having nightmares when you sleep at night? Your brother will come looking for you. Why is my life so miserable? My husband died, and my sister doesn't care about me. I am an orphan and a widow, and there is no way I can survive. Hearing the sound outside the door, my aunt's face became even uglier. Mingyue, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Xiao Mingyue looked at her uncle in confusion. Her uncle's face turned red with anger, and he explained to Xiao Mingyue. Your aunt's younger brother heard that he could make a fortune in the north, so he was tricked into catching red-boned fish. They said that if he caught one, he would be able to turn his life around and become a superior person. With his stupid brain, who would take him to something that could make him rich? Who does he think he is? Look, he was killed by bad guys before he even got to the north. Then her brother and sister-in-law came with their children and blocked my door for most of the day, insisting that I raise the three of them. Those two little bastards are born ungrateful. I want to raise them. Dream on. The older uncle got angrier and angrier, and he yelled, Get lost! If you make any more noise, I'll call the police. Zhang Feng replied confidently. Go ahead and report it. I'll talk to the police. Let's see who the police talk to. I'll also sue you for abandonment. Now that the dead man is gone, she has to cling to Wang Wei. If she doesn't have a good life, she won't let her have one either. My uncle was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Abandon? It's not my child, abandon your ass. Outside the house, Zhang Feng pinched her waist and shouted. They are descendants of the Wang family and call Wang Wei aunt. Now that Wang Fuqiang is dead, Wang Wei must take responsibility. My aunt stood up suddenly, walked to the door angrily, opened the door and cursed. Bah! You shameless bastard, why should I be responsible? You want to call the police, right? Go ahead, call the police. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You didn't save my family at the beginning. Fortunately, we are lucky. Now Wang Fuqiang is dead. You want me to raise your child? I owe you that? If something happens to me, will you raise my child? You won't, because you are a cold-blooded bitch. Take your child and get out of here. The eldest aunt was very angry. She was taught since childhood that an elder sister should take care of her younger brother, and that a woman should live for a man. She educated her own children in the same way and also demanded the same from the Jiang family. That's why she felt that it was right for Jiang Qingwan to take care of her eldest uncle more. She lived for most of her life and experienced a life and death experience before she realized that she had been brainwashed. What a bullshit brother, who is he? She no longer wants to be a brother-supporting goddess. As his sister, she had worked like a slave for him for most of her life and had done her best. But how did Wang Fuqiang repay his sister? Their family of 4 was in danger, and the eldest aunt begged Wang Fuqiang and his wife for help. They were close by and could have come to rescue them, but they did nothing and even made sarcastic remarks. If it weren't for Xiao Mingyue, no one would know where the bodies of their entire family would rot. My aunt is now fully alive. She will never care about Wang Fuqiang's family or these 2 ungrateful little bastards even if she dies. You bad woman, my father is right, you deserve to die. Old witch, when I grow up I will beat you to death. The 2 children hid behind Zhang Feng and looked at their aunt hatefully, as if they were an enemy. Zhang Feng was stunned by the scolding. When she came to her senses, she screamed and rushed towards her aunt. The 2 men wrestled with each other. Damn, you dare to hit my mother? Jiang Zhuang rolled up his sleeves and got to work. My uncle and Jiang Lijiao both went up to help, and the 2 children brought by Zhang Feng also joined the battlefield. The battle was extremely chaotic. Several blood marks instantly appeared on my uncle's face, and a large amount of Zhang Feng's hair was pulled out. Only Xiao Mingyue was left standing alone in the living room, staring blankly at a group of people fighting. She was still holding the dumplings in her hands and didn't have time to put them down. Chapter 386. After the melee. Zhang Feng had big panda eyes, a string of blood dripping from his nostrils, and his hair was disheveled. Part of her hair was still in my aunt's hand. She was slapped several times and kicked a few times. Her clothes were torn and she looked in a miserable state. My aunt was also injured, but she was much better off than Zhang Feng. The 2 kids rushed over to hit Jiang Zhuang, and Jiang Zhuang kicked them away. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You came to my house and wanted everything you could find. You even snatched my toys. I let you snatch them, I let you snatch them. The melee ended with my uncle's family winning. Zhang Feng saw that she couldn't win, so she sat down on the ground and started crying and cursing like a shrew. Help! Someone is killing someone! Everyone, come and see if there is anyone there! Wang Wei has killed someone! Police, come and help! Wang Fuqiang, you are such a heartless person. Did you see that in heaven? Your sister is not a human being. She bullies us mothers like this. Did you see that? Ouch, it hurts so much. God, please open your eyes and send some lightning to kill these bastards. They saw that my husband was dead and bullied my orphan and widow. My poor child has such a hard life. My uncle and my aunt stood outside the door, holding their hands on their waists and cursing at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was a shrew, and my uncle and my aunt were not easy to deal with either. All kinds of new swear words floated around Xiao Mingyue's ears. Rural people swore in the most nasty ways, even involving private parts, which Xiao Mingyue had never heard of before. Well, that's disrespectful. Xiao Mingyue took out a bag of dumplings and placed it in the kitchen, then took another bag and went upstairs to her second uncle's house. The dumplings would get cold if they were not eaten now. Xiao Mingyue passed by the door, squeezed through the gap between several people, and went upstairs. She was not standing idly by. If her second uncle was treated like this, Xiao Mingyue would definitely help, because her second uncle looked like someone who was easy to bully and would suffer from bullying. But my uncle is very capable in fighting. It's good enough if he doesn't bully others. Mingyue is here. Come in quickly. Jian Yuan's wife opened the door and was very enthusiastic. Xiao Mingyue put the dumplings on the table and said, Grandma made these dumplings for you. Let me bring them to you. At this time, Zai Zai ran towards Xiao Mingyue with his chubby little hands open. Xiao Mingyue's heart melted and she picked up the little fat boy. Hey, you're so fat, little piggy, do you want to eat dumplings? Zai Zai laughed foolishly. Times. Jian Yuan's wife smiled gently beside him. Looking at Zai Zai, Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of Fugue's childhood, when he was also chubby. Their butts were similar, full of flesh, so cute. Second aunt opened the dumpling box with a smile. Mingyue, come and sit down. Mom is so mean. She made dumplings without asking me. I can help, right? It's embarrassing to let us eat ready-made ones. The scolding from downstairs was faintly heard, and everyone felt awkward. Jian Yuan seemed to see Xiao Mingyue's confusion and said, My uncle wouldn't let me go and told us to pretend we couldn't hear anything. Xiao Mingyue smiled and teased Zai Zai. So that's how it is. No wonder second uncle and his family didn't go down to help. After playing with Zai Zai for a while, the noise downstairs suddenly disappeared. It seemed that the quarrel was finally over. Xiao Mingyue pinched Zai Zai's little face and prepared to go home. Downstairs. Zhang Feng looked at the two people coming up the stairs in disbelief and said in surprise. The leader is here? Leader, please make the decision for me. My husband just died, and I am being bullied like this. I can't live like this anymore. Diao Xiaxia admired her newly done manicure and walked slowly over in 8 centimeters high heels. She glanced at Zhang Feng and said nonchalantly, I heard you guys making noise downstairs. What are you arguing about? You're disturbing the neighbors, you know? Today is my first day at work, so please don't cause trouble. As she spoke, she pointed her diamond-studded nails at everyone. Luchun followed her and said with a flattering smile, Xia, your hands are so beautiful, so white and tender. Chapter 387. Diao Xia stroked her wavy hair and said nothing. She held her waist with one hand, and the tight skirt perfectly showed off her curves. Her chest was about to burst out, and the fabric was almost unable to hold it. Lu Chen's eyes seemed to be glued to it, and his attitude towards Diao Xia became even more attentive. Lu Chen cleared his throat and put on an official air. We are all resettlement officers, here to help you solve your problems. Tell us everything. Zhang Feng cried and complained. Leader, my life is so hard. My husband died just a few days ago. I have to suffer a lot with my 2 children. I am an orphan and a widow and I have been bullied. Playing a pity show, Zhang Feng pointed at her aunt and said resentfully. This woman is my husband's biological sister, and the 2 children are all the blood of her Wang family. She doesn't care about us. My husband just died, and she won't even let me into the house. I came to them, and they scolded me and beat me up. Look, they beat me up like this. I really have nowhere else to go, and I can't live anymore, leader. The two children curled up in the corner and immediately started crying in grievance. This family of three really looks pitiful if you don't know the truth. My uncle and my aunt looked at each other and said, Leader, don't believe her. She. Before my uncle could finish his words, Luchun interrupted him impatiently. All right, stop bullying me. I advise you to have some humanity and not behave like this. Noticing Xiao's admiring look, Luchun straightened his back a little more. Now was the time for him to show his masculinity. Your brother is dead. As a sister, it is your duty to take care of his widow. How can you be so cold-blooded and selfish? Luchun began to educate his aunt. My aunt was unhappy. Boss, what do you mean by that? We didn't say anything, but you only listened to her? You are taking sides. Luchun was humiliated and said angrily, How dare you talk back? You are such a rebel. Zhang Feng rolled her eyes and said immediately, She is still a cook. Her family has this big house to themselves and lives a life of luxury. But as for me, my short-lived husband kept talking about making money to honor his sister until he died. I didn't expect that his sister was not a human being. As she spoke, Zhang Feng began to sob again. My aunt was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. How pitiful! There are all kinds of birds in the forest. How cold-blooded! Xia sighed and looked at her uncle and aunt with disgust. Luchun grasped the key point and said condescendingly, Food chef? A food chef. I order you to take your brother's widow home immediately, or I will report you to your superiors and fire you. You have such low morals. How can you be qualified to live in a house by yourself? He doesn't even have a house to live in, but a waiter does? My aunt had a cold face and didn't say anything. They could quarrel with Zhang Feng, but facing such a leader, they really didn't dare to say anything. She kept silent and turned back to look for Zhao's mother. Luchun got excited. Did you hear me talking to you? What's your attitude? If you keep acting like this, you can't live in your resettlement house anymore. Go to the underground garage. He always threatens people like this. In the morning, Director Su was looking for someone to teach the new employees. He volunteered to take Xiao with him for lessons. And since she is a sexy beauty, he had to show off her skills. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhang Feng was extremely surprised, her eyes full of greed. Could she also live in such a big house? Seeing that his aunt did not refute, Luchun was satisfied and felt that he was very stylish. He moved closer to Xia and lowered his voice. Don't be too polite when talking to disaster victims. If you can't get it, just threaten them and make them afraid of us. Disaster victims are very cowardly and easy to manage. Xia curled her red lips slightly. Thank you, Brother Chen. Luchun was immediately overjoyed. Why are you being polite? We'll be colleagues from now on. If you have any questions, just ask me. At this time, Xiao Mingyue came down from upstairs and said with a smile, Wow, Lu the resettlement officer is so impressive. Chapter 388. Luchun looked up and his expression changed immediately. It was Xiao Mingyue. Why was she here? He lost face so much at the last blind date convention, and other departments also spread the story as gossip. Luchun couldn't hold his head up for a long time, and later he was verbally warned by Director Su. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. A trace of resentment flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and his expression became extremely unnatural. He was afraid that Xiao Mingyue would expose his past. Xiao was a new employee and he didn't know, and he didn't want to lose face in front of Xiao. Xiao Mingyue walked over leisurely and looked at Luchun, but Luchun avoided his gaze. It was obvious that he felt guilty and did not dare to provoke her. Who is this? Xia looked Xiao Mingyue up and down with a hint of hostility in her eyes, and she subconsciously puffed out her chest. Xiao Mingyue didn't want to bother with this big-breasted, brainless woman, nor did she want to compete with her. The moment my uncle and aunt saw Xiao Mingyue, they felt relieved. Although Xiao Mingyue was not an official and was just an unemployed vagrant, they felt that their backbone had come and they didn't have to worry anymore. Zhang Feng stared at Xiao Mingyue blankly. She looked carefully and finally remembered that the last time she had a fight with her aunt, one of the resettlement workers was her uncle's sister. This woman is the daughter of the resettlement worker. She lied that the house was hers. That was bullshit. Why would someone else live in her house? Who would be so kind? They just didn't want her to live there. So what if there are relatives who are resettlement workers in her family? There are 2 of them here, and both resettlement workers spoke for her. She has decided to live in Wang Wei's house. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Xiao Mingyue with hostility. She is a family member of a resettlement worker, Luchun explained to Diao Xia. After talking to Diao Xia, he said coldly, "We are working, please do not disturb us." Luchun certainly didn't have a good face towards Xiao Mingyue, but he didn't dare to go too far. Diao Xia snorted in dissatisfaction and asked, "What are you showing off for?" Xiao Mingyue didn't beat around the bush with him. "This is our family affair, and the house is mine, so there's no need for the 2 resettlement workers to take care of it." Zhang Feng started crying again when she heard this. "You are bullying me! They are in the same group. You 2 resettlement officers, you must not leave, or I will be bullied to death by them. They will beat me to death." Luchun frowned. "You just want to go against me, right? I'll say it again. This is my job. Can you take responsibility for delaying my work?" Xiao Mingyue? "So your job is to meddle in other people's family affairs. Why do you give my house to others to live in? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are a resettlement worker?" She spoke bluntly. Lu Chen's face darkened instantly. He was a resettlement worker and was flattered by the disaster victims wherever he went. Yet, this bitch actually spoke so harshly. Besides, what is her house? What does it have to do with her? This bitch just wants to go against me. Zhang Feng shouted at the top of her voice. "I don't believe it! Why did you let Wang Wei live in your house? Do you think I'm stupid? I think you just don't want me to live in it, so you lied to me. I am happy to give the house to my relatives. I can give it to whoever I want. It will never be your turn. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to live in my house again and again? You deserve it," Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Zhang Feng was so angry that her lips were shaking, while her aunt raised her head with a proud look on her face, feeling much more relieved. Lu Chen's face turned pale. This was really her house. Was this family also her relative? Diao Xia couldn't bear it any longer and said righteously, "You are too harsh. Even if you are a relative, you can't be so cold-blooded, right? The 3 of them are pitiful enough. What's wrong with letting them stay? Her husband is dead. Why are you so vicious? Relatives should take care of each other." Chapter 389. She paused for a moment and muttered, "Besides, you are really rude. Brother Qin is a resettlement worker. Your attitude is really disrespectful. Don't get angry with this kind of person." Luchun was moved and comforted her. Xiao Mingyue snorted and immediately became excited. "You are so kind, why don't you take her away and take care of her? Your so-called kindness is to force others to take care of this shrew. Who are you blackmailing? The throne of Guanyin should belong to you. You really know how to save all living beings. Also, don't you understand what I'm saying? I've told you several times that this is my house, I paid for it in full, it's not a resettlement house, do you understand now? Look at what you can do. You all come here to share the right to use my house." Diao Xia said angrily. "They are not my relatives, why should I care?" Xiao Mingyue said faintly. "He is not your relative, why are you butting in?" Diao Xia's beautiful makeup was distorted with anger. "You! A shrew, Brother Chen, put her on the blacklist." Xiao Mingyue seemed to have heard a funny joke. "He is not qualified." Lu Chen's face turned pale and blue. "That's enough, Xiao Mingyue, stop being so arrogant." Xiao Mingyue wanted to curse at him when she saw his face, so she raised her hand and said, "That's enough, do you believe I will give you a slap in the face?" Luchun subconsciously covered his head and dodged. After he came to his senses, he became even more angry and embarrassed. "Don't be so arrogant." Luchun gritted his teeth. Xiao Mingyue turned to look at Diao Xia. "Is this your lover? Does she know what you said in the car last time? How about I tell her about it?" "No!" Luchun suddenly shouted. Diao Xia was confused. What did he say? Xiao Mingyue crossed her hands in front of her chest and smiled sweetly. "I saw how you handled conflicts just now. You were biased and believed everything. You were so arrogant in order to show off your masculine charm. I wonder if you can pass the next assessment? I haven't seen Director Su for a long time. I really want to chat with him. Luchun was flustered and stuttered. What do you want to say to Director Su? There is nothing wrong with my handling of this. Director Su will not believe your nonsense. Xiao Mingyue's eyes turned cold, and she threatened. How about giving it a try? Luchun was completely panicked, and swallowed hard. Director Su had warned him last time that if he did it again, he would be suspended. Suspension was actually another way of saying dismissal. He would not be assigned any work and would not receive any benefits. There is a long line of people outside the system waiting to get in. Xiao was completely confused and couldn't understand what they were saying. Brother Qin, why are you talking nonsense to her? She even dares to threaten the resettlement officer. Block her. Without saying anything, Luchun grabbed Xiao's wrist and left. Let's go. If you can't afford to offend, avoid it. Hey, what are you doing? The work is not finished yet. Xiao didn't want to leave yet. Luchun said. I'll explain it to you later. Seeing that the two resettlement workers were about to leave, Zhang Feng was stunned. Hey! Resettlement workers don't leave. Luchun pretended not to hear and walked faster. Chapter 390. Xiao Mingyue glanced at her and said, Don't shout. They can't do anything about it. Not to mention the resettlement officer, even if we call the mayor today, you still can't live in this house. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and was about to throw a tantrum and yell, but Xiao Mingyue said, Blacklist. Zhang Feng's voice stopped abruptly, and she stared at Xiao Mingyue with fear. She even dared to scold the resettlement worker just now, so there must be someone behind her. Besides, her mother is also a resettlement worker. If she is really put on the blacklist, she won't even be able to eat disaster relief food in the future. Then she will really have no way to survive. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Xiao Mingyue had to say that this trick was quite effective. Zhang Feng's mind worked quickly, and he knelt on the ground again, begging. Sister, it was my fault just now, but I have no choice, sister-in-law. It's too hard for me to be a woman with 2 children. Please help us for your brother's sake. I beg you. My aunt turned her face away and said coldly, If you had spoken nicely at the beginning, I wouldn't have been so ruthless, but it's too late now. Zhang Feng's eyes widened. Sister. At this time, the uncle came over and said, Mingyue, thanks to you just now, we ordinary people really don't dare to conflict with these officials. They are both resettlement workers. If you offend them, will it be bad for you? Xiao Mingyue waved her hand and said, It's okay. Since the matter has been dealt with, I will go back first. Not to mention one, she wouldn't even take 10 Luchun seriously. Seeing Luchun's look just now, one can tell how domineering some resettlement workers are. How dare the victims offend these people? They might as well be too late. At this time, Luchun and Xiao were already on their way back to the office. Luchun, why do I feel like you're afraid of that woman just now? Xiao's favorability towards Luchun decreased a lot, and she even looked down on him a little. Such a man is really a coward. Just now, when the woman raised her hand, Luchun actually hid. What is he afraid of? Fortunately, she still thinks Luchun is a good person. Luchun pretended to be embarrassed. Xia, you just came to our community. You don't know the situation yet, that Xiao Mingyue. What's wrong with her? Xia asked curiously. Luchun glanced around and whispered. She has a mental illness, the kind of mania. She looks normal at other times, but when she goes crazy she dares to chop people with a knife. Xia covered her mouth. Oh my god, is that true? I think she speaks quite normally. Luchun nodded seriously. She's normal at other times, but gets really scary when she's provoked. Because her mother is Sister Jiang, everyone gives in to her and doesn't dare to mention this. Don't tell anyone. If Sister Jiang hears about this, she will get angry. Even Director Su usually gives in to Xiao Mingyue for fear of irritating her. Xia suddenly realized. So you insisted on dragging me away just now because you were afraid that she would go crazy? Seeing that Xia had found a reasonable excuse for herself, Luchun immediately responded. Yes, although I am a man, I can't hit her when she gets mad. You are a girl there, I was afraid you would get hurt, so I dragged you away. Why should we bother with a mental patient? Just be magnanimous. Xia was somewhat touched. I thought you were afraid of her. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I misunderstood you. Luchun behaved very gentlemanly. It's okay, remember, don't tell anyone else otherwise. Chapter 391. I understand. Xia agreed readily. Luchun smiled triumphantly. You go back to the office first. I'll make a phone call. After Xia left, Luchun's face gradually became gloomy. He found an empty corner and made a phone call with a grim look on his face. Hey, Master Gui, I'm Luchun, and I'm willing to be your kidnapper. Didn't you say last time that I'd find you if I had any decent stuff? I actually have a top-notch one here, and it's so stunning in appearance, it must be an A-grade item. Have you figured it out? What kind of stuff is it? Send me photos to see. The man on the other side had a sloppy voice, the background noise was chaotic, and there seemed to be sounds of gambling. Okay, I'll send it to you later, but this girl has a very bad temper and is good at fighting, so it's a bit troublesome. Gui Yu was very disdainful. No matter how fierce a girl is, once she is in my hands, she will be as obedient as a kitten. Once she is in my hands, she can't escape even if she has wings. Then I'm relieved, Master Gui. To be on the safe side, it's best to anesthetize her with a shot and then take her away quietly, because her identity is a bit special. She's the daughter of my colleague. What? Do you have a grudge against your colleague and are using me to take revenge? Guy's voice suddenly turned cold. I dare not. Luchun said quickly. Hey kid, how did that girl serve you last time? Are you satisfied? Luchun's face was full of lust. Very satisfied, but Xiang is good, but definitely not as pretty as this one. This one is truly a beauty on earth. She stands there with a cold face, and she overwhelms a group of prostitutes. Just wait and see. Although Luchun hated Xiao Mingyue, he had to admit that Xiao Mingyue's temperament was far beyond the reach of those vulgar prostitutes. The difference was like heaven and earth. Xiao Mingyue, aren't you standing high up in the clouds? I'm going to drag you into the quagmire. Ghost laughed. Now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to it. There are many benefits to being my kidnapper, so do your job well, and you'll get what you want. Luchun's eyes lit up. Thank you, Master Ghost. After hanging up the phone, Luchun smiled grimly. After spitting on the ground, he hurried back to look for the surveillance video. Xiao Mingyue sometimes came to the office, so it must be in the surveillance video. Bitch, if you offend me, I will make you live in agony and die in vain, and sell your body to the devil. The more Luchun thought about it, the more excited he became. When he was in a good mood in the future, he could go and take care of the business. Although that woman had a bad mouth, she was indeed quite attractive. It must be exciting to conquer such a woman. Xiao Mingyue returned home and told her mother and others about what happened in her uncle's family, especially the subsequent appearance of Luchun. Luchun and a woman? What does that woman look like? Asked Zhao's mother. Just heavy makeup, a hot body, and doesn't look very smart. Xiao Mingyue gave a brief description. Zhao's mother immediately knew who it was. Xia, right? Diao Rongrong's niece. Diao Rongrong is pregnant, and the fetus is not stable. She has to stay at home to take care of the baby and can't come to work, so she brought her niece in to do her job. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Diao Rongrong is pregnant? How can she be pregnant at such an old age? What kind of huge gossip is this? Mother Xiao shrugged. She is an elderly pregnant woman and she is so fat. The baby will be unstable when she is conceived. She will suffer in the future. Xiao Mingyue blinked and said with emotion. Old but still strong. Chapter 392. Fuck, I've been hiding here for 2 days, why doesn't this woman go out? Lao Lin, why don't we just rush in and kidnap her? Said a man with a big black mole on his neck irritably. The man called Lao Lin immediately said, Are you blind? Can't you see this is a villa? There's an electric fence on top. This family is not simple. If we rush in, we might be the ones who suffer. Next to them was another man, nicknamed White Fox, with pale skin, narrow eyes, and a hint of ruthlessness. Among the 3 men, he seemed to have the final say. Be patient, Master Gui said this woman is top quality and must be obtained. There aren't many women of good quality these days. They are all skinny and look like they were just sucked. It's disgusting just to look at them. Got it, Fox. Good complexion is the result of good nutrition. Nowadays, women who can still maintain their beauty are very rare. They must have enough food and drink at home, otherwise they would have starved to death. Even a naturally beautiful face can become as haggard as an old lady under long-term malnutrition. Their task is to search for beautiful women everywhere, send them to Guy, and make profits from these women. No matter what the background or family background is, Gui Yi doesn't care, as long as she is beautiful. No woman who went to his place came back alive. There are only two outcomes for running away, death or disability. Brother Fox looked around warily. You two keep watching here, I'll go around and see if there's anything good. Yes. After Brother Fox left, the man with the black mole and Lao Lin continued to stare. In the evening, when it was getting dark, the man with the mole scratched his hair in annoyance. Another day has passed, why are we going out? Old Lin was about to say something when he saw the door of the Xiao family opened and a woman walked out. It's out, Lao Lin said excitedly. The man with the mole took a closer look and saw that it was indeed the woman in the video. He couldn't wait to say. Finally he came out. I've been waiting for him for so long. Come on. Lao Lin grabbed him and said, Wait, this woman that guy mentioned is very good at fighting. It's safer to use a tranquilizer gun. Take it. The man with the mole looked disdainful and said, Why use a tranquilizer gun? I've kidnapped so many women. It's nothing like using a towel. As he spoke, he poured the drug onto the towel. Lao Lin wanted to say something, but when he saw that the man with the black mole had already left, he stopped talking and hurriedly followed him. Xiao Mingyue, a homebody, would not go out for half a month unless she could not stand the animal feces in the space. There is no way. No matter how serious the procrastination is, you have to deal with the increasing amount of stinky poop in the space, otherwise you will feel suffocated as soon as you enter the space. After she went out and walked towards the back mountain, she keenly heard footsteps, as if someone was following her. To get to the back mountain, you have to pass through a wasteland. Generally, no one comes to this side of the wasteland, so if two people follow her, it is not difficult to find her. Xiao Mingyue turned around and said expressionlessly, What's up? The man with the mole was a little surprised, but he whistled and said frivolously, You're quite sensitive. You were discovered so quickly. Pretty girl, will you play with me? As soon as Xiao Mingyue heard this, she knew that these two people were coming for her. She had just left the house when these two followed her. It would be a lie to say that she was not surprised. Who sent you here? Xiao Mingyue asked. The man with the black mole was even more surprised to see that Xiao Mingyue was not afraid. In the past, those women either cried out of fear or turned around and ran away, but he had never seen anyone so calm. He immediately became interested and walked closer, his eyes lingering on Xiao Mingyue's body unscrupulously, and he even licked his lips in an obscene manner. I haven't slept with this type of person before. Let's talk to Mr. Gui and he'll let me use him for free. Lao Lin urged. Stop being so naughty and get started. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue narrowed her cold eyes and instantly took action, kicking the man with the black mole in the crotch. The man with the black mole knelt on the ground in pain, covering his crotch and screaming, his face as pale as paper. Chapter 393. Xiao Mingyue grabbed his hair. Does it hurt, little eunuch? The man with the mole roared madly and pulled out a revolver from his waist. I'm going to kill you! Xiao Mingyue's pupils suddenly constricted, and she broke his neck without thinking. The man who was clamoring to kill Xiao Mingyue just now has now fallen to the ground with his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes open. Who are they anyway? Why are they carrying guns? Lao Lin didn't have time to react, and watched his brother die in front of him. It's your turn. Xiao Mingyue did not hesitate and pointed the gun at Lao Lin's leg. Just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. The next second, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. There was an anesthetic needle inserted in her neck. Everything happened so fast and unexpectedly. The last scene Xiao Mingyue saw before she lost consciousness was Lao Lin's terrified expression. She had no time to react and entered the space before she lost consciousness. In the distance, Brother Fox put away his tranquilizer gun and walked over with a cold face. The anesthetics used for animals imported from abroad are really useful. They make the person faint the moment they are injected. Lao Lin looked at Brother Fox in panic. Brother Fox, Ashen is dead. He was killed by this woman. Brother Fox's emotions did not fluctuate. What a waste! If he's dead, he's dead. People without brains don't live long. Go throw his body away so no one finds it. Lao Lin nodded and went there quickly. Brother Fox picked up the revolver in Xiao Mingyue's hand and smiled jokingly. No wonder Mr. Gui asked her to carry a tranquilizer gun. I heard that the kidnapper who sold her asked for it. It seems that this woman is really capable. Could she be a female soldier? Haha, that would be even more interesting. Brother Fox carried Xiao Mingyue on his back, walked to the van parked in the corner, and threw Xiao Mingyue into the car. There was another person in the car, Yu Xinxin. Her hands and feet were tied and her mouth was wrapped with tape. Yu Xinxin curled up in the corner, fear in her eyes. She didn't know why she suddenly lost consciousness while just walking on the road, and when she woke up she found herself in this van. It's Sister Mingyue. When Yu Xinxin saw Xiao Mingyue's face, her eyes widened immediately. Sister Mingyue was also captured by them. Yu Xinxin moved towards Xiao Mingyue's side, trying to wake her up. Brother Fox, why is there another person in the car? Did you kidnap him just now? Lao Lin asked. Brother Fox glanced at him and said, Nonsense, how could he have gotten here in his own sports car? Lao Lin pinched Yu Xinxin's face and looked at it. Not bad. Get in the car, Brother Fox said concisely. Lao Lin immediately jumped onto the passenger seat and asked, Don't we need to tie up that woman's hands and feet as well? No, the concentration of the veterinary medicine is very high, and he won't wake up for a while. Lao Lin glanced back and said, I heard that anesthetics should not be used carelessly. Too high a concentration can kill people. Moreover, this is veterinary medicine, so the concentration is even higher. If she dies, we will be at a great loss. Brother Fox didn't care. It all depends on how strong her luck is. He was just about to drive away when he saw a man blocking the way of the car. Xia patted the car and said arrogantly, Come down, come down. Who allowed you to drive your car into the community? Have you registered? Brother Fox licked his back teeth and another one came. Chapter 394. Sister Mingyue, Sister Mingyue. As Yu Xinxin called out, Xiao Mingyue slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, Where is this place? Xiao Mingyue looked around at the unfamiliar environment. It was a small dark room with no lights or windows. The iron door was closed. Faint light shone into the small dark room through the iron bars above the door. There were about a dozen young girls in the room. Some were sitting on the ground crying, some were curled up in the corner sobbing, looking helpless and desperate, and some had fallen asleep because they cried so hard. Sister Mingyue, you finally woke up. Yu Xinxin was very surprised. She helped Xiao Mingyue lean on her and said in a sad tone, I didn't know where I was. I was walking on the road when someone covered my mouth and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in a van. Then not long after that you were thrown into the car too. They said you were given a veterinary anesthesia injection. I thought you were going to die. I was scared to death. Fortunately, you woke up. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue cursed in her heart. No wonder she felt so weak all over and couldn't even lift her hands. Damn it, they actually gave her an anesthetic injection for animals. Did they treat her like an elephant? If you are not careful, someone can die. Fortunately, she is lucky. Xiao Mingyue transferred the dew from the well into her mouth, drank a little in small sips, and slowly recovered her strength. Sister Mingyue, I'm scared and I want to go home. Do you think we can still go back? Yu Xinxin's eyes were red. After drinking the dew from the well, Xiao Mingyue felt much better and her hands had some strength. She leaned against the wall to support herself. Don't be afraid, I will take you home. Are you hungry? After all, Yu Xinxin is just a child under 17 years old, so it is normal for her to be afraid. Xiao Mingyue quietly put a piece of chocolate into her hand, suggesting that she eat it quickly and not let others see it. Yu Xinxin's eyes lit up, and she immediately took it in her hand. She was so hungry. After a night, she was already starving. After she peeled off the skin, she quietly put it into her mouth. She didn't even bite it, just waiting for the chocolate to slowly melt in her mouth. After eating the dessert, Yu Xinxin felt less hungry and felt better. The light in the small dark room was extremely dim, and no one noticed the two people in the corner. Xiao Mingyue knew without looking that her cell phone must have been taken away. Fortunately, she always kept her gun in the space, otherwise it would have been taken away as well. How long have I slept? What time is it now? Xiao Mingyue asked. Yu Xinxin whispered. You slept all night, it must be almost dawn now. Xiao Mingyue closed her eyes. She hadn't returned home all night, and her family must be very worried. The two men yesterday were clearly coming for her, and it seemed that they had already set their sights on the Xiao family villa. As soon as she went out, the two men followed her, and they even brought anesthetic needles, as if they were determined to kidnap her. And they have guns, so they must be bad people. When did I offend such people? Xiao Mingyue was puzzled. The safety of her family was also what she was most worried about. Would those people do anything to her parents? And why was Yu Xinxin here? What is their purpose? Xiao Mingyue was full of doubts. She sipped the chocolate in her mouth expressionlessly. After she had fully recovered her strength, she would not let go of any monsters, no matter who they were. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Xiao Mingyue. You're the one who wants to hurt me, aren't you? I was arrested because of you. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Xiao Mingyue opened her eyes and saw that it was Xia. Why are you here too? Xia was furious. How dare you ask? You must be in cahoots with them. Xiao Mingyue wanted to roll her eyes. Use your pig brain and think about it. If I were an accomplice, would I be starving and freezing here? Xia was speechless for a moment, and stared at Xiao Mingyue angrily, as if she wanted to stare a hole in her body. Chapter 395. Do you know each other? Yu Xinxin asked. Xiao Mingyue said casually. She is a new resettlement worker in the community. Yu Xinxin hesitated to speak. She really wanted to say, didn't it happen that you stopped the bad guy's car and were kidnapped by them? But she knew she couldn't say that, or the man would get even angrier. Sister Settlement Officer, please don't be angry. We were all captured and we share the same suffering. Now is not the time to quarrel. You should think about how to escape. Xia snorted coldly and said nothing. At this moment, the big iron gate slammed open, and a strong man picked up a woman and threw her to the ground. Go in! The sturdy man glanced around the small dark room fiercely and said, Everyone, be quiet. The girls were trembling with fear. The sturdy man turned around and went out again, locking the door. Someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and ran to the iron gate, clapping and crying. Why did you arrest me? Who are you? Let me out! Let me out! The girl who was just thrown in got up from the ground and sat down in a corner. She said faintly, Don't waste your time. Once you enter the happy nest, even ghosts can't escape. The man was stunned. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? What is Fuelwo? All the girls in the small dark room looked at the new girl, including Xiao Mingyue and the others. The girl seemed to be very familiar with this place and said lazily, My name is Zhang Hui. You guys were arrested and didn't even know where you are? This place is called Fuelwo, a dark area, the territory of the underworld. Fuelwo sells illegal things, such as drugs, gambling, and of course prostitution. We were arrested to be prostitutes and escorts. After hearing Zhang Hui's words, all the girls in the room broke down emotionally. Some cried bitterly, some turned pale, and they were all terrified. What should I do? I don't want to be a prostitute. Someone, please let me go. I don't want to be a lady. Help, is there anyone who can save us? Help! At the end of the corridor outside the door, the strong man who heard the shouting laughed disdainfully. I'm tired of hearing this. Every time a new girl arrives, they say this. Don't you want to be a prostitute? You'll be begging to be one in a few days. The man next to him lit a cigarette and said, The noise is giving me a headache. I hate it when women cry. I'm going to the toilet to flush. They cried and shouted for a long time, until their voices became hoarse. Among them, Xia cried the most miserably, but still no one paid any attention to them. Zhang Hui raised her head. Stop shouting. No one can escape from Fuelwo. Only corpses will come out. If you continue to shout, be careful not to attract that bad guy in. He has killed many people. No one takes human life seriously here. As soon as Zhang Hui finished speaking, the girls looked towards the iron gate in fear, sobbing and not daring to make a sound. Yu Xinxin's heart was beating wildly. Sister Mingyue, we can escape, right? Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. As long as I can get out, you can too. Yu Xinxin immediately gained confidence. If Sister Mingyue said they could get out, then they would definitely be able to get out. Diao Xia fell to the ground and cried breathlessly. Wow, I don't want to be a prostitute. I don't want to. I'm obsessed with looks. I don't want ugly men to touch me. Wow, I don't want to be a prostitute. It's disgusting. Xiao Mingyue. This sister's perspective is really unique. Would you be willing to have a handsome man whore you? Quite picky. Chapter 396. Zhang Hui looked at everyone's reactions and sighed. They go around grabbing pretty girls and forcing them into prostitution. I advise everyone to accept their fate. Some people tried to escape before, but their limbs were chopped off. Another girl was thrown into a nest of insects and was bitten to death by them. After she said that, everyone became even more frightened and trembled. The few who had knocked on the door just now immediately hid far away, for fear of angering the bad guys and being thrown into a nest of insects. Xiao Mingyue's gaze stayed on Zhang Hui. How do you know this? Zhang Hui's tone was very calm. I came here earlier than you did. I was imprisoned as a punishment for offending a prostitute. Her expression had long been numb. For those who have just arrived, they are only given water to drink and no food to eat for the first 3 days. They call this tempering. Those who are willing to be ladies and accompany guests can eat meals with meat and vegetables. Those who are unwilling to accompany guests will only be tortured. If they still have a breath left, they will be sent to clean the toilets. Not only will they not have food to eat, but they will also have to serve the ladies like slaves. Such people are servants of Fuelwo, and it is better for them to be ladies. Suddenly, someone asked out of the blue, Miss, can you have a meal with meat and vegetables? Is there any rice? Since the end of the world, she hasn't seen what normal meals look like. Zhang Hui answered while picking at her nails. Yes, just like before the high temperature, the chef's food is delicious. I was unwilling to do it before, but later I saw others eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, so... As she spoke, she sighed again. I have come to terms with it. I can eat good food here that I can't even eat outside, so what's the big deal even if I become a lady? People have to live. A bowl of chili fried pork bought me over. It's quite ironic. You must look down on me, right? A few girls looked at each other with complicated emotions in their eyes. They wanted to eat good food, but didn't want to be prostitutes. Zhang Hui wiped the tears from her eyes and said to herself, But young ladies are also divided into different levels, from C to A. The higher the level, the better the food. They only receive powerful people. And they can also have 2 servants to serve them, just like the ladies in the palace. But I don't have that kind of luck. I think she is the only one here. She suddenly pointed at Xiao Mingyue, and Xiao Mingyue frowned. She didn't like this kind of praise. Diao Xia stopped sobbing, looked up and asked, What about me? Zhang Hui was stunned. In your case, it should be B-level. Diao Xia was unconvinced and asked, How am I worse than her? Zhang Hui was stumped by the question and didn't know what to say. Xiao Mingyue was speechless again. Was there a walnut kernel in her head? They were all prostitutes, and she was still fighting for the top spot. It's okay to give it to you, right? What about ordinary ladies? Someone asked. Of course, ordinary ladies serve ordinary customers. Yu Xinxin took a breath of cold air. This world is so scary. Xiao Mingyue's eyes became darker and darker. Then how did they find the target and capture the girl? Zhang Hui changed her posture and leaned against the wall, saying casually, There are kidnappers. The kidnappers recruit subordinates. When they find a pretty girl, they tell the informant above them. Fuelwo will send someone to catch her. Of course, they can also ask friends to introduce her. Those who are introduced here are all voluntary, but the requirements for appearance when being a prostitute are very strict. This is a place that values both face and figure. Some people cannot pass the interview. After all, beautiful women are not easy to find. Kidnapper? Xiao Mingyue murmured to herself. So, which kidnapper found her? What are the conditions for being a kidnapper? Xiao Mingyue immediately asked again. Zhang Hui glanced at her and saw that she had the potential to be an A-level lady, so she spoke a few more words to her, tried to build a good relationship with her, and would take care of her in the future. She can't run away anyway. Chapter 397. Some are Fuelwo's own people, and some are customers who come to prostitute. Being a kidnapper can bring a lot of benefits, so many customers are willing to be kidnappers, just as a part-time job. Xiao Mingyue was silent. Isn't this human trafficking? It's really chilling. So people with decent jobs are also willing to be kidnappers? Xiao Mingyue grasped the key point of her words. Zhang Hui sniffed. There are too many, especially those hypocritical perverts. The people in Fuelwo even go to persuade them and give them more benefits. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. If he was not from Fuelwo, then this person must be working in Huahan community. The client must be a man, and she works in a residential area. She rarely offends people. So who is the most suspicious? Isn't the answer obvious? Xiao Mingyue gritted her teeth, suppressed the murderous intent in her heart, and calmed her angry mood. Now that she knew the whole story, she felt relieved that these people were only coming for her and that her family was temporarily safe. With the help of the dew from the well, her strength has been mostly restored. She will wait a little longer until the effect of the anesthetic in her body completely dissipates. She will not sit there and wait for death. Xiao Mingyue looked at Zhang Hui again. From the way you talk, it seems unusual. What did you do before? Zhang Hui curled up on the ground and waved her hands. It's just a rubbish PhD in liberal arts. Don't ask me if you're tired. I'm going to take a nap. Xiao Mingyue was stunned and speechless for a moment. A PhD should be a pillar of the country, but he is forced to become a prostitute just to have a full meal. What kind of world is this? Appalling. Xiao Mingyue continued to close her eyes and rest. She had never heard of Fuelwo in her previous life, nor had she been targeted by anyone. It might be because she was too ugly due to malnutrition in her previous life. There must be someone supporting such a huge black industrial chain. The living conditions of the people after the end of the world can be described as horrible. Those who have decent jobs are already very lucky. They actually still have the mind to gamble and visit prostitutes. They are really great. Sure enough, this is what human life is like. Yu Xinxin murmured. Sister Mingyue, who on earth is trying to harm us? Is it really the staff of the community? Diao Xia also came over. Yes, who on earth wants to harm me? I just arrived at Huahan community. Who have I offended? She suddenly thought of something and said firmly. I know. Someone must be jealous of my beauty. Jealousy can change a person beyond recognition. Yu Xinxin. She ignored Diao Xia and instead held Xiao Mingyue's wrist, saying softly. Are you feeling better now? I see that no one here has been given anesthesia. The bad guys must have known that you are difficult to deal with, so they used special means on you. So they must be people who are familiar with you. Xiao Mingyue stretched her neck and said in a cold voice. If there is a suspect, and it is indeed him, I will tear him into pieces. Yu Xinxin swallowed her saliva. She knew that Xiao Mingyue was not joking. Since she said that, she would definitely kill that person. Who? Who is it? A man or a woman? Diao Xia asked. Xiao Mingyue looked at her. Do you think the woman is a prostitute? Diao Xia thought about it seriously and shook her head. No. So do you think it's more likely that the kidnapper is a man or a woman? Xiao Mingyue asked again. Diao Xia thought for a while and said, It's more likely that it's a boy. Xiao Mingyue hummed. Not too stupid. Diao Xia realized it belatedly and said, You scolded me again? Chapter 398. Noon. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Diao Xia no longer had the energy to argue with Xiao Mingyue. She leaned weakly against the wall, her stomach growling. The other girls were the same. They were all starving. They hadn't eaten since yesterday. How could they not be hungry? Only Xiao Mingyue and Zhang Hui were the calmest, as if they didn't feel hungry at all. Xiao Mingyue stood up and stretched her sore arms and legs. Her strength had almost recovered. Is anyone here? I need to go to the bathroom. Xiao Mingyue knocked on the door. After a while, the burly man came over cursing. Knock, 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 you want to die? Xiao Mingyue said calmly. I need to go to the toilet. I can't hold it anymore. The sturdy man opened the door again, cursing. At this time, several girls were speaking weakly, as they also wanted to go to the toilet. Only 2 at a time, it's you. The sturdy man pointed at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui stood up and patted her butt. She glanced at Xiao Mingyue as she passed by, then walked out of the small dark room. After the sturdy man locked the door, he took the 2 to the toilet. Along the way, he stared at Xiao Mingyue and said, "Turn left. Don't try to run, or I'll kill you." Xiao Mingyue walked silently and found that Zhang Hui left at a fork in the road, alone. "Why did she go to the right?" Xiao Mingyue asked. The sturdy man said coldly, "She went to another toilet. You are quite nosy. This is the toilet. Hurry up, go and come back soon." Xiao Mingyue looked up and saw the sign for the women's restroom, so she walked in. Unexpectedly, the burly man followed her in. In front of the mirror, 3 heavily made-up women were putting on makeup. When they saw the strong man coming in, they teased. "Hey, isn't this Brother Ying? Why are you here?" The sturdy man smiled obscenely. "I miss you, my dear." As he said this, he hugged the woman and bit her wildly. The woman hooked her arm around the sturdy man's neck and said coquettishly, "Others are watching." Although she said so, she did not resist. The 2 women next to them burst into laughter. Xiao Mingyue had already entered the space after entering the toilet cubicle. In the wooden house, Xiao Mingyue tied her hair up, changed into a low-key men's hooded sweatshirt, and put on a jacket on the outside. Both clothes had hoods, and when she put them on her head, they completely covered her hair. Perfect. She used foundation to darken her face, added some fine stubble, and put on sunglasses, a big gold chain, and a small watch. Xiao Mingyue looked in the mirror and thought she looked pretty good. Not to mention the people outside, even her parents wouldn't be able to recognize her dressed like this. There was no other way. She couldn't act rashly. She had to disguise herself first and explore the situation here. She didn't even know the location of Fuelwell. How could she get out? How could she get home after getting out? Moreover, the minions all have guns in their hands, which shows that the defense here must be strict. It is not easy to get out of here safely. Chapter 399. She herself was fine, but there was also Yu Xinxin, so she couldn't act recklessly. She could only use her wits and wait and see. After changing her clothes, Xiao Mingyue left the space. As soon as she left the space, she heard some unbearable sounds. Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief after escaping quickly. She was afraid of getting sty. No wonder it's a brothel, it's so disgusting. These people seem to have no sense of shame, they are all animals in heat. Xiao Mingyue put his hands in his pockets, pretending to be strolling around, observing the place carefully. That should be the staff area. The guest area further ahead should be the guest area. You can tell from the decoration and lighting. The guest reception area is decorated in a lavish and luxurious manner, the lighting is more brilliant, and there is even the sound of music coming faintly. Passing by a room with a half-open door, Xiao Mingyue took a look and saw that Zhang Hui was gone. She was sitting with a few women, eating and chatting. Xiao Mingyue stopped and decided to listen to what they were saying. "Hui, what do you think of these new sisters?" asked a mature woman with big wavy hair. Zhang Hui scooped a large spoonful of rice into her mouth. "That's it, crying and whining about not wanting to be a lady. Every batch is like this, I'm tired of hearing it." Dabalang smiled and said, "Sisters, let's make a bet. Guess how many people are willing to do it after 3 days?" The other girl, who was younger than him, immediately said, "I'll bet it all." "Ha ha, you're betting everything this time? I don't know who was unwilling to do it before, pretending to be a chaste woman, but later on when receiving customers, you were more attentive than anyone else?" The young girl shrugged, not caring at all about the other party's teasing. "Since the natural disaster, I haven't had a decent meal. What's the use of chastity? Can it be exchanged for money? Or can it be eaten? Life outside is worse than life in Fuelwell. At least I can have enough food and warm clothes. When I lived in resettlement housing, there were men who wanted to rape me. Instead of being cheap to those poor disaster victims, it is better to come here, the quality of men is better. Life is not life, it goes by quickly. Don't look at Xiangxian's young age. She is a very open-minded person. Just be patient." The man next to her laughed. Another person said, "I think that's all. After all, Who can resist the temptation of food? Now if I eat toothed worms again, I can't swallow them. Zhang Hui chewed the meat in her mouth and said, I really envy you. I still have to stay in the small dark room for 2 days. Why do you always ask me to do ideological work for the new sisters? The young girl said. Because Sister Hui is good at speaking. Zhang Hui suddenly remembered something. Oh right, there's one of these sisters who looks really good. I heard from Brother Yin that she is a guy. She is A grade. Good-looking girls are expensive. Dabalang lowered his voice and asked, compared to Su Hyudi, who is more beautiful? Zhang Hui thought for a moment and said, they are not of the same type. They each have their own characteristics. However, in terms of temperament, I think the new A level is stronger. Dabalang immediately showed an expression of watching the fun and not minding the trouble, and said expectantly, oh, that bitch Su Hyudi has finally met her nemesis. I hope the new guy will snatch all her customers away so that she can be more arrogant. She acts so arrogant every day. We are all prostitutes. Who does she look down on? Zhang Hui finished picking up the last grain of rice and sighed. Hey, I have to go back again. Bye, my dears. After Zhang Hui left, Xiao Mingyue came out from the shadows at the corner, her eyes as deep as a pool of water. No wonder she knew everything. It turned out that she was sent to use psychological tactics. Xiao Mingyue did not hesitate and walked towards the guest area. Chapter 400. The world of feasting and revelry, luxury and debauchery, that's what Fuelwo is all about. When guests come here, they can take off all disguises and masks to the outside world and reveal their true desires. In a luxurious room, several seductive women were lying on the bed. Where is the person? I ask you, where is the person? The ghost was furious. Brother Yin lowered his head and said fearfully, she said she went to the toilet and then. Guy slapped him so hard that blood started coming out of the corner of Brother Yin's mouth, but he didn't dare to move. I asked you to look after the good guys, what have you been doing? And the one who ran away is an A-grade cargo. If I can't find him, I'll chop you up and feed you to the wolves. Brother Yin begged for mercy quickly. I was wrong, Master Gui. I won't dare to do it again. I will definitely find her. She can't run away. At this time, the white fox came over and said sinisterly, that A-grade cargo was obtained using anesthetics. She is very skilled and Ah Shan was killed by her. Do you think she will break the necks of many brothers while running away? This. Hearing this, Brother Yin became even more frightened, trembling all over and unable to speak. The ghost narrowed his dangerous eyes and waved his hand. Drag him away and kill him. Brother Yin's legs collapsed to the ground. No, Master Gui, I was wrong, Master Gui. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. 2 big men came and dragged him away. Brother Yin kept begging for mercy, but it was of no avail. Ghost Master looked at White Fox coldly. Knowing that woman is not simple, why don't you tie her up? Baihu immediately said, according to the dosage of anesthetics, she should have been unconscious for 2 days, but I didn't expect her to wake up so soon. She just went to the bathroom, but who knew that Yinzi, that loser, couldn't even keep an eye on someone? Ghost snorted coldly. Have you checked the surveillance outside the toilet? I've checked, Mr. Ghost, please take a look. The white fox turned on the display screen. She never came out after she went in, as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. But Mr. Ghost, look at this person. He pressed the pause button. On the screen, a man wearing sunglasses and a hat appeared at the door outside the toilet. This man appeared out of nowhere, and there is no record of him entering the toilet. Baihu said again. Guy picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all, staring at the man in sunglasses for a long time before he spoke. This little girl has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Where did she get those clothes? She's pretty, smart, and good at fighting. If she can be tamed and used by me, she'll be a sharp weapon. Notice everyone to catch her. Don't hurt her. I want to talk to her in person. Yes. The white fox said respectfully. What are you looking at? A man in black noticed Xiao Mingyue came up, grabbed her shoulders and questioned her. Xiao Mingyue laughed dryly. I was looking for the toilet. It was like a maze. I got lost while walking. The man in black looked Xiao Mingyue up and down and said, the toilet is over there. You can't go forward. The room in front is not for you to enter. I'm sorry. Xiao Mingyue turned and went in the direction he pointed. What's so special about the private room at the end? Why can't I enter? Is there some important person inside? Damn it, her sense of direction was not very good. She was not lying just now, she was really a little lost and could not find the exit. Not long after Xiao Mingyue walked away, the man in black touched his earphone and his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 401. Wasn't the guy just now wearing a hat and sunglasses? A suspicious figure was seen at the door of room V888. He said something while holding the headset, and then immediately chased after him. Stop! Seeing the man in black chasing after her, Xiao Mingyue's footsteps paused, then immediately quickened her pace. It seemed that she had been discovered. The man in black pinched the headset again. She ran to Area K. At the corner, Xiao Mingyue knocked him unconscious with a knife. The man in black groaned and his body went limp. Xiao Mingyue took off his headset and put it on her own ears, then easily carried the man in black and walked into the men's restroom. The toilet for guests is much better than that for employees. Even the toilet is decorated so luxuriously that if you don't know, you would think it is a banquet hall. Xiao Mingyue locked the man in black in the utility room of the toilet, then walked into the cubicle and disappeared again. Since this skin is no longer usable, I'll change it. This time, I'll dress up as a prostitute. Wash off the black foundation and stubble, put on some light makeup, change into a black dress, wear high-heeled sandals, perm your hair into big waves, and wear black-framed glasses. Xiao Mingyue looked at herself in the mirror. Why didn't she look like a prostitute? Fugui was jumping up and down beside her. He had never seen Xiao Mingyue so beautiful before. He wanted to help, but he made things worse and scattered Xiao Mingyue's cosmetics all over the floor. Fugui, I don't need your help, so don't mess around. Xiao Mingyue left the space and then heard the voice in the headset. Didn't you say he was in Area K? Where is he? Li Si, say something. Why aren't you talking? Brothers, by who said that we must catch her alive and not hurt that woman? Be careful, she is quite skilled, don't let a woman kill her. Ha ha ha, Lao Fan, who the hell are you looking down on? A woman, can she really kill me? 10 of them wouldn't be enough for me to beat, but I'm kind to women and never hit them. Don't be so arrogant. Ah Shan died at her hands. What do you think? Is this true? Xiao Mingyue curled her red lips slightly and sneered. She walked out of the cubicle very naturally, looked at herself in the mirror, and covered the earphones with her hair. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. This headset is really good. Xiao Mingyue turned on the faucet and suddenly heard someone calling on the phone. Hello, it's me. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely do it properly and I promise not to let you down. Don't worry, no matter how hungry anyone is, I won't let you go hungry. Okay, you're right. I'll push them again tomorrow and ask them to be more efficient. Xiao Mingyue looked at the cubicle in confusion. She spoke so nicely, but she was actually in a brothel. She really knew how to have fun. Who is it? At this time, a pot-bellied man walked out of the cubicle. He looked very kind, but his eyes and eyebrows revealed an imperceptible calculation and sinisterness. The combination of the two is very strange. The fat man was stunned when he saw Xiao Mingyue, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman is very charming. This is the men's restroom. Are you here on purpose to run into me? What's your name? I'll definitely call you next time I come. He held his head high, smiling confidently. Xiao Mingyue walked past him in her high heels and said, I call you mother. After saying that, she walked away with a big wave of her hair, leaving the fat man with an ugly look on his face. Chapter 402. With the help of the headset, Xiao Mingyue successfully avoided several searches. After brushing shoulders with the black-clad man again, Xiao Mingyue had already figured out the layout of the brothel. Guards with rifles were standing guard at the entrance to the casino, and everyone who entered had to give a badge. Since Xiao Mingyue wasn't there, she wouldn't go over to avoid arousing suspicion. As for other places, they were restricted areas, strictly guarded by rifle guards who watched passers-by with hawk-like eyes. The only area where Xiao Mingyue could move around was the entertainment area, which was also the prostitution area. The prostitution area was similar to a KTV, but the difference from a KTV was that each private room had a large sex bed. Even the exit of the prostitution area is heavily guarded. No matter whether people are coming in or going out, they must be strictly examined, and prostitutes are not qualified to go out. So strict. Not far away, Xiao Mingyue observed for a long time. What kind of place was this? It was like an airtight cage. No wonder Zhang Hui said that even ghosts couldn't escape. After figuring out the general layout of Fuwo, Xiao Mingyue felt more at ease. Since you can't get out of the main door, there must be a small door, otherwise how are the food and supplies transported in? The guarding of the small door must not be as strict as here. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue immediately returned the same way and went to the staff area to find the exit of the staff passage. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a noise from the earphone, making a crackling sound. 2 seconds later, a voice appeared in the earphone. Miss Xiao Mingyue, you have a good trick. I really admire you. I like smart women. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows and knew that she couldn't hold on for long as she was discovered again. She looked at the surveillance camera in front of her, took off her black-framed glasses, smiled and waved, looking relaxed and contented, without any sense of nervousness about being caught. On the other side, Ge Yi looked at Xiao Mingyue in the surveillance camera, his eyes full of admiration and determination. You've just figured it out. Give up. You can't escape. Why don't we talk? I appreciate talent, and I really don't want you to sell your body. You have greater value. Would you consider it? Xiao Mingyue pinched the headset and said, I just want to ask you, is the person who kidnapped me Luchun? He is indeed my new downline. Ge Yi was very frank. According to the old rules, he could not reveal the news of going offline to anyone, but in order to win over Xiao Mingyue, he was willing to give up Luchun. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue understood in her heart, you bastard, just wait to die. I know you are too powerful to be offended, but I don't want to be a prostitute, let alone work for you. Let me go, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise I will turn your world upside down. Tell me, if a few distinguished guests die in Fuwo, can you still run this place? Ghost laughed. Are you threatening me? You are so brave. I know you have some skills, but you are just a woman. My men are all armed with guns, so don't say such stupid things. Really? What about now? Xiao Mingyue took out a pistol from behind his waist, pulled the gun with one hand, and successfully loaded it. When I passed by the man in black just now, I took the gun I picked up from him. I would rather take it than waste it. Ge Yi's face turned cold. Miss Xiao, if you insist on being ungrateful, I can only get rid of you. It's just a small loss for me, but for you, your life will be gone, and I won't let any of your family members go, so why bother to lose? Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips angrily, her eyes full of murderous intent. Then there's nothing to discuss. What I hate most is when someone threatens me with their family. Her bottom line is her family. There was still room for negotiation, but now I'm sorry, you have crossed my bottom line. When Xiao Mingyue heard the footsteps, he raised his pistol expressionlessly and shot the 3 men in black who were rushing towards him one by one, hitting them right in the middle of their eyebrows with each bullet. The ghost who was watching the surveillance video was furious. He slammed the table and said viciously, Chapter 403. Xiao Mingyue, you will pay the price for your impulsiveness. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows provocatively. If you mess with me, you will pay the price. After saying that, she shot and destroyed the surveillance camera. In the luxurious private room, Ge Yi angrily overturned all the wine on the table, and the women on the bed were so scared that they dared not move. What's her background? How could she use a gun? Damn Luchun, he brought me into such trouble. Bai Hu was sweating profusely. Didn't you say that as long as she's pretty, background doesn't matter? Ge Yi's eyes widened with anger. That can't be a female killer like this. Send someone to notify the guests not to leave the room and kill her immediately. Don't let her continue to kill people. Otherwise, if she hurts that person, we will all die. The white fox looked up in fear. Who is here today? Ghost gritted his teeth and said, What do you think? The white fox nodded repeatedly. I'll go right away. Just as Bai Hu was about to leave, Ge Yi called him back. Wait, after you kill Xiao Mingyue, find someone to bring Luchun here. I'm going to skin him alive. Guy now feels that Luchun did it on purpose. Here, after Xiao Mingyue took away the guns from the 3 men in black, she quickly entered a private room, changed into convenient clothes, tied her hair up, and put on a bulletproof vest. I wanted to live a low-key life and protect myself in the end times, but someone came to my door and threatened me with my family. If I agreed, I would have to work for this group of scum. If I didn't, they would threaten me with my family, and the trouble would be endless. It's easy to guess what those people want to use me for, which is nothing more than some dangerous and murderous actions. Since he is unwilling to let her go and is forcing her to work for him, she can't hide or escape. Instead of doing this, it is better to kill her. Today, she is going to massacre Fuelwo. After leaving the space, Xiao Mingyue heard footsteps. Here they come, to kill her. Let's see whose shooting skills are more accurate. Bang! 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 Xiao Mingyue hid in the dark and killed 4 more people. After taking the gun, she put the empty pistol into the space and replaced it with a gun with a full magazine. This is the fun of picking up boxes. You can get the full equipment by killing a few people. You don't need to change bullets. It's so cool to change guns directly. Wherever Xiao Mingyue went, she would destroy the surveillance cameras there. She destroyed 4 of them along the way. On the other side of the surveillance cameras, Yu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You are useless. You can't even kill a woman. You are a bunch of useless people. After twisting another person's neck, Xiao Mingyue heard the footsteps of many people. The footsteps were a little heavy, and they were holding rifles. I really think highly of her. She definitely couldn't fight head-on by herself, so she could only attack by surprise when the enemy was unprepared. Xiao Mingyue dodged and hid in a private room, which was the one that the first man in black had not allowed her to enter, V888. There was no one in the private room, but as soon as Xiao Mingyue entered, her eyes widened and she froze in place. Wolves! 4 wolves! In the center of the private room there was a very large iron cage with 4 sturdy gray wolves lying inside. Chapter 404. The moment they saw Xiao Mingyue, the 4 wolves stood up, each baring their teeth, looking extremely ferocious, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent, staring at Xiao Mingyue. The wolf was ready to pounce and tear Xiao Mingyue into pieces in the next second. I saw pieces of meat all over the cage. Even though Xiao Mingyue was knowledgeable and experienced, he could not suppress the fear in his heart. There are actually people here raising wolves, and they feed them with human flesh. It is really horrifying. But luckily there was a cage, otherwise she would have been doomed. Xiao Mingyue looked up and observed the surroundings. It seemed that this house was specially used to raise wolves. The sound insulation was very good, and no wolf howling could be heard from outside. There were also 2 surveillance cameras above. Without even thinking about it, she smashed the surveillance camera. The 4 wolves in the iron cage were ready to move. They kept baring their teeth at Xiao Mingyue, growling one after another, and kept attacking the cage, making a series of horrifying muffled noises. Xiao Mingyue was annoyed. Since the surveillance was broken, she directly released Fugui to see who was stronger, the wolf, or the king of the forest. Fugui has never seen a wolf before, so let him broaden his horizons. Fugui was huge, almost as tall as Xiao Mingyue. It was very happy to be out of the space and wanted to roll around and act coquettishly at Xiao Mingyue's feet. Unexpectedly, it saw 4 wolves and became excited instantly. Fugui, they bullied me! Xiao Mingyue pointed at the cage. Fugui put away his smug look and immediately became ferocious, slowly walking towards the cage. Every time his tiger hoof touched the ground, it was full of oppression. The 4 wolves were so arrogant just now, but they whimpered a few times and stopped howling. Instead, they looked at the giant tiger with fear and hid backwards. They were scared. The giant tiger slowly approached, its eyes were cold, and it let out a threatening growl. It walked to the iron cage, walked around it, then let out a loud tiger roar, smashed the iron cage with one palm, and rushed in instantly. Oh my God! Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly widened, and she was in a state of shock. It was too late for her to stop it. Originally, she just wanted Fugui to scare them and make the 4 wolves behave themselves, but she didn't expect Fugui to be so fierce that he broke the cage and rushed in. This scared her a lot. It turned out that wealth and honor were so powerful and terrifying. Is this still the silly tiger who acted like a spoiled brat in front of her? So horrible, so horrible. The giant tiger forced the 4 wolves into a corner. The four wolves no longer had the arrogance they had just now. Instead, they were trembling and curled up in the corner, whimpering like dogs, begging for mercy. The giant tiger stepped on the wolves and stared down at them with a full sense of oppression, as if the giant tiger could bite off their heads in one bite if they dared to resist. The four wolves were completely prostrating themselves on the ground, looking at Fugui pleadingly. The hierarchy in the animal world is so strict that the strong are respected. Fugui raised his front paw and patted a wolf's head. The four wolves behaved like puppies and wagged their tails to please him. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mingyue didn't quite understand. Was he accepting the other as his younger brother? Or was he swearing brotherhood? After a while, Fugui strolled out of the cage with a very arrogant look on his face, and the four wolves followed him obediently. Fugui stopped in front of Xiao Mingyue, rolled over and fell to the ground, pulling at her. Xiao Mingyue understood this tiger too well. It was seeking praise and compliments. Of course, there must be tangible rewards, such as beef jerky or something. Xiao Mingyue laughed out loud, touched its tiger head, then took out 2 bags of beef jerky from the space, tore them open, and fed them to it. The four wolves lay down behind, not daring to show their teeth to Xiao Mingyue, and became much more obedient. Chapter 405. Fugui ate the beef jerky with relish. After he finished it, he turned around and growled at the four wolves. The four wolves crawled over and looked at Xiao Mingyue eagerly. "You want me to feed them beef jerky?" Xiao Mingyue asked Fugui. Fugui blinked and indicated. Yes, serve the beef jerky quickly." Xiao Mingyue. "There is not much beef jerky left. If I had known earlier, I should have bought more when I was stocking up and asked my grandma to bake some beef jerky when I got home." Xiao Mingyue tore open 4 packets, 1 for each wolf, and got everything. After the 4 wolves finished eating the beef jerky, one of them came over and rubbed Xiao Mingyue's calf, which scared her. "What does this mean?" Xiao Mingyue asked Fugui again. Fugui licked his lips and didn't want to pay attention to her anymore. She was so stupid. What else could it mean? It just meant that he recognized her as the boss. Seeing that the 4 wolves were so well behaved, Xiao Mingyue cleared his throat and tentatively pointed with his hand. "Stand up and spin around." The 4 wolves stood up obediently and turned around on the spot. Xiao Mingyue looked at Fugui in surprise. "Do they listen to me?" Fugui rolled his eyes and said, "Just now you realized, silly master." It scratched Xiao Mingyue again, indicating that it wanted to return to its space. Sensing its intention, Xiao Mingyue hesitated. "You want to leave? The cage is broken, they won't bite me, right?" Fugui slapped the wolf. The poor wolf whimpered, crawled over and licked Xiao Mingyue's shoes. "Its meaning is very clear. I have already conquered you, and it is time for me to leave. I am a wealthy man who does good deeds without leaving a name, and I will wave my sleeves without taking a cloud with me." Xiao Mingyue looked at Fugui steadily. She wanted to send this child to the college entrance examination. Except for the fact that he could not speak human language, he was actually smarter than humans. "Oh, you can leave now." As she spoke, Xiao Mingyue put Fugui into the space. After putting Fugui into the space, she crossed her hands in front of her chest and looked at the 4 gray wolves sitting in a row in front of her. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips slowly. With the support of these 4 wolves, her combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. "Then let's have some fun in this happy nest today. We've searched them all, except this one," said a man in black carrying a rifle. The companion immediately wanted to go over. "Let's go in and take a look." The man in black spoke up to stop them. "Hey, you can't just go in here. There's a wolf in there, that guy's pet. What if that woman is hiding in there? She killed so many of our brothers, we can't let her go. Besides, what's wrong with a wolf? We're just going in to take a look, not to kill it." The companions insisted on going. The man in black wanted to stop him, but the door slowly opened and 4 gray wolves slowly walked out. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 men in black, and they arched their bodies, ready to attack. "Wolf, the wolf is out!" The man in black pointed at the door and said in horror. His companion swallowed, stepped back, and raised his gun. The man in black immediately said, "You can't shoot. If we kill the wolf, we won't survive, and it will also implicate Master Gui. This is that person's pet, we can't shoot." The companion cursed. "What should we do if these beasts bite us? We can't resist." The man in black turned around and ran. "Anyway, we can't kill him, So just run quickly, and hide in the room. The companion cursed again and ran away. The 4 wolves jumped out instantly, roaring fiercely, and chased in the direction of the 2 men in black. Chapter 406. The companion ran too slowly and was caught up by 4 wolves. The 4 wolves had eaten human flesh before, and they bit their companions very ferociously. They soon broke their necks and blood flowed all over the ground. The man in black who escaped first hid in a private room and secretly opened a crack in the door. He witnessed his companion being bitten to death by a wolf. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he told everyone through the headset in a trembling voice. Wolves are eating people! Soon someone replied to him. What are you stuttering about, what wolf? The man in black took a deep breath and said, I said the wolves have escaped. They bit CMO to death and are still eating his body. What? How did the wolf get out? The white fox hurriedly ran to find Master Gui. Master Gui, I don't know what happened. The wolves have escaped. If they hurt any of the guests, the consequences will be disastrous. The ghost's pupils trembled. Why would a wolf run out for no reason? The white fox rolled his eyes. Now is not the time to talk about this. Those wolves usually eat human flesh and bite anyone they see. Ghost Master, shoot the wolves to death. We can't cause any more trouble. Some guests have already complained about hearing gunshots. We can only say that this is a safety drill. Guy refused without a second thought. No! Let someone catch it alive and put it in a cage and it will be fine. Ghost Lord! The white fox was very unwilling. Ghost Master grabbed him by the collar and said, Your life and mine are not as valuable as the wolf's. No one can survive if we kill the wolf. Hurry up! Taidan, Goxing area, Suihua, stop eating and come here. Xiao Mingyue walked out of the room leisurely and found that the 4 wolves were not satisfied with biting people to death and were actually eating them. She immediately frowned and ordered them not to eat anymore. By the way, there are exactly 2 males and 2 females among these 4 wolves. Xiao Mingyue gave each of them a name. Not bad, right? There was still blood on the mouths of the 4 wolves. They immediately withdrew and ran towards Xiao Mingyue, standing beside her obediently. The man in black who had managed to hide saw this scene through the crack in the door and was stunned. These 4 ferocious hungry wolves actually listened to this woman. Is she still human? Just as I was about to use the headset to notify everyone, the door was kicked open. A woman and 4 wolves stood at the door, staring at the man in black in the house. The 4 wolves bared their teeth, as if as long as the woman gave the order, they would rush over quickly and tear the man in black into pieces. The man in black retreated repeatedly on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I'm just following orders, don't kill me. Xiao Mingyue said slowly. Give me the gun and the headset, and I will spare your life. The man in black hurriedly took off the gun and headset, put them on the ground and pushed them towards Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue was carrying a heavy rifle. What a good thing. With the one she just had, she now had 2 rifles. Fuelwo was indeed a good place, very fertile. Xiao Mingyue tried the gun and said, By the way, why didn't you fight the wolf just now? The man in black swallowed and said, The wolf is that person's pet. We dare not fight it. From the Ghost Master? No. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyes. Is there someone above Master Gui? Chapter 407. The man in black hummed. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips. So that's how it is. She thought Gui Yu was the boss of Fuelwo, but she didn't expect that the boss was someone else. Who is he? Xiao Mingyue put on the headset with one hand and heard many people talking. She cleared her throat and said, Master Ghost, I will find you, and when I do, I will give you a big gift. As for why I need another headset, it's because the previous one seems to be banned and I can't hear any sound. As soon as Xiao Mingyue spoke, the other men's voices suddenly quieted down. After a while, the white fox's voice came. If I'm not mistaken, you released the wolf. Miss Xiao, do we have to both suffer? Your family is still waiting for you in Huahan community. What do you think will happen if I send someone to kill them now? Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. It has come to the point where it's a fight to the death. What's the point of saying these nonsense? The white fox's tone was sinister. So, you don't care about your family's life or death? Your villa looks nice. I wonder if it can be blown up with explosives? Even if you can go back alive, All you can see are the corpses of your family members. Xiao Mingyue sneered. It doesn't matter. I will let the entire fuel be buried with me. If I die, you all must die too. I mean everyone, including your guests. She sat on the sofa in the private room, stroking Sihua's head. Just now I only killed the man in black, but I didn't touch the guests. If I kill all the guests, do you think the master above Gui Yi can still survive in Pingjing City? The white fox gritted his teeth and said, Man, you are a madman. Yes, didn't Luchun tell you that I am a lunatic and I don't care about my life? Do you want to make a bet to see if I have the ability to destroy this happy home? Xiao Mingyue crossed her legs. Who is afraid of who when it comes to being ruthless? At this moment, it's a competition of who can take risks boldly. She has no scruples. Do they dare? Guy snatched the headset from Baihu's hand and said, You win, I'll let you go, but you have to promise not to kill anyone again. The white fox wanted to say something but was glared at by the ghost master. Xiao Mingyue paused. You want me to let my guard down so you can take advantage of the opportunity to attack me? Ghost was startled, then immediately laughed and said, How is this possible? I don't recognize the real talent. Miss Xiao, if we continue to fight like this, it will be bad for both of us, right? My men have suffered heavy losses, and you will definitely not be able to get out alive, and I will definitely take revenge on your family, so why bother? So let's end it here. I can send someone to take you away and promise not to retaliate. Of course, you have to promise me too. I've been around for so many years and I always keep my word. I admire you very much. We can be considered friends after fighting each other. How about that? Consider it? Xiao Mingyue thought about it and said, Okay. Really? Ghost narrowed his eyes. Why, I've agreed to it, and you don't believe it? Of course I believe it. Miss Xiao is very resourceful, Gui Yi said again. Xiao Mingyue hinted. By the way, these 4 wolves are very obedient and well trained. They bite whoever I tell them to bite. The ghost was shocked. The wolf is in your hands? Yeah, come on, Goshing, call one for Master Gui. Ouch. Hearing the wolf howling from the other side, Gui Ye's face turned extremely ugly. He took a few deep breaths. Ms. Xiao, you don't still want to take the wolf away, do you? Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment. I'm in need of a few guard dogs. Otherwise, what if you guys come knocking on my door when I get home? I'm timid and I'm quite scared. Chapter 408. Guy's face was already darker than the bottom of a pot. You can go, but you can't take the wolf away. Xiao Mingyue smiled sarcastically. Oh? Can I really leave today? Is Ghost Master really going to let me go? Only a fool would believe his words. Do you think she is easy to fool? As long as she leaves this comfortable nest, she will have no bargaining chips in her hands. She will be like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. She might be killed by a sniper rifle before she gets far. And his own family will definitely become the target of Fuelwo's revenge. Xiao Mingyue killed so many people in Fuelwo, all of whom were gangsters. How could she tolerate this? They have been incompatible for a long time. Why is she still acting and treating her as a fool? Guy let go of the headset and slammed his fist on the table. Bitch! Ghost Master's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he tried his best to suppress his inner rage. After a moment he said coldly, This bitch is really hard to fool. Call back all the people who are lying in ambush. No matter what conditions she offers, agree to them first. Don't let her continue to make trouble. If we really alarm that person, you and I will be in trouble. The white fox was very unwilling, but still said, Okay, let her go first. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill her later. The ghost asked, Where is he? He's still in the gold cave. He usually doesn't come here. The white fox said respectfully. That's good. Gui Ye's face was horrifying, but his tone was very kind. He spoke to Xiao Mingyue through the headset again. Miss Xiao, I can't do business with you like this. Before anything goes wrong, you should stop and I won't care about what you did just now. Since you don't trust me, then you can set the conditions. How can we reach a truce? Xiao Mingyue thought for a long time. How about I help you raise wolves, but you have to pay me a salary? Her weakness is obvious, her family. The Xiao family villa cannot be moved, so she must have bargaining chips in her hand. But her bargaining chip is not the wolf. Ms. Xiao, are you kidding me? My patience has its limits, Ghost said angrily. Why do you say that? I'm serious. Are you afraid that your master won't agree? How about I come and talk to him? Why doesn't he come out? Where is he? The ghost was instantly furious. How dare you! I will kill you! He lost his temper and exposed his weaknesses. Xiao Mingyue won this psychological warfare. Xiao Mingyue smiled silently. It seemed that she had guessed right. Ghost Master was very afraid of his master and did not dare to let his master know what happened today. He can't even deal with a woman. How incompetent he is. It makes me look useless, and useless people mean they have no value. When a person is in a high position, there are countless people eyeing his position, so he dare not make mistakes, as many people want to pull him down. Yu was worried that his master would find out, so he condescended to coax her to stop. If Xiao Mingyue stopped today, she would only end up dead in the future. So her bargaining chip is the master behind Xiao Mingyue added fuel to the fire again. If I'm not mistaken, your master is in the restricted area in the southeast, right? Since we can't talk, I'll go talk to him. She also guessed that the security there was the strictest. Xiao Mingyue paused and then said, Maybe he also admires me. After all, I am better than you, not to mention those rubbish under you. I have also thought about it. Instead of working for you, it is better to work for your master. That must be very glorious, but by then, do you think you can still stand in your current position? Hearing this, Guy's cheeks were trembling. You don't even want to have a good talk with me. This has been your plan from the beginning, right? Xiao Mingyue touched his forehead and said, I should be the one asking you this. You guys have no intention of letting me go. I want to live, so this is the only way. You said I should stay at home. Why did you bring me here? It is easier to invite a god than to send him away, don't you understand? Chapter 409. Yi gritted his teeth and said, Damn Luchun, he must be skinned alive. Xiao Mingyue wanted to say something, but saw the four wolves seem to smell something and ran outside at the same time without looking back. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Could it be that the people who came to surround her are coming again? She immediately became alert. Hey, can you hear me, Xiao Mingyue, say something. No matter how much Yi shouted, the other party didn't say a word. He was so angry that he threw the headset on the ground. Bitch, you dare to threaten me, I will. Before he could finish, the door suddenly opened and a sturdy figure walked in. When he saw the man's face, Guy's pupils suddenly trembled. Meng, brother Meng, why are you here? Meng Gu stood in front of him expressionlessly. The scar on his face made his face look more fierce. He stared at Yi for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. Waste! Yi's face turned away, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. His heart skipped a beat. It was over. That person must have known. Brother Meng, this is all a misunderstanding. I will immediately have someone kill that woman. Meng Gu turned his wrist and said, Viper said that this matter is none of your business, and that woman cannot be killed. Yi looked at Meng Gu in astonishment. Can't kill? Why can't I kill him? Could it be that Viper really admires her and wants to recruit her as his subordinate? Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but worry. Meng Ji's eyes widened. Why don't you go ask the venomous snake? I dare not, Yi said immediately. By the way, ask someone to get Luchun here. Yes, I'll send someone right away. Yi was extremely confused. Why did that person want Luchun to come here? And he didn't kill Xiao Mingyue. Did he want to give Luchun as a gift to Xiao Mingyue and let her do whatever she wanted with him? He is now in a state of panic. Be good, you must be hungry, eat slowly. When Xiao Mingyue chased after it, he saw a young man in black squatting on the ground, feeding the wolf with the dried meat in his hand. He has fair skin, bright eyes and a smile like a crescent moon, giving people a youthful and sunny feeling. The young man in black was very patient with the wolves. The four vicious wolves were extremely friendly to him and kept surrounding him. Unlike their obedience in front of Xiao Mingyue, their eyes were full of dependence when they looked at the young man in black. It was like a dog seeing its owner who had not come home for a long time, and it couldn't wait to stick to him and circle around him. There was joy in the wolf's eyes. Xiao Mingyue felt quite strange. Who was he? Could he be Yi's master? As he got closer, Xiao Mingyue found him more and more familiar. The moment she recognized him, her eyes widened. Wasn't this the young man she had saved in the back mountain? Xiao Mingyue cleared her throat. You are the real owner of Fuelwo? At this time, the young man in black stood up and said with a faint smile. Sister, long time no see. Chapter 410. Seeing Xiao Mingyue's puzzled expression, the young man in black explained slowly. Sister, you misunderstood. I'm not the owner. I'm the breeder. Xiao Mingyue looked at the 4 wolves. You raise wolves? No wonder the 4 wolves are so close to you. The young man in black smiled and nodded. My master said that a woman was causing trouble in Fuelwo and had let the wolves out, so he sent me to tame these beasts. We can't let them continue to hurt people. After all, it's not good to hurt the guests. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. Then how do you plan to deal with me, master? The eyes of the young man in black were dark and unclear. He heard everything you said to Master Gui just now. The master asked me to tell you that he apologizes to you on behalf of Master Gui. I hope you can be magnanimous. To show your sincerity, Luchun is on his way. You can do whatever you want with him. Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. Really? You won't kill me? He said that Miss Xiao and the wolf have a connection, which means she has a connection with him. He can't bear to kill someone who has a connection with him. The young man in black paused for a moment and then said, Besides, my sister has done me a favor. I will help you. But Xiao Mingyue was thinking about something else and did not understand the other meaning of this sentence. Xiao Mingyue nodded. By the way, why are you here? The black-clad teenager teased. Are you finally remembering to ask me this? I thought you had forgotten about me. Hearing his slightly blaming tone, Xiao Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. She certainly wanted to know what the master was thinking. Things have to be prioritized. Xiao Mingyue changed the subject. I called the police later, but they said they didn't find you. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, where's your sister? She's very good. I came here to work to support my sister. They all don't want to do the job of raising wolves. Only I dare to do it because I have no choice. Fortunately, the master treats me well. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. By the way, I don't know your name yet, she asked. He was stunned for a moment, then said, Bailey Machin, sister, just call me Machin. Xiao Mingyue's eyes flashed with amazement. It sounds nice, like the name of an ancient person. Bailey Machin smiled. Sister, what about you? Xiao Mingyue, she said. Mingyue, are you hungry? Let me treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. He called her Mingyue naturally. Xiao Mingyue felt a little strange, but she didn't know what to say. Okay. To be honest, Xiao Mingyue felt a little guilty when she heard the words. Life-saving grace. After all, I only fed him a bottle of water and a pack of strawberry sandwich cookies, and the cookies were expired. Is this what you call a simple meal? Xiao Mingyue looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea, and it would be a lie to say she was not surprised. Moreover, red-boned fish alone took up 3 dishes, steamed, fried, and bright red fish balls, which were obviously red-boned fish meat. What a lavish gesture, so lavish in fact, that it made her feel a little strange. Not to mention the other exquisite dishes, which are comparable to the banquets before the apocalypse that cost tens of thousands of yuan per table. With the addition of the red-boned fish, this table of dishes can be described as worth 1,000 gold. Bailey Machin was calm and composed. My master said that my sister finally came here, so we should treat her warmly. But he couldn't spare the time, so I will accompany my sister for dinner. He pulled out a chair and said, Sister, sit down. Xiao Mingyue thanked him and sat down, and asked knowingly, What's that red meat? Just now, she didn't suspect anything, but now, she had to doubt it. Chapter 411. Bailey Machin sat opposite Xiao Mingyue. Red-boned fish, try it. Hearing his answer, Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. To be honest, I'm very curious about the true face of that master. After seeing this meal, Xiao Mingyue confirmed an idea, that is, Bailey Machin was definitely not just a breeder as he said. According to Bailey Machin, he was just a breeder, and it was understandable that he was sent to tame the wolves. But he shouldn't be the one to negotiate with me. He should at least be the confidant of the master, someone with a higher status than Mr. Gui. Even so, he said that the meal was arranged by the master, but his reaction was very indifferent, as if he was used to such banquets. According to his status, he should not have this reaction. Especially the red spinehead fish, it is so precious, but he seems to be used to it. This doesn't make sense. Although he was a teenager and had a smile on his face, he had a cold and perverse air, like a demon, like a wicked man. That kind of arrogance that comes from those in power, looking down on everything, as if he can easily crush everything about you, and then blow away the dust in his hands with interest, wipe it clean with a handkerchief, and still dislike you for dirtying his hands. Xiao Mingyue thought again of the day when she met him in the back mountain. He was lying on the ground seriously injured. Was it really like he said, that he was beaten by a bully? Seeing that he didn't say anything, he elegantly picked up a piece of fish and tasted it carefully. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Luchun was not nervous, as if he hadn't been exposed. Instead, he curled the corners of his lips and said leisurely, "Sister is really smart." He put down his chopsticks and said, "Since sister is so smart, why don't you guess it?" Xiao Mingyue looked at him steadily. "Those 4 wolves are the pets of Master Guy. You are very familiar with wolves, and you are used to such meals. You are not surprised at all to see the red-boned fish, so I think you are very likely the real master of Fuelwell. But you are too young to be able to control such a huge place of entertainment, to have all the gangsters follow your lead, and to manage it in an orderly manner. You should not be a teenager, but at least a middle-aged man with rich experience, at least 30 years old or above." Xiao Mingyue paused, and then said, "So I think you are the confidant of the boss of Fuelwell, or a family member, either is possible. Anyway, your status is higher than that of Guy." After saying that, Xiao Mingyue picked up a fish ball and put it into her mouth. It was tender and juicy. How did this fish ball get made? It was good. Luchun raised his eyebrows slightly. "Young man? Then how old do you think I am?" It turns out that she has always thought of herself as a teenager. Xiao Mingyue thought for a moment. 16? 18? No more, so how old are you? Luchun smiled. 17. Break it in the middle. Xiao Mingyue shrugged indifferently. "We two are kind of friends, now I can finally rest assured, at least I won't die here, right, Mo Chen?" Seeing his reaction, it seems that I guessed his identity correctly. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago. Luchun had many opportunities to do it. Besides, if he really wanted to kill her, there was no need to prepare such a delicious meal. So Xiao Mingyue was almost certain that she was safe. This guy was a good guy, very grateful, and the bottle of well-do was worth it. "Yes, sister will not die. I will protect you." Luchun's eyes were dark and bright. Xiao Mingyue raised the water glass. "Thank you, brother. By the way, do you really have a sister? I knew you were lying to me and wanted me to sympathize with you." Xiao Mingyue muttered again. Luchun chuckled. "Eat more, there are still things to do after eating." Because Luchun has arrived. Chapter 412. In a private room, Luchun looked at the 4 armed men standing around him and swallowed nervously. Luchun smiled flatteringly. "Why did Master Gui ask me to come here? Do you have any instructions?" The 4 big men seemed not to have heard him. Their expressions were as cold as ice, and none of them paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Luchun became even more uneasy. What happened? Why was Gui so anxious to see him? Could it be that the Ghost Lord was so happy when he saw Xiao Mingyue's face that he wanted to reward himself? The more Luchun thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. After all, A-level beauties were rare, and they would definitely create great value for Fuelwell. He rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to the arrival of Ghost Master. In the little dark room, Xin and Yao Xia snuggled together. They were both very scared because someone came in the afternoon and threatened them, saying that anyone who dared to run away would suffer the same fate as Xiao Mingyue. "It's impossible. Sister Mingyue can't be dead. She is very powerful." Xin still couldn't believe what those men said. Yao Xia looked helpless. "How powerful can a girl be? She must have been killed or thrown into a nest of insects. How pitiful! I should have been more lenient with her. She is a manic patient. Why should I bother with a patient?" Xin looked at her and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? What mania? Diao Xiaxia thought of Luchun's words. She promised not to tell anyone, but she couldn't help but say, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. Luchun told me, and he didn't let me tell anyone else. He said Xiao Mingyue has mental problems and suffers from mania. Xinxin's tone was very firm. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Sister Mingyue. She is not sick. Diao Xiaxia said. No, Luchun said she did, and I don't think he was lying. Xinxin thought for a long time and murmured. Why does the name Luchun sound so familiar to me? Who is he? Why is he talking nonsense? He is also a community resettlement worker. You are also in Huahan community. Don't you know him? Diao Xiaxia said. Xinxin looked up suddenly. I remember now, it was him, that scumbag. I heard from some placement workers that when he went to the blind date conference, he threw dirty water on Sister Wenjing in the car, and then was beaten by Sister Mingyue. A scumbag is a scumbag. Not only does he not repent, but he also holds a grudge and even destroys Sister Mingyue's reputation behind her back. I think he is sick, a mentally retarded person. Xinxin was very angry. Diao Xiaxia was stunned. I thought he was okay. Did he lie to me? Xinxin was about to burst into swear words. Fuck it, don't be fooled by the scumbag's disguise. Do you know what he said about Sister Wenjing? It was so ugly. We all know about this. You just came to Huahan community. You will know if you ask around. Luchun has a very bad reputation. Diao Xiaxia pouted. How dare he lie to me? Wait till I get back and see how I'll teach him a lesson. Xinxin's spirit immediately weakened. Can we still go back? Diao Xiaxia's arrogance also disappeared, she sighed. What should I do? Xinxin muttered to herself. Sister Mingyue, help me, where are you? She seemed to suddenly remember something and looked up. By the way, do you remember what she said before? Xinxin pointed at Zhang Hui. What? Diao Xiaxia asked. Xinxin bit her lip and said, She said that some kidnappers work in the community. They use tranquilizer guns to tie up Sister Mingyue. They must have been targeting her for a long time. Don't forget that Sister Mingyue beat Luchun. Luchun has always held a grudge, so it is possible that he deliberately took revenge. Otherwise, how would these bad guys know that Sister Mingyue is not easy to deal with and use a tranquilizer gun? Diao Xiaxia's mind was a little confused. What do you mean? What I mean is that the kidnapper who kidnapped us is Luchun, Xinxin said bluntly. Diao Xiaxia's eyes widened. I didn't offend him. Xinxin continued to analyze the situation for her. Think about it, Sister Mingyue was captured using anesthetics, and I was captured while walking down the street, so it might have been just a coincidence. It was even easier for you. You were the one who stopped the van and got caught. So their original target was only Sister Mingyue. We were just unlucky to be robbed. Diao Xiaxia's brain suddenly froze. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. You can understand it this way. It's all Luchun's fault. We were harmed by him, Xinxin said again. Chapter 413. Diao Xiaxia was immediately so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Luchun, a scumbag with a beastly heart, how could I trust him so much? The two of them covered their hungry stomachs, and later they didn't even have the energy to curse. Zhang Hui took a sip of water. I advise you to give up the idea of running away. Those who run away will die miserably. It's a pity that A-level just can't figure it out. If she were still alive, she would definitely live a life of luxury. Xinxin immediately said. Impossible, Sister Mingyue will never die. Zhang Hui was picking at her nails out of boredom. There are only two possibilities, either death or being tortured to death. Which one do you think your Sister Mingyue is? You. Xinxin snorted coldly and stopped talking. At this time, someone spoke cautiously. Sister Zhang Hui, can every lady eat the same meals as before the high temperature? I'm very hungry, I want to. Before the day had even passed, she couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Hui looked at her and said, You want to be a lady? Of course, there's no need to wait until 3 days later. The sooner you accept your fate, the sooner you can enjoy it. Just go and call someone. You can also have a sumptuous opening dinner. Wang Mei, you have no bottom line. The friends next to her were disappointed. The person called Wang Mei immediately choked back. Is it wrong that I just want to live? Then her voice became tearful. Is it wrong for me to just want to live? My parents died in the flood. My sister and I depended on each other and fled here with our relatives. We can't even eat fried toothworms. My cousin always takes them away from us, and we get bullied. I stay here so I can at least have a full meal. Zhang Hui seemed to be used to hearing this, and still had no expression. Sisters here will take care of each other. You can take your sister over and hide her in the dormitory, but you have to give her half of her food. Wang Mei stopped sobbing and asked expectantly, Is it okay? Okay, I know if you guys ask them for help, but you have to sleep with them. Zhang Hui spoke very directly. As he spoke, Zhang Hui patted his butt, stood up, and walked to the door to call for help. At this time, the iron gate was opened. Zhang Hui's eyes widened when she saw the person coming. You're not dead? Xiao Mingyue walked in slowly, ignoring Zhang Hui, looking for Yu Xinxin. Xinxin, let's go. Zhang Hui was not angry. Instead, she looked at the two men outside the door. They were newly sent to guard the place, and they seemed very respectful to Xiao Mingyue. What means did Xiao Mingyue use to escape from Fuelwo safely? Xinxin was extremely surprised and ran over to throw herself on Xiao Mingyue. Sister Mingyue, I knew you were still alive! Diao Xia also came over shyly. Xiao Mingyue, I want to leave too. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the girls in the small dark room, and those girls also raised their heads to look at her. What about you? The girls looked struggling and didn't say anything. The person who had just accused Wang Mei opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue understood and said no more. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Since they have chosen Fuelwo, it means they are not living well in the outside world. It is better for them to stay here. Perhaps this is a better destination for them. No one likes to be a prostitute, and no one is willing to be in such a low position. It is just the way the world is, and we are forced to do so. Xiao Mingyue took Yu Xinxin and Diao Xia away. Looking at the backs of the three people, Zhang Hui's eyes were slightly hot. She smiled self-deprecatingly, and then returned to her normal state. Since all the sisters have figured it out, we don't have to suffer in the small dark room anymore. Welcome to Fuelwo. Xinxin looked at the two men in black leading the way and whispered. Sister Mingyue, you are amazing. How did you do it? I know you are amazing. Shall we go home now? Xiao Mingyue sneered. No hurry, get your revenge first. Xinxin and Diao Xia looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. Chapter 414. By the way, Sister Mingyue, we just analyzed it and found that the person who kidnapped you is most likely Luchun, Xinxin said solemnly. Xiao Mingyue's reaction was not as surprised as Xinxin thought. Instead, she said calmly, I already know it's him. Xinxin was a little surprised. You know? It's really him. He even told Sister Xia that you are a manic mental patient, you little bastard. Xiao Mingyue almost doubted her own ears. He said I have mania? Xinxin nodded. Yes, if you don't believe me, ask Sister Xia. Diao Xia nodded vigorously. He said it. That scumbag has caused me so much trouble. It's all his fault. When I see him again, I will slap him to death. Diao Xia was so angry that she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but make gestures. Xiao Mingyue found it very funny. Do you think I have mania? Diao Xia shook her head and said truthfully. No, I think you are smarter than me. Just a little? Xiao Mingyue asked back. Diao Xia? Xiao Mingyue's eyes deepened. You have a chance to beat him now, Luchun is already here. He's in the fuller's nest? Xiao Mingyue hummed, and said word by word. Yes, he must die. Diao Xia shrank her neck. Why did she feel a chill on the back of her head? Xinxin hesitated to speak. She really wanted to know what happened during the afternoon when Sister Mingyue was out. Why would these vicious bad guys listen to Sister Mingyue? But since she didn't say anything, she didn't dare to ask. Ghost Lord, why are you looking at me like that? Luchun stood awkwardly, feeling very nervous. In the empty room, the light was dim. Ge Yi and Bai Hu were sitting on the sofa, and a row of men in black were standing behind the sofa. Ge Yi had a gloomy face and his eyes were full of murderous intent. His cheek was still aching. Xiao Mingyue could not move, and so many brothers died, causing him to be scolded by Brother Ming. The instigator of all this is Luchun. He now wished he could skin him alive, but he couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Ge Yi became extremely furious. Bai Hu's expression was not looking good either. There were many worries hidden under his feminine face. He had captured that woman Xiao Mingyue with his own hands, and he had injected the anesthetic. Would he be implicated? Guy narrowed his eyes. Luchun, you are really great. Luchun was delighted and said with a flattering smile. Master Gui, I said that Xiao Mingyue is a top-notch bitch. Are you satisfied? Ghost Master laughed coldly. Satisfied? I am really very satisfied. Luchun rolled his eyes and said greedily. You called me here to give me some reward? After all, there are not many A-level women. I will definitely work hard for Fuelwo in the future. Those disaster victims are willing to do anything to make a living. The ghost was furious and threw a cup at Luchun, hitting him right in the face. How dare you ask me for a reward? You almost got me hurt. Luchun covered his face and screamed, not knowing why Ghost Master suddenly got angry. Mr. Ghost, what do you mean? Luchun felt inexplicably panicked. At this moment, the door of the room was opened and everyone looked inside. The two men in black made a gesture to invite them in, and Xiao Mingyue walked in slowly, followed by Xinxin and Yao Xiaxia. Chapter 415. After the three people came in, the two men in black closed the door. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. He looked like he had seen a ghost. What was going on? Mr. Gui, we finally meet. Xiao Mingyue's tone was meaningful. Mr. Gui stood up and laughed dryly. It's all a misunderstanding, Miss Xiao. You too, if you had told me earlier that you were his friend, I would have treated you as a guest of honor. We can be considered as friends who did not know each other until we fought. Miss Xiao is very magnanimous. This matter. Ge Yi paused at just the right moment, his eyes full of shrewdness. Xiao Mingyue didn't bother with him. What are you talking about, Master Ge? This matter has nothing to do with you. There is someone else who harmed us, isn't it? Hearing this, Guy finally felt relieved and laughed. Miss Xiao is straightforward, truly a heroine. I still say the same thing, I admire you very much. Bai Hu also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Ghost Master was fine, he would naturally not be implicated. However, now that things had come to this, someone had to take all the blame. The white fox glanced at Luchun, who was still in a daze, and a hint of gloating flashed in his eyes. It's my honor to be appreciated by Mr. Gui, Xiao Mingyue said politely. He is an old fox after all. When the two of them were talking, he was furious and wanted to kill her, but now he is trying to get close to her with a smile on his face. He is really flexible and not simple. Lu Chen's eyes were dull. Ghost Master, what's going on? Why are they here? What do you mean by no fight, no acquaintance? Whose friend is she? She's just a bitch. Why is Guy so polite to her? What are they talking about? Why can't he understand? Also, why is Diao Xiaxia here? Luchun was full of doubts. Xiao Mingyue glanced at him coldly, but Luchun was too guilty to look directly at her. What a coincidence, Luchun! Are you surprised to see me? It's amazing that you even thought of using anesthetics to anesthetize me first. You're really thoughtful, Xiao Mingyue said softly. Luchun felt more and more guilty. He made up his mind and straightened his back. I kidnapped you, so what? You don't know what's good for you. Now that you've arrived at Fuelwo, just stay here honestly. I can still give you a bowl of rice. You'd better give up the idea of running away, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Hearing this, before Xiao Mingyue could say anything, Xinxin pouted. What a cheap man! Diao Xiaxia was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and slapped him twice. You scumbag, you've ruined me so much! I actually believed you were a good person. Luchun pushed Diao Xiaxia away and said, What are you crazy about? Why are you here? Why am I here? If you hadn't brought Xiao Mingyue with you, would I have been brought here? Diao Xiaxia staggered and tried to rush over, but was grabbed by Xiao Mingyue. Okay, you can't beat him. Bai Hu glanced at Diao Xiaxia. She was telling the truth. This brainless woman was indeed kidnapped by him. Luchun didn't have time to deal with Diao Xiaxia. He looked at Ge Yi and asked, Master Ghost, what do you mean? Did you call me here just to let this bitch humiliate me? If you do this again, I won't do anything for you. Ghost didn't bother to even give him a look. Why bother with a dying man? Miss Xiao, he is now in your hands. You can do whatever you want with him. Luchun looked at Gei in disbelief. Disposal? What do you mean? I quit. People around him looked at Luchun as if he was a fool. Is he an idiot? Can't he see it now? Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly and said loudly. Taidan Goxing area, Tsihua, come in. Under Luchun's shocked gaze, a man in black walked in with 4 wolves. The 4 wolves were all handcuffed, so there was no need to worry that they would suddenly hurt people. Chapter 416. Diao Xia Xia exclaimed. What a vicious dog. Xinxin looked at it again and again. Is this a dog? It doesn't look like one. It looks so weird. Xiao Mingyue squatted down and loosened the iron handcuffs that controlled them one by one. This isn't a dog, it's a wolf. Isn't it cute? Everyone in the room stepped back in unison. Each one of them was so frightened that they wished they could jump to the ceiling. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue said, You all should go out first. This is the grudge between me and Luchun. After all, the scene that follows will be very bloody, so don't scare others. Those people ran out as if they were running for their lives. Luchun also wanted to run, but was kicked back by a man in black, who also considerately closed the door. In the dark room, there were only 2 people and 4 wolves. In the darkness, the wolves' eyes were extremely bright, so bright that it was frightening. Luchun's knees went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. He finally realized that this woman was trying to kill him. Wasn't this bitch supposed to be a prostitute? How could this happen? What happened? You, who are you? What's your background? Why would Ghost listen to you? Luchun leaned his back against the door, not daring to move. Because 4 wolves were staring at him, he walked slowly towards him, baring their teeth ferociously, ready to attack, just waiting for Xiao Mingyue's order. Luchun felt like his scalp was about to explode. Xiao Mingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest. Didn't you hear what Master Gui said? We are friends. Luchun, you should never, ever plot against me, and use such a vicious method. I have always been a man who takes revenge when I have revenge, and I take vengeance when I have grievances. You want me to be a prostitute, so I will feed you to the wolves. Is that fair? You want the wolf to bite me to death? Luchun said in disbelief. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Yes. No, you can't kill me. How can you kill someone? I don't want to kill you. Killing is against the law. Luchun's face looked extremely gray. Xiao Mingyue sneered. You didn't want to kill me, you wanted to make my life worse than death, so between the 2 of us, I'm still the kinder one. I can't help it, as a woman, I'm just too soft-hearted. Luchun was choked hard, and his eyes widened like bells. His whole body was shaking violently. He finally realized the seriousness of the situation and kept kowtowing. I was wrong, Xiao Mingyue. I was just impulsive at the time and my heart was blinded by greed. Now I really regret it. I'm so glad to see that you are okay. Please forgive me. We live in the same neighborhood and your mother and I are colleagues. Give me a chance. I promise to stay away from you and never mess with you again. I will do whatever you asked me to do and work like a slave for you. I don't want to die. I still have a family. Luchun knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. He really regretted that he didn't know Xiao Mingyue's background and didn't know that she was related to the people in Fuelwo. I originally thought that Xiao Mingyue was just an ordinary person, and that she lived so well because of her mother's relationship with her. I didn't expect that the Xiao family had such a strong background. If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked such a person even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Mingyue felt extremely disgusted when she saw him crying. He was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and he accidentally hit a wall. When Luchun bullied innocent victims, his face was extremely vicious. Xiao Mingyue was impatient. That's enough. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Since you regret it, be careful in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of Luchun's terrified eyes, 4 wolves bared their fangs and quickly rushed towards him. The people outside the door listened to the endless screams from inside the house, and their faces turned pale in unison. In the past, people who made mistakes would be thrown into wolf cages and bitten to death by wolves, but this was the first time I heard it so closely with my own ears. That woman is a tough character. I don't know what the ghost is thinking. You heard it all, right? Be careful next time, or you'll die without knowing how. Yes, said the men in black. Chapter 4:17. Shinshin looked pleased. You deserve it! Diao Xia huddled behind Xian. Isn't this too cruel? We can just teach him a lesson. Being bitten to death by a wolf is too scary. Shinshin looked at him as if he was a fool. Do you know what would happen to us if we didn't have Sister Mingyue? We would become prostitutes, be toyed with by others, and then die in some corner. And you still feel pity for Luchun? Diao Xia wanted to refute something, but Shinshin said with a straight face. Okay, living Buddha, don't say this in front of Sister Mingyue, otherwise she will definitely hate you and maybe even leave you here. Diao Xia shuddered. I won't say it, don't leave me here. Shinshin snorted, then looked at the white fox, her expression becoming even uglier. You are the one who kidnapped us. In the past, you would be a human trafficker and should be shot. When she said this, Shinshin's teeth were almost broken. The white fox's expression was indifferent. You are lucky. Shinshin opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just endured it. These people seemed to be afraid of Sister Mingyue. She was only benefiting from Sister Mingyue. It would be better not to anger them. Shinshin cursed several times in her heart, and then she felt much better. After a while, Xiao Mingyue opened the door and walked out. The moment the door opened, the smell of blood hit me in the face, making me frown. Shinshin hurried over and asked, Dead? Xiao Mingyue responded, You can go home now. Shinshin showed a happy expression. It's what they deserve. The bad guys deserve to be bitten to death by the wolves. Her indiscriminate attack made the people in black around her twitch their lips, especially Baihu. He felt that this woman was trying to touch him, but she didn't dare to say it to his face. Since the matter has been resolved, it has nothing to do with me. Miss Xiao, please be careful on your way back, Ge Yi said politely. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Thank you. Just as Guy was about to leave, he remembered something important. Oh, those guns. Don't worry, I gave it all to him. Speaking of this, Xiao Mingyue felt heartbroken. Bailey Machun was so stingy that he even wanted to take the gun back. But she took out all the bullets, nearly 100 rounds, so it wasn't a complete loss. Ge Yi understood who she was talking about. Since the gun did not fall into the hands of outsiders, he felt relieved and did not make a big mistake. Ghost Master and White Fox retreated quickly, leaving behind a few men in black. Ms. Xiao, are you still taking the wolf away? Asked one of the men in black. Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. No, a wolf is not a dog, how can it be so easy to raise it? She said she wanted to raise wolves, but she was just kidding. Wolves have big appetites, and they need to eat a lot of meat in a day. Besides, there are 4 of them, where can I get so much meat for them? It's not troublesome enough to keep it at home. The man in black gestured. Please, the car has been arranged. Xiao Mingyue and the other 2 left Fuelwo and got on the car to go home. The moment they saw the vast sky outside, they felt like they were dreaming. Where is this, the north? Xiao Mingyue looked at the driver. The driver paused as he started the car. Yes, Miss Xiao. Xiao Mingyue looked out the window and smiled without saying a word. It turned out that Fuelwo was really in the north. She had had a vague guess early on that the north had become chaotic so quickly, there must be someone stirring up trouble. As for who it is obvious. Chapter 4:18. Gold Cave. The person has left? In an extremely luxurious room, Bailey Machun lazily leaned on the sofa, shaking the brandy in his hand. Ah Meng stood on one side with an expressionless face. Ge Yi, who was standing opposite him, had his heart pounding wildly. Every time he came to the Gold Cave, he felt short of breath because the feeling of oppression was too strong. They left. 3 of them left together. The man in black reported. Guy pulled the corner of his mouth. That Luchun is dead. Miss Xiao let the wolf bite him to death. Bailey Machun took a sip of wine and said, He died already? That's a good thing for him. Yes. Bailey Machun raised his eyes. Do you know where you went wrong? The ghost was startled and said tremblingly. I don't know, Miss Xiao. Bailey Machun's eyes darkened a little. No, you are wrong because you are too useless. Xiao Mingyue, a woman, was able to kill 7 of your men in Fuel, and she almost took away your gun. You are useless. He changed the subject. But luckily you're a loser. If she died, you'd have to die too. Yu was sweating profusely. Yes, you are right. I will definitely learn from my mistakes and will never make the same mistake again. So should he be glad that he didn't kill Xiao Mingyue? Bailey Machin drank the wine in the cup. By the way, who went to capture Xiao Mingyue? I heard that one of his men was killed as well. The White Fox whispered. It's me. Bailey Machin picked up the black and gold pistol on the table, pointed it at Baihu's forehead, and shot him dead with one shot. The White Fox was dead, its body limp on the ground, and was dragged out by the man in black at the door. Yu was frightened and became more nervous and afraid. It's better to let such a waste die. You know she is not a simple person but still want to catch her. What a brainless person. Bailey Machin threw the gun on the table. Ghost Master immediately agreed. Yes, he didn't use his wits when arresting people, he deserves to die. Bailey Machin waved his hand and said, Go down, there is nothing for you to do here. Yi felt relieved after leaving the gold cave, but he found that his palms were full of cold sweat. He was really unlucky. Meng didn't understand Viper's behavior. Viper, why are you protecting that woman? Bailey Machin did not speak, but instead looked at Xiao Mingyue's figure on the big screen. After a long while he spoke. Meng, where do you think she got the clothes to change? She even changed her makeup. Bailey Machin's pair of peach blossom eyes were smiling and full of interest. Meng was stunned by the question. Maybe it's a prostitute's dress. At this time, a man in black came over. Viper phone call. Bailey Machin pressed the answer button, and a charming female voice sounded from the other side. Dear brother, I'm in Pingjing City. Are you surprised? Today is our birthday. I came here specially to celebrate your birthday. Happy 26th birthday. Bailey Machin's face quickly darkened. Get lost! He quickly hung up the phone. Meng no longer cared why the poisonous snake was protecting Xiao Mingyue, because that woman actually came. That vicious woman was frightening just thinking about her. Bailey Anren on the other side was stunned, and her bright features were filled with anger. Asshole, how dare you hang up on me? I'm your sister! Chapter 419. Not only are they my biological sisters, they are also twins, a boy and a girl. The Xiao family is in chaos at this moment, because Xiao Mingyue has been missing for a day and a night, and no one knows where she is. Everyone came to the Xiao family villa, including the eldest uncle's family, the second uncle's family, the aunt, and the whole family. Everyone's face was very ugly, anxious, uneasy, and afraid. They didn't dare to think about it. With the current social security in such chaos, something must have happened to Xiao Mingyue, but no one dared to say it. At this time, Zhao's father and mother came back from outside, and everyone stood up, hoping to hear good news. What did Director Wei say? Is there any news? Has Mingyue been found? Tell me now! Grandma grabbed Xiao Ma's arm and her eyes were swollen from crying. Zhao's mother shed 2 lines of tears. Director Wei said that the police are already looking for him, but they haven't found him yet. He said he would notify me as soon as he finds him. But there is no surveillance in the community, and with so many disaster victims, it is difficult to find someone, let alone a missing person. Mother Xiao was afraid that something might have happened to her daughter. Where was she? Was she still alive? If she was alive, why didn't she contact her family? Mother Xiao didn't dare to think about it anymore. If she continued to think about it, she would definitely go crazy. Father Xiao seemed to have aged several years. Where is my child? Grandma's legs went weak. How could this be? Mingyue is such a good child. There's no way she wouldn't go home. Even if something happened, she would call her family to let them know she's safe. How could she be silent all this time? Hurry up and check your phone. Is Mingyue calling? Maybe you didn't hear it. Hurry and check. Zhao's mother shook her head. No. Grandma was completely desperate. She burst into tears despite her old age. My Mingyue, please don't get into any trouble. God, come to me if you have any trouble. Don't hurt my Mingyue. I beg you, who wants to harm Mingyue? I'll give you my life, please don't hurt the child. Hearing Grandma's crying, everyone in the family was very sad. My eldest aunt and second aunt hurried to help her. My aunt's eyes were also swollen from crying, like walnuts. My cousin is so powerful and she has a gun, nothing will happen to her, Jiang Zhuang shouted. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists. Yes, Minghua must have been delayed by something, maybe she lost her phone, don't think too much about it. The eldest uncle quickly agreed. Yes, Minghua will kill people, and she has a gun. Even if she encounters a bad guy, the bad guy will definitely die. But she is a girl after all. How much can she do? What if there are dozens of men on the other side? What if they are all carrying guns? I hope nothing happens. My aunt wiped her tears. When Grandma heard what her aunt said, she couldn't stand the shock and fainted immediately. Now the scene became even more chaotic. The uncle pointed at the aunt and scolded. What are you saying in front of my mother? You did it on purpose. My aunt was also frightened and hurried to explain. No, I was also worried about Mingyue. I said the wrong thing because my brain was agitated. Sister and brother-in-law, Mingyue is a lucky person. She will be fine. She regretted it so much, and everyone was afraid, but she shouldn't say it out loud. Father Zhao's fingertips were trembling. I'll go find it. Where are you going to look? We've looked everywhere. Zhao's mother asked, crying. Father Xiao didn't look back. I must have missed something. If I can't find Mingyue, I won't come back. Grandpa sighed deeply and said, Hurry up and help the old woman upstairs. Grandpa never believed in ghosts and gods, but now he put his hands together, and his old hands were full of crisscrossing wrinkles. I pray to Guanyin Bodhisattva, please let my Mingyue be safe and sound. I pray to Guanyin Bodhisattva, please let my Mingyue return home soon. Grandpa murmured. Chapter 420. Xiao Mingyue and a few others were sitting in the car on their way home, and the scenery along the way made them feel very heavy. What Xiao Ma said was right. There was indeed a large-scale migration in the north. There were many victims on the road. They were all skinny and ragged, like refugees fleeing famine. Because the government divided the road into two halves, one half was for the relocation of disaster victims and the other half was for traffic, and the middle was blocked by barbed wire, Xiao Mingyue and his companions did not encounter much hindrance. Diao Xia looked at the disaster victims outside the window and said with a sad heart, Where are they going? So pitiful. Xiao Mingyue closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Diao Xia opened the car window, which was already halfway down. As the car passed by, many disaster victims were looking over here. Seeing the car windows open, their eyes stared even more intently, like ghosts in hell looking up at the human world, praying for a little salvation. Beauty, please give us a ride. I'll do anything for you. Someone begged. Help us rich people, I'm so hungry. Some people were angry. Stop the car. You rich bastards, we walked so hard, what right do you have to take the car? Some people complained. Why don't they get killed in a car accident? Kill them all, kill them all. Someone picked up a stone and threw it at me, but luckily it didn't hit me. Xiao Mingyue heard the noise and shouted. Close the windows! Diao Xia was startled and quickly closed the car window. She looked at Xiao Mingyue cautiously, not knowing what she had done wrong again. The black vehicle sped past, leaving the victims far behind. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. You guys from the Diao family really don't have half a brain. Diao Xia lowered her head, feeling extremely aggrieved. She wanted to retort, but since Xiao Mingyue had saved her, she decided not to say anything to avoid being scolded again. Seeing the awkward situation, Xinxin came out to smooth things over. Sister Xia, the disaster victims are indeed pitiful, but think about it, if you were a disaster victim, you had to work hard to walk and escape, you couldn't even eat, and you suffered so much, but someone else was able to ride in a car and enjoy a good life, wouldn't you feel unbalanced? You open the window, and they see you and get angrier. Everyone has a hatred of the rich. Since we are in the car, we have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if we anger those people, they will throw things at the car. It's very dangerous. Our car is moving. If they really smash things, we will flip over if we are not careful. Diao Xia bit her lip and said in surprise. It's just a ride, why should they be angry? I didn't ride in their car. Xinxin sighed softly and said tactfully. Sister Xia, you should be more low-key in the future. In fact, Xinshin wants to say, don't be too flashy, from makeup to clothes, everything is so exquisite. This is no longer the world before the high temperature. Being too flashy will only make people hate you. Diao Xia said, oh, and stopped talking. Xiao Mingyue pinched her brows and said, by the way, you can't tell anyone about what happened in the past 2 days when you go back, especially your experience in Fuelwell. Don't even mention the 3 words Fuelwell. If others ask, just say you got lost nearby and don't know anything. Do you understand? As soon as Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, the driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror and then continued to concentrate on driving. Xinshin nodded quickly. I know, I won't tell anyone. If anyone keeps asking, I'll play dumb. I'm really good at playing dumb. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. Xinshin, what a silly girl. Diao Xia also nodded and asked curiously, what will happen if I tell you? Xiao Mingyue glanced at her and said, she will die. Chapter 421. Diao Xia quickly covered her mouth and said, I won't tell you, even if you kill me. Don't tell anyone about what happened in Fuelwell. Xiao Mingyue propped her head up with her hands and continued to take a nap. I guess I won't die, but as for the 2 of them, I'm not sure. Xinshin and Diao Xia were originally brought out by me. It was already very good that Fuelwell let them go. If they dared to speak nonsense after leaving Fuelwell, they would definitely be silenced for being so ignorant. Although Xiao Mingyue had saved Bailey Machin, no matter how great the favor was, it would only be even if she paid it back once. Don't forget that the people in Fuelwell are not good people. They are doing a deadly business. Profits are the most important thing. Morality and morality are bullshit in their eyes. Moreover, Bailey Machin is not simple. Don't be fooled by the fact that he calls you sister all the time and looks very innocent. He must have taken more than 2 or 3 lives, otherwise how could he be standing in his current position? He must have fought his way to where he is, stepping on the skeletons of countless people. Those 4 wolves were fed with human flesh, which was extremely cruel. Moreover, each of them was fat and strong, with shiny hair, and you could tell at a glance how much human flesh they had eaten. She was lucky this time, but who knows what will happen next time. Xiao Mingyue is just an ordinary citizen who just wants to survive the end of the world safely. She doesn't want to have anything to do with these people, especially Fuelwell and Bailey Machin. The farther away from them, the better. Don't forget the first time they met, Bailey Machin was seriously injured, and it happened to be a few days after the terrorists attacked Huahan community. So how did he get injured? It's terrifying when you think about it. They were able to stir up such a big storm under the nose of the government. How could Xiao Mingyue resist? She had so many family members, she could not afford to offend them but could avoid them. If you don't have the ability to save all sentient beings, just be prudent and protect yourself, and don't overestimate your abilities. Speaking of her family, she should report her safety to them. She hasn't been home for a day and a night, and her family must be very worried. But when Fuelwell was arresting people, they just threw their cell phones on the road. Forget it, I will report safety when I get home anyway. I will be home soon anyway. I just need to get a phone card and buy a cell phone, which is troublesome. Just as Xiao Mingyue was thinking about what to do when she got home, the car slowly stopped. Ms. Xiao, please wait a moment. I need to pass the card, the driver said respectfully. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay. Ever since the chaos in the north, the government has set up many checkpoints on the road from the north to the south to carry out layer-by-layer inspections to ensure safety. Not only vehicles have to go through checkpoints, but also refugees fleeing the disaster have to go through checkpoints, have their identities verified, and check for criminal records before they can continue to move forward. This is to screen out criminals. Only disaster victims with clean records can be resettled in safe communities. There was a long queue of disaster victims, but there was no need for vehicles on the lane. However, there were several cars in front of the car Xiao Mingyue was in, and they were being checked one by one. All he had to do was wait for a while. Xiao Mingyue held her chin with one hand and looked out the window boredly, when she suddenly noticed several familiar faces. Wow! Isn't this grandma and uncle? They are really fleeing. Having not seen them for almost a year, Xiao Mingyue almost didn't recognize them. They were really horrible. Grandma was thinner than the last time I saw her, her back was more hunched, her hair was completely white, she was hunched over, she was black and dirty, and her teeth were almost all gone. She was carrying a lot of luggage, which slowed down her pace. They were called luggage, but in fact they were just some torn quilts and dishes. The quilts were like a small mountain, which made it difficult for her to breathe. The uncle scolded. "Hurry up, you old fool! There's a queue waiting for you. You're so slow." Chapter 422. The uncle was light and took nothing. He was cursing and his temper became even more violent. He cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. "Having to vent your bad emotions on your own mother, your life must be miserable, right?" The aunt and Xiao Huanhuan were each carrying a thermos, and both looked impatient. Of course, this impatience was directed at Grandma. Xiao Huanhuan complained. "Grandma, hurry up. You just keep dragging us down. If we can't get a resettlement house here, we'll have to move south. By then, we won't take you with us. You'll have to fend for yourself." Although the aunt didn't say anything, she was also very disgusted. She looked at Grandma as if she was a dirty thing. "Here I come." Grandma jogged a few times with difficulty, trying to keep up with their pace. The mountain of bedding swayed on her body, as if it would fall down at any second. Grandma didn't hold on tightly, and the quilt, whose color could no longer be seen, fell down and landed in the small mud ditch next to her. "Ah!" Xiao Huanhuan screamed. "You old fool, why don't you just die? This is my favorite quilt, you have to compensate me." She pointed at her grandmother, who was at a loss, and slapped her on the head. "Huanhuan, I didn't mean it." Grandma staggered and sat on the ground, with all the bedding on her body scattered and falling all over the floor. The old lady hurried over, not to help Grandma, but to save the quilt. If the quilt was wet with dirty water, how could she cover herself with it at night? While grabbing the quilt, the old lady scolded in a vicious tone. "You fell down when I asked you to grab a few quilts. What else can you do? You can't do anything and you have nothing left. I really owe you in my previous life. Hurry up and get up." A kind-hearted lady nearby couldn't stand it anymore and said, "How can your family treat an elderly person like this? This is too unfilial." "That's right, what kind of person is this? As a son, he doesn't take anything and lets his mother carry the quilt. He is obviously an unfilial son. Those two women are not good people either." They beat and scolded the old man without any manners. Hearing the whispers of people around her, Grandma's cloudy and dull eyes trembled, and she burst into tears. She looked so pitiful, just a lonely old lady being bullied by her son and daughter-in-law. The old lady immediately glared at the man who spoke. "What are you talking about? What does our family's affairs have to do with you? You are showing off, bah!" After saying that, she even spat. The kind-hearted auntie was not to be trifled with. "We have all seen this coming. You two are black-hearted. Your daughter is also black-hearted. You bullied the old lady to death. The words you used were dirtier than a stinking ditch. Aren't you afraid of retribution? I think they just dislike this old woman. They want to torture her to death so that they don't have to keep her around anymore. They have such vicious hearts," another person said quietly. Xiao Huanhuan rolled his eyes and said, "Mind your own business. You are the only one who is filial and has a conscience. Take her away and be filial to her. Take her away, take her away." The old lady also agreed. "That's right, just take it away. It's easy for you to talk without any pain in your back. Why are you pretending to be a good person? I think you have no good intentions." "What did you say? How dare you talk to my mother like that? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death." "Say it again." The aunt's two sons stood up, protecting their mother, with stern faces and not letting the aunt get close. Chapter 423. Ouch. The old lady was so scared that she hid backwards. It was really a ghost. Her expression was terrifying. Xiao Huanhuan didn't dare to say anything. The uncle felt ashamed and dragged the aunt and Xiao Huanhuan over. "Just get in line and don't cause trouble for me." After saying that, the uncle glared at Grandma on the ground, then looked away with disgust. The kind-hearted aunt snorted, and with full confidence, she helped Grandma up. "Old man, don't cry. Your son and daughter-in-law are unreliable. They are so pitiful at their age. My mother-in-law is over 90 years old. Everyone in the family is afraid that she will get tired, so they push her in a wheelchair. How can you carry so many quilts? What if she gets hurt from the exhaustion? What should we do?" A middle-aged man at the back was indeed pushing a wheelchair. Although the whole family looked exhausted, the elderly person in the wheelchair looked very clean, and it was obvious that he was well taken care of. The old lady in her 90s smiled at Grandma, drank a sip of water handed to her by her grandson, closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Grandma's voice became hoarse from crying, tears were streaming down her face, it was so tragic. "You are so filial. I wish you were my daughter-in-law. I have a miserable life. My children are not filial and my daughter-in-law is even less of a human being." Grandma always had endless complaints when she opened her mouth. Just like Xianglin saw, she kept complaining non-stop. Grandma looked at the uncle in fear and said, "That's the eldest son. You saw it. He used to be very filial to me. I don't know what happened. He became like this now." She sighed. "I have a second son, also a son, who has even less conscience and is even worse than the eldest. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so much in the old family. The second son has money, but he is selfish and has a vicious heart. He has money, but he is unwilling to spend it on the eldest son. He also took away the eldest son's house. Now they live in a villa and eat the best food and drink, and they don't care about me at all. And the money loser born to the second child is also a conscienceless bastard, just like her mother. She was corrupted by her mother, and she is the worst of all." The aunt was a little surprised. "Robbery of a house?" Grandma nodded bitterly. "Yes, the second son stole the eldest son's house and sold it to the eldest son for a lot of money. That bastard has a black heart. It's not his house, how can he sell it? Isn't this robbery? Why don't you call the police?" The aunt didn't understand. Grandma hurriedly said, "It's true that the second son bought the house, but my grandson has always lived in it. Can you tell me if there is such a bad person, an uncle at that, who gives the house to his nephew? What's wrong with that?" Sigh. The aunt was stunned for a moment, then silently let go of the hand that was holding Grandma. "I see." Grandma didn't notice the change in Auntie's expression and continued to complain. "I have a daughter, but she's a cheap bitch. There's no point in having a daughter. She's been running around with men for decades, and she never even came back to look at me. What an ungrateful person. Was it easy for me to raise her? What an unfilial thing. She threw me home when there was a flood, wanting the flood to drown me. She is not a human being, she is a beast. It's really too much. How can you abandon your own mother at home? It's not something a human being can do," the aunt echoed. Grandma gnashed her teeth when she talked about her aunt. "Just because I found her a boyfriend, she has been holding a grudge against me for so many years. I raised her with all my heart and soul, and she was only hoping to get more money from the bride price. She's a shameless bitch. She dared to run away with a man. I didn't get a penny. What a cheap loser. What's wrong with that old donkey? He's just over 30 years older. He's more caring. What's wrong with a lame leg? The betrothal gift is 8,000. Auntie." She fell silent, unable to agree with anything else. Chapter 424. Grandma kept talking on and on. She finally had a chance to pour out her grievances and talk about the pain in her heart, so how could she let it go? The aunt laughed twice and interrupted. "Well, Auntie, go get in line, or your son will scold you again." Grandma finally reacted, picked up the quilt and hurried after him. When she got to him, she was scolded by the uncle. "Speak, speak, speak. I thought you were going to leave with someone else." Grandma smiled ingratiatingly and said, "I have to be with my son." "You old fool." The uncle looked away with disgust. Not far away, the kind-hearted aunt's son said, "Mom, why do you look like that? Are you still angry? Don't bother with that kind of person. It's not worth it." The aunt was about to speak but stopped herself. "There must be something hateful about pitiful people, this old lady." The son scratched his head, not understanding what it meant. He didn't understand, but Xiao Mingyue did. She heard the conversation between these people just now. Although the victims were very noisy and some of it was unclear, she could hear it clearly, but she could hear it almost exactly. Grandma is still the same as before, she hasn't changed at all. Xiao Mingyue smiled indifferently. At this time, the car she was in had arrived and they should have gotten off the car for inspection, but the driver showed something to the staff, and then the staff raised his hand and let them pass. The driver didn't even get out of the car, he just rolled down the window. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue was not surprised. Fuel must have some means to get women from the south, and would not be stumped by such a small matter. Moreover, guests come and go every day. For the convenience of guests, there is even a pick-up and drop-off service. They only need to show the pass of fuel and they don't even have to get out of the car. After all, many people cannot show their faces in public. What if I get recognized? It would have a bad impact. After that, we passed several checkpoints along the way and encountered some troublemakers, but since it was Fuelwo's car, no one dared to stop them. The troublemakers even offered cigarettes to the driver in a flattering manner. With the escort of the driver from Fuelwo, the road ahead was smooth and Xiao Mingyue and the other two were safely sent back to Huahan community. When she got off the bus, Xinxin's legs went weak, and she felt as if she was in another world. After saying goodbye to Xiao Mingyue, she hurried home. Her only daughter was missing, and Sister Mayman must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Diao Xia also went home. After Xiao Mingyue said a few words to the driver, she did not delay any longer and ran forward. Go home. At home. It was dinner time, but the house was still dark because no one was in the mood to eat. My grandma was sick in bed and my grandpa was taking care of her. Mother Xiao sat on the sofa with her hair messy, as if her soul had been taken away. No matter how her aunt and the others tried to comfort her, she just sat there in a daze, like a sculpture. My aunt and the others looked at each other then sighed, not knowing what to do. Is her father back? Zhao's mother's voice was extremely hoarse. My aunt thought for a moment and said, Not yet. Dahai Dai and Jian Yuan have all gone. I went to several nearby communities to look for them, but none of them came back. She paused, then continued. Qingwan, we should think positively. Maybe there is a clue and they are coming back together. Mother Xiao shook her head. Sister-in-law, don't comfort me. If Mingyue gets into trouble, I will go to accompany her. In the future, when disaster strikes, I will eat barbecue in space. I'll trouble you to take care of my parents. What are you talking about? Second aunt's nose felt sore. Jiang Yuan's wife also said, Aunt, my sister is a lucky person, nothing will happen to her. Bang, bang, bang. There were several knocks on the door, and everyone was startled. My aunt stood up and said, Are they back? I'll go open the door. My aunt was jogging along, and when she looked over, it turned out to be Xiao Mingyue. Aunt, why are you the one opening the door? Xiao Mingyue asked. My aunt was stunned for a few seconds as if she was struck by lightning, and then she screamed. Come and see! Mingyue's back! She's back! Chapter 425. Xiao Mingyue was shocked by her aunt's reaction. What? Mingyue is back? Everyone in the room stood up instantly. Mother Xiao stumbled out and took a look. Isn't this the daughter she had been thinking about so much? Zhao's mother couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. You're back, you even knew to come back. Seeing her mother's haggard face, Xiao Mingyue's eyes became hot, and she quickly went over to hug her mother and comfort her. I'm back. I'm fine. Don't cry anymore. When Zhao's mother heard this, she cried even harder and held Xiao Mingyue tightly. Where have you been? I was so worried about you. Why didn't you call and tell me? I lost my cell phone and had to buy a new one, Xiao Mingyue explained. Zhao's mother choked up and said, Then you can borrow someone else's. You almost scared your mother to death, did you know that? Xiao Mingyue couldn't explain. The mobile phones of the people in Fuel were all special ones to prevent tracking, so they refused to lend them. I was wrong. Xiao Mingyue admitted her mistake decisively. My aunt and several others were watching nearby, all with happy looks on their faces. It's good that you're back. Mingyue, you don't know that you haven't come home since last night. We were all worried to death. Your dad has taken several days off and is looking for you outside. I'll call and ask them to come back. Jiang Yuan's wife was very excited. Second aunt went upstairs and said, I'll go tell Mom and Dad that Mom will definitely get better as soon as she hears Mingyue is back. What's wrong with Grandma? Xiao Mingyue asked. It's nothing, I just couldn't see you and I was worried, said my aunt. Xiao Mingyue felt warm and a little guilty inside. The family must have been in chaos during the day and night she was missing. When Grandma heard that Xiao Mingyue had returned, she immediately jumped up from the bed, and Grandpa also quickly came down from upstairs, taking 3 stairs at a time. The 2 men held Xiao Mingyue's hand and asked her all kinds of questions, and did not let go for a long time. Especially Grandma, her tears flowed like a dam bursting. Jiang Yuan's wife said that everyone knew that Xiao Mingyue had returned home, and they were all rushing back home. "My dear girl, are you hungry? Grandma will make whatever you want to eat." Grandma's eyes were always on Xiao Mingyue, never looking away. Xiao Mingyue's stomach was growling, she was indeed hungry. "Grandma, I want to eat the braised pork you made, and the chicken stewed with mushrooms, and I want to eat them all, and 2 bowls of rice." She had a long list of dishes to choose from, and nothing tasted better than a meal cooked by her family. Grandma narrowed her eyes and smiled. Okay, Grandma will make it for you. Grandpa will make it for you too. I'll make you braised eggplant." Grandpa actually had a lot of things to ask, but now was not the right time. Xiao Mingyue said again that Grandma was ill, so she could wait until she recovered. But Grandma patted her chest and said, "Lovesick, I feel better when I see you." It made everyone laugh out loud. My eldest aunt, my second aunt, and Jiang Yuan's wife also went to the kitchen to help. Some were picking vegetables, some were cutting meat. Everyone was busy together, and I could finally eat my meal in peace. When Dad Xiao and his friends came back, they took Xiao Mingyue around to look around. Dad Xiao, in particular, was so worried when he went to the yard to help pick vegetables that he kept sticking his head out to look around, as if he was afraid that Xiao Mingyue would run away. At the dinner table, my uncle asked, "Mingyue, where on earth have you been? We are so worried." Xiao Mingyue was eating the mountain of food in her bowl, all of which were picked by her mother and grandmother. "It's okay. I just got lost in the mountains. I took a side road and couldn't get out. So that's what happened. I thought something terrible had happened, like he was kidnapped by bad guys. It was so scary," said my uncle. Xiao Mingyue paused with the chopsticks in his hand and said jokingly, "Whoever dares to kidnap me, I will beat him to death." The uncle ate his food and said, "Yeah, I said you guys are worrying for nothing. Mingyue has a gun, and he can beat anyone." Grandpa glanced at the people at the dinner table and said, "All right, let's eat. I'm glad Mingyue is okay. We haven't had a proper meal all day. After dinner, go home and have a good rest. You haven't slept well since yesterday." Seeing that everyone believed it, Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on filling her stomach.